The young boy Jiang, who was born with crippled legs, faced a moment that could change his destiny during the final awakening ceremony in the city of Defy. 12 years ago, a cataclysmic event shook the world, leaving this isolated city scarred and battered. Now, standing on a high platform, an elderly general clad in blood-stained, rusted armor addressed the crowd of young people below with a deep, solemn voice. Being born in this isolated city is your misfortune. Since the arrival of ferocious beasts and otherworldly demons, Defy City had been at war for 12 long years. Today, it was this generation's turn to step onto the battlefield. Despite the looming battles and the terrifying creatures awaiting them, the young faces showed no fear. Their resolute expressions were accompanied by a thunderous roar. "We are not afraid." Their shouts echoed through the heavens. For years, their predecessors had fought tirelessly to protect Defy City, ensuring the survival of the next generation. Now it was their turn to shoulder this responsibility. How could they possibly cower in fear? In Defy, everyone was a soldier. Even in this isolated city surrounded by enemies, they believed that one day, they would break through the siege and return to their homeland. The old general's clouded eyes swept over the crowd, filled with pride and relief. This was Defy City that had fought for 12 years without surrender, a city determined to battle the beasts to the bitter end. The awakening ceremony began, and every young adult who had reached the age of 18 stepped forward to touch the magic stone in turn. The remaining 300,000 residents of Defy City pinned their hopes on these youths, praying they would awaken powerful professions. The black magic stone, encircled by 4 towering pillars, emitted a mysterious glow, captivating everyone's attention. At that moment, a young man in a wheelchair slowly approached. This was Jang. Although he was born with crippled legs and could not become a warrior, he still held on to hope as he participated in the ceremony, eager to contribute to Defy City in any way he could. Those around him did not mock him. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. Jang's background, however, was rather unusual. He carried 2 sets of memories in his mind. One seemed to be from Earth, suggesting some kind of transmigration, yet he couldn't discern whether it was his soul or his body that had crossed over. Unlike the tales of transmigrators gaining extraordinary abilities, he was born with a disability instead. For 6 years, life was peaceful. Then, the world was thrown into chaos. Countless vortex portals unleashed waves of ferocious beasts, and human cities fell one after another. Due to its unique geographical location, Defy City was completely cut off from the human heartlands, becoming an isolated city surrounded by beasts. Fortunately, the emergence of awakened individuals and warriors allowed the city to endure. Finally, it was Jang's turn to touch the magic stone. In that instant, a series of extraordinary phenomena unfolded. First, endless flames descended from the sky, and a mechanical flamethrower spewed out fierce tongues of fire. Then, a barrage of grenades erupted in a deafening explosion, followed by an army of robots assembling in perfect formation. Finally, the sunlight vanished entirely, plunging the world into darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the celestial phenomenon finally began to fade, and the long-lost sunlight once again bathed Defy City. The city fell into an eerie silence as its people stared at the sky in awe and disbelief. Over the past 12 years, such phenomena had occurred occasionally, but never before with such overwhelming power and grandeur. Mechanist. A hushed voice shattered the silence. That single word was like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly triggering a wave of fervent cheers from the crowd. The Mechanist. After 3 long years, Defy City has another Mechanist. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. The previous city lord, who had awakened as a Mechanist, had drastically reduced casualties in the city. He had even led the people in their first successful counterattack beyond the city gates against the ferocious beasts. The Mechanist, hailed as the master of group warfare and the harbinger of death on the battlefield, was a nightmare for all beasts. If not for the ambush by that 8th-tier beast back then, the former city lord might have led them to reclaim their homeland. This time, we must protect the Mechanist at all costs, someone shouted from the crowd. Count me in. I'll give my life to defend him if I have to. Some observant individuals noted. This mechanical phenomenon seems even more astonishing than the last city lord's awakening. That battleship alone could probably obliterate a 9th-tier beast in one strike. Not to mention the army of bionic robots it could crush the beasts with ease, let alone that star-destroying warship. It seems this Mechanist's potential surpasses that of the former city lord. At the center of the crowd's attention sat Jang, confined to a wheelchair. For the first time, he had the chance to examine his awakening panel. Name, Jang. Class, Mechanist. Abilities, gaining experience through crafting mechanical components, refining raw materials, and assembling mechanical creations. Level, LV.1. Attributes, Strength, 1. Intelligence, Max Unlimited. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. As Jiang Ji lifted his gaze, a profound transformation had taken place in his eyes. The world around him appeared entirely different. He could instantly discern the flaws and optimization opportunities in the firearms held by the guards. Even the cars parked along the roadside seemed like potential sources of mechanical materials. The more he observed, the more his hands trembled with anticipation, eager to begin creating. Before he could fully grasp the magnitude of his newfound abilities, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the elderly man who had earlier encouraged him acted quickly. Grabbing hold of Jiang Ji's wheelchair, the man stomped the ground, summoning a gust of wind that carried them over the crowd and straight to the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, his lieutenant addressed the crowd, calming them. The awakening ceremony is complete. The city lord's mansion will dedicate all its resources to nurturing the Mechanist. Please return to your homes for now. Still dazed, Jiang Ji found himself in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. The current city lord, Yin Chuan, had been waiting for him, along with a group of formidable individuals whose presence radiated strength and authority. Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel a sense of unease under their intense gazes. Enough, tone it down. You're scaring the boy. The elderly man scolded, clearly displeased. Come on, Elder Wang. We've gone 3 years without a Mechanist. It's natural for us to be excited, someone replied with a chuckle. Exactly. Ever since City Lord Zhan Tian's sacrifice, our situation has only worsened. Now that a new Mechanist has emerged, everything is bound to change. Yin Chuan finally spoke. With the Mechanist's arrival, our top priority is to ensure his growth. He turned to Jiang Ji and said, apologies if these brutes have intimidated you. It's all right, Jiang Ji replied, steadying himself. City Lord Zhan Tian was someone I deeply admired. I understand how they feel. Upon learning Jiang Ji's identity, the crowd's respect for him deepened. He was the son of Zhang Yuan, the former deputy commander of Elder Wang's Night Order. Both of Jiang Ji's parents had been awakened warriors who gave their lives to protect humanity. Over the years, it was Elder Wang who had taken care of Jiang Ji, ensuring his survival and growth. Soon after, Yin Chuan and the others began to assess Jiang Ji's abilities. Jiang Ji was straightforward, revealing everything without reservation. In a city like Disya, united by the common goal of resisting ferocious beasts, there was no need for secrecy. Besides, these people were working to create the best plan for his improvement, which could only benefit him. When Jiang Ji disclosed that he possessed 5 abilities, Su Shuangyue, who had awakened the power of the ice spirit, was utterly stunned. Although his abilities were not immediately combat-ready, the sheer number of them far surpassed her own 2 abilities. And when it came to innate talent, the gap was even wider. Her talent merely allowed her to better master the power of ice and snow, incomparable to Jiang Ji's heaven-defying mechanical dominator. A wave of envy surged in her heart. Yin Chuan and the others initially planned to use the traditional approach to train Jiang Ji. Either have a martial arts expert lead newly awakened individuals to hunt beasts, or have powerful warriors capture beasts and bring them back for the trainees to kill. This dual approach typically allowed newcomers to level up quickly. However, Jiang Ji politely declined the offer. My situation is a bit unique, Jiang Ji explained. Apart from gaining experience through kills, I can also earn experience by working on mechanical-related tasks. With my mechanical dominator talent, this method is actually far more efficient. What he didn't disclose was that the experience points he needed to level up were far greater than normal. Going from Tier 1 to Tier 2 required 300,000 experience points, 10 times that of an average awakened individual. This amount was enough for a Tier 5 warrior to advance to the next level. Yin Chuan nodded in understanding. If that's the case, we'll follow your lead. After all, you're the true mechanic here. As he spoke, he solemnly handed Jiang Ji a key. This is the key to the mechanical vault left behind by the Lord of Zhantian City. As the only mechanic in Disya City, all the mechanical weapons, materials, and components inside are under your full control. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Taking the key, Jiang Ji felt a strong sense of responsibility rising within him. I'll start by creating Tier 1 energy guns to arm our lower-tier warriors. Elder Wang patted his shoulder. There's no rush for Tier 1 weapons. The priority is to help you reach Tier 3 as quickly as possible. Once you're there, the beasts will truly feel the sting of your creations on the battlefield. With the plan set, Yin Chuan turned his attention to Su Shuangyue. Since Jiang Ji has chosen a different path, we'll focus our efforts on assisting you in hunting beasts and helping you level up quickly. Su Shuangyue glanced at Jiang Ji, her emotions a mix of admiration, envy, and determination. By stepping away from the beast hunting route, Jiang Ji had inadvertently made her the top priority for cultivation in Disya City. She silently vowed to herself, if Jiang Ji ever found himself in danger, she would risk her life to save him. The group continued discussing defensive strategies for a while longer. Just as Jiang Ji, unable to contain his excitement, was about to excuse himself to explore the mechanical vault, the conversation began to wind down. Outside the grand hall, a fiery spark shot into the sky, exploding into a brilliant crimson flare against the night. Warning lights, like strings of red pearls, blinked intensely every 10 steps, their piercing glow accompanied by the sharp, rhythmic sound of alarms that quickly reverberated through every corner of Daxia City. Moments ago, the crowd had been jubilant over the arrival of the Mechanist. Now, their expressions turned grave. A burly man with a thick beard abruptly stood up, his voice filled with disbelief as he shouted, "A beast tide? How can there be a beast tide at this time?" Before his words had fully settled, a city guard rushed in, breathless. A large-scale gathering of feral beasts has been spotted 30 miles east of the city. A minimum of a level 3 beast tide is imminent. Hot on his heels, another guard dashed in urgently. The same situation has been reported 30 miles north of the city, also estimated to be no less than a level 3 beast tide. Yin Xuan's face darkened, his expression as hard as iron. He vividly remembered the devastation of the level 5 beast tide that struck a year ago, when Daxia City suffered a staggering loss: 8,000 soldiers dead, countless others gravely wounded. Judging by the scale of this beast tide, it was almost certain that beasts of the 5th tier or higher would emerge. The situation was grim. "Everyone, return to your posts," Yin Xuan decisively commanded. "Assemble the defensive forces at once and prepare for battle." He swiftly issued orders: summon Elder Wang to gather the Knight's Order, instruct Chunli to lead the 1st and 2nd defense units to guard the eastern gate, assign Lin Wu to command the 3rd through 5th defense units to fortify the northern gate, and direct Xiao Jun to organize a militia to act as a mobile force. The appointed leaders acknowledged their tasks with solemn expressions and quickly departed. "The rest of the awakened, follow me to the city walls." Yin Xuan's gaze swept across the group, finally landing on Jiangji. "This assault will likely be more ferocious than anything we've faced before." A suspicion stirred in his mind, linking the Mechanist's arrival to the timing of the beast tide, but he chose not to voice it now. Su Shuangyue urgently volunteered to join the fight, but Yin Xuan firmly refused. "That is an order. Even a 5th-tier warrior faces grave danger in a beast tide. You are the future of Daxia City. You must not risk your life recklessly." Turning to Jiangji, Yin Xuan's tone grew heavy with significance. "Go to the Mechanist's vault. Every ounce of strength you gain is another layer of hope for Daxia City." Jiangji, though eager to fight, understood that in his current state, he would be a liability on the battlefield. Before leaving, Yin Xuan turned back to Jiangji and delivered a statement that struck like a thunderclap. "If I fall in battle, you will be the next lord of Daxia City." Seeing Jiangji's shock, he calmly explained, "When the lord of Zhantian City fell, I too was thrust into this position under similar circumstances. Do not be surprised." With that, he turned and strode toward the city gates. The news of the impending beast tide spread like wildfire throughout the city of Daxia. Among its 300,000 residents, fewer than 30,000 were awakened, but everyone was prepared to fight. The eyes of over 200,000 martial artists burned with determination. The average strength of the city's martial artists was around Tier 3. While that sounded formidable, it was insignificant in the face of a beast tide. The number of Tier 1 beasts was endless. Even though a Tier 3 martial artist could fend off dozens of Tier 1 beasts, they would inevitably exhaust themselves against the relentless onslaught. What was even more concerning was that, in addition to the countless Tier 1 beasts, there were also significant numbers of Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts. And in every beast tide, there was always at least one commander-level beast with a power level of Tier 5 or higher. Faced with such overwhelming odds, even a Tier 5 warrior could hardly escape death when surrounded by thousands of Tier 1 beasts. While the loss of a single beast meant nothing to the tide, every life lost in Daxia City was irreplaceable. This was why the emergence of an awakened with area effect abilities was cause for celebration throughout the city. With their help, the city's strongest fighters could focus on dealing with high-tier beasts without being overwhelmed by the endless low-tier ones. In the hall, only Jiangji and Su Shuangyue remained after the crowd dispersed. The two exchanged glances and saw the same unwillingness reflected in each other's eyes. "I'm leaving," Jiangji said first. In the current state of Daxia City, time was life. He needed to seize every moment to grow stronger. Su Shuangji's gaze ignited with resolve. "Take care. If I fall, protecting Daxia City will be up to you all." Even if Yin Xuan forbade her from joining the battle, she was determined to go. She couldn't stand idly by in the rear while her compatriots gave their lives on the city walls. "You? Take care too," Jiangji replied, hesitating briefly. Though it was their first meeting, he understood her decision. If not for his unique circumstances, he would have made the same choice. After parting ways, Jiangji headed straight for the mechanical vault. Along the way, he passed countless people rushing toward the city walls. He alone moved in the opposite direction, seated in his wheelchair. Those he passed simply nodded silently, saying nothing. Just as Jiangji was growing anxious about his limited mobility, he suddenly felt his wheelchair being pushed. Turning his head, he saw two children, around 10 years old, helping him from either side. What touched him deeply was that the little girl had only her right arm, while the boy was missing a leg and hobbled along with the help of a wooden crutch. Big brother, we'll help you, the boy said, introducing himself. I'm Zhou Ming, and this is my sister, Zhou Ling. We can't practice martial arts or fight on the battlefield, so we help out in the city however we can. Looking at these children, who bore physical scars similar to his own, Jiangji felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, he said, not rejecting their kindness. With the three of them working together, they soon arrived at their destination, a grand structure enveloped in a pale blue energy shield. Jiangji took out a key and inserted it into the slot, causing the shield to dissipate. He pushed open the door, and the dark interior of the building lit up instantly. Wow! Isn't this the treasure vault left behind by the great Mechanist? Zhou Ling's exclamation echoed through the vast, empty vault. Jiangji gently patted his younger sister's head, a mysterious smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Actually, he said softly, your brother is a mechanist too. The interior of the vault was meticulously organized, divided into 4 distinct functional areas: a section for smelted and manufactured components, a raw mechanical materials area, a completed machinery section, and a mechanical scrap zone. Pushing his wheelchair, Jiangji let his gaze sweep across the empty shelves of the completed machinery area, immediately understanding that all the finished machines must have already been deployed in battle. The components section was similarly sparse since the last Mechanist's sacrifice. No one had been able to craft these intricate parts. In contrast, the materials and scrap areas were overflowing with items. Jiangji maneuvered his wheelchair to the materials section and casually picked up a faintly glowing greenish stone. Instantly, information about the solid stone surfaced in his mind. It was a crucial auxiliary material for crafting weapons below Tier 3. Once smelted, it could endow weapons with exceptional stability. He continued inspecting other materials, gradually familiarizing himself with the unique traits of the mechanist profession. After reviewing the materials, Jiangji already had a plan forming in his mind. He decided to start by crafting the Tier 1 weapon. He was currently capable of making the Q1 rapid recharge gun. This firearm could store up to 12 energy rounds and, thanks to the innate talents of the mechanical sovereign, boasted significant advantages over standard recharge guns. Its recharge speed was reduced to just 1 second per shot, and its power was greatly enhanced. A standard recharge gun would need to hit a vital spot to penetrate the defenses of a Tier 1 beast. But the Q1 rapid recharge gun could inflict severe injuries with any hit. More importantly, when combined with Jiangji's mechanical amplification abilities, this weapon could even achieve a one-shot kill against Tier 1 beasts and deal significant damage to Tier 2 beasts. Jiangji's plan was straightforward. Utilize the available materials to mass-produce Q1 rapid recharge guns and distribute them to warriors with exceptional firearm talents. This way, they could achieve 1-second kills on Tier 1 beasts, drastically alleviating the combat burden on lower-tier warriors. After finalizing his initial plan, Jiangji headed straight to the mechanical scrapyard. The shelves in the scrapyard were piled high with an assortment of mechanical creations: exoskeleton arm guards, power armor, buried landmines, remote-controlled bombers, and war robots. Some of these 3rd and 4th-tier weapons and armors were damaged from overuse. Others were destroyed in combat, and a few were simply rendered inoperative due to a lack of ammunition. Thanks to his innate talent as the master of mechanics, Jiangji had the ability to repair these mechanical creations. While his current rank only allowed him to craft Q1 rapid charging guns, he had an expert understanding of the mechanical products created by his predecessors. In theory, he could replicate these machines, but his rank limitations meant that any replicas would suffer from significant performance downgrades. Repairs, however, were a different story. Restoring damaged parts could bring the machines back to their original functionality. As he surveyed his surroundings, one particular piece of machinery caught his eye: a massive cannon radiating an advanced, futuristic design. It was the Meteorite demon cannon. This 5th-tier weapon, with its sleek black and gold exterior, measured 3 meters in length with a half-meter-wide barrel, emanating an imposing aura. Beside the cannon, a crate neatly held over 20 rounds of ammunition. The Meteorite demon cannon was famously referred to as the entry-level ground-sweeping machine, capable of unleashing area attacks that spanned 100 meters. Any beast below the 5th tier caught within its range would be obliterated, and even 5th-tier beasts at the epicenter of the blast would find it nearly impossible to escape severe injury or death. A simultaneous salvo of over 20 shells would be enough to annihilate the core of a beast's tide. However, one of the cannon's components was damaged, and using it in its current state posed a serious risk of explosion. Jiangji quickly returned to the materials section to gather the necessary items for repair. But after scouring every shelf, his expression darkened. One of the primary materials, star meteorite, was nowhere to be found. He tried searching for possible substitutes like violet steel or obsidian, but those were missing as well. At that moment, Zhou Ling cautiously approached him and asked in a timid voice, Master Mechanic, are you looking for something? Would you like me to help you? She had just recovered from her initial shock upon realizing that the person she and her brother had helped was, in fact, a mechanic. Zhou Ming, quickly catching on, chimed in with a clever question, Master Mechanic, I heard you mention star meteorite. Is that what you're searching for? Yes, but there's none here, Jiang Ji replied bitterly. If it's not here, it might be available somewhere else. Master Mechanic, they'll go and ask the others outside for you right away, Zhou Ming said enthusiastically before running off. He had noticed the disappointment on the mechanic's face and silently resolved to do whatever it took to find the star meteorite. Seeing the excitement on his face, Jiang Ji remained skeptical. This was the mechanical vault. If even here he couldn't find the materials to repair the meteor demon cannon, the chances elsewhere were even slimmer. Despite this, a small glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. Big brother beat me to it, so frustrating. Zhou Ling pouted, her expression falling as she realized she couldn't be of any help. Xiao Ling, come here. I could use your help, Jiang Ji said gently, noticing the disappointment on the little girl's face. Since repairing the meteor demon cannon was temporarily out of the question, he decided to shift his focus to crafting the Q1 type rapid charging gun. Fortunately, the low-grade materials required for this were abundant, enough for mass production. Really? I can help the great mechanic brother? Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, and she looked up at him with excitement. Jiang Ji couldn't help but chuckle at the title she gave him, but he let it slide. He quickly sorted out a batch of materials and gestured for the little girl to transport them. The workstation in the corner was just the right spot. As Zhou Ling brought over the materials one batch at a time, Jiang Ji got to work on his first mechanical creation since his awakening. The mechanical knowledge from his awakening felt innate, guiding his every move with precision and ease. Holding the materials in his hand, he focused his thoughts, and a peculiar flame appeared out of thin air, beginning to refine the components. At first, Zhou Ling was a little scared, but she soon realized that the flame gave off no heat. It didn't feel even slightly warm, not even when she reached out to touch it. Jiang Ji wasn't surprised by this. He already knew that his furnace flame had no offensive power and couldn't even be considered a real flame. Yet, despite its harmless appearance, it could effortlessly melt tough materials and shape them according to his will. Mechanical component crafted. Experience points 30. As time passed, one mechanical component after another was completed, steadily increasing his experience points. When an entire set of mechanical arm components was finished, Jiang Ji activated his second ability to ethereal mechanical arms emerged from behind him, automatically picking up the components from the workstation and assembling them. In just 5 minutes, a sleek, dark gray mechanical weapon took shape. Mechanical weapon successfully crafted. Experience points 500. Looking at his very first mechanical creation, Jiang Ji held it in his hands, carefully examining it with a sense of delight and accomplishment. Jiang Ji picked up a fragment of hardened bone from a Tier 1 feral beast and gestured for Zhou Ling to secure it a short distance away. Though this type of bone had no other practical use, its toughness was comparable to that of a living beast skeleton. Once Zhou Ling stepped back, Jiang Ji raised his energy rifle and took aim. With his innate talent for mechanical precision, he seemed born to handle such a weapon. The moment he pulled the trigger, a faint black energy projectile shot forth with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! The hardened bone instantly bore a hole the size of an egg, cleanly punctured through. Jiang Ji nodded in satisfaction. An energy bullet no larger than a fingertip could inflict such damage on a Tier 1 beast's bone. The power was, without question, remarkable. In the chaos of real combat, where beasts had layers of flesh far less durable than their bones, this weapon could easily deliver a killing blow unless fate conspired to place the shot against the toughest part of the skeleton. The energy rifle recharged itself within a second of firing, drawing in surrounding materials to form a new energy bullet, effectively eliminating the need for conventional ammunition. It was a marvel of engineering. Still, Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only the weapon could utilize physical ammunition, he could craft specialized rounds, such as poison-coated or explosive bullets, capable of wounding even Tier 2 beasts. But he quickly pushed aside these thoughts, refocusing on the rifle's assembly. The sooner it was completed, the better the odds for the soldiers holding the city walls to survive. Meanwhile, the battle at the city gates raged on with unrelenting ferocity. A massive energy shield enveloped the entirety of Daxia City, while countless warriors armed to the teeth stood ready to defend. The thunder of artillery echoed without pause. The battlefield was littered with the remains of beasts, their lifeless forms torn apart by gunfire, blades, and explosions. Blood of various hues soaked the ground, a grim testament to the carnage. Yet the living beasts were far more numerous, a seemingly endless tide surging forward. They trampled over the bodies of their fallen kin, charging at the city walls with reckless abandon. The majority of the horde consisted of Tier 1 beasts, but occasionally, Tier 3 beasts emerged among them. These more formidable creatures seized opportunities amid the chaos, using the lower-tier beasts as cover to scale the walls and strike at the energy shield. Though they couldn't shatter the barrier outright, their sustained attacks created weak points, openings that could be exploited. The defenders, well-versed in countering such tactics, responded swiftly. Whenever a breach occurred, awakened fighters with extraordinary abilities would step in to eliminate the intruders. In the war room at the heart of the city, Yin Xuan's expression was grim as he inquired about their remaining ammunition. This beast tide was larger than the previous 5th-tier assault, and while the warriors had grown stronger, advanced weaponry remained the cornerstone of minimizing casualties. A middle-aged strategist promptly reported, 1 nuclear warhead, 17 missiles. At the current rate of consumption, our bombing artillery supplies will last 3 months, and our firearm ammunition can sustain us for 9 months. The nuclear warhead, the pinnacle of technological weaponry, was capable of annihilating a Tier 9 beast, and had been Daxia City's ultimate trump card for survival. Of the 3 nuclear warheads the city once possessed, 2 had already been deployed during previous Dordai battles, eradicating 2 Tier 9 beasts and deterring the highest ranks of the feral horde. Without this deterrence, the city whose strongest fighters were only Tier 7 would have long since fallen. The missiles, though effective against Tier 6 and Tier 7 beasts, lacked the widespread destructive power to serve as a true deterrent. Hearing the report, Yin Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. As an isolated stronghold with no external supply lines, running out of reserves would spell the city's doom. This was but one of countless beast tides. Expending all their resources now would only make future battles exponentially harder. After a moment of heavy contemplation, Yin Xuan issued his command in a low, resolute voice. Hold the line with heavy weaponry for another 30 minutes. After that, cease all use of advanced munitions. Notify everyone prepare for close combat. According to past patterns, beast tide attacks on the city typically last for 3 hours. Daxia City had long established a consistent strategy to counter these assaults. The first hour was dedicated to bombardment with artillery shells, followed by 2 hours of close combat. Thankfully, the energy shield set up by the Mechanist served as a protective barrier, sparing the army from the brutal hand-to-hand confrontation with the beast tide. Yin Xuan sat in the city lord's mansion, rubbing his temples as he watched his middle-aged subordinate depart. His thoughts drifted to Zhang Tian, the former city lord and a true master of large-scale battles. Since Zhang Tian's sacrifice, every beast tide battle in Daxia City had become increasingly arduous. At that moment, the young face of Jiang Ji, the recently awakened Mechanist, surfaced in his mind. Perhaps this newcomer could bring a turning point for Daxia City. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A guard entered to report, City Lord. A child from the inner wall brought a message. He says a Mechanist is requesting Star Meteorite. Star Meteorite? Yin Xuan immediately stood up, his expression serious. Apart from Jiang Ji, who had only recently awakened as a Mechanist, there were no other Mechanists in Daxia City. He had already issued a standing order. Any request from a Mechanist must be treated as the city's top priority. At the inner wall, Yin Xuan met Zhou Ming, who was waiting nervously. Seeing the city lord arrive in person, Zhou Ming appeared anxious but managed to clearly relay Jiang Ji's message. I saw the Mechanist working on a massive siege vehicle. He said he needs Star Meteorite to complete it. A siege vehicle? Yin Xuan's eyes lit up. The only siege weapon in the mechanical arsenal that fits that description is the Demon Meteor Cannon. He recalled witnessing the power of the Demon Meteor Cannon during Zhang Tian's timite was indeed a game-changing weapon. If Jiang Ji could repair it, this beast tide battle might become the easiest since Zhang Tian's sacrifice. Soon, the subordinate sent to verify the situation returned with an excited expression, confirming that as long as Star Meteorite was available, the Demon Meteor Cannon could return to the battlefield. Yin Xuan pondered for a moment, recalling a Star Meteorite mine located 20 miles west of the city gates. Though the residents of Daxia City had not ventured outside the walls in a long time, he decided the potential reward was worth the risk. Summon Elder Wang, Yin Xuan ordered. Elder Wang's cavalry unit was highly mobile and might succeed in retrieving the Star Meteorite. In the face of a weapon that could potentially turn the tide of the battle, this risk was one worth taking. A storm of gray and white swept through like a flash of lightning, accompanied by the sharp screech of halting hooves. Old Wang, clad in blood-stained silver armor, gripped a gleaming lance in his hand as he sat firmly atop the unique spirit steed of the knight profession. Despite his aged face, a chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from him. The Lord summoned me? Old Wang cut straight to the point. The beast tide at the east gate is fiercer than ever. I can't leave the gate unattended for long, he said quickly, even before Yin Xuan could respond. As one of the first awakened warriors of Daxia City, Old Wang had reached the formidable power of a 6th-tier fighter and was a key defender of the city gates. I've already arranged for someone to take your place. You can rest assured, Yin Xuan replied succinctly, explaining Jiang Ji's urgent need for the Starfall Stone. The Demon Fall Cannon? A sharp glint flashed in Old Wang's eyes. That truly is a weapon capable of ending the beast tide. Exactly. No matter what, the Starfall Stone must be retrieved to fulfill Jiangji's request, Yin Chuan said with a grave expression. Since the sacrifice of the Battle Skylord, we've abandoned countless resource points outside the city and have been confined within the walls for years. The situation beyond the gates is now completely unknown, and this mission is bound to be fraught with peril. Old Wang immediately understood the implications. The Night Order, with their spirit steeds, was the most mobile force in Daxia City and the best suited for this mission. Yet the dangers outside the city were countless. If their presence was detected by the beasts, the consequences would be catastrophic. Furthermore, even reaching the mining area would only mark the beginning of the challenge. The task of extracting the Starfall Stone would be even more arduous. Understood. I'll personally lead the team out of the city in 20 minutes. Old Wang agreed without hesitation. The Night Order was always at the forefront, whether leading the charge or covering the retreat, and they were no strangers to peril. Even if they had to fight through 20 miles of bloodshed, even if the Starfall Stone mine was overrun by beasts, they would carve a path through and return with hope for Daxia City. I have only one request, Yin Chuan said firmly. No matter what, the Night Order must return within 2 hours. I'll lead a team to meet you 5 miles out to prevent you from clashing head-on with the retreating beast tide. Beast tides typically lasted 3 hours, and nearly an hour had already passed. Time was of the essence. Understood. Inform Jiangji to prepare for the Demon Fall Cannon's repairs. The Night Order will return with the Starfall Stone in 2 hours, Old Wang declared before galloping off to rally his men. Yin Chuan returned to the main war council room to oversee the city's defenses, his expression somber as he silently prayed. The turning point of this beast tide lay in the hands of Old Wang and Jiangji. Just 15 minutes later, 12 knights in shining armor had gathered at the west gate. Old Wang stood at the forefront, his voice steady and commanding. You are the finest warriors under my command. This mission is one of life and death, but if we retrieve the Starfall Stone, you will be hailed as heroes of Daxia City. This is the Night Order's moment of glory. Now, I ask one last time, does anyone wish to withdraw? The only response was the unified neighing of spirit steeds and the whistling of lances. Determination and resolve, etched in every knight's face, left no room for doubt. Knights of courage, charge! Old Wang roared, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes before he spurred his steed forward through the slowly opening gates. The remaining 11 knights followed closely behind, and once again, the gray-white storm swept across the beast-dominated wilderness. The city's defenders raised their fists in salute, their eyes filled with respect for these brave warriors. Everyone was giving their all for the survival of Daxia City. Meanwhile, Jiangji received Yin Chuan's message and awaited the arrival of the Starfall Stone with growing anticipation. He resolved to show the beasts what true death on the battlefield looked like. His mastery of crafting the Q1 rapid charge gun had improved dramatically from taking 5 minutes per gun to just 1. Materials were consumed rapidly, and completed weapons were churned out at an astonishing pace, causing his experience points to skyrocket. In just over an hour, his experience had surpassed 50,000, far outstripping the rate at which other awakened warriors gained points through slaying beasts. Were it not for his overwhelmingly powerful mechanic's sovereign talent, he might have already broken through to the 2nd tier. Lord Yin, something's amiss, a middle-aged strategist said with a troubled expression. Based on past patterns, the beast tide's attacks should be subsiding by now, but this time, they're only growing fiercer. I've noticed, Yin Chuan replied, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the battlefield. His face grew even graver. The density of high-tier beasts this time far surpasses anything we've encountered before. Although the highest tier remains at level 5, their sheer numbers are comparable to a level 6 beast, tide only lacking the presence of a level 6 beast to lead them. What do you think is going on? Yin Chuan asked, his gaze fixed on the large screen in the operations room as he turned to the strategist beside him. The middle-aged strategist contemplated for a moment, his expression grave, before responding, this isn't an ordinary beast tide. I believe there's an abyssal demon orchestrating this from behind the scenes. His words made Yin Chuan pause, visibly taken aback. Abyssal demons and feral beasts were fundamentally different. Beasts only developed intelligence when they reached level 8 or higher. Ordinary beast tides typically occurred when a critical mass of beasts gathered, driven by an instinctive and bloodthirsty urge to devour everything in their path. Abyssal demons, on the other hand, were an entirely different matter. They resembled the alien civilizations from ancient legends, beings born with intelligence, coming in a variety of forms, some even capable of shape-shifting into human-like appearances. They possessed bizarre and unfathomable abilities, similar to those of awakeners, but far more powerful. Abyssal demons were born with extraordinary physiques and could develop a range of unique powers as they matured. Any single abyssal demon was enough to threaten the safety of Daxia City. Abyssal demons? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. The term was not unfamiliar to him. Although their movements were shrouded in secrecy, their appearances always signaled catastrophic events. In fact, during the beast tide that led to the fall of Jean Tion, the former city lord, an abyssal demon had been sighted. It was rumored that the fatal blow in that event had been delivered by one of these creatures. There had long been speculation in Disya City that abyssal demons possessed a unique ability to manipulate beast tides. Some even theorized that feral beasts were nothing more than pawns raised by these demons, which would explain why both had appeared on Blue Star around the same time. As the two men delved deeper into their speculations, the image on the monitoring screen suddenly shifted. The chaotic horde of beasts, which had been charging relentlessly moments ago, abruptly froze, as though responding to an unseen command. In less than 30 seconds, all movement ceased entirely. Even the beasts that had already scaled the city walls were immobilized, as if under some kind of spell. They remained unresponsive, even as the soldiers decapitated them with their blades. Yin Chuan and his companion immediately noticed the eerie change. The next moment, a chilling voice echoed from beyond the city walls, sending shivers down their spines. Hand over the mechanic, and the beast tide will cease. A chilling, distorted voice echoed across the skies above Dasha City, breaking unevenly like a skipping record. The sound crawled under the skin of everyone who heard it, sending a wave of discomfort through the air. On the city walls, the guards instinctively frowned, their bodies tense as an unnatural sensation crept over them. It's the twisted magic voice of the abominations. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he barked an urgent order. Sound the thunder drum. At his command, the deep, resonant boom of the thunder drum erupted, rolling across the city like a tidal wave. Ripples of translucent energy spread outward, shattering the oppressive sound and restoring clarity to the minds of the people. The residents of Dasha City slowly regained their composure, but the brief encounter had already revealed the sinister nature of the enemy. The twisted magic voice was one of the abomination's most insidious weapons, designed to attack the mind and will. Prolonged exposure could warp the thoughts of the weak-willed, driving them to madness or worse, complete mental collapse. Fortunately, the citizens of Dasha City were no strangers to war. Hardened by countless battles, their resolve was unshakable. And with the purifying power of the Thunder Druma unique weapon, crafted by the sound purifiers specifically to counter sonic assaults, the threat was swiftly neutralized. Yin Chuan exhaled slowly, his chest rising with relief, but the reprieve was short-lived. His brow furrowed once more as the weight of the enemy's demand settled over him. Hand over the mechanic, and the beast tide would retreat. Currently, Dasha City had only one mechanic, Jiang Ji, who had awakened his abilities just today. Yin Chuan had anticipated that the mechanic's emergence might attract trouble, but he hadn't foreseen such a direct assault, nor that it would draw the attention of the abominations themselves. Memories of the Battle King City's lord, who had only managed to eliminate an abomination after an immense struggle, flashed through his mind. And now, yet another had appeared. The situation was growing dire. Hand over the mechanic, and I will grant Dasha City 3 years of peace. The abomination's voice came again, smoother this time, laced with an almost hypnotic allure. Its words stirred an unsettling ripple among some of the guards on the wall. 3 years of peace. How many lives could be spared? How many warriors could rise to prominence in that time? Yin Chuan's gaze hardened, his voice like steel. Have you pinpointed its location? Yes, the middle-aged strategist at his side replied coldly. We're ready to strike at any moment. Good. Send a missile its way. Yin Chuan commanded without hesitation. His tone was resolute, unwavering. Let it know that Dasha City will never trade its people for a coward's peace. We are not the kind to survive by sacrificing our own. At his word, a fiery streak shot up from the city's secondary armory, blazing toward the sky like a scarlet comet. Dasha City, you dare court death? The abomination's voice now carried a mix of panic and fury. It had underestimated Dasha City's response, expecting them to waver under the magic voice's influence. Instead, the city had not only resisted but had also pinpointed its location in record time. With urgency, the creature commanded several fifth-tier beasts to intercept the incoming missile. But the raw destructive power of advanced technology was not something so easily thwarted. The missile locked onto its target with unerring precision, closing the distance in mere moments. Boom! The explosion tore through the air, a thunderous detonation that shook the heavens. Waves of devastating force rippled outward, engulfing everything in their path. The missile struck the triangular face of the alien demon with a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the blast instantly consumed several fifth-tier feral beasts, reducing them to ashes before they could even let out a cry. At the last critical moment, the humanoid alien demon raised its hand, chanting a rapid incantation. Black mist quickly coalesced in front of it, forming layers of protective shields. However, it had clearly underestimated the missile's power. The shields disintegrated in an instant, and the violent energy slammed directly into the alien demon, flinging it hundreds of meters away. As it was hurled through the air, its limbs shattered piece by piece, leaving only its torso when it crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, to everyone's horror, it was still alive, its eyes eerily swiveling. Soon, black mist surged once more, and its limbs began regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien demon staggered to its feet. Though it had survived, its aura was far weaker than before. It glared venomously at the distant Daxia city, its twisted fury boiling within. These lowly creatures not only defied its commands, but also dared to strike first, causing it significant harm. Kill. Kill them all. Wipe out every human. It roared in a frenzy. The previously motionless horde of feral beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, their assault more ferocious than ever. Meanwhile, the alien demon itself retreated rapidly, still shaken by the missile's devastating power. A second strike would surely mean its death. Inside Daxia City, Yin Xuan stared intently at the missile's impact site. Is it dead? The middle-aged strategist, analyzing the data on his instruments, shook his head regretfully. No, that's a 7th-tier alien demon, and it belongs to the regenerative tribe. Still, it's not all bad news. Its regeneration has cost it, and its strength has dropped to the 6th tier. 6th tier? Yin Xuan murmured thoughtfully. If I move now, what are the odds I can kill it? The strategist considered carefully before shaking his head decisively. 0. That alien demon is too cunning. After regenerating, it retreated immediately. If you act rashly, you'll be surrounded by the 5th-tier feral beasts on the battlefield and end up in a dangerous position. Yin Xuan nodded, accepting the assessment. As a battlefield analyst, the strategist's prediction accuracy was an impressive 95%. Risking Daxia City's safety for the chance to kill a 6th-tier alien demon wasn't worth it. For now, the priority was to continue defending against the beast tide. No matter how powerful the alien demon was, it couldn't break the 3-hour rule of the beast tide. As long as they held out today, once Elder Wang retrieved the Starfall Stone, there was hope of ending this catastrophe for good tomorrow. The words of the Abyssal fiends cannot be trusted. Standing atop the highest point of the city wall, Yin Xuan's voice resounded through the entire fortress as he gripped a loudspeaker in his hand. The battle to defend the city had finally returned to order, and now his words carried the weight of both fury and command. Never forget how our city lord of Zhantian was ambushed and sacrificed by these fiends, he roared, his tone seething with anger. Back then, when the Abyssal fiends and their beasts were beaten into submission, they had no choice but to sign a 1-year truce. And what happened? Before the truce even expired, 10 7th-tier fiends and 1 8th-tier fiend shamelessly broke their word, launching a beast tide to ambush us and claiming the life of our city lord. Their so-called price for violating the pact? A single 7th-tier fiend? Is that justice? His piercing gaze swept over the soldiers lining the walls, each one feeling the weight of his words. And now these beasts dare demand we hand over our second Mechanist? What an insult to Daxia City. Their treachery speaks for itself. How can we trust the words of such creatures? The defenders' faces reflected a mix of emotions. Guilt flickered in a few, but far more eyes burned with determination. Fight to the death. A thunderous chant erupted from the crowd, the soldiers' voices unified and firm. Hand over the Mechanist? Over my dead body, one soldier bellowed. Anyone even thinking about it? I'll be the first to cut their head off. Mechanissima is our only hope of returning to the old lands. The fiends want him? Dream on. City Lord, that missile strike earlier, what a relief. It gave me enough energy to hack through another dozen beasts. The morale surged like a tidal wave, and Yin Xuan, satisfied, descended from the ramparts. A middle-aged advisor with a peculiar expression approached him. What's the matter? Yin Xuan asked sharply. Jang is here, the advisor replied, stepping aside to reveal the young man in a wheelchair slowly making his way forward. Behind him, 2 children Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling struggled to push a small cart laden with supplies. Jang, what are you doing here? This is a battlefield, not a place for you. Go back at once. Yin Xuan's voice carried a blend of urgency and concern, his worry clear that the young man might be swayed by the fiend's manipulative words. Zhang Ji, however, remained calm. City Lord, this beast tide. It's because of me, isn't it? Yin Xuan hesitated for a moment before responding. The beast tide was inevitable for Daxia City. It was only a matter of time. Even if you hadn't awakened today, it would have come eventually. He took a deep breath, his tone softening in an attempt to prevent Jiang Ji from overthinking. But Jiang Ji smiled, his confidence unshaken. You don't need to worry about me, City Lord. I'm not that fragile. The fiends want me dead because they fear the power of the Mechanist profession. 3 years of peace won't solve Daxia City's survival crisis, but give me 3 years and I promise I will end the threat of the beasts and the Abyssal fiends once and for all. Good. Yin Xuan clapped his hands firmly, his earlier doubts dispelled. Then go back and focus on your training. Leave the battle here to us. I'm here to fight, Jiang Ji replied, shaking his head. Absolutely not. Yin Chuan's tone was resolute. You've only just awakened your abilities. You might not even be able to handle a single first-tier beast. And with your leg injury, your priority should be mastering your profession and advancing as quickly as possible. Seems like you're underestimating me, City Lord. Jiang Ji's eyes gleamed with defiance, a quiet determination radiating from him. Jiang Ji's lips curled into a faint smile. He was well aware that his earlier explanation might have caused Yin Chuan and the others to misunderstand the true potential of the mechanical mastery ability. However, only he knew how terrifying this power truly was. Instead of wasting words, he decided to prove it through action. Xiaoming, Jiang Ji called softly. Zhou Ming, who had been quietly standing by, immediately sprang into action. He retrieved an energy gun from the small cart and respectfully handed it to Jiang Ji. Both he and Zhou Ling had already witnessed the incredible skills of the mechanic master, and their eyes now sparkled with anticipation. Is this the mechanical creation you just built? An energy gun? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. The power of a first-tier energy gun seems rather ordinary. Even if it hits a feral beast, it might barely break through their defenses, right? Jiang Ji didn't respond. From the moment he took the energy gun, his gaze locked onto the city wall ahead. The elevated platform they stood on was over 100 meters away from the wall, providing a clear vantage point of the battlefield below. The situation on the city wall was growing increasingly dire. The energy shield had multiple breaches, and feral beasts were climbing the walls one after another. The frontline soldiers, exhausted from the relentless assault, were forced to retreat for rest, leaving the defense to the reserve forces. However, the reserves were less skilled, allowing stray beasts to break through the defenses and invade the resting area. The weary frontline soldiers had no choice but to push through their fatigue and return to the fight. Jiang Ji took only a few seconds to identify the perfect moment. Raising his arm, the energy gun seemed to become an extension of his body. Without even needing to aim deliberately, he fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. The energy bullets tore through the air. With his mechanical mastery ability, even fast-moving feral beasts couldn't escape his precise calculations. Trajectories, wind direction, points of impact, every factor was accounted for with impeccable accuracy. In an instant, 3 feral beasts that had just breached the defenses simultaneously erupted in sprays of blood from their eyes. The energy bullets pierced through their eye sockets, destroyed their brains, and exited the other side, leaving fist-sized holes in their heads. The beasts didn't even have time to react before their massive bodies crashed into nearby structures, lifeless on the spot. What just happened? A frontline soldier, who had been about to forcefully summon his blood energy, froze in place. We didn't even make a move, so how did the beasts fall? Thanks to the energy gun's built-in silencing feature and the considerable distance, no one at the scene noticed where the shots had come from. Moments later, faint gunfire sounded again from other directions, and 7 more first-tier feral beasts collapsed, their vital points struck with deadly precision. Only then did a few sharp-eyed warriors notice Jiang Ji and his group standing on the distant platform. Seeing that the most critical areas of the battlefield were now under control, Jiang Ji finally lowered the energy gun and smiled with an air of calm confidence. What kind of weapon is this? Yin Chuan was momentarily stunned before his eyes lit up with awe. From the time Jiang Ji began observing to the moment he finished firing, the entire process had taken less than 10 seconds, during which he single-handedly took down 10 feral beasts. Yin Chuan was so shocked he was at a loss for words. Since when had first-tier mechanical creations become this powerful? The energy gun's astonishing performance was so overwhelming that he nearly overlooked Jiang Ji's extraordinary marksmanship. After Jiang Ji finished his detailed explanation of the Q1 energy rifle's capabilities, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up with fiery excitement. This weapon boasted a range of 200 meters and an astonishing firing rate of 1 shot per second, with no need to reload. Most impressive of all, it guaranteed a fatal blow to Tier 1 beasts, and even Tier 2 beasts would suffer severe injuries if struck in a vital spot. Is this really just a Tier 1 mechanical creation? Yin Chuan asked in disbelief. As someone who had witnessed the power of Tier 7 mechanical constructs, he knew full well that these specs were comparable to a Tier 3 weapon. To put this into perspective, the energy rifles crafted by the previous city lord upon his awakening could only inflict minor injuries on a Tier 1 beast and required precise shots to weaken the creatures before dealing the final blow. Yet Jiang Ji's Q1 energy rifle could achieve instant kills. This meant that, with accurate marksmanship, the wielder could eliminate 1 beast per second in rapid succession. Theoretically, that amounted to 3,600 beasts in an hour. Even factoring in real-world conditions and having the rate, it still meant over 1,000 beasts could be slain in just 1 hour. Yin Chuan's gaze fell on the neatly arranged energy rifles on the small cart, his voice trembling with excitement. Do all of these weapons possess the same power as the one in your hand? Yes, Zhang Ji replied with a confident smile. There are 106 Q1 energy rifles here. The city lord could form a precision shooting squad, equipping each member with one rifle. This would significantly alleviate the pressure of defending the city. It's a pity we're short on materials otherwise. If we armed every citizen, low-tier beast tides would no longer pose a threat to us. Ha ha ha, excellent. Yin Chuan, usually a stern and composed figure, clenched his fists in exhilaration. This is enough. These mechanical weapons are more than enough. Zhang Ji, you will be the hero of this beast tide. Though Jiang Ji lacked wartime experience and a broader perspective, Yin Chuan could already see the immense value of these weapons. Once deployed, the pressure from the beast tide would be reduced by 90. The rifles could easily take down scattered beasts from behind the protective barrier, and even in direct confrontations, he was confident they could hold their ground. The more Yin Chuan looked at Jiang Ji, the more impressed he became. He had initially believed that only a Tier 3 mechanic could bring hope to Disya City. But now, it was clear that everyone had underestimated Jiang Ji. The previous City Lord's achievements had misled them back then. The War Heaven City Lord only began to show his prowess at Tier 3 and became a battlefield legend after crafting the Doom Cannon at Tier 5. Yet Jiang Ji had created such a game-changing weapon in less than 3 hours. Yin Chuan assigned Jiang Ji to a vantage point that was both safe and offered a clear line of sight. He even summoned several elite warriors to protect him. While Tier 1 beasts posed no threat to Jiang Ji, high-tier beasts were still a concern. Losing such a talent would make Yin Chuan the eternal sinner of Disya City. Rest assured, once this beast tide is over, I will do everything in my power to gather more mechanical materials for you. With this promise, Yin Chuan hurried off, pushing the cart loaded with energy rifles to assemble the gunner squads. With Jiang Ji's weapons in play, the pressure on the city's 2 walls lessened dramatically. The sheer numbers of low-tier beasts were no longer a threat. High-tier warriors were freed up to focus on their equals, and the casualty rate among Tier 1 and Tier 2 defenders dropped significantly. Yin Chuan's 2 newly formed gunner squads were stationed at the most perilous sections of the wall. Their energy bullets swept through the masses, felling countless beasts before they could even reach the wall. The fallen bodies even served to slow down the beasts behind them. Every shot Jiang Ji fired resulted in a beast's death. On the rare occasion that a high-tier beast broke through, the elite guards protecting him swiftly took it down. To his surprise, Jiang Ji discovered that even when others used his rifles to kill beasts, he still earned a portion of the experience points. Since the battle began, his system notifications had been incessant. Killed a Tier 1 beast. Experience 100. A Tier 1 beast was killed using a mechanical weapon you crafted. Experience 10. Each beast Jiang Ji personally dispatched earned him 100 experience points, while kills made with his creations granted him a fraction of that. The potential for growth was staggering. When ferocious beasts were killed by others using energy guns, Jiang Ji was entitled to a tenth of the experience points. Though this proportion seemed meager, its significance grew exponentially due to the sheer number of beasts. On the battlefield, over 100 energy guns fired continuously, with dozens of first-tier beasts falling every second. Jiang Ji's experience points were soaring at a visible pace. Previously, he had been troubled by the lack of low-tier materials in the mechanical arsenal. Gaining experience solely through crafting mechanical parts was too slow, making the path to advancement a long and arduous journey. However, the current battle completely dispelled his concerns. Crafting an energy gun, including its components and finished product, earned him 700 experience points. This batch of energy guns alone had pushed his experience points to over 70,000. Even more thrilling was the fact that, in just a few minutes since joining the battle, he had gained over 10,000 experience points, with the number still climbing rapidly. If the beast tide persisted long enough, he might achieve an unprecedented feat awakening and advancing on the same day. The daunting threshold of 300,000 experience points suddenly seemed far less intimidating in the face of such momentum. As the city defense battle gradually stabilized, another storm was brewing in the wild. 12 blood-streaked figures rode spirit horses at full gallop, their spears swinging fiercely behind them. Each carried a large bundle on their back, faintly glowing with irregular light. These were piles of scattered meteorite fragments. Damn that 7th-tier beast, taking over the meteorite mine as its lair, roared Wang Lao, who was bringing up the rear. His armor was shattered, blood gushing from his wounds, with some areas even exposing the stark white of bone. Yet his coordination with his spirit horse remained flawless, skillfully launching relentless attacks behind him while maneuvering the horse to narrowly evade the snapping jaws of the pursuing creatures. Trailing the knights were at least 100 ferocious beasts in furious pursuit. Among them was one particularly massive figure, several times larger than the Othursa 7th-tier beast whose threat level surpassed that of all the other pursuers combined. Initially, the knights had reached the meteorite mine unimpeded, believing the area to be free of beast clans. However, the noise of their mining alerted the ferocious Black Wolf clan residing there. Leading the pack was the Black Wolf King, the 7th-tier beast, while the other pursuers were all at least 3rd-tier. The knights were immediately besieged by a ferocious assault. Fortunately, Wang Lao, a peak 6th-tier storm knight, managed to hold off the Black Wolf King, the greatest threat, allowing the group to break through the encirclement with the agility of their spirit horses. However, despite Wang Lao's formidable strength, he was still only a 6th-tier awakened individual. Holding his ground was already a struggle, let alone defeating the Black Wolf King. Now, with about 12 or 13 miles left to reach the city, the knights were all wounded. Even the spirit horses, formed from condensed spiritual energy, were showing signs of extreme exhaustion, their nostrils flaring and breaths heavy as they pushed themselves to their limits. The Black Wolf King charged again, its razor-sharp fangs gleaming coldly as it lunged straight for Elder Wang's throat. Elder Wang, having just fended off 2 6th-tier Black Wolf beasts, was utterly exhausted. Faced with this deadly attack, he had no time to raise his spear to block. In that critical moment, a knight's eyes flashed with determination. Twisting his spirit steed abruptly, he used the recoil from his lance, striking another beast to propel himself between the Black Wolf King and Elder Wang. The sound of flesh tearing followed as the knight, named Qin Feng, had his right arm, armor and all, severed cleanly by the Black Wolf King's fangs. Qin Feng, Elder Wang shouted anxiously. Despite the excruciating pain, Chen Feng's face bore a gratified smile. Trading an arm for the commander's life was worth it. Commander, watch out! It's coming again, he shouted as the Black Wolf King, having swallowed his severed arm, pounced once more. Elder Wang smelled the stench of blood drawing closer, and, seeing the grievous state of his loyal knight, was consumed by fury. Qin Feng's sacrifice had bought him precious time to recover. Steadying Qin Feng, Elder Wang let out a thunderous roar. Kill! Spear in hand, Elder Wang channeled all his storm energy into it, unleashing his 6th-tier ultimate technique, the Spear of the Storm. Fueled by his wrath, the strike surpassed his usual limits, momentarily reaching a 7th-tier level of power. The Black Wolf King, unable to evade, was struck square in the chest. A gaping wound burst open, and its massive body was sent flying over 10 meters. For the first time since its pursuit began, the Black Wolf King was injured by a mere 6th-tier ant. Its limited intelligence was overwhelmed with humiliation. Despite the blood pouring from its wound, the Black Wolf King roared in rage and charged again. Despair flickered in Elder Wang's eyes. His all-out strike had only inflicted a minor wound. Was this the insurmountable gap between the 6th and 7th tiers? Seeing the other knights preparing to emulate Chen Feng's self-sacrifice, Elder Wang immediately shouted, "Do not worry about me. Your mission is to escort the Starfall Stone back to the city. That is the Knight Order's command." Though grief-stricken, the knights obeyed, for the order of the Knight Order was absolute. They continued their retreat. As Elder Wang braced himself for a final stand, a searing sword light suddenly slashed across the Black Wolf King's body. Though it failed to penetrate the beast's hide, flames erupted and spread across its entire form, even igniting its previous wound. The compounded pain forced the Black Wolf King to halt its attack. "Good thing we made it in time," a voice called from behind. It was Yin Chuan, accompanied by 4 other formidable 6th-tier warriors radiating powerful auras. "Lord Yin is here. The commander is saved." Qin Feng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "These must be the Starfall Stones, right?" "Huh. I knew the Knight Order wouldn't let us down," Yin Chuan said with a pleased smile, noticing the cargo they carried. "Lord Yin, thank you," Elder Wang said solemnly, riding forward to express his gratitude. If not for Yin Chuan's timely arrival, he would have perished on the spot. Yin Chuan quickly stopped Wang Lao from speaking further. "No, it's me who should thank you, Wang Lao. You risked your lives to leave the city and search for the Stardust Stone. Compared to that, our small effort to meet you outside the city is nothing." His gaze turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. "Let's not dwell on this now. The priority is to deal with the current danger. We can talk more once we're back in the city." Zhang Ji has been waiting for quite some time. The 5 unscathed 6th-tier powerhouses, along with Wang Lao, all fixed their icy stares on the Black Wolf King. Notably, the flames on the Black Wolf King's body were still raging fiercely, showing no signs of extinguishing. Sensing 5 powerful auras on par with the one it had just faced, even the 7th-tier Black Wolf King couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. While it was indeed a 7th-tier beast, these humans were clearly not to be underestimated. From its previous experiences participating in beast-tide assaults on the city, it knew that a single 6th-tier human might not pose much of a threat. However, if 3 or more joined forces, they could definitely hold their ground against it. While its pack might be able to keep the other 2 humans occupied, the Black Wolf King had no confidence in swiftly eliminating the remaining 3 6th-tier fighters. Yin Chuan and the others were also well aware of the situation. They might be able to severely injure the Black Wolf King, but killing it outright was beyond their capabilities. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, knowing that continuing the fight would benefit neither party. With a deep, guttural growl, the Black Wolf King cast a final, hate-filled glare at the humans before decisively leading its pack away from the battlefield. Only then did Yin Xuan and his group breathe a sigh of relief. Remaining vigilant, they quickly began moving toward the west gate of Daxia City. Good thing that beast didn't fight us to the death, someone murmured. Let's go, back to the city. The beast tide is almost over. Truth be told, encountering a lone 7th-tier beast was a rare opportunity, and they had indeed considered trying to take it down. If they could successfully kill a 7th-tier beast while being a tier below, it would undoubtedly allow one of them to break through to the next level. However, with the ongoing threat of the beast tide, they had no choice but to abandon such a tempting idea. Over the years, many awakened individuals in Daxia City had been stuck at the 6th tier. It wasn't due to a lack of effort, but rather the extreme difficulty of advancing. To ascend to the 7th tier, one not only needed to accumulate an immense amount of experience, but also had to defeat a 7th-tier beast while being a tier below. Both conditions were mandatory, and only then could a human achieve 7th-tier status. While they had long met the experience requirement, the challenge of defeating a higher-tier beast remained an insurmountable obstacle. Because of this, Daxia City had only one 7th-tier awakened in recent years, the previous city lord. Crossing tier sits just too hard. After the Black Wolf King retreated, the knights finally returned to the grand city of Daxia. As the heavy city gates slowly closed and the energy shield once again enveloped the city, the tension that had gripped everyone eased at last. Exhaustion swept over them like a tidal wave. Wang Lao, the healers are already waiting for you. Go get treated first. I'll personally deliver the Starfall Stone to Jiang Ji, Yin Xuan said, addressing the battered knights. This trip beyond the city walls had left none of the 12 knights unscathed. All had suffered injuries to varying degrees. Chun Feng had lost an arm, and Wang Lao, having stayed behind to cover their retreat, was completely drained and gravely wounded. Thank you, City Lord. Wang Lao nodded in gratitude. After setting down the Starfall Stone, he led the group toward treatment. Once the knights had departed, the battle analyst hurried over. City Lord, the beast tide is retreating. So soon? Yin Xuan asked in surprise. The beast tide had only been raging for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Normally, such assaults lasted a full 3 hours. It's thanks to the Spear Corps, the analyst explained. Their kill efficiency far exceeded expectations. Yin Xuan immediately understood it must have been Jiang Ji's energy-charged rifles that made the critical difference. He wanted to inquire further, but remembered that delivering the Starfall Stone was more urgent. Instead, he gave new instructions. Since the beast tide is retreating, handle the post-battle tasks. Count the casualties, collect the beast carcasses, arrange for compensations, and prepare for any scattered counterattacks. Make sure everything is managed properly. Understood, the deputy replied. These duties were already second nature to him. On the city walls, the warriors began cleaning up the battlefield of their own accord. Survivors felt a wave of relief but mourned their fallen comrades. Some of the younger, hot-blooded fighters wanted to pursue the retreating beasts, but the veterans quickly stopped them. Venturing out without long-range fire support was tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, at the Spear Corps' position, gunfire continued to echo. One by one, the retreating beasts fell, completely unprepared for the onslaught. Other warriors couldn't help but look on enviously. The gunners boasted about their kill counts, which ranged from several hundred to over 1,000. One master marksman had even taken down more than 3,000 beasts, leaving everyone in awe. As the mastermind behind this success, Jiang Ji had already left the battlefield. His position near the city wall allowed him to target only scattered beasts, resulting in a personal tally of just over 200 kills. Although he had gained a significant amount of experience through the distribution system, he was still 14,000 experience points short of advancing to the next level. This left him slightly disappointed, so he decided to return to the mechanical workshop to see if crafting new components could help bridge the gap. If not for the fact that high-tier awakened individuals in the Spear Corps received reduced experience for slaying lower-tier beasts and that some warriors provided no experience at all, Jiang Ji could have gained much more. Even so, earning over 200,000 experience points in an hour was more than enough to leave him satisfied. Jiang Ji pushed the wheelchair, guiding Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling back to the mechanical workshop, only to run into Yin Xuan and his group Heaton. What immediately caught Jiang Ji's attention was the items in their hands. Even though they were wrapped in fabric, he could sense with certainty that they were star meteorites. His eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected stroke of fortune. City Lord, are these star meteorites taken from the city's reserves? Jiang Ji picked up one and examined it closely, confirming it as one of the critical materials needed to repair the demon fall cannon. Yin Xuan chuckled, his tone lighthearted. Haha, that's not for you to worry about. Just tell Mechan you fixed the demon fall cannon with these stones? He deliberately avoided mentioning the knight's expedition outside the city, not wanting to burden Jiang Ji with unnecessary concerns. Of course. No problem at all. Zhang Ji replied confidently. All the other materials are ready. With these star meteorites, I guarantee the Demonfall cannon will be back in action before the second wave of beasts arrives tomorrow. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. If he could gain some experience points from the beasts the cannon would take down, there was a real chance he could soon break through to the third tier. Hearing this, Yin Chuan beamed with joy. That's great. Tomorrow, the glory of the mechanics will shine once more. Noticing Jiang Ji's eagerness, he added with a hint of concern, Jiang Ji, make sure to pace yourself. Don't push too hard. Everyone else is giving it their all. How can I rest? Jiang Ji shook his head resolutely. Uncle Yin, leave this to me. You have more pressing matters to handle. Yin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected this young man to be even more driven than himself. Turning to the soldiers accompanying him, he instructed, stay here and assist Jiang Ji. If he needs anything, report to me immediately. With the star meteorites in hand, Jiang Ji dove straight into his work. Despite the inconvenience of his wheelchair, he remained laser-focused on devising a repair plan for the Demonfall cannon. Quietly, he began to map out his next steps once he advanced to the third tier. He would design a powered exoskeleton to finally overcome his mobility challenges. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan returned to the meeting room, where Chun-Li, Xiao Jun, and other senior commanders of the defense corps were already waiting. These were the elite fighters of Great Xia City, all 5th tier or higher. Though they had cleaned up quickly, the lingering scent of blood from the battlefield still clung to them. Let's hear the battle report, Yin Chuan said as he took his seat. Analyst Lu Huai opened his record book and began to recount. In the year 5012 of the ancient calendar, at 8 a.m., the 67th beast tide struck. The scale of the attack reached level 5. Over 1,000 third-tier beasts were present, including 100 5th-tier and 300 4th-tier beasts. The second-tier beasts numbered around 10,000, while first-tier beasts were conservatively estimated to exceed 1 million. We deployed a force of 300,000 soldiers, 100,000 each for the vanguard, reserves, and logistics. During the 2 hours and 50 minutes of combat, we lost 94 soldiers and had 420 wounded in the ranged weapon phase. Once it shifted to close combat, casualties rose sharply, with 761 dead and nearly 4,000 injured. The room fell silent, save for the collective sharp intake of breath. His show, could the casualties be so severe? And this is just the first day. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Yin Chuan was reporting the casualty data from the city defense battle, and every number made those present feel a pang of unease. Even with the protection of the energy shield, and only dealing with the occasional beasts climbing the walls, the casualties among the defenders were still staggering. Without the shield to face the full brunt of the beast tide, the death toll would likely have been dozens of times higher. This casualty rate alone ranked in the middle tier compared to previous beast tide sieges. This is war, Yin Chuan said coldly. As the commander, he had to maintain a facade of composure to avoid shaking the morale of his troops, but every fallen comrade weighed heavily on his heart. After giving the others a moment to process the data, Yin Chuan continued his report. This city defense battle consumed 0.7 of our ammunition reserves, 1 missile, and an uncountable number of melee weapons were destroyed. He paused before moving on to the enemy casualties. Our forces in Xia City successfully eliminated 320,000 beasts, including 7 5th-tier beasts, over 10,000 4th, 3rd, and 2nd-tier beasts, with the rest being 1st-tier. In addition, the missile injured a 7th-tier demonic beast. A 7th-tier demonic beast? The realization dawned on the group. No wonder the beast's combat strength surged, leading to such heavy casualties on our side. That distorted magical sound, earlier we assumed it was caused by a 6th-tier demonic beast. Suddenly, someone noticed a discrepancy in the numbers. Wait a minute, 320,000? That can't be right. Without group combat awakeners, how could we possibly kill that many beasts? The number of beasts that broke through the energy shield and climbed the walls couldn't have been more than 100,000. Even with the effects of our firearms and the contributions of some long-range awakeners, we could only have killed 50,000 to 100,000 at most. That alone would have been considered a major victory. Yin Chuan nodded slightly. Regarding that, I was just about to explain. 2 hours into the beast tide, Jiang Ji brought us a batch of mechanical weapons. Jiang Ji? Someone asked, puzzled. Isn't he the one who just awakened as a mechanic today? Did he repair the weapons left behind by War Sky City's former lord? But he's only a first-tier mechanic. How could he create anything powerful enough to make a difference? Although there was no intention to belittle him, based on past experience, the capabilities of first-tier mechanical weapons were indeed limited. No, you're mistaken. Yin Chuan's tone was firm as his gaze swept across everyone present. At first, I thought the same as you, but Jiang Ji's demonstration completely changed my perspective. The performance of the Q1 energy rifle far exceeded my expectations. It is precisely because of this weapon that we achieved such a resounding victory in this battle. He motioned for his subordinates to bring forth one of the energy rifles crafted by Jiang Ji and began to explain its functions in detail. As soon as he finished, a wave of shock spread across the faces of those in the room, their reactions even more intense than Yin Chuan's initial discovery. City Lord, is this true? Someone stammered, their eyes wide with disbelief. Do you think I joke about something like this? Yin Chuan frowned in response. Lu Huai promptly added, after receiving Jiang Ji's energy rifles, the city lord immediately formed a squad of 100 riflemen. In this recent beast-tide battle, the riflemen alone directly killed 180,000 beasts and injured over 50,000 more. Thanks to this, the vanguard was able to complete the cleanup with ease. More importantly, with the riflemen's support, our casualty rate dropped to the minimum. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have increased by at least 30. The conference room fell into a dead silence, broken only by the faint sound of breathing. Everyone was overwhelmed by the staggering implications. Just 100 people, armed with mechanical weapons, had managed to kill 180,000 beasts? Even if most of them were first-tier beasts, this level of achievement was beyond imagination. To put it into perspective, even a fifth-tier fighter, facing defenseless first-tier beasts, would typically exhaust themselves after killing 300. Those capable of taking down 500 or 600 would already be considered legends in Disya City. And now, a low-tier awakener with decent marksmanship could use an energy rifle to kill over 700 beasts in an hour. 100 riflemen could take down 180,000. If everyone in Disya City were equipped with one of these rifles, the thought was too overwhelming to consider. Wouldn't this mean that for beast tides below the third tier, Disya City wouldn't even need to activate its energy shield and could achieve a flawless victory? Yin Chuan continued. Lu Huai left out one important detail. The Awakeners in the Rifleman squad who use the energy rifles to kill beasts can also register these kills as personal achievements and gain experience points. After this beast tide, quite a few of them have already advanced to the next tier. A collective gasp filled the room. So, if higher-tier mechanical weapons, say, 6th or 7th tier are developed in the future, could they enable cross-tier kills and fulfill the conditions for advancing from 6th to 7th tier? A 6th-tier warrior asked, his voice trembling. They had used mechanical weapons from the previous city lord before, but they had never seen results like this. For those stuck at bottlenecks for years, the energy rifle represented a glimmer of hope. If this idea became a reality, it could herald the rise of a new wave of 7th-tier warriors in Disya City. I can't say for sure. Yin Chuan shook his head. We'll have to wait and see if Jiang Ji himself can advance quickly. Time will tell. City Lord, can Jiang Ji, the young mechanic, make more energy rifles? Isn't a squad of 100 riflemen far too few? Someone asked eagerly. Compared to the distant prospect of 7th-tier breakthroughs, the immediate concern of having more rifles seemed far more pressing. Seeing the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Yin Chuan was about to respond when Lu Huai interjected, "We're short on materials. The mechanical supplies left by the previous city lord were only enough to produce these rifles." Materials? That's all? City lord, just give us a list, and I'll lead a team to gather them outside the city right away. Exactly, I'll join the search too. There are so many resource points outside the city, we just need to reclaim them. The room buzzed with excitement as people volunteered one after another, their enthusiasm palpable. Bang! Yin Chuan struck the table sharply. Calm down. Go outside the city? Who's going to defend against tomorrow's beast tide? Why not just hand Disya City over to the beasts while you're at it? The room fell silent as the crowd was reminded of their precarious situation. Awkward smiles spread as they tried to diffuse the tension. All right, Yin Chuan said, distributing a stack of documents he had prepared in advance. This is the materials list for manufacturing the Q1 energy rifle. Gather your teams immediately and start searching within the city. The materials for first-tier weapons aren't particularly rare. Aside from what's stored in the mechanical depot, there should be some stockpiles elsewhere. Once you collect anything, deliver it directly to the mechanical depot for Jiang Ji to use. As for leaving the city, well discussed that after the beast tide is over. To ensure there was no confusion, he had even asked Jiang Ji to include illustrations in the list. Understood. As soon as we gather the materials, we'll deliver them to the young mechanic. The crowd responded in unison. Some people had already started fantasizing about the results. A 100-man squad wiped out 180,000 enemies. If we double that, it would be 360,000. If we form a 1,000-man team, the first-tier beasts in a level 5 beast tide wouldn't even be enough to kill. The discussions buzzed with excitement. Yin Chuan waved his hand, cutting off their musings. Leave the logistics to you all. Don't let it interfere with tomorrow's preparations to fend off the beast tide. A slight smirk crept onto his lips. Oh, by the way, let me give you a little teaser. Jiang Ji has a big surprise for us tomorrow. A big surprise? Could there really be something even better than the energy guns? Come on, City Lord, spill it. Everyone's eyes lit up with curiosity. Yin Chuan merely cast them a glance before turning to leave with Lu Huai in tow. That damn Yin brat is such a tease. Someone cursed indignantly after Yin Chuan had walked away. The energy guns had already left everyone in awe, and the thought of an even greater surprise from the mechanic had everyone itching with anticipation. Exactly. I even used to spank his but when he was a kid, and now he's keeping secrets from us. Ha, the nerve. All right, enough chatter. Let's get moving and sort out the rest of the arrangements. Not far off, Yin Chuan heard their remarks, his forehead twitching with frustration. If it weren't for the fact that some of them were indeed his elders, he might have gone back and given them a taste of his flaming greatsword. Beside him, Lu Huai struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, somewhere out in the wilderness, a triangular-headed demon beast glared menacingly at the brightly lit Disya city in the distance, its eyes brimming with hatred. That missile had not only knocked it down to the 6th tier, but also stripped it of its authority within the group. It couldn't even command 7th tier beasts anymore. Its original plan had been to sustain the beast tide for 5 days, escalating from the 5th tier to the 7th, gradually overwhelming the humans and forcing the fledgling mechanic to reveal himself. But now, without the ability to command 7th tier beasts, half of its plan had already unraveled. It regretted its earlier hesitation. If it had known things would turn out this way, it would have acted decisively instead of foolishly hoping the humans would surrender on their own. With no 7th tier beasts as its trump card, tomorrow would mark the final battle of this beast tide. Determined, it resolved to pour everything it had into the fight, mobilizing all the 6th tier beasts under its command to breach Disya City's defenses and exact vengeance for the missile strike. The weapons the humans had used today left it puzzled. Their characteristics bore a striking resemblance to mechanical creations, raising doubts in its mind. Was that person from 3 years ago really dead? While such weapons were ineffective against it, the mass slaughter of 1st tier beasts was alarming, faintly reminding it of the battlefield Grim Reaper's once feared reputation. As for whether the new mechanic was responsible for this, the thought never crossed its mind. What could a mere 1st tier mechanic possibly accomplish? It silently cursed the old geezers and its clan. If only they'd stopped holding back and acted sooner, these humans would have been our feast long ago. The atmosphere in Dasha City was tense, charged with preparations for the impending second wave of the beast horde. Everyone within the city was busy readying themselves, though none were aware that the Abyssal demons had decided to launch a full-scale assault the following day. Throughout the city, awakened individuals were taking turns resting in 2-hour shifts. However, the healers among the awakened had no such respite. They worked tirelessly, racing against time to treat the wounded, hoping to get more warriors ready to return to the battlefield by morning. Meanwhile, the spear-wielding troops were engaged in relentless training. The rushed battle earlier in the day had led to significant ammunition waste, and they understood that even a slight improvement in marksmanship could mean slaying one more beast tomorrow. In the early hours of the morning, Jang sat in his wheelchair, meticulously inspecting the demon-fall cannon with the help of 2 soldiers. After 3 hours of relentless effort, the powerful weapon was finally restored. While its exterior appeared unchanged, all the damaged internal components had been replaced. If not for the limited ammunition reserves, Jang would have tested it immediately. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the skill of crafting 5th tier ammunition, and the existing shells for the demon-fall cannon had to be conserved for tomorrow's battle. Nonetheless, with his mechanical dominion talent, Jang was intimately familiar with the weapon's state and was confident it could unleash its full power when the time came. Take a break, brothers, Jang said, sensing the fatigue creeping in after the inspection. The 2 soldiers immediately sank to the ground, gasping for air. Over the past 3 hours, they had been hauling materials, assembling components, and assisting with adjustments, leaving them utterly exhausted. Gazing at Jang who had been leading the repair process, their eyes were filled with admiration. After all, a 1st tier awakened individual managing to repair a high-tier weapon was a testament to his extraordinary determination and skill. 15 minutes later, Jang looked up and checked on the 2 soldiers. They quickly stood and assured him they were ready to continue, though the fatigue etched on their faces was unmistakable. Around the same time, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, the brother and sister duo who had dozed off from exhaustion, woke up and hurriedly apologized to Jang for their lapse. Jang smiled and reassured them, urging them to rest further. However, the siblings insisted on helping. Relenting, he assigned them the task of sorting materials, just as they had done earlier in the day. By now, a large shipment of materials for crafting energy guns had arrived, some sourced from within the city, others salvaged from the carcasses of slain beasts. The supply was even more abundant than the reserves in the mechanical depot. Without delay, Jang began producing energy guns. Drawing on the experience he had gained in the morning, his movements were now smooth and efficient. The 4 of them worked in sync, barely able to keep up with his rapid production pace. When the 15th energy gun was completed, Jang suddenly heard a sound resembling shattering glass. In that moment, he felt a profound transformation sweep through him. A notification from the system confirmed that he had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. As soon as the ascension was complete, Jiang Ji immediately opened his personal status panel. Jiang Ji, a second-tier mechanic, was intently examining his latest ability panel. His basic attributes remained unchanged: Strength 1, Intelligence Max Infinite, Constitution 1, and Agility 1. These numbers were of little importance to him, as his true power stemmed from his mechanical creations. With his promotion to the second tier, his mechanical arsenal expanded to include 3 powerful pieces of equipment: the Q1 charged gun, the mini self-destruct robot, the charged cannon, and the unmanned recon drone. Jiang Ji was already well-versed in the principles behind their construction, and while he had previously been limited by his tier, he could now begin production immediately as long as he had the necessary materials. The mini self-destruct robot is a sophisticated tactical weapon. This small, inconspicuous mechanical creation automatically locks onto threatening targets and detonates itself. Even in its standard state, its explosive power is considerable. When enhanced by Jiang Ji's unique 10-fold amplification ability, its blast radius extends to 10 meters, with enough power to instantly obliterate a second-tier beast, earning it the nickname Portable Doom Cannon. The charged cannon, on the other hand, is an upgraded version of the charged gun, replacing energy bullets with energy shells. Even without amplification, a single shell is sufficient to take down a second-tier beast. With the 10-fold amplification, it can even annihilate the vital points of a third-tier beast with one shot. However, this weapon has its limitations. Its ammunition capacity is restricted to 8 rounds, each requiring 10 seconds to charge, and its range is only about 80 meters. Despite these drawbacks, it offers first-tier awakeners the chance to challenge third-tier beasts. From Jiang Ji's perspective, the most strategically valuable piece of equipment is the unmanned recon drone. After years of isolation in Disya City, knowledge of the outside world was virtually non-existent. This reconnaissance tool not only streams real-time visuals from the wild, but can also be paired with the mini self-destruct robot to carry out high-risk surprise attacks. Of course, this face-to-face explosion tactic consumes significant resources and is only viable when materials are abundant. In just 2 hours, Jiang Ji and his team managed to produce over 140 more energy guns. Adding this to the daytime production, there were now nearly 250 weapons neatly lined up in front of the workbench. He promptly instructed the soldiers to notify Yin Xuan to send someone to retrieve them, preparing to reinforce the spear-wielding troops for tomorrow's battle. Unexpectedly, Yin Xuan came in person, carrying several steaming hot meals in his hands. Upon seeing Jiang Ji's slightly fatigued face, he frowned and said, "Kid, are you made of iron? Don't you ever get tired? You're pushing yourself too hard. Here, eat something first." "Ah, just in time. I am a bit hungry." "Thanks, Uncle Yin." Jiang Ji took the food and began eating heartily. As an awakened being, he still felt hunger, though he had been suppressing it while working. Seeing him finally eat, Yin Xuan was relieved and walked over to inspect the pile of energy guns. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. "Kid, you're something else. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You actually managed to make over 100 more. This means tomorrow we'll have 250 spear-wielding troops. Those first-tier beasts are in for it. By the way, how's the demon fall cannon?" "Already repaired," Jiang Ji replied with a mouthful of food. "I've counted there are 27 rounds of ammunition for the demon fall cannon. That's enough to handle a wave of beasts." "Excellent. Tomorrow will be a tough day for those beasts." Yin Xuan clapped his hands in excitement. "After this battle, you'll be the top hero of Dasha City." The 2 soldiers present, along with Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, straightened their backs with pride. They had been involved in the entire production process, so they naturally shared in the credit. As Yin Xuan was about to leave, Jiang Ji quickly stopped him and handed him a materials list. "Wait a moment, Uncle Yin. Could you help me gather these? I need them to build something new." Yin Xuan glanced at the list. "These are second-tier materials, right? Are you saying you can create something other than energy guns?" "I've leveled up. These are for making components for second-tier mechanical weapons." "Wait, what? You've leveled up?" Yin Xuan's eyes widened in shock. "Didn't you just awaken this morning? It hasn't even been 24 hours yet." Jiang Ji directly displayed his attribute panel. After reading it, Yin Xuan looked dazed and couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn, kid, you really are a genius. I'm starting to believe you might actually lead Dasha City out of the beast siege and fulfill the hope of returning to the old lands." Jiang Ji was slightly puzzled. Without the 300,000 experience points granted by his mechanical dominator talent, what was so surprising about leveling up in one day? Jumping 4 or 5 tiers in a single day now, that would be impressive. Even as he left, Yin Xuan kept muttering about Jiang Ji's onady level up. He only snapped out of it after walking some distance and reminded, "Kid, make sure to balance work and rest. Don't collapse at your workbench." After finishing his meal, Jiang Ji began inventorying the second-tier materials in the mechanical repository. While the materials for the 3 new mechanical creations were all present, the quantities were insufficient. He realized that as he advanced to the third tier, materials would become even scarcer, so preparations for gathering resources outside the city needed to be made in advance. After sorting the materials as usual, he instructed Zhou Ming and the others to help collect more, then started crafting second-tier mechanical creations. During the process, he checked his experience bar and found that advancing from the second to the third tier required 900,000 experience points. He couldn't help but feel relieved that each tier only required 3 times more experience than the last. If it were tenfold, accumulating billions of experience points in the later stages would be a nightmare unless he could claim an entire beast wave for himself. For now, though, 900,000 experience points seemed insignificant to him, even if it might be a daunting number for other awakened beings. The beast tide expected tomorrow alone might be enough to push his experience bar halfway forward. Advancing to the next level could well be a matter of just a few major battles. As the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the walls of Disya City, illuminating the fortress radiating an aura of iron and blood. On the plaza in front of the city walls, several massive battalions were already lined up in orderly formations, ready and waiting to confront the second wave of the beast tide. At the very front stood around 200 men. Their expressions varied. These individuals were soldiers who had wavered under the corrupting influence of the demonic magic the previous day. They had been specifically chosen by Yin Xuan as targets to root out potential threats for Jiang Ji. Yin Xuan cast a complex gaze over the group and spoke in a deep, resolute voice. In Desya City, we have no place for cowards, nor for those who would betray their comrades. Though the twisted magic of the demons may have swayed your minds, your lack of resolve is your own failing. In light of your past contributions, I'm offering you a chance to atone for your mistakes. Today you will serve as the vanguard of the vanguard. Survive, and your sins will be forgiven. Fall, and it will be fate deciding your end. Among the 200, some lowered their heads in shame, while others showed fear on their faces. Yet at this moment, they had no options and dared not resist. Turning to face the army, Yin Xuan raised his voice so all could hear. Disya City fights. We fight to the death. Even if it means shedding our last drop of blood, we will never abandon a single comrade, nor will we stoop to disgraceful compromises. If anyone harbors treachery again, there will be no chance for redemption. Better to take your own life than to burden others. His words echoed through every corner, and the soldiers raised their weapons high, shouting in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight! We fight! To the death!" In an instant, a tidal wave of morale surged through the ranks. After delivering his rallying speech, Yin Xuan led the march toward the city walls. Behind him, a flood of soldiers followed, climbing onto the walls one after another. Their eyes were sharp and unwavering, fixed on the horizon, prepared to confront any sign of the approaching beasts. The massive doors of the machinery depot slowly opened, revealing Jiang Ji's figure. Even from a great distance, the imposing aura of the 300,000 strong army preparing for battle near the city walls was awe-inspiring. Beneath Jiang Ji's wheelchair, a dozen small, second-tier self-detonating robots were neatly lined up. Each robot was about the size of a palm, equipped with 4 rolling wheels and metallic antennae on top. Though they lacked facial features, they possessed basic intelligence. Due to their limited numbers, Jiang Ji temporarily used them as mobile aids, replacing the manual effort of Zhou Ming's 2 children in pushing his wheelchair. Hovering beside Jiang Ji were 4 spherical drones, another of his mechanical inventions. By wearing a paired observation visor, he could control them effortlessly and share their visual perspective, essentially granting him extra eyes. On a small cart next to him, over 40 newly crafted energy cannons were neatly arranged. This was the maximum output the current resources of the machinery depot could support. With materials exhausted, Jiang Ji was finally able to rest for a couple of hours, relieving some of his fatigue. An hour earlier, Yin Xuan had sent people to transport the demon fall cannon to the city walls. Jiang Ji and his team soon arrived at the position they had defended the previous day. With both energy guns and energy cannons providing dual protection, his decision to join the battle was no longer met with strong opposition. These weapons gave him sufficient means of self-defense, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary third-tier beast to approach him. This batch of energy cannons was assigned to the 30 most skilled soldiers in the Rifle Corps, forming a specialized artillery unit. These powerful weapons, capable of killing third-tier beasts, filled the selected soldiers with excitement. They eagerly anticipated achieving new breakthroughs in the day's battle. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distance. Smoke and dust billowed into the air as blood-soaked, scorched earth was trampled underfoot. The second wave of the beast horde had arrived. Yin Xuan squinted into the distance, his gaze fixed on the horizon where a dark mass emerged. As the horde drew closer, the terrifying forms of countless ferocious beasts came into view. Sharp fangs, grotesque and massive bodies, and crimson eyes that exuded menace. Yet the seasoned soldiers, hardened by previous battles, remained unfazed, their expressions resolute. The clinking sound of weapons being drawn filled the air as the warriors stood ready. The commanders closely monitored the advancing horde, and when the beasts entered the 100-meter attack range, a decisive order rang out: fire. In an instant, the prepped heavy weaponry unleashed a torrent of firepower, the artillery raining destruction upon the horde. Ammunition poured down, creating a storm of carnage among the beasts. Packed tightly together, the creatures had no room to evade. Within the blast zones, the beasts were torn apart, their blood staining the already charred ground. At the same time, awakened fighters utilized their unique abilities, launching volleys of arrows, fireballs, magic, and elemental attacks. Among them was Jiangji's acquaintance, Su Shuangyue, an ice elementalist of the first tier. With every wave of her hand, she unleashed widespread frost that froze all first-tier beasts within a 5-meter radius. Her ice attacks, combined with the artillery's firepower, created a devastating dual assault of ice and fire. The initial wave of firepower suppression from the Great Xia City forces achieved remarkable results, temporarily halting the advance of the beast horde. However, compared to the massive size of the horde, the number of fallen beasts was negligible. As more beasts surged forward, the battle line gradually pushed closer to the city walls. Unlike the previous day, the riflemen wielding energy guns replaced close combat under the protection of energy shields. Using the shields and cover to their advantage, they fired precise shots that struck their targets with deadly accuracy. Since the early waves were primarily composed of first-tier beasts, the energy guns proved to be highly effective, showcasing their full potential. The results were astonishing. A mere battalion of 250 gunners had flawlessly taken control of the entire wall. In just 15 minutes, not a single ferocious beast managed to breach the shield and ascend the wall. Most of the beasts attempting to climb were shot down with pinpoint accuracy before even reaching the edge of the shield. Damn, that's incredible. The gunners couldn't help but exclaim. These energy guns are absolutely unbeatable. But the real hero is still the Mechanist, Zhang San remarked sincerely. One person turned the tide of the battle. Truly admirable. On the wall, many soldiers gazed at the newly advanced members of the gunners with envy in their eyes. When we get back, I'm going to train my marksmanship and try to join the gunner battalion, someone resolved silently. In front of the wall, a few soldiers stood on guard with large blades in hand, but no beasts dared to approach. Why does it feel like we're not needed anymore? One of them muttered quietly. Huh, are you seriously complaining about that? Would you rather fight for your life against those beasts? A comrade teased with a laugh. I was just saying, the first soldier replied sheepishly. The commander's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Don't celebrate too early. So far, we've only seen first-tier beasts. When the higher-tier ones attack, it'll be your turn to step up. Stay alert. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. No sooner had the words left his mouth than larger, second and third-tier beasts began to emerge from the swarm. 30 artillery soldiers quickly took their positions alongside the gunners, their energy cannons aimed at the advancing third-tier beasts. Among them stood the renowned firearms master who had slain 3,000 beasts the day before, wielding a massive energy cannon with a 10-centimeter caliber. The firearms master calmly took aim, firing a perfectly round energy projectile that streaked through the air and struck a third-tier beast attempting to climb the wall. With an earth-shaking explosion, the beast's chest was blown open, killing it instantly. The power of this second-tier mechanical weapon far surpassed that of the energy guns. Whoa, has the Mechanist come up with another invention? It can even take down third-tier beasts in one shot? The gunners stared in awe, their energy guns suddenly feeling inadequate. The firearms master cast a cool glance at them. If you're weak, just train harder. Who knows? Maybe one day, the Mechanist will recognize you, too. The deafening roar of artillery shells filled the air as the Awakened launched their dazzling attacks, painting the sky with vibrant bursts of light. Thick smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder hung heavily over the battlefield. Coordinating seamlessly, 30 artillerymen and 250 riflemen once again managed to hold back the surging tide of beasts at the foot of the city walls. Yin Xuan and the other high-ranking officials of Xia watched the scene with exhilaration. Over the course of this 30-minute beast tide assault, not a single life was lost within Xia City. There were not even any injuries. Such an unprecedented outcome was a first in the city's history. Unanimously, their gazes turned toward Jiang Jai, the young engineer whose innovations had made this miracle possible. His efforts had rightfully earned him the title of Heart of Xia. City Lord, the Doom Cannon is ready for deployment, Lu Huai reported as he approached. Yin Chuan gestured dismissively. No Tier 4 beasts have appeared yet. Using a weapon of that magnitude on lower-tier beasts would be a waste. Wait until the main force of this beast tide is fully within our sights. That will be the moment for the cannon to shine. In the meantime, notify the Tier 5 and above warriors to prepare. Once the Doom Cannon has done its work, we will immediately head out to eliminate the remaining Tier 5 beasts and completely dismantle the tide's high-tier forces. Understood, Lu Huai replied before hurrying off. Not far away, Jiang Ji was operating 4 remote control drones, which soared into the sky to survey the battlefield. Through his observation equipment, he took in the performance of the riflemen and artillerymen, a proud smile spreading across his face. As a young innovator, seeing his creations play such a pivotal role filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment, so much so that his own experience points surged, exceeding 1/10 of the total needed for his next breakthrough. Nearby, young Zhou Ling clung nervously to his sleeve. Despite having witnessed a battle the previous day, the sheer scale of this conflict left her visibly shaken. In contrast, Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had spent every spare moment the night before practicing his marksmanship, eager to meet Jiang Ji's standards and earn a charged rifle to contribute to the defense of Disya City. Even now, unarmed, he was intently studying the rifleman's techniques. A Tier 4 beast has appeared. A cry from the battlefield signaled the arrival of high-tier beasts. These creatures were nearly impervious to damage, and the charged artillery had little effect on them. The artillerymen shifted their focus back to clearing out the lower-tier beasts, ensuring that the city's elite warriors could face the stronger foes without distraction. 40 minutes into the beast-tide assault, some creatures finally breached the energy barrier and reached the city walls. The Tier 4 human warriors, who had been standing by, sprang into action. Though casualties were inevitable in close combat, most of the injured were swiftly evacuated to the rear for treatment. With the riflemen and artillerymen providing suppressive fire, the warriors could focus entirely on the high-tier beasts, minimizing losses. Lu Huai, leveraging his battlefield analysis skills, provided real-time updates on the beast tide's progression. Tier 4 beasts now exceed 1,000 and are increasing rapidly. 3,000 Tier 4 confirmed. Tier 5 and Tier 6 beasts are also emerging. What? Over 100 Tier 6? It seems even the masterminding aberrant demons intend to settle this once and for all. Yin Chuan's expression grew serious as he gazed into the distance. Compile the final tally. 3,000 Tier 4, 1,000 Tier 5, and over 100 Tier 6. 5 minutes have passed, and initial analysis suggests Tier 6 is the highest tier present. No Tier 7 beasts detected. No Tier 7? A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Chuan's face. If that's the case, our losses will undoubtedly be reduced even further. Lu Huai nodded. It seems we were correct. After falling in rank, the aberrant demon behind this tide can no longer control beasts of a higher tier than itself. However, mobilizing over 100 Tier 6 beasts still makes this a formidable challenge for us. Yin Chuan let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand. Deploy the Doom Cannon. A mere 100 Tier 6 beasts? Without the interference of lower-tier creatures, our invincible Tier 6 warriors in Disya City will wipe them out completely. Yes, sir. Lu Huai responded with an eager grin, hurrying off to oversee the preparations. By now, the battle on the city walls had reached a fever pitch. The arrival of high-tier beasts had put immense pressure on the riflemen and artillerymen. Below the walls, the beast tide had reached its peak density, with creatures swarming like ants, barely 2 meters apart, blanketing the ground in a writhing mass. At that moment, a massive artillery platform was slowly pushed into position at the most advantageous vantage point on the wall. A group of soldiers carried Jiang Ji over to the platform, setting the stage for the next phase of the battle. Last night, Jiang Ji had already made it clear to Yin Chuan that the Oblivion Cannon must be operated by him personally. It wasn't just because his unparalleled mechanical expertise made him the most suitable operator in Disya City, but more crucially, he needed to test a critical hypothesis. If it were possible to gain experience points by slaying beasts using high-level weapons crafted by others, he might just achieve a breakthrough to Tier 3 today. He was well aware that his path to advancing tiers was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Once he ascended to a higher tier, he was confident he could single-handedly put an end to the beast tide. For this reason, he was unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity to amass a massive amount of experience points. As a mechanic, it was his responsibility to personally operate the Oblivion Cannon and bring an end to the beast tide. There was no one else who could shoulder this burden. At this moment, Jiang Ji was meticulously performing a final inspection of the Oblivion Cannon. 4 remote control drones had already taken to the skies, continuously transmitting real-time visual data of the optimal bombardment positions. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he gave the command to load the ammunition. Lu Huai and Yin Chuan sprang into action immediately, assisting him personally. They retrieved ammunition from the storage crates and carefully loaded it into the magazine of the Oblivion Cannon. Jiang Ji then took his position, precisely adjusting the cannon's angle based on the data from the drones. The battlefield had reached a critical juncture. High-tier beasts had broken through to the midline, unleashing earth-shaking roars as they advanced toward the city walls. At the rear, a sinister demon was manipulating its eerie powers to orchestrate the beast tide. Under its command, nearly 300 Tier 4 beasts had gathered in a tight formation, led by 3 Tier 6 and dozens of Tier 5 beasts. Together, they formed an unstoppable vanguard, pushing past the low-tier beast horde and heading straight for the city's gunner battalions on the walls. Now's the time. Jiang Ji seized the perfect moment and pressed the activation button without hesitation. Instantly, an overwhelming and suffocating aura of power erupted from the Oblivion cannon. Even before the projectile was launched, the sheer destructive force radiating from the weapon made everyone present acutely aware of the looming threat of death. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire shot into the sky. Accompanied by a piercing, whistling sound, the shell had already landed precisely on its target before anyone could react. The deafening explosion that followed seemed to momentarily silence the world, only for an unstoppable wave of destruction to surge forth in its wake. High above, a colossal mushroom cloud began to rise slowly. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward from the epicenter, striking every beast within a 100-meter radius with the full, terrifying might of the mechanical weapon. On the city walls, the soldiers felt the searing heat wave rushing toward them. Staring at the towering column of fire in stunned silence, one of them muttered, What kind of weapon is this?" Everyone was frozen in place, utterly speechless as the devastating power of the cannon left them in awe. The destructive power of the meteoric demon shell was beyond imagination. Even cities hundreds of meters away could feel the shockwave reverberating through the air. At the center of the explosion, the extreme heat instantly obliterated everything, leaving nothing but emptiness. Within the ranks of the high-tier beasts, hundreds of Tier 4 creatures were vaporized by the searing heat wave before they could even react, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Moments later, even the Tier 5 beasts only managed to withstand the force for a fleeting instant before succumbing to the terror and vanishing into nothingness. Within a 100-meter radius of the impact zone, countless lower-tier beasts were caught off guard and torn apart by the residual shockwaves. A single shell had cleared the entire area within 100 meters of all beasts, annihilating tens of thousands of lower-tier creatures. Even those outside the immediate radius were not spared, as the shockwaves inflicted severe injuries, leaving them with less than half their combat strength. As the smoke and dust settled, only 3 blood-soaked Tier 6 beasts remained on the battlefield. Their eyes, filled with primal fear, revealed that they had lost the will to fight. The devastation caused by this single strike rivaled the total number of beasts slain in all previous wars combined. The meteoric demon cannon had undoubtedly earned its title as the 5th-tier battlefield sweeper. Reload. Jiang Ji's calm voice broke the stunned silence of the crowd. Yin Xuan was the first to snap out of his shock, quickly reloading the meteoric demon cannon. Ha! 3 years. It's been 3 years since I last witnessed the battlefield reaper in action. The meteoric demon cannon is unstoppable, he exclaimed as he worked, feeling that the effort spent finding the star meteorite had been more than worthwhile. With 10 consecutive blasts from the meteoric demon cannon, the seemingly endless beast horde was forcefully split apart. The area within 100 meters of the city walls was still packed with beasts, but beyond that, only scattered remnants remained. From a bird's-eye view, the beast horde was divided into 2 sections, with a 100-meter-wide vacuum zone in the middle. The triangular-headed aberrant, witnessing this scene, let out a furious roar. Impossible. That man is definitely not dead. What newborn mechanic? Humans are nothing but liars. It frantically attempted to rally the beasts to continue their assault, only to find its influence greatly diminished. The beasts' minds were overwhelmed with fear, instinctively resisting its commands. Realizing the tide had turned, the triangular-headed aberrant attempted to flee, but it was too late. Wang Lao and his knights had already closed in. Gravely injured and weakened, it was no match for the Tier 6 powerhouse Wang Lao. Within just 3 minutes, its head was severed, and its regenerative ability was crushed by a storm of attacks. The once mighty Tier 7 aberrant with regenerative powers fell, never to rise again. With the aberrant's death, the beasts were freed from its mental control, but the overwhelming scent of death from their fallen kin quickly broke their morale, and they scattered in panic. Yin Xuan, sword in hand, led dozens of elite warriors out of the city to hunt down the remaining high-tier beasts, while the gunner battalion followed behind, mowing down the lower-tier creatures. This resounding victory, which saw the annihilation of over 1 million enemies, sent Desya City into a frenzy of celebration. Seated in his wheelchair, Jiang Ji watched the scene unfold, a contented smile on his face. The beast tide that had started because of him had now ended because of him. This battle not only secured at least 3 months of peace for Desya City, but also earned him a significant amount of experience points. While using others' mechanical weapons yielded a reduced experience gain, the sheer power of the 10 meteoric demon shells allowed him to break through to Tier 3 in one fell swoop. Advancing from Tier 2 to Tier 3 in just 2 days was a feat that would undoubtedly leave Yin Xuan in disbelief if he knew. The experience required for Tier 4 had now risen to 2.7 million, but with a current progress of 1 million, the future looked promising. With the beast tide no longer a threat, it was time to focus on crafting new machinery in preparation for the next war. Of course, the issue of acquiring mechanical materials needed to be addressed with Yin Chuan as soon as possible. Venturing outside the city to gather resources was now an urgent priority. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The wounds inflicted by the beast tide were only just beginning to heal. In front of Xia Mausoleum, the most revered site in Daxia City, Yin Chuan stood solemnly with the crowd. This cemetery was the final resting place for the heroes who had fallen in battle defending the city over the past 12 years. Their deeds were celebrated by countless people. In this recent beast tide, 867 brave souls were laid to rest here. As each carefully prepared body was interred in the mausoleum, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Families of the fallen stood with reddened eyes, holding back their tears. This was the fate of Daxia City, fighting to protect the city and dying to defend their homeland. For the residents of Daxia City, such scenes had become all too familiar. They buried their grief deep within, trading it for a more resilient spirit and a longing for the peace they once knew. As long as the threat of the beasts remained, such sacrifices would continue. They clung to the hope that one day, they could break through the beast's encirclement, return to their ancestral lands, and free future generations from the uncertainty of living on the edge of destruction. As the city lord, Yin Chuan stood at the forefront and bowed deeply to the mausoleum. Following his lead, everyone present lowered themselves in respect. Jang also bent over in profound reverence. In past years, due to a congenital leg condition, he could only pay his respects from afar and silently vow in his heart. If he could become a powerful awakened one, he would eradicate the beast menace and ensure such tragedies would never happen again. Though the long-awaited system had not descended upon him, his awakening as a mechanic gave him hope. This battle had proven that his mechanical creations could one day possess the power to single-handedly wipe out a beast tide. The battle report showed that the mechanical weapons he had built provided immense support to the defenders, reducing casualties from the usual 3,000 to just over 800, a result far exceeding the expectations of Yin Chuan and other leaders. As the funeral concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Warriors returned to their training, and the awakened focused on honing their abilities, preparing for the next war. Let's head back, Jiang Ji said softly. All right, Jianga, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling replied, wiping away their tears as they pushed Jiang Ji's wheelchair. On this occasion, Jiang Ji had not brought any of his mechanical equipment. The two siblings, like Jiang Ji, were now orphans. Their parents had also perished in the recent battle. Over the past few days, they had stayed in the mechanical workshop, which had become their new home. Helping Jiang Ji gave them a sense of purpose. Xiao Ji, wait a moment, called out Wang Lao, hurrying over. Jiang Ji signaled for the siblings to stop. Grandpa Wang, is something wrong? Jiang Ji had grown up under Wang Lao's care, as his father had once been a member of the Night Corps. Calling him grandpa had become second nature. Yin Chuan asked me to deliver the materials you requested. Wang Lao held up the items in his hands. This stuff is heavy. If you can't manage it, I'll take it to the workshop for you. Jiang Ji's eyes lit up. He reached out to take the materials, but the weight caused his wheelchair to wobble. Quickly, he activated his mechanical arms to stabilize and grab the load. This tendon from a Tier 6 beast is incredibly heavy, he marveled. Since you've got it handled, I'll leave it to you. We've got a few new awakened knights, and I need to oversee their training, Wang Lao said with a smile. By the way, Yin Chuan told me about your situation. It's admirable that you're working to strengthen Daxia City, but don't neglect your health. The lights in the workshop haven't gone out for 3 days. If Yin Chuan hadn't reduced the material supply, I'm afraid you'd have worked yourself to exhaustion. Indeed, Jiang Ji hadn't rested in the past 3 days. Yin Chuan had sent people to harvest materials from the carcasses of numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts, delivering them continuously to the workshop. With a steady supply of resources, Jiang Ji had thrown himself into crafting mechanical weapons, working tirelessly. Even Zhou Ling and Zhou Ming were so busy that their arms had begun to develop muscle. All right, I'll keep that in mind. You go ahead and take care of your things, Mr. Wang, Jiang Ji replied casually, his tone tinged with nonchalance, like a child brushing off a parent's nagging. Mr. Wang sighed as he looked at the young man he had watched grow up. He knew Jiang Ji's personality all too well. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could change it. Not even 10 oxen pulling in the opposite direction could stop him. With a shake of his head, Mr. Wang made up his mind. During the upcoming training session, he'd find time to check on him. If this stubborn kid still refused to rest, he'd take advantage of his current strength being superior to Jiang Ji's and forcibly tie him to a bed to make him rest. He knew that if he waited too long and Jiang Ji's strength surpassed his own, even tying him up might become impossible. If Jiang Ji could read Mr. Wang's thoughts, he'd wave it off without hesitation and say, "Rest? Not a chance." To him, being at the 3rd tier was far too weak. Without the opportunity to gain experience through combat, his only option was to throw himself into frantically building machines to improve his abilities. Back in the mechanical workshop, Jiang Ji wasted no time and headed straight for the workstation. With practiced ease, He operated the robotic arms, placing the materials he had gathered onto the workbench. He retrieved the pre-prepared components and began assembling them. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. It was finally time to free himself from the limitations of his legs. 3 days ago, when he advanced to the 3rd tier, a new piece of equipment appeared in his mechanical workshop. Among all the inventions, the one he looked forward to the most was the powered exoskeleton. This piece of gear had 2 modes. The first could significantly enhance the user's speed. When attached to the legs of an ordinary person and activated, it could generate immense power, boosting the user's overall physical capabilities by an entire tier. Even a 3rd-tier warrior would gain speed and strength comparable to that of a 4th-tier fighter. For those already at the 4th tier, it would still offer a substantial enhancement. The second mode, however, was controlled directly through the brain, making it perfect for someone like Jang, whose legs were paralyzed. While his legs couldn't provide the power needed for the first mode, the brain-controlled functionality resolved this issue seamlessly. With the powered exoskeleton, he would be able to walk freely, just like anyone else. More importantly, the exoskeleton boasted remarkable defensive capabilities. If he could augment it further to cover his entire body, even the attacks of a 4th-tier beast might fail to harm him. Unfortunately, the materials he currently had were only enough to craft 2 lower body exoskeletons. Jiang couldn't help but think that if he could mass-produce this equipment, the overall strength of Desya City would undergo a revolutionary transformation. My old friend, you can finally rest now, Jiang murmured softly, his gaze lingering on the wheelchair that had been his companion for over a decade. 10 minutes later, for the first time, he stood up without the aid of the wheelchair. A surge of indescribable joy welled up from within as he carefully operated the powered exoskeleton and took his first step. At first, his movements were unsteady, like a child learning to walk, but he quickly got the hang of it. From walking to running, his motions became smoother and more confident. For him, it was simply a matter of redirecting the brain's commands once sent to his legs now to the exoskeleton. After 5 minutes of exhilarated running around the mechanical workshop, Jiang finally calmed himself and returned to his starting point. Jiang, you can walk now, Zhoming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of envy and genuine happiness. Over the past few days, he had witnessed firsthand the challenges Jiang faced due to his disability. Seeing him move freely now filled Zhoming with joy. Yet, a shadow briefly crossed his face. If Jiang no longer needed someone to push his wheelchair or sort mechanical parts, what role would he have left? As Zhoming's thoughts spiraled, Jiang picked up another powered exoskeleton and began skillfully attaching it to Zhoming's legs. What are you daydreaming about? Jiang lightly tapped his head. Come on, let me teach you how to control it with your mind. Try taking a step. Zhoming froze for a moment before feeling the device on his legs respond to his consciousness. He attempted to move, but his overexertion caused one leg to jerk upward, throwing him off balance and sending him tumbling backward. Thankfully, Jiang caught the back of his head just in time. Take it slow, no rush. With Jiang's patient guidance, Zhoming quickly got the hang of it. He cautiously lifted one leg, then the other, gradually finding the rhythm of walking. I can walk too? Zhoming asked in disbelief, staring at his own steps. Now that you can walk, you'll be able to help me even more, Jiang said, patting him on the shoulder. Overcome with emotion, Zhoming dropped to his knees. Thank you, Jiang. To him, regaining the ability to walk was nothing short of a second chance at life. Get up, Jiang said hurriedly, pulling him to his feet. We're all from Dasha City, we don't do this kind of thing. If you're grateful, just help me out more in the future. Sorting materials by myself is exhausting. I definitely will. Zhoming nodded earnestly. At that moment, a soft sobbing sound came from nearby. Zhou Ling stood there, tears streaming down her smiling face, her expression a mix of emotions. Jiang immediately understood what she was feeling: joy for her brother and him regaining their mobility, but also sorrow for her own physical limitations. My brother can help the mechanic now, but I'm just a useless girl with only one hand, Zhou Ling choked out, her voice trembling. Jiang walked over and gently ruffled her hair. Don't cry. That's my oversight. Just wait, it'll make you a mechanical arm and modify the remaining exoskeleton. Soon, you'll be just like your brother. Really? Zhou Ling looked up at him, her tear-streaked face filled with hope. Of course. Without hesitation, Jiang got to work. Crafting a basic mechanical arm was a simple task for him, and within 2 minutes, he had fashioned one tailored to Zhou Ling's size. He then quickly adjusted the remaining leg exoskeleton into an arm-compatible version and attached it to her. The black and gold mechanical arm gleamed with futuristic brilliance, transforming Zhou Ling's entire demeanor. Watching the siblings embrace each other in excitement, Jiang couldn't help but smile. These two, barely in their teens, wore their emotions so openly and honestly it was both endearing and refreshing. After a brief rest, Jiang returned to his work on crafting mechanical weapons. Meanwhile, Zhoming and Zhou Ling, now free of their physical limitations, began sorting materials with a speed and efficiency that was visibly improved. In just 3 days, Jiang Ji's military preparations made remarkable progress. The number of energy rifles reached 500, and energy cannons approached 100. This significantly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the artillery regiment. At the same time, the production of small self-destruct robots and remote control drones saw a notable increase as well. These sleepless days of labor completely exhausted all the spoils of war collected after the beast tide. The full sets of materials were entirely consumed, leaving only scattered parts. However, the efforts paid off handsomely. Jiang Ji gained 600,000 to 700,000 experience points, surpassing half of the total required for his next advancement. With his current tasks nearing completion, Jiang Ji's earlier plan to venture out of the city for resource collection resurfaced in his mind. After giving a few brief instructions, he set off for the city lord's mansion to discuss the matter with Yin Chuan. Thanks to the assistance of his powered exoskeleton, he quickly arrived at his destination. This was his second time visiting the mansion, the first being when he was swept here by Wang Lao's storm during his awakening. Jiang Ji, Lu Huai, who happened to be passing by to report on his work, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Are you here to see the city lord?" "Yes," Jiang Ji replied, recognizing Yin Chuan's deputy and giving a nod. "Then let's head in together," Lu Huai said, gesturing for him to proceed. The two stepped into the main hall of the city lord's mansion, where Yin Chuan was intently examining something in his hands. Hearing their footsteps, he looked up. When he saw Jiang Ji, he froze for a moment. "Xiao Ji, you wait a second. Your legs, you're walking?" Yin Chuan stood up abruptly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. It was only then that Lu Huai realized Jiang Ji wasn't in a wheelchair this time. Jiang Ji pointed to the device on his legs and explained, "This is a third-tier powered exoskeleton I just built. With it, my leg condition is no longer an issue." "A powered exoskeleton? Wait, third tier?" Yin Chuan muttered, then widened his eyes in shock. Pointing at Jiang Ji, he exclaimed, "Did you just advance again?" Jiang Ji chuckled softly. Over the past few days, he had intentionally kept his advancement to the third tier under wraps to avoid drawing too much attention. Now that the secret was out, Yin Chuan's reaction was as expected. His gaze became unfocused as he mumbled, "Second tier in 1 day, third tier in 2 days. Are you trying to make the rest of us feel useless?" Lu Huai also stared at Jiang Ji in disbelief. This kind of advancement speed had completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. Jiang Ji entered Yin Chuan's office with a slightly serious expression. "Uncle Yin, let's put my advancement aside for now. I'm here to discuss something important with you." After organizing his thoughts, he got straight to the point. "Here's the situation. Disya City is currently facing a severe shortage of mechanical materials. Low-tier materials are still manageable, but starting from Tier 3, we're running dangerously low. As you know, besides gaining experience from slaying beasts, I also earn experience by crafting machinery. Unless there's another large-scale war like before, building machinery yields far more experience than fighting beasts. With the current material shortage, my advancement has completely stalled." Jiang Ji proposed a solution. "I want to assemble a team and personally lead them into the wild to gather materials. This way, I can grow stronger while using the new materials to craft more machinery, which will significantly enhance Disya City's overall combat capabilities." "Have you already used up all the materials we had?" Yin Chuan asked in surprise. "That's right," Jiang Ji nodded. "I'm also here to inform you to send someone over later to collect the new machines I've built in the past couple of days." He then provided a detailed report on the quantity of machinery he had recently crafted. "So many!" Yin Chuan exclaimed, both shocked and delighted. "Kid, you're like a machine yourself." Jiang Ji pointed to the powered exoskeleton on his leg and explained its functions in detail before painting a vision of the future. "If we had sufficient materials, we could equip every resident in the city with powered exoskeletons, granting everyone the defense of a Tier 4 and the strength of a Tier 3. Coupled with corresponding mechanical weapons, our defense force's combat power would skyrocket. Take the beast tide from 3 days ago as an example. It wouldn't even be a threat." Yin Chuan was visibly moved by this idea, his eyes lighting up with anticipation as he imagined the possibilities. "As for your suggestion about going out to gather materials," Yin Chuan said, "I've actually been working on selecting candidates for the past couple of days. Right now, nurturing your growth is Disya City's top priority." Though Yin Chuan had occasionally shown signs of unease in the past, he was undoubtedly one of the people most eager for Jiang Ji to advance quickly. He fully understood that, in the current situation, Jiang Ji's value was equivalent to that of the entire city. The earlier invention of the Doomsday Cannon had already proven this. "So, does this mean you agree?" Jiang Ji asked. "Of course. Since you've brought it up, how could I refuse?" Yin Chuan replied with a smile, though his tone shifted as he continued. "However, you leading the team out of the city is absolutely out of the question." Jiang Ji's face fell slightly. The types of mechanical materials are so varied that without me overseeing things, others are bound to make mistakes. That doesn't change anything, Yin Chuan said firmly. Until you're truly strong, leaving the city is not an option. You can provide detailed descriptions and diagrams of the required materials, but if something were to happen to you, the loss to Disya City would be immeasurable. Machinery needs someone to build it. If you're gone, who will bring these ideas to life? Don't forget, even a Tier 7 powerhouse like the Warlord City Lord can fall in battle. You're only at Tier 3 right now. If the alien demons discover you're a mechanic, you're as good as dead. Fine. Jiang Ji reluctantly conceded. In that case, I won't lead the team. Let's continue discussing the details of the expedition. I still have dozens of unmanned drones that can be used for reconnaissance. Yin Chuan nodded, pulling out a map. This marks the resource points we controlled during the Warlord City Lord's era, as well as nearby collection sites recorded 12 years ago. Over the years, we've been forced to abandon these areas due to the presence of ferocious beasts. Now, with unmanned drones, we can significantly reduce human casualties. Lu Huai chimed in. We should also establish a few safe routes. Otherwise, even if we reclaim the resource points, transportation will still be a major challenge. Right now, the wilderness is crawling with beasts, and encountering a beast pack is always a possibility. To be continued. Let me know if you'd like me to proceed with the second part. The two of them reflected on the Jiangji creations they had encountered over the past few days and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the Tier 1 energy gun to the Tier 2 unmanned drone, and then to the Tier 3 powered exoskeleton, each invention showcased strength far beyond its tier. What was even more astonishing was Zhang Ji's feat of repairing a Tier 5 fallen demon cannon when he was only at Tier 1. At the time, they had dismissed this detail, but thinking back now sent chills down their spines. Yin Chuan silently made up his mind would do whatever it took to help Jiang Ji ascend in rank as quickly as possible. Whether it was materials or resources, he was even willing to relinquish his position as the city lord immediately. However, Jiang Ji clearly had no interest in such matters. Simply creating machinery had already left him utterly exhausted, let alone managing the administrative affairs of Daxia City. What do you think about sending the Night Corps out in the early stages? Their mobility is unmatched in Daxia City, Yin Chuan tentatively suggested. Jiang Ji, however, shook his head in rejection. No. While the Night Corps does have strong mobility, their weaknesses are glaring. They are not suited for point capture operations. Our goal is to seize resource points, not engage in battles on open plains. If they encounter a gathering of ferocious beasts or complex terrain, their advantages would turn into liabilities. More importantly, their spirit mounts are not physical entities. When a knight is exhausted, their spirit mount will dissipate. For knights accustomed to mounted combat, losing their mounts would leave them even more vulnerable. Yin Chuan fell into contemplation after hearing this, deeply impressed by Jiang Ji's foresight. He had previously only focused on the speed advantage of the Night Corps, neglecting these potential risks. They had been fortunate to face a pack of black wolf beasts, which were suitable opponents for cavalry. If they had encountered beasts adept at prolonged combat, the consequences could have been disastrous. Then, in your opinion, what kind of people would be more suitable? Yin Chuan asked. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ji replied. The first choice would be versatile combatants, those who prioritize stability over excelling in a single skill. Of course, exceptional combat strength is a bonus. For exploration missions, ensuring their safety is the top priority. Materials are secondary. He then elaborated on his plan. In the coming days, he'll collect technological scrap and build a batch of kinetic vehicles with defensive capabilities for use in the field. As a Tier 3 mechanic, ordinary technological creations held no secrets for Jiang Ji. The intricate craftsmanship of the old technological era paled in comparison to the limitless capabilities of even Tier 1 mechanical weapons. Cars, ships, planes. She could easily manufacture them. However, these machines lacked both defensive and offensive capabilities, and a damaged engine would render them completely useless. Thus, they could only serve as transportation tools. Still, they were effective in this role, overcoming the limitations of manual labor while achieving speeds comparable to the knight's spirit mounts. In addition to ensuring the safety of combat personnel, we'll also need individuals skilled in detecting resource points. After all, time has passed, and the locations marked on the maps may have shifted. It's better to be prepared, Jiang Ji added. Yin Chuan readily agreed. Since you've already thought it through, I won't say more. Just draft a plan, and I'll act as your deputy to carry it out. Thank you, Uncle Yin, Jiang Ji said as he rose and gave a slight bow. Yin Chuan's support was equivalent to entrusting part of Daxia City's future to him. This trust was a weighty responsibility. While Jiang Ji possessed the powerful talent of a mechanical sovereign, he still required resources for growth. The support of Daxia City and people like Yin Chuan was one of the critical factors enabling him to ascend quickly. A week later, Jiang Ji completed repairs on Daxia City's critical facilities and transformed old-era automobiles into defensive kinetic vehicles. Taking the challenges of the wilderness into account, he made specific adjustments to the vehicles. By incorporating mechanical materials, the defensive strength of key components reached Tier 3 levels, ensuring they wouldn't be easily damaged during field operations. He had initially considered adding offensive systems, but since these would fall under mechanical constructs, their limited power would only waste materials. He ultimately decided against it. After all, defending against ferocious beasts would ultimately depend on the strength of human warriors. As for ships and planes, Jang had not yet started their production. For one, the necessary materials were lacking. For another, their utility was limited. In the current wilderness, humanity had yet to reclaim control of the skies. Airplanes, once a common technological marvel, have become obsolete in the current environment. Any attempt to take off is easily thwarted by ferocious beasts. To reclaim air superiority, the development of advanced aerial machinery has become an urgent priority. At dawn, nearly 100 carefully selected explorers had already gathered at the city gates. According to Jang's plan, they were divided into 4 teams, setting out in the directions of east, south, west, and north from Desya City to search for materials. Although Jang was the mastermind behind the plan, he was not granted the authority to lead the teams. Instead, all on-site operations were fully entrusted to Yin Chuan. This left Jang with a rare moment of ease, as his sole responsibility was to wait for the materials to arrive. Meanwhile, inside the broadcasting office of Desya City, an elderly man, who had sustained permanent injuries while defending against the beast tides, was strolling leisurely. Known affectionately by the locals as Grandpa Chin, he held a thermos cup in his hand and slowly made his way to his familiar workstation. Once the site of the official radio station in the old era, this office used to broadcast a variety of programs that entertained the public. However, after the beast tides began, all entertainment programs were discontinued, and the station was repurposed as a critical hub for communication between Desya City and the human heartlands. In the early years, the radio station occasionally received fragmented rescue signals. But as the beasts gradually dominated the land and skies, the signal towers became increasingly ineffective, eventually cutting off all communication with the outside world. Despite this, Desya City never gave up hope of re-establishing contact, even if it was just a fragment of news from beyond. Unfortunately, over the years, the signal towers remained stubbornly silent. Grandpa Chin skillfully operated the equipment. This job, considered the most relaxed in the entire city, had become part of his daily routine in recent years. He habitually assumed that today would be no different. Leisurely, he unscrewed the lid of his thermos, put on his reading glasses, and prepared to pass the time with an old book. But suddenly, a sharp burst of static shattered the stillness of the office. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Hello? Can you hear me? The unexpected sound startled Grandpa Chin. He hurriedly adjusted his glasses and looked around for the source of the noise. His gaze finally landed on the receiver equipment at the control console. Zzz, zzz. Bang. Lu, talk show. Now, begins, zzz. The intermittent voice crackled through the device. Though the signal was unstable and the words were fragmented, it was unmistakably the first external communication received in years. Grandpa Chin's face flushed red with excitement as he stared at the equipment in disbelief. Moments later, he erupted into a fervent shout. Xiao Li, get over here right now. We've got a signal. The radio's picking up a signal. Xiao Li, come quickly. The radio is picking up a signal. There's a message from old Earth. Grandpa Chin's booming voice echoed through the communications room, his deeply lined face alight with joy. As one of the most experienced staff members here, he knew these devices inside and out. This particular piece of equipment had a single purpose: to receive transmissions from the heart of humanity. The long silent device suddenly coming to life meant that the signal tower had finally caught something from the other side. Grandpa Chin's shout sent a ripple through the entire work area. Staff members who had been idly passing the time moments ago were now rushing toward the communications room, their excitement palpable. This was monumental news for Desya City. For years, they had pondered the same haunting question. Were there any other human survivors left on Blue Star? After all, this once thriving metropolis of millions had been eerily cut off from the outside world for years. If humanity and old Earth had triumphed over the beasts, why hadn't they sent help or even a reconnaissance team? Grandpa Chin, is it true? Can we really contact them? Xiao Li, a man in his late 30s, burst into the room, breathing heavily. He looked like a lost child who had just been told his parents might still be alive, desperate for confirmation. Everyone shut up. Grandpa Chin barked, silencing the crowd that had gathered in the room, their excited chatter threatening to drown out the faint signal. His authority was unquestionable, and the room fell silent in an instant, though the anticipation in their eyes remained intense. Zzz, zzz. The radio crackled again with static. Grandpa Chin immediately began fine-tuning the equipment. The signal's too weak. Xiao Li, take some people to the signal tower and adjust the antenna clockwise. I'll guide you through the walkie-talkie. At that moment, Jiang Ji, the mechanic, appeared in the doorway. Just yesterday, he had upgraded the signal tower's capabilities. As he stepped into the room, the radio suddenly broadcasted a clear message. The fourth season of the Federation's flagship talk show is officially underway. Jiang, can you enhance the signal tower even further? Grandpa Qin asked earnestly. Though the transmission was nothing more than an entertainment announcement, it was enough to ignite hope among everyone present. If they could capture more meaningful messages, perhaps they could find a way to lift Daxia City out of its current crisis. Jiang Ji modestly declined their exaggerated praises, then used a remote control drone to contact Lu Huai, requesting additional materials. While he had once considered building a citywide communications network, the concept was far too complex to execute with their current resources, so he had reluctantly shelved the idea. When Jiang Ji arrived at the signal tower, the first thing he saw was Xiao Li and the others clumsily twisting the antenna. They were drenched in sweat, awkward in their movements, but determined. Aren't you afraid of getting electrocuted doing that? Jiang Ji chuckled as he walked over, motioning for them to come down. While adjusting the direction of the antenna might help a little, the actual impact was minimal. Signal reception primarily depended on distance and frequency, with direction playing only a minor role. Master Mechanic, they greeted him respectfully. Soon, Lu Huai personally delivered the materials. Under Jiang Ji's guidance, everyone worked together to begin the modifications. Since the position of the signal tower couldn't be changed, Jiang Ji came up with an alternative solution. He designed and installed a component to boost the frequency, thereby strengthening the signal. Once the work was complete, they returned to the radio room. The results were immediate. The signal became significantly more stable. Although there was still some slight static, they could now clearly receive a large amount of coherent information. From the radio came the voice of a program host. Now, let's welcome our guest, Professor Imo, a 7th-tier archmage from the Jing University School of Magic. Applause and cheers erupted in the background. Next, we have a prodigy who reached the 5th tier at the age of 20, the wielder of the Ice King's power, Miss Lung Qingru. The introduction of the final guest froze everyone in the room. And finally, let's welcome our ally from the Federation of Humanity, the holy son of the Rebirth clan, master of the art of manipulation, Imo Fachin. A big round of applause. Thunderous clapping filled the broadcast, but the expressions of everyone present grew increasingly grim. The broadcast revealed far too much unsettling information. First, this appeared to be some sort of entertainment program, a format that reminded them of the bygone era of advanced technology. Second, the humans on Old Earth now referred to themselves as the Federation. Even more baffling was the participation of a 7th-tier powerhouse in an entertainment show on unimaginable notion in Daxia City, where only the city lord of Zhantian had reached such a level in the past 12 years. But the most shocking revelation was the last one. The Rebirth clan, the sworn enemy responsible for immense losses to Daxia City, was now being called an ally of this so-called Federation. Over the past 12 years, at least 1/5 of the countless beast tides that ravaged Daxia City were initiated by the Rebirth clan's demonic entities, resulting in over 1 million casualties among their people. Every resident of Daxia City harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Rebirth clan, wishing to see them obliterated. And now, this fearsome, triangle-headed demon had somehow become a celebrated ally of the Federation. The absurdity of this revelation left everyone in the room utterly stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Lu Huai strode into the radio room and shared the shocking news with Yin Chuan. The people inside exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Yimo, the enemy responsible for the deaths of billions of humans, had somehow become allies of the old Earth survivors. In the corner, Grandpa Qin stood with clenched fists, his eyes burning with rage. Billions of our compatriots were slaughtered. Has that all been forgotten? Who doesn't know the true nature of the Yimo and the beasts? His voice trembled with anger. Disappointment was etched across everyone's faces. The idealized image of old Earth that they had held in their hearts was beginning to crumble. Jiang Ji stood quietly to the side. As someone born and raised in Daxia City, he didn't know much about old Earth, but the blood feud between humanity and the Yimo during the upheaval was all too clear to him. Yin Chuan arrived quickly and asked the first critical question: the source of the information. Grandpa Qin nodded in confirmation. The scattered details he had pieced together from recent radio broadcasts were enough to verify that this Federation was indeed located on what used to be old Earth. And what about the ancient nation? Yin Chuan's voice carried a deep worry. Did our homeland join the Federation, or has it already disappeared? This question weighed heavily on everyone like a massive stone. Suddenly, Xiaoli raised his hand to speak. But the broadcasts have been using our language. This discovery lit up the room with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the ancient nation was at the core of the Federation, or at the very least, a significant member? But just as quickly, new doubts arose. If the Federation was truly a continuation of the ancient nation, why had Daxia City received no communication all these years? As a major city with millions of residents, had it simply been abandoned? Grandpa Chin's fury flared even hotter. Even if they had no time to look after us, why would they ally with the Yimo? The blood debt of billions of compatriots, how can it just be forgotten? As someone who had migrated from old Earth, he knew the character of the ancient nation all too well. The unyielding spirit of Daxia City, willing to die rather than surrender, was clearly inherited from that very culture. Yin Chuan quickly intervened to quell the heated discussion. We cannot yet confirm that the reborn ones are indeed the Yimo, nor can we definitively say that the Federation is merely the ancient nation under a new name. He looked around the room and issued a solemn order. What we've seen and heard today must not be disclosed to anyone. Violators will be treated as traitors to the city. The reasoning behind the order was clear. If the news spread, the sacrifices made by Daxia City over the past 12 years to resist the beasts would lose their meaning. Learning that Old Earth had allied with the Yimo could shatter the city's fighting spirit. To ensure the information remained contained, Yin Chuan requested that everyone present temporarily stay in the radio room, with meals brought in by designated personnel. Grandpa Chin was the first to express his support. As an elder, he understood the devastating impact this news could have. If the people discovered that the old Earth they had long yearned for had allied with their sworn enemies, even the recently bolstered city defenses might not withstand the collapse brought on by despair. Anyone who dares to leak information won't need to trouble the city lord. We'll personally deal with them, the crowd declared resolutely, their eyes glinting with unwavering determination. In these extraordinary times, taking extreme measures felt almost justified. After all, under the rule of other, more ruthless leaders, there likely wouldn't have been any survivors left to tell the tale. Yin Chuan reached into his backpack and pulled out a remote control drone, handing it to Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin, for the next few days, I need you to closely monitor any activity from that direction. If you catch wind of anything important, report to me immediately. Also, since this is supposed to be an entertainment program, there's bound to be some live connection segments. If such an opportunity arises, contact me at once. Understood, Uncle Chin replied solemnly, accepting the drone with a grave expression. With instructions given, Yin Chuan signaled Jiang Ji and Lu Huai to accompany him to the city lord's residence for a council meeting. Just as they stepped outside, Yin Chuan turned back and reminded Jiang Ji to block all signals inside the building, ensuring no communication devices could transmit any information. For Jiang Ji, this was a simple task, and he completed the setup swiftly. Once the trio arrived at the city lord's residence, Yin Chuan wasted no time summoning the core leadership of Daxia City. Before long, the city's most formidable figures, led by Elder Wang, gathered to discuss contingency plans for any unexpected developments that might arise from the old lands. Meanwhile, deep within the endless forest far from the city, a sinister palace stood shrouded in shadow. Inside, eerie voices echoed through its halls. The Mechanist from back then is still alive, one voice questioned, dripping with disbelief. Impossible. I personally snapped his neck. A mere tier 7 couldn't have survived that, another voice hissed. Then how do you explain the abrupt end to this beast tide? By my calculations, Daxia City should have lost at least 10,000 lives, a third voice growled. Perhaps a newly awakened Mechanist? That class does possess unique advantages in warfare, particularly against mindless beasts, another suggested. But a Mechanist, no matter how skilled, is nothing compared to us. A voice trailed off disdainfully. No. Another suddenly interjected, sharp and commanding. We cannot intervene directly. Doing so would violate the pact and draw unwanted attention from the other side. But Daxia City must not become a variable. The Mechanist Weaver they areas the greatest threat to our plans. They have that energy shield, don't they? Wait for the right moment to destroy it. Then send in the Phantom Demon to infiltrate and eliminate the Mechanist. Whether it's the one from before or not, we can't allow Daxia City to slip out of our grasp. Ever since we allied with the other side, prime sources of blood-fiend energy like this have become exceedingly rare. The raw emotions of humanity. They are utterly intoxicating. A chilling laugh reverberated through the chamber. The people of Daxia City still believe the one who killed the Mechanist back then was a tier 8. Little do they know I've already ascended to tier 9. Once the shield is down, the beast tide alone might be enough to annihilate them without the Phantom Demon needing to act. Don't be overconfident, a voice cautioned. That weapon they call nuclear poses a significant threat to us. Who knows how many they still have? If one of us gets targeted, not even combined efforts might save them. Also, make sure the strength of the beast tide is controlled. We can't let those creatures devour all the blood fiend energy. They'll be careful, the final voice rumbled ominously, its tone heavy with dark intent. As the people of Daxia City fervently discussed the latest news about the old land, Yin Chuan sat at the head of the council chamber, casting a steady gaze over the diverse expressions of those gathered below. The spacious hall was illuminated by flickering candlelight, which reflected the solemn faces of everyone present. If we truly have the chance to return to the old land, what should our course of action be? Yin Chuan asked in a deep, commanding voice. The moment his words fell, a fiery-tempered warrior slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Oomph. The nation is no longer a nation. Desya City must never submit to this so-called federation. Anyone who dares to align with the alien fiends, I will personally cut them down. Alas, we don't even know if the ancient nation has truly joined the federation, another person said with a worried sigh. If the nation is really gone, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Someone else retorted firmly. If the ancient nation no longer exists, then Desya City will take its place. We will carry the will of our ancestors and continue this legacy. That would be akin to treason. Treason? The nation is gone. What treason is there to speak of? If the ancient nation has indeed joined the Federation, then we are the last remaining flame. They are the ones abandoning their heritage. They are the true traitors. The chamber erupted into heated debates. If they had continued to fight the alien fiends, I could at least respect that and consider returning to the old land. But to ally with those fiends? To the fallen, that is nothing short of betrayal. Those who are not of our kind cannot be trusted. The alien fiends' treacherous ambitions are plain to see. I refuse to stand with traitors. Neither will I. Yin Chuan raised a hand, signaling for silence. I share your sentiments, but the news remains unconfirmed. Let us not jump to conclusions. If the ancient nation has truly fallen, Desya City will never join this so-called federation. His gaze grew heavier. But if that is the case, we will have no reinforcements. Are you all prepared for that? After 12 years of war, what is there left to prepare for? The crowd's expressions were resolute. If it comes to it, we'll fight another 10 years, 100 years, even 1,000 years. We'll fight to the last drop of blood. We were born in Desya, we've been ready for this since the beginning. Zhang Ji observed the scene quietly. As an outsider, he felt no attachment to the old land, but he was determined to give his all to help Desya City. Yin Chuan continued to outline his strategy. After the last beast tide, we have a 3-month buffer period. During this time, while large-scale beast tides won't occur, smaller skirmishes are inevitable. We must make the most of this time to strengthen ourselves. A 7th-tier alien fiend was killed, and they won't take it lightly. 3 months from now, we may face an even greater trial. He explained that following every beast tide, an unknown magnetic field seemed to prevent the beasts from gathering in large numbers for 3 months. This appeared to be some kind of protective mechanism for the native life forms of Blue Star. Without it, the sheer number of beasts and unrelenting tides would have already overwhelmed humanity. Starting today, Yin Chuan issued a new command. 2 strong fighters of at least 6th tier will be assigned daily to protect Zhang Ji. He is now the most vital figure for Desya City, more critical than even my own life. The crowd understood that with the city's current resources, improving everyone's strength was nearly impossible. But as long as Zhang Ji continued to grow stronger, he could bring about significant changes and perhaps even alter the fate of Desya City. The city lord is right, someone agreed. Though we have no hope of reaching the 7th tier ourselves, it is our duty to protect the Mechanist. While beast tides are temporarily not a concern, we must remain vigilant against the alien fiends. Zhang Ji has already proven himself on the battlefield, and those fiends are likely scheming something in response. Assigning strong protectors is absolutely necessary. Zhang Ji silently accepted the arrangement. He knew that while the city seemed safe, the bizarre abilities of the alien fiends posed a constant threat. With his current 3rd-tier strength, he stood no chance of survival if a high-tier fiend targeted him. The news of the 7th-tier Battle Sky City, Lord's ambush, and sacrifice weighed heavily on Zhang Ji's heart. Facing 7th-tier or higher alien demons, he currently lacked the confidence to confront them. However, as long as he could advance to the 4th tier and create a legion of bionic robots, he would have the power to contend with 7th-tier alien demons. After finalizing the action plan, everyone dispersed. Zhang Ji returned to the mechanical workshop to await the delivery of materials. The efficiency of the field exploration team was astonishing. Within just 3 days, they had seized several small resource points, some as high as 6th tier. With Desya City working at full capacity to mine these resources, materials were continuously transported back. Zhang Ji immediately threw himself into intense manufacturing work. The long-dormant experience bar began to climb rapidly, and the roar of machinery echoed day and night. 40 days later, as the final energy-charged gun was completed, the long-awaited system notification finally appeared. Experience points have reached 2.7 million, meeting the advancement criteria. Advancing. Congratulations, you have successfully progressed to the 4th tier. New battle preparations added to the mechanical workshop. Bionic robots, earthquake mines, and mini reconnaissance drones. Detected advancement to 4th tier. Unlocking comprehensive catalog of all 4th tier and below mechanical products. The last notification left Zhang Ji stunned. It was expected for new battle preparations to appear in the mechanical workshop, but what was this comprehensive catalog? Previously, with each advancement, the mechanical workshop would only provide a few items corresponding to the current tier. and Jiang Ji could only manufacture what was available in the workshop. But now, this notification implied that he had gained the ability to transcend the limitations of the workshop. He could freely craft any mechanical product at or below the 4th tier. The field of mechanics is vast and boundless, and the items in the mechanical workshop barely scratched the surface. 1st and 2nd tier mechanical products alone numbered in the hundreds, while 3rd and 4th tier products were even more diverse. Among them were treasures of immense value to Disya City. For instance, the energy shield with 5th tier level defensive capabilities. As long as its energy wasn't depleted, it provided continuous protection. This meant that during battles with ferocious beasts, warriors could focus entirely on offense without worrying about defense. The enemy's heavy blows would be completely neutralized by the shield, while allied attacks could deliver lethal damage. There was also the Thunderstorm Hammer with devastating power, the Flame War Chariot that excelled in both offense and defense, and more. The unlocking of the comprehensive mechanical catalog not only addressed the shortcomings of a mechanic, but also revealed the true potential of the mechanical dominator talent. It was then that Jiang Ji realized this was the true essence of the mechanical dominator talent. Previously, the restriction of being able to craft only a few items per tier made him feel the title was somewhat undeserved. But now, it was clear that the title was fully justified. Gazing at the vast catalog before him, a delighted smile spread across Jiang Ji's face. Yet, he softly muttered to himself, "Looks like my body is in for some serious exhaustion again." In recent times, Jiang Ji had already anticipated the situation after advancing to the 4th tier. He had arranged for an expedition team to collect a large amount of materials needed to create bionic robots. Although some materials were missing due to the unknown fact that advancing would grant access to a comprehensive mechanical blueprint, starting the collection now was still timely. He quickly compiled a new materials list and handed it over to Lu Huai, who was in charge of procurement. Without delay, he immersed himself in the creation of the bionic robots. As a 4th tier mechanical creation, its level of precision was highly complex. Even with the assistance of mechanical arms, it took Jiang Ji a full hour to complete his first robot. The head, torso, limbs, core energy, and intelligent brain, each component took shape under his mechanical arms. When the final piece was assembled, a humanoid robot towering 2 meters tall stood before him. Its entire body was forged from metal, with a futuristic sheen flowing across its surface. Steel-like mechanical veins outlined its complete form. As the intelligent brain was implanted, the robot's head suddenly lit up. Like a newborn, it wobbled slightly to adapt its movements before raising its head. Its mechanical eyes glowed with a blue light. Placing its right hand on its left shoulder, it addressed Jiang Ji with an emotionless electronic voice. "Master." As the master of mechanics, Jiang Ji held absolute control over his creations, especially one he had built with his own hands. To this intelligent robot, he was its true creator. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were left speechless by the scene before them. The 2-meter-tall metallic figure exuded an overwhelming sense of presence, and its advanced technological design was awe-inspiring. Zhou Ling, emboldened by Jiang Ji's presence, mustered the courage to approach and poke the robot's arm. The cold touch of metal made her quickly withdraw her hand. The robot remained motionless. This was a preset by Jiang Ji. Without his command, the bionic robot would not respond to any external stimuli. "From now on, you'll be called Number 1, Jiang Ji declared, carving the character 1 onto the robot's body. Considering the likelihood of creating more intelligent robots in the future, using numerical identifiers was the most practical method. "Come, let's test your capabilities," Jiang Ji said, leading Number 1 out of the mechanical workshop. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling followed closely, unwilling to miss any thrilling moments. "Grandpa Wang, could you please ask Uncle Yin to gather a few 5th-tier experts?" Jiang Ji requested of Wang Lao, a 6th-tier Storm Knight currently on guard duty. For some time now, the city's 6th-tier elites had taken turns safeguarding the area. "Xiaoji, wait, this is a robot?" Wang Lao asked, staring in astonishment at the imposing metallic giant emanating a dangerous aura. "Grandpa Wang, you're at the 6th tier, so fighting it wouldn't provide meaningful results. It's currently only at the 4th tier," Jiang Ji explained. Before long, a few 5th-tier experts arrived as requested. Although some expressed doubts about sparring with a 4th-tier robot, they all agreed out of respect for Jiang Ji. "Switch to combat mode," Jiang Ji commanded. At his words, Number 1's core energy at its chest began to glow brightly, and its entire body seemed to awaken. In an instant, its right arm transformed into a sharp blade. "Interesting. I'll go first and see what it's got," one of the warriors said, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he sensed the aura radiating from Number 1. The Tier 5 warrior was the first to strike, his massive hammer whistling through the air. The advanced AI of Prototype 1's bionic brain processed the situation in an instant, streams of data flashing across its artificial eyes. The moment it identified a weakness, it displayed astonishing speed, dodging the incoming blow with a swift sidestep. Its arm morphed into a sharp blade, slicing toward the opponent with precision. That speed! A flicker of surprise crossed the Tier 5 warrior's eyes. However, his seasoned instincts kicked in, and he quickly pulled back the hammer to block. Metal clashed against metal, sparks flying in every direction. But the battle was far from over. An ominous sense of danger caused the warrior to instinctively leap backward, just as a piercing energy wave erupted from Prototype 1's blade, narrowly grazing his robes. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Ji remained composed. Even if the energy wave had landed, he was confident he could intervene in time to prevent serious harm to the opponent. But soon, he realized he had underestimated the Tier 5 warrior's capabilities. With a deafening roar, the warrior unleashed a surge of energy, his entire body radiating with vitality. Wielding his hammer, he executed a martial technique known as Force Hammer Strike. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. Despite Prototype 1's bionic brain rapidly calculating countermeasures, it struggled to withstand the ferocity of the assault. Peak of Tier 4, Jiang Ji remarked calmly as he observed the clash. The newly developed bionic robot can only reach this level. It's still a notch below Tier 5. By now, Prototype 1's body was riddled with dents. If not for its robust defenses, it would have already been defeated. Yet, Jiang Ji remained unfazed, even showing a hint of anticipation. After all, the tenfold amplification effect had yet to activate. He recalled vividly how even a Tier 2 energy cannon could annihilate beasts far above its level. How much more could a Tier 4 bionic robot achieve? As the battle raged on, Unit 1's performance left everyone utterly stunned. Not only did it hold its ground, but it also displayed a remarkable ability to adapt. Before their eyes, its hand morphed during the fight, gradually transforming until it perfectly replicated the massive hammer wielded by its opponent. Even more astonishingly, it began to demonstrate combat techniques strikingly similar to those of its adversary. Jiang Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the terrifying potential of the enhanced bionic robot. It exhibited a learning capability that defied convention. The enhancement wasn't focused on raw power but on elevating its intelligence, enabling it to learn at a speed that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of humans. In just 5 minutes, Unit 1 had completely mastered its opponent's hammer techniques, turning the tide from an initial disadvantage to an even match. With its newfound mastery, its combat prowess surged, reaching the 5th tier level. Would the two of you mind stepping in as well? Jiang Ji called out, fully aware that in an unknown confrontation, the human combatant was doomed to lose. After all, the bionic robot possessed near limitless energy and could fight indefinitely as long as its core remained intact. Humans, on the other hand, were bound by physical exhaustion. The two 5th-tier warriors promptly joined the fray. Unlike the previous fighter, these two were awakened, wielding extraordinary abilities that erupted with dazzling intensity. Under the combined assault of the three, Unit 1 quickly found itself in dire straits. It attempted to analyze the awakened abilities, but failed repeatedly. Its intelligence had yet to reach that level of sophistication. In just 3 minutes, Unit 1's body was riddled with dents, and its defeat was evident. That's enough. Stop, Jiang Ji shouted urgently, fearing the robot might be reduced to scrap metal. Despite reaching 5th-tier combat strength, holding out for 3 minutes against 3 opponents was already an impressive feat. Jiang Ji calculated silently. In unknown scenarios, whether against regular warriors or awakened ones, Unit 1 now had the ability to hold its own. However, its 4th-tier foundational strength was still a limitation, making it vulnerable to group assaults. If it could be equipped with an energy shield and a thunder hammer in the future, its shortcomings could be addressed, allowing it to truly achieve 5th-tier strength. More importantly, if it could already analyze the combat techniques of 5th-tier warriors, wouldn't training under 6th-tier opponents with enhanced equipment push it even further? Is this really just a 4th-tier robot? One of the 3 warriors asked, withdrawing his weapon with a look of disbelief. The fact that Unit 1 had leapt from 4th tier to 5th tier in mere minutes left them deeply shaken. Although it had faltered once the Awakened joined the battle, they knew full well that in an unknown fight, Unit 1 could defeat any one of them. Its only limitation was its inability to replicate Awakened abilities. Jiang, can this thing be mass-produced? The first warrior who had fought Unit 1 asked, his voice trembling slightly. As long as we have the materials, of course, Jiang Ji replied with a calm smile. Thank you all for your assistance today. The 3 waved off his thanks, their faces alight with joy. If mere materials can create a robot on par with a 5th tier, then what's the point of us training so hard? I'm heading straight to the City Lord to get myself assigned to an expedition team. Once you've built more robots, Jiang, we won't even need to step onto the battlefield when the beast tide comes. Haha, truly, the heavens are smiling upon Xia. When Yin Chuan heard the news, he once again sprang from his chair. What? That kid advanced again? He quickly calmed himself, though muttering, at least this time it took him over a month still within reason. A bionic robot? Yin Chuan turned to Lu Huai. Spread the word. Starting today, All 5th tier and above warriors are to report to Jang. Their new job is to serve as sparring partners for his robots. Yin Xuan eagerly flipped through the newly delivered list of materials, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the Lord of Dasha City, he fully understood the revolutionary impact that a robot army could bring. In this world, it took humans years to advance from 0 to the 5th tier, and for martial artists, the journey was even longer unless they possessed extraordinary talent. Currently, Dasha City had fewer than 1,000 5th-tier warriors, but the emergence of bionic robots was bound to completely alter this dynamic. After the meeting dispersed, Jiang Ji immediately returned to the mechanical workshop, devoting himself to the manufacturing of bionic robots. He wasn't worried about the damage sustained by robot number 1's outer shell. These robots were equipped with self-repair capabilities. As long as their core energy systems remained intact, any surface damage would soon be restored. Meanwhile, Zhou and Zhou skillfully worked with their tools while chatting casually. Brother Jiang is getting more impressive by the day, Zhou remarked with admiration. Zhou nodded in agreement. If only we could awaken our abilities sooner. Despite the heavy workload that would have been considered excessive in the old era, the two 10-year-olds thoroughly enjoyed their tasks. In fact, during rare idle days when work slowed down, they would feel restless. Fortunately, as the number of bionic robots increased, their workload gradually lightened. During this period, Jiang Ji's bionic robots had already reached Model 50. These robots continued to grow stronger through battles with martial artists, with their average strength advancing to the 5th tier. Field tests revealed that just 15 robots were capable of holding their own against a 6th-tier warrior. Even more remarkable was that these robots absorbed 6th-tier combat techniques during fights, pushing their capabilities to the peak of the 5th tier. Jiang Ji was confident that once equipped with mechanical gear like energy shields, this robot army would soon bridge the gap to the 6th tier, achieving true 6th-tier combat power. At night, the bustling city of Desya fell into silence. The soldiers on the city walls were performing their routine night watch duties, and within the city, only faint glimmers of light remained. In the shadows beneath the city wall, where the moonlight could not reach, two figures whispered to each other. Me, a dignified 9th-tier powerhouse, reduced to sneaking around like this, what an utter humiliation, a deep, disgruntled voice muttered. My lord, the humans of Xia City possess nuclear weapons. We must tread carefully. If we are exposed, you may escape, but I will surely perish, the other voice said cautiously, trying to reason. What is there to fear? I will protect you, the first voice replied, though his tone was firm. His actions grew increasingly cautious and discreet. Their gazes settled on the faintly glowing energy shield atop the city wall. So this is the shield left behind by that Mechanist? Interesting. If he could ascend 2 more tiers, he might even rival the defensive formations of our clan, the 9th-tier demon remarked. However, I personally snapped your neck back then. There's no way you could have survived. This new Mechanist must be a freshly awakened one. In just over a month, no matter how special a Mechanist might be, it's impossible to ascend so quickly. Considering unforeseen circumstances, he wouldn't exceed tier 3 at most, the 9th-tier demon continued to analyze. As for you, Phantom Demon, as a 7th-tier powerhouse, dealing with a low-tier Mechanist should be a simple task. Once I shatter the energy shield, you will infiltrate the city and await the right moment. Complete the mission, and I shall grant you a wisp of blood fiend energy to help you ascend to tier 8. Yes, my lord, I will not fail you, the Phantom Demon replied, bowing with deference. At the mention of blood fiend energy, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Then, he activated his abilities, transforming into the form of a seductive woman. 3 minutes later, a surge of 9th-tier energy erupted. Before the warning lights of Xia City could even activate, a deafening explosion shook the night sky. The immense power unleashed above the city overwhelmed the energy shield, which shattered within just 5 seconds. The moment the shield broke, everyone in the city felt the loss of the protective barrier that had enveloped them, replaced by a chilling sense of vulnerability to danger. What happened? Demons. A 9th-tier demon has appeared. The energy shield left by the city lord of Zhantian has been destroyed. Where are the guards? Why wasn't there any warning? Without the shield, if the beast tide comes again, we'll have to face the ferocious beasts directly. Amid the chaos, the figures of Yin Xuan and other powerful individuals appeared on the city walls. Have you locked onto the target? Yin Xuan asked grimly. No, the enemy is too cautious. They attacked and retreated instantly. We didn't have time to react, Lu Huai replied, already holding the remote for the city's last ultimate weapon. It was an iron rule in Xia City. When a 9th-tier enemy appeared, the ultimate weapon must be deployed immediately. Any hesitation could result in catastrophic casualties. Even if it was the last nuclear weapon, it had to be used without a second thought to keep the 9th-tier threats in the wild guessing. Damn it! Yin Xuan slammed his fist against the wall. After the beast tide, I knew the demons would make a move, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Aside from the ultimate weapon, we currently have no means to counter a ninth tier. If they refuse to confront us directly, we are helpless, Lu Huai said. A ninth tier stooping to such schemes. Demons truly value their lives. Yin Xuan sneered bitterly. What's the status of the energy shield? Completely destroyed. The power of a ninth tier is just too overwhelming. Lu Huai delivered even worse news. Shit. Yin Xuan cursed angrily. The destruction of the energy shield meant that the beast tide, expected in 3 months, would inevitably return. The demons had clearly prepared thoroughly. Contact Xiaoji and ask if there's a way to repair it. Soon, Zhang Ji's response arrived. If it were just damaged, I could repair it. But the shield is completely destroyed. Unless I reach tier 7, I cannot restore it. It was evident the 9th tier demon had left no room for recovery. Summon all tier 6 and above individuals for a meeting. With the shield gone, immediate action was needed to prepare a response. That night, Xia City was destined to remain sleepless. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, a shadow had already slipped silently into the city. Zhang Ji stepped out of the mechanical workshop, gazing toward the direction of the city walls. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. After a moment of thought, he returned to continue crafting machinery. With the current situation, his creations were more critical than ever. Without them, Xia City would suffer devastating losses when the beast tide struck. The steady influx of mechanical materials had allowed him to not only build bionic robots, but also energy shields and thunder hammers. These weapons not only equipped each robot, but also helped cover the weaknesses of other warriors. Additionally, the numerous earth magic mines he had planted around the city walls had reached tier 5 in power, with an attack radius of 30 meters. While not as devastating as a tier 5 meteoric demon cannon, they were still formidable. Of course, Zhang Ji's greatest trump card was still his bionic robots. Unlike the single-use earth magic mines, these robots could be used repeatedly and continuously grow stronger. Until he advanced to tier 5, they remained his most powerful assets. The next day, despite the major incident on the city walls, Zhang Ji's routine remained unchanged. 2 tier 6 warriors and 5 tier 5 warriors arrived one after another, each selecting bionic robots for sparring. While training, the tier 6 warriors also bore the responsibility of protecting Zhang Ji. Under such intense combat scenarios, the bionic robot's strength improved rapidly, with most reaching the peak of tier 5 combat capabilities. Robots numbered 1 through 10 could even contend with tier 6 warriors for 5 to 8 minutes without being defeated. When 5 robots teamed up, they could even gain the upper hand in battle. Given time, they were certain to truly achieve tier 6 combat strength. Apart from creating bionic robots, Zhang Ji also developed a defense system for himself. An energy shield covered his entire body, and powered exoskeletons enhanced his physical strength. These mechanical creations not only improved his physical capabilities, but also granted him considerable self-defense abilities. Unfortunately, 4th tier mechanical products still couldn't form a complete set of equipment. If he could advance to the 5th tier, he would be able to craft integrated powered armor for both offense and defense. At that point, his personal combat power would undoubtedly place him among the top elites of Xia City. However, the experience required to reach the 5th tier was a staggering 8.1 million, an intimidating number. In times of peace, without large-scale conflicts, relying solely on crafting machines would take months to level up. This was why he had been frantically producing machinery lately, aimed to equip as many people as possible with mechanical gear during the imminent beast tide, gaining a significant share of experience in the process. The bionic robots he created would also serve as a key source of experience for him. Is Zhang Ji here? A voice suddenly called out from outside. Who are you? Don't you know this is a restricted mechanical zone? No unauthorized entry, barked one of the 6th tier guards. Oh, I'm just Xiao Zhang's neighbor. He hasn't been home in a while and I got worried, so I made him some soup, the voice responded. A neighbor? Do you have proof? The guard demanded. Yes, here, take a look. Sigh. Xiao Zhang has really become a big shot now. It's so hard to even see him, the person said, handing over some identification. Soon, someone brought the ID to Zhang Ji at his workstation. Pausing his work, he glanced at the document and nodded. It's indeed my neighbor, Sister Chun. Let her in, he said. Recently, many neighbors who had helped him during his childhood had come by to visit. Out of gratitude for their past kindness, Zhang Ji never turned them away, always taking time to exchange a few words and show his appreciation. Sister Chun, now granted access, approached the entrance to the mechanical warehouse with a smile. However, a fleeting, sinister glint appeared in her eyes. It hadn't expected to get this close to the rising mechanical engineer in just one day. This mission was turning out to be surprisingly easy. At the same time, it discreetly surveyed the surroundings, calculating escape routes out of Xia City. Xiao Jiang, I made you some soup. Come out and drink it. I won't go in and disturb you. I wouldn't want to see anything I shouldn't, it said cautiously, careful not to give itself away. Yet inwardly, it was pondering. Why are there 6th tier guards here? along with such powerful mechanical creations. Have humans developed something new again? No matter, after killing the engineer, they'll stay behind to gather more intel. Maybe you'll earn even greater rewards from the master. Too bad I can't go on a killing spree here with all this fresh blood. It's truly frustrating. It decided to bide its time, waiting for a lapse in vigilance to strike with a single decisive blow. After placing the soup down, it left as if nothing had happened. Jiang Ji acknowledged her briefly before returning to his work. Once he was engrossed in crafting machinery, it was hard for him to be distracted. If a neighbor came in, Head paused to chat. But since Sister Chun had simply dropped off the food and left, he carried on, quickly forgetting about it. The soldiers outside noticed and removed the now cold food. Cold meals were hardly fitting for the esteemed mechanical engineer. Fresh food could be delivered anytime he wanted to eat. Over the next few days, Sister Chun continued to deliver food and leave immediately, gradually becoming familiar with the soldiers. While the two sixth-tier guards remained aloof, their vigilance began to wane. Only Jiang Ji felt something was slightly off. Although she was a familiar face, it seemed excessive to bring him food every day. Of course, he had never eaten any of it by the time he remembered. The food was always cold and had already been discarded. He speculated that perhaps she was looking to gain his favor now that he had become a mechanical engineer, but he didn't suspect anything more sinister. After all, the city gates were heavily guarded day and night, making it nearly impossible for a demon to infiltrate. One day, Sister Chun arrived with a food container again. This time, however, it was fully prepared. Today would be the day it struck. Xiao Jiang, you've been working so hard. You need to take care of yourself. I've made some medicinal food to help relieve fatigue. Let me bring it in for you, Sister Chen said, taking a deep breath as it slowly pushed open the door to the mechanical warehouse. The soldiers outside showed some dissatisfaction but didn't intervene. Since the mechanical engineer himself had no objections, they didn't feel it was their place to interfere. Jiang Ji, expecting her to leave as usual, was surprised to hear the sound of the door opening. Still, he was so absorbed in his latest mechanical creation that he didn't think much of it. The small reconnaissance drone lay quietly in Jiang Ji's palm. This device was a revolutionary upgrade of the traditional unmanned remote-controlled drone. Not only was it equipped with a 5-sense recognition system, but it also featured ultra-long-distance image transmission, communication capabilities, and even the ability to automatically transform and adapt to various reconnaissance missions based on its environment. With this technology, the range of the city exploration team's activities could easily extend beyond 100 miles. Unlike traditional drones, which could only transmit footage captured by their cameras, this compact reconnaissance drone came with a wide-range energy body scanning function. It could remotely detect the presence of ferocious beasts and otherworldly creatures, enabling the exploration team to avoid danger in advance. Using this device felt like opening a game interface where hazardous zones and resource points were clearly marked. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance to the mechanical depot. Jiang Ji turned toward the noise, but before he could react, the drone in his hand began to flash with a blinding red light and emitted an urgent intelligent alarm. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy entity detected. Preliminary analysis estimates destructive power at level 7. Target does not belong to carbon-based humans and is classified as an unidentified species. Please evacuate immediately. Level 7 unknown energy entity? Jiang Ji's expression changed instantly, but his response was swift. His powered exoskeleton activated in an instant, and an energy shield deployed around him. Grabbing Zhou Ming with one hand and Zhou Ling with the other, he quickly pulled them backward. Though shaken, Jiang Ji had complete faith in his creation. The drone had never made a mistake. After all, even Yin Xuan, the city lord, was only at level 6. How could an ordinary neighbor possibly reach level 7? What was even more alarming was that the drone had identified the target as something non-human. As a resident of the Great Xia City, Jiang Ji's emergency response was impeccable. Before Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling had a chance to react, they were already being swiftly evacuated. The being, which called itself Sister Chun, froze in place. It hadn't expected its disguise to be uncovered. Its original plan had been to approach Jiang Ji silently, kill him without alerting the level 6 powerhouses outside, and then assume his identity to leave unnoticed. But the moment it stepped into the mechanical depot, Jiang Ji's small device had immediately exposed its true nature. Now that it had been discovered, the entity dropped all pretense. With a chilling display, it tore apart its human disguise, revealing its horrifying true form. An upper body featuring the head of a phantom butterfly, its torso shimmering with an unsettling iridescent hue. Its skin continuously cracked and reassembled, fully showcasing the distinct characteristics of an otherworldly demon. Since you found me out, you can die now, ha ha. The phantom demon let out a spine-chilling laugh. As the aura of the demonic entity suddenly erupted, the two sixth-tier warriors outside the mechanical warehouse immediately sensed the disturbance. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed into the warehouse without hesitation. At that moment, Jiang Ji had only managed to put 30 meters between himself and the 7th tier Phantom Demon, which had already closed the gap. Even though Jiang Ji was equipped with defensive mechanical gear, the powered exoskeleton was ultimately a 3rd tier product. At best, it could perform at the speed of a 4th tier. Against a 7th tier entity, the disparity was insurmountable, like a chasm between them. As the Phantom Demon closed in, a sinister grin spread across its face. Snake-like patterns emerged on its demonic arm as it struck fiercely at Jiang Ji. His energy shield automatically activated to protect him, but under the immense impact, half of it shattered, its glow dimming instantly. Jiang Ji felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him flying into a shelf with a heavy crash. Blood spurted from his mouth, but he still clung tightly to Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. If not for him taking the full brunt of the attack, the 2 ordinary individuals would have surely perished. Unit 1. Jiang Ji shouted. In an instant, the bionic robots outside lit up with a piercing glow in their eyes, receiving the distress signal from their master. They immediately activated their combat mode. Led by Unit 1, a squad of 50 bionic robots propelled forward with bursts of energy, shooting into the mechanical warehouse like arrows. Interesting. You survived my strike? And what are these things? The Phantom Demon seemed surprised but was aware of the urgency. It attacked again, intent on finishing off Jiang Ji. It believed that as long as it completed its mission, it could blend into the crowd and escape safely. Foul creature, you think we're just bystanders? The 2 6th tier warriors finally arrived. One charged at the Phantom Demon from behind, while the other stood in front of Jiang Ji, exuding a powerful energy aura and wielding a long blade to block the attacks. Mere 6th tier warriors dare to stand in my way? The Phantom Demon's expression twisted further, and its eyes suddenly gleamed with multicolored light. It's a Phantom Demon? This is bad, close your eyes. The warrior shielding Jiang Ji shouted in alarm, but it was too late. His pupils reflected the multicolored light, and his gaze turned vacant and lifeless. The energy aura dissipated as he succumbed to the Phantom Demon's innate ability hypnosis. Those affected would fall into an illusion, rendered completely immobile, though without direct harm. Fortunately, the other warrior managed to close his eyes in time, avoiding direct eye contact. His fist landed heavily on the Phantom Demon, forcing it back several steps. The Phantom Demon race isn't known for raw power. As long as we avoid your hypnosis ability, even as a 7th tier, you're no stronger than a peak 6th tier at best. Showing up in Daxia City was your biggest mistake. You're as good as dead, the warrior said coldly. With support, Jiang Ji struggled to his feet. Thank you for saving me. Luckily, the first attack underestimated me. If you had arrived even a moment later, I wouldn't have been able to hold out. He clutched his chest, his energy shield on the verge of collapse. Another hit would surely have been fatal. A 7th tier Phantom Demon? Why are you wearing Sister Chin's face? Where is she? Jiang Ji asked coldly. Hee, Sister Chin? Naturally, I devoured her. Don't you know? My kind can only read memories and shapeshift after consuming someone. The Phantom Demon let out a chilling laugh. To complete my mission, I had to eat 6 people just to gather information about you. Humans really do taste delightful. Jiang Ji's face darkened. 6 lives lost because of him, and he had been completely unaware. My strength is still too weak. You demon, make sure you die. For the first time, he felt such profound anger. Though sacrifice was common in war, no loss had ever cut this deep. At that moment, the bionic robot squad arrived in full force. Units 1 through 10, the most advanced, formed a team and launched an assault on the Phantom Demon, while the remaining robots surrounded Jiang Ji to protect him. The 10 bionic robots, though individually 4th tier in capability, worked together to match the combat power of a peak 6th tier. What are these things? The Phantom Demon grew increasingly enraged as it was surrounded and attacked. It repeatedly unleashed its hypnosis ability, but to no avail. These robots, while intelligent, were not truly alive and were immune to the Phantom Demon's innate powers. An otherworldly demon in the city? How is Xiao Ji holding up? A booming voice echoed from the distance, accompanied by a storm of wind. Moments later, an imposing figure arrived atop a galloping spirit steed. Elder Wang scanned the scene anxiously and only relaxed upon seeing Jiang Ji unharmed. Living nearby, he had rushed over the moment the demon appeared, worried about Jiang Ji's ability to withstand a 7th tier foe. You dare invade the city, you wretched creature? You are courting death. Elder Wang roared, brandishing a long spear as he joined the fray. The Phantom Demon's expression finally shifted. With 3 6th tier warriors and a horde of strange machines surrounding it, not to mention the approach of other powerful presences from afar, escape seemed impossible. As a 7th tier, it could not risk death. Heroic hadn't reached the 8th tier yet. Reluctantly, it decided to abandon its mission. The Phantom Demon's form exploded, releasing a cloud of multicolored smoke as it changed its appearance and slipped into the crowd that had gathered nearby. Where did it go? Elder Wang's spear struck empty air as he scanned the area, but the demon had vanished. Even the bionic robots could no longer locate their target, halting in place. There. Jiangji held up a small reconnaissance drone, pointing at a figure attempting to flee through the crowd. Elder Wang immediately thrust his spear in that direction. Curse you, mechanic. The phantom demon had no choice but to reveal itself to block the attack, only to be surrounded once more. Jiang Ji stared intently at the small reconnaissance drone in his hand. This device, capable of decrypting the information of the Yimo, had been programmed to detect traces of phantom demons. No matter how many forms the enemy could take, it could not escape the drone's scan. This technology was a perfect counter to the phantom demon's abilities. Had the necessary materials not arrived in time, today's battle could have turned out very differently. On the battlefield, under the assault of Wang Lao's robot army, the Yimo were forced into retreat. Despite changing forms multiple times, each transformation was immediately seen through by Jiang Ji. When the Yimo attempted to destroy the reconnaissance drone, two warriors standing in front of Jiang Ji, along with another who had just recovered from hallucinations, joined forces to block the attack. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat swept across the battlefield. Yan Chuan had arrived. Just as he was about to join the fight, Jiang Ji stopped him. This 7th-tier Yimo is no longer a threat, Jiang Ji said. After today, Defy City might witness its second 7th-tier awakened warrior. Hearing this, Yan Chuan held back. He understood that many 6th-tier warriors in Defy City had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, and now was not the time to ruin Wang Lao's chance to kill the Yimo and advance in rank. As Yan Chuan summoned a healer to tend to Jiang Ji's injuries, he began to ponder aloud. How did the Yimo infiltrate the city? Our 4 gates are sealed shut, and the energy barrier protects us? Wait, could the destruction of the energy barrier that day have been a deliberate ploy to let this Yimo slip inside? Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. That's very possible. It appeared the day after the energy barrier malfunctioned, and because it perfectly mimicked the behavior of my neighbor, I didn't notice anything unusual. Of course, it might also have replaced someone from the outbound team. The phantom demon's shape-shifting abilities are nearly flawless. If not for this, he held up the small reconnaissance drone, I might not have made it out alive. Yan Chuan shuddered at the thought. When the energy barrier was destroyed, everyone had assumed the Yimo were simply preparing for a beast wave. No one expected such a sinister plot. Uncle Yin, Jiang Ji continued, please help me collect the remains of the Yimo we killed earlier. I need to gather their essence to program it into the reconnaissance drone. Once the settings are complete, it will be able to instantly identify the type of Yimo. When it's ready, I'll give you a few units to scan anyone returning to the city, ensuring no more Yimo infiltrations. Consider it done, Yan Chuan agreed, resolving to strengthen the city's defenses and assign more 6th-tier warriors to protect Jiang Ji. If not for the presence of the bionic robots today, the 2 6th-tier warriors alone might not have held out until Wang Lao arrived. Back on the battlefield, the phantom demon grew increasingly desperate under the threat of death. However, its strength was only slightly superior to Wang Lao's. With the support of the bionic robots, the gap in power was effectively neutralized. Each time it attempted to unleash its hallucinatory abilities, Wang Lao skillfully used the robots as cover to evade. Half an hour later, the exhausted phantom demon was pinned against the wall by Wang Lao's spear, its multicolored blood slowly dripping down. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Lao. It was a clear sign of ascension. The transformation began with his steed. The spirit horse let out a long cry as 2 menacing horns sprouted from its head. Its hooves turned into wolf-like claws, and its body became covered in shimmering, multicolored scales. Is that a Qilin horse? Someone exclaimed in awe. A creature with horns, clawed hooves, a rounded head, and vibrant scale set was the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. Next, Wang Lao's armor turned jet black, perfectly complementing the majestic Qilin horse beneath him. A perpetual tornado swirled above his head, and the overwhelming aura swept through the battlefield. At last, after the city lord of Zhantian, Defy City welcomed its second 7th-tier awakened warrior. Old Wang raised his spear, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Feeling the surging power within him, he thought to himself, I've finally broken through to the 7th tier. Moments later, he suppressed his energy, and the Qilin horse beneath him transformed into a streak of spiritual light and vanished. Turning to the group, he clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for making this possible. You're too kind, Old Wang. If anyone deserves the credit, it's Jiang Ji, Yan Chuan said with a smile. Old Wang nodded in agreement. That's true. Without the help of these robots, I wouldn't have been able to take down that 7th-tier phantom demon on my own. Only after ascending did I truly understand the 6th and 7th tiers are worlds apart. Even a 7th-tier phantom demon, which isn't known for its combat prowess, is far beyond what we 6th-tier cultivators can handle. Without exceptional talent, crossing this chasm is nearly impossible in a lifetime. Reflecting on the battle earlier, Old Wang felt a surge of emotion. If not for the robots shielding him from the phantom demon's innate abilities and wearing it down, he would have surely perished in an unknown fight. Now, he had become the second 7th-tier powerhouse in Daxia City, following Yin Chuan. Xiao Ji, thank you, Old Wang said solemnly to the young man he had watched grow up. Jiang Ji quickly waved his hand. No need for that, Grandpa Wang. If you hadn't stepped in to block the demon, I'd probably be the one injured. After all, its target was me. This was indeed an oversight on our part, Yin Chuan said apologetically. From now on, I'll have people thoroughly inspect the city to prevent any further infiltration by demons. Now that I've reached the 7th tier, as long as there's no war, I'll stay here and serve as your protector, Old Wang added. Just as they finalized their plans, the other 6th-tier awakeners present, seeing Old Wang's breakthrough, were instantly fired up. They eagerly turned to Jiang Ji. Xiao Jiang, do you think we could use those robots too in the future? Exactly. We've been stuck at the 6th tier for so long. Now that Old Wang has taken the lead, we want to catch up as well. The 6th-tier practitioners chimed in one after another. Jiang Ji smiled. That won't be a problem. There will be more and more bionic robots in the future. I'm planning to take advantage of the upcoming beast tide in just over a month. If any 7th-tier beasts appear, it'll create opportunities for you all. Let's aim to help every 6th-tier practitioner meet the conditions for a breakthrough. Haha, that's fantastic. Thanks in advance, Xiao Jiang. Exactly. You're a real lifesaver. Mark my words, I'll be the 3rd one to break through to the 7th tier. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Frustration burned within him. Jiang Ji always seemed to push him with these breakthroughs. If he didn't work harder, he feared he'd soon fall behind. Why wait? Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're the city lord. I even spanked you back in the day. The chance to break through is equal for everyone. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yin Chuan's embarrassing past was laid bare, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Humiliated and fuming, he let out a cold snort and fled amidst the uproarious laughter. In the eerie palace deep within the endless forest, a chilling voice echoed through the vast hall. The speaker was visibly displeased with the failure of the phantom demon. With a cold tone, he remarked, "Useless fool, incapable of achieving anything but ruining plans. Not only did you fail to complete the mission, but you also alerted the enemy. Now the humans are on guard. The plan to kill the Mechanist will have to wait until the beast tide in a few dozen days." The voice dripped with disdain for the phantom demons. The phantom demon clan truly is a disgrace. The speaker quickly shifted his thoughts. Since this attempt failed, we'll continue to scheme. During the midway point of the Federation's Genius Ranking Tournament in 40 days, many humans will visit our clan. This beast tide must severely cripple the Great Xia City, forcing them to cower within their walls as they did before, not daring to take a step outside. If these human prodigies catch wind of our movements, our situation will become precarious. The Federation would seize the opportunity to extort our clan's resources. Rest assured, this time I will personally oversee matters from the shadows. Although 9th-tier beasts fear humanity's ultimate weapons, I will command the 8th-tier beasts to act, supported by an army of high-tier beasts. Without its energy shield, Xia City stands no chance against this beast horde. However, I must remind you, you absolutely cannot take action. The backlash from violating the 9th-tier pact is beyond what you can endure. Losing your tier is one thing, but if you die, our Rebirth clan will fall from the ranks of the top factions. My life is my utmost concern. I will be cautious. During this time, has there been any significant news from the other side? The scene shifts to the radio room in the signal tower. Yin Chuan, Lu Huai, Jiang Ji, and others were gathered there. Grandpa Qin, wearing headphones, reported with a grave expression, "For the past month, we've only received this program called Talk Show, no other messages. However, after observing the statements of the guests, I've confirmed one thing." Seeing Yin Chuan's urgency, Grandpa Qin continued, "After long-term eavesdropping, I've determined that the so-called Immortality of the Rebirth clan is actually the alien demon we know of. The rotating guests on the program come from various clans like the Phantom Demons, Flame Demons, Tree Demons, and Charm Demons. Across 12 episodes, 12 alien demon clans have been featured, 4 of which we've never encountered before." Grandpa Qin flipped open his notebook and added, "Additionally, I can confirm that the program is broadcast from the old capital of the ancient nation. Although the name has changed, all signs point to this location." This discovery left Yin Chuan slumped in his chair, his eyes flickering with disbelief. The humans of the old lands, have they really allied with the alien demons? Is that why they've never come to our aid? Lu Huai analyzed. If they formed an alliance, they must have divided their territories. Unless it's a diplomatic matter, they likely won't set foot in each other's domains. Could it be that Great Xia City has already been designated as part of the alien demons' territory? The thought sent chills down everyone's spine. If true, would they be treated as enemies when they return to the old lands? It was a terrifying possibility. Yin Xuan's face turned pale as he voiced the question that haunted them all. Have they realized our predicament? Did they abandon us to form an alliance with the alien demons? Or have they forgotten about us entirely, assuming Great Xia City was already destroyed? Grandpa Qin scoffed. Why agonize over this? Whether we've been abandoned or used as a bargaining chip, Great Xia City can no longer return to the old nation. If enemies come, we fight. If disasters strike, we endure. As long as we stand strong, the truth will reveal itself in time. Besides, who knows if we'll even last until then? Why waste energy worrying? As the spirit of Great Xia City dictates, fight and fight alone. These words cleared the haze of doubt in Yin Xuan's mind. As the current city lord, he knew he was the pillar holding everyone together. Unless he fell in battle and Jiang Ji or someone else took his place, he could not falter. Yin Xuan looked around at the group, a resolute smile forming on his face. Then let us prepare for battle. With 1 month until the beast tide and the energy shield destroyed, we must hasten to repair the city walls and fortify our defenses. Great Xia City will endure. From that moment on, Yin Xuan stopped hoping for salvation from the old lands. Great Xia City was now fueled solely by the spirit of self-reliance. This newfound independence of spirit strengthened their resolve. Face every battle heeded, meet every challenge with determination. Yin Xuan and the others quickly dispersed, readying themselves for the war to come. Only Jiang Ji and Grandpa Qin remained in the radio room with a few others. Over the past weeks, the teams sent beyond the city to collect materials had gradually scaled back due to the increasing need for defensive preparations. The situation outside the city is becoming increasingly dire. On one hand, the beasts have begun to gather on a large scale, making the wilderness exponentially more dangerous. On the other hand, material resources within a 20-mile radius have nearly been exhausted. Obtaining a steady supply of materials, as in the past, is becoming nearly impossible unless they venture much farther out. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Ji decided to temporarily halt his excursions. His recent sleepless and tireless efforts had not been in vain. His stockpile of mechanical weapons had grown significantly, and his experience bar had progressed by 1/3. If all went well, by the time the next beast tide arrived, he was confident he could advance to Tier 5. At that point, the meteor demon cannon he had developed would become a nightmare for all the beasts. As Jiang Ji pondered these matters, Old Qin suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. Huh? What is it? Jiang Ji asked. The talk show just ended, and the new program is called the Federation's Genius Ranking Tournament. A tournament? Jiang Ji frowned in thought. Is it just another entertainment show? He suddenly remembered something important. By the way, Old Qin, any progress on the connection we discussed earlier? If they could successfully establish a connection, they would be able to directly communicate with the heart of human territory. While Jiang Ji didn't feel much attachment to that side, understanding the overall strength of humanity's inner regions would be valuable for them. Old Qin shook his head. There was indeed a connection segment a few days ago, but whether it was due to signal issues or just bad luck, all my connection requests went unanswered. What a shame, Jiang Ji sighed. I wonder if the new program will have any connection opportunities. If it does, we could use it to gather information about the current situation and learn more about the alien demons. At this point, Old Qin suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The programs over there all have video signals, but because our equipment here is so outdated, we can only receive audio. Xiao Jiang, do you think you could figure out a way to fix this? If we can get the video, especially during the competitive segments of this tournament, we might even catch a glimpse of the alien demons. That way, we could directly observe their abilities. Right now, aside from the Regeneration Clan and the Illusion Demon Clan, we know far too little about the other alien demons. Some we've only seen from afar, but we have no clue about their capabilities. Hearing this suggestion, Jiang Ji's eyes lit up. I see. All right, I'll give it a try. For several days, Jiang Ji had secluded himself in the radio station, tirelessly working. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling accompanied him, offering their assistance. While Yin Xuan and the others had shifted their focus to preparing for battle, Jiang Ji remained steadfast, meticulously searching for information about the EMO, determined to be ready for any unforeseen developments. Finally, after relentless effort, the signal tower managed to receive a transmission from the old land. The group gathered around the massive screen, anticipation thick in the air, as they awaited the opening of the Federation ranking tournament. What was truly remarkable was that, despite the immense distance, Xia City could still receive a live broadcast. Although the group no longer harbored hope for the old land, 12 years of longing couldn't be so easily extinguished. The screen flickered to life, and the emblem of the Federation was the first image to appear. Two charismatic hosts, both fifth-tier powerhouses, stood on stage, energetically explaining the tournament's rules. Team battles, group matches, and individual duels. As the introductions began, each participating team was announced, their names accompanied by thunderous applause and cheers. The students representing the 24 elite Awakener academies were nothing short of astonishing, each competitor at least a third-tier fighter, with countless fourth and fifth tiers, and even a few sixth-tier prodigies among them. These young individuals, barely 20 years old, wielded power comparable to Desya City's finest warriors. In the teachers section, seventh-tier masters were a common sight. Is surpassing their tier really that effortless for them? Jiang Ji murmured in disbelief. Uncle Qin's expression darkened. In comparison, Desya City does seem rather weak, he admitted gravely. And these are just students. Imagine the strength of the Federation's true elites. The broadcast continued, showcasing the factions participating in the tournament. The Judgment Court, mercenary groups, grand taverns, and even the Blood Royal Court all fielded formidable contestants, including sixth-tier youths. The surprises didn't end there. 18 different EMO species were also competing. These beings, once humanity's sworn enemies, were now living in harmony with humans, even earning the audience's enthusiastic applause. This surreal scene struck a nerve with Uncle Qin. His eyes widened as he suddenly recognized the tournament's location. This is the old battlefield, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with fury. His eyes turned red as he roared. This is where millions of our nation's soldiers fell, where heroes were buried. How can this place be turned into a spectacle for entertainment? How can those cheers not disturb the eternal rest of our brave fallen? And to think, the EMO now stand above the very ground soaked with their blood. Overcome with emotion, Uncle Qin collapsed into his chair, his body trembling. Jiang Ji hurriedly supported him. Despite the betrayal Desya had suffered and the alliance between humanity and the EMO, Uncle Qin had never shown such anger. But now, his faith in the people of the old land was completely shattered. To him, this was not just a betrayal of history, it was a desecration of the sacrifices of the fallen. It's starting, Shaoli said, pointing to the screen. After an extended introduction, thousands of participants were dispersed across over 100 battle zones, competing in teams of 5. Jiang Ji's focus sharpened as he observed the EMO's performance. The Regeneration clan's black mist ability was a nightmare for their opponents. The Phantom Demons' shapeshifting left humans scrambling for solutions, and the Flame Demons transformed the arenas into blazing infernos. In the ongoing conflict between Abyssal Fiends and humanity, the unyielding defense of the Tree Demons and the earth-shattering strength of the Stone Demons make it nearly impossible for human warriors of the same level to stand against them. However, humanity has its share of extraordinary talents. Take, for instance, Lung Qianro, the Ice Queen, who just made her appearance on the show. With a mere wave of her delicate hand, she can instantly conjure a frozen realm of snow and ice, immobilizing her opponents before they even have a chance to react. This scene reminded Jiang Ji of Su Shuangyue, who had awakened alongside him in the past. Both possessed the power to command snow and frost. Were they to face off at the same level, who would emerge victorious, the Ice Queen or the Frost Spirit? Yet this question remains unanswerable, as the two have had no contact since the day of their awakening. Aside from powerful individuals like Lung Qianro, others such as Sword Fiends, Summoners, and Cursecasters have also made their debuts. To Jiang Ji's surprise, these group combat-oriented professions, which are highly sought after in Desya City, make up nearly a third of the contestants. However, as the host explained, Jiang Ji was astonished to learn that in the Federation, these group combat professions are actually considered trash-tier professions. The reason is simple. Group combat abilities often come at the expense of individual strength. In an unknown arena setting, group combat professions struggle to compete against those specializing in personal combat power. The Federation values individual heroism, with little regard for the concept of teamwork. More critically, the abilities of these group combat professions are generally underwhelming. Even in Desya City, they often cannot single-handedly annihilate large numbers of same-tier beasts, let alone challenge those of higher tiers. In contrast, those with exceptional combat prowess often possess unrivaled strength within their tier. This disparity is a product of their respective environments. After some reflection, Jiang Ji realized the truth. In Desya City, group combat professions are primarily used to counter vast numbers of low-tier beasts rather than same-tier elites. Even the most powerful awakened fighters can only handle 2 to 3 times their own number at best. The stark environmental differences between the two worlds have shaped entirely distinct value systems. In the Federation, where large-scale wars are absent, competitions have become the stage for fame and glory, naturally elevating the importance of individual power. Meanwhile, in Desya City, perpetually overshadowed by the threat of danger, group combat professions are the key to preserving hope. The wonders of the world never cease to amaze. On one side, scorched earth. On the other, waters too deep to cross. Jiang Ji couldn't help but wonder. If these group combat professionals were born in Desya City, what kind of brilliance would they ignite? As the scenes shifted rapidly, Jiang Ji found himself witnessing a puzzling spectacle. A third-tier mechanic was battling a supernatural demon, armed with nothing more than a rudimentary energy cannon. However, The mechanic's performance was nothing short of embarrassing. The energy cannon fired so slowly that its shots were practically visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the demon, known for its speed, darted effortlessly across the battlefield. Minutes passed, and the mechanic hadn't even grazed its shadow. The mechanic's grasp of machinery was clearly rudimentary, barely sufficient for basic operation. Under the demon's relentless attacks, all he could do was dodge clumsily, completely unable to counterattack. It was evident that the demon was toying with its hapless opponent, a mechanic from the Federation. This week? Jang thought, perplexed. As a fellow mechanic, he knew that even back when he was at the second tier, he could have taken down this demon in under 10 seconds with an energy cannon. If he were at the third tier, the demon wouldn't last a second against him. The commentator's voice rang out at just the right moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this mechanic student is about to be defeated. According to the records, his innate talent is mechanical apprentice. The mechanic profession is already considered weak, and paired with such a lackluster talent, it seems his future prospects will be limited to running a repair shop after graduation. To the people of Dasha City, these remarks were nothing short of blatant mockery. Yet, the Federation audience erupted in laughter, clearly accustomed to viewing mechanics as a feeble profession. The scene quickly shifted, as though the mechanic's humiliating performance was merely a passing interlude. The onlookers turned toward Jiang Ji. Old Qin snorted coldly. There's no such thing as a weak profession, only weak individuals. The old Earth humans are truly short-sighted, treating treasures like trash. If mechanics were truly weak, how could Zhantian strike fear into the hearts of fierce beasts? And how could Xiao Jiang elevate Dasha City's strength so dramatically? After a lively discussion about the pros and cons of technological weaponry versus awakened abilities, Old Qin redirected the conversation toward Jiang Ji. Xiao Jiang, after watching these so-called Federation geniuses, how confident are you if you were to take the stage? Jiang Ji responded with a confident smile. Forget unknown. If I reached the 6th tier, I could wipe the floor with all of them at once. Even now, at the 4th tier, with my bionic robots, I could dominate the arena and claim the championship. That's quite bold. Keep in mind, there's always someone better out there, Old Qin cautioned. But Shaoli interjected without hesitation. If you're not bold, are you even young? Old Qin shot Shaoli an annoyed glare. I'm talking to Xiao Jiang. Why are you butting in? Then, turning back to Jiang Ji with a smile, he added, but he's right. Young people should have that sharp edge. Having you in Dasha City is our good fortune. This old man will be eagerly watching you crush the Federation's younger generation. Jiang Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk as he thought to himself. Not just the younger generation, the older generation is in my sights as well. As a reincarnator, he had both the confidence and the capability to back it up. Even now, his bionic robots, equipped with 4th-tier mechanics, could easily crush a low-tier beast tide. A mere few thousand competitors, even if there were 6th-tier powerhouses among them, wouldn't stand a chance before countless low-tier beasts. What Jiang Ji didn't say, however, was that while he could create powerful mechanical constructs, his personal combat strength was relatively limited. If the arena battles restricted the use of bionic robots, he would face significant challenges. Nonetheless, his strength was designed for war, not for arena battles. His earlier boast was far from empty words. Jiang Ji stood on high ground, intently observing the progress of the Federation ranking tournament. Through this period of observation, he had gained a deeper understanding of the strength of both the Abyssal demons and the Federation's geniuses. As a mechanic with the Mechanical Codex, as long as his rank was sufficient, he could devise countermeasures for any ability he encountered. However, he preferred to crush his opponents with overwhelming power. Firepower suppression was the most effective tactic in battles of the same rank. Only when fighting against higher-ranked opponents would he need to create specialized mechanical devices. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yin Xuan and Lu Huai stood atop the city wall with others, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distant wilderness. With the 3-month restriction lifted, a new wave of beasts had arrived as expected. In the forest beyond, ferocious beasts prowled restlessly, their numbers obscured by the trees. After carefully analyzing the scene using his battlefield analyst abilities, Lu Huai's face grew even darker. The horde stretches for 50 miles, densely packed. This wave is at least 5 times larger than the one 3 months ago. 5 times. The group was incredulous. Doesn't that mean over 10 million beasts? In the past 12 years of beast waves, this scale ranks among the top 3. It's practically a city-destroying battle. Silence. Yin Xuan snapped sternly. The battle hasn't even begun, and you're already saying such demoralizing things? A city-destroying battle? So what? Dasha City is not what it used to be. Besides, we have a mechanic on our side. If he could end the beast wave 3 months ago, why not this time? Yin Xuan's words brought some calm to the group. It was true back in the days without a mechanic, they had relied on sheer human sacrifice to claim victory. Now, With the support of the artillery corps, earth magic mines, and bionic robots, even without the protection of the energy shield, their strength was leagues ahead of what it once was. The group gathered around a multi-screen display, watching footage relayed by reconnaissance drones. Lu Huai analyzed. The beasts are forming a circular encirclement, with Disya City at the center. This means all 4 city walls will face combat. 4-sided combat means we'll have to divide our forces, Wang Lao volunteered. It'll lead the knights to defend the East Gate. The East Gate, facing the Abyssal Demon's lair, had always been the fiercest battleground. Yin Chuan hesitated. Wang Lao, though you're a 7th rank powerhouse, in a battle of this scale, the impact of a single 7th rank isn't significant. At that moment, Jiang Ji approached, his voice resolute. I can handle the East Gate alone. Yin Chuan immediately objected. You are the future of Disya City. How can you take on the most dangerous position at the East Gate? If the East Gate falls, what future will Disya City have? Jiang Ji shook his head. You've all likely realized Ithis could very well be the final battle to defend the city. If we lose, Disya will become a land of blood and carnage. If we win, the beast ways will be no more, and we'll shift from defense to offense. I need to advance under this pressure. It's my only chance. If I miss this opportunity and the Abyssal Demons learn of my abilities, they'll stop at nothing to eliminate me. Yin Chuan finally relented. Give me a guarantee. This is no trivial matter. I need to ensure you can hold the East Gate. I'll let you go, but I must send someone to assist you. Unit 1, Jiang Ji called out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bionic robot Unit 1 strode into the room. As the commander of Jiang Ji's initial bionic robot army, Robot Number 1 displayed an awe-inspiring presence. Clad in a powered exoskeleton and shielded by an energy barrier, it carried a massive thunderstorm hammer slung across its back while gripping a tumper-long magnetic light annihilation gun in its hands. If not for the spatial constraints, it could even deploy a flame chariot into battle. This was the pinnacle of Jiang Ji's efforts. The N2 class war robot. It was an ultimate war machine combining kinetic power, defense, mobility, melee, and area effect attacks. Pointing to the thunderstorm hammer on Robot Number 1's back, Jiang Ji explained, this is one of the melee weapons I designed. Its power is enough to crush a Tier 5 beast, and even poses a deadly threat to Tier 6. When paired with martial combat techniques, it can take down Tier 6 entities. As for the flame chariot, Jiang Ji continued, it's a formidable area effect weapon. Once activated, it creates a searing flame field within a 30-meter radius. Any Tier 4 or lower beast entering the field will be reduced to ashes within 10 seconds. I plan to deploy it around the eastern gate to form a lethal barrier of flames, completely blocking low-tier beasts from scaling the walls. And finally, this magnetic light annihilation gun, Jiang Ji gestured with his hand, is arguably the most powerful offensive weapon among Tier 4 mechanical creations. It can emit a magnetic light beam up to 100 meters long and 3 meters in diameter, with destructive power rivaling the thunderstorm hammer. As long as its energy supply remains, it can fire continuously. I've equipped it with a power source capable of sustaining 72 hours of continuous combat. Jiang Ji's eyes gleamed with confidence. I've already built 80 N2 class war robots, each with Tier 6 combat power. My plan is to station them primarily at the eastern gate while allocating 30 units to support the other 3 gates. Additionally, spare mechanical weapons will be distributed among all gates. Uncle Yin, do you think this defensive strategy is solid enough? After hearing Jiang Ji's explanation, everyone present was utterly stunned. Even with their high expectations for the mechanic, they hadn't anticipated such incredible progress in just 3 months. Jiang Ji's achievements perfectly embodied the phrase, 1 man equals 10,000. Are you saying all of this is true? Yin Chuan asked in a trembling voice, struggling to believe what he had just heard. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed Jiang Ji's rapid growth firsthand, yet he was still overwhelmed by these results. They had assumed that Jiang Ji would need to reach Tier 7 before fundamentally changing the fate of Disya City, but it now seemed he already possessed the strength to end a large-scale beast tide. Jiang Ji glanced at Yin Chuan and replied solemnly, Uncle Yin, in such a critical moment, how could I dare to lie? Besides, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. And what's that? Yin Chuan asked eagerly. Jiang Ji smiled confidently. If I manage to break through during the battle and am given some additional time to produce Tier 5 mechanical weapons, then the Eastern Gate battle won't just be about defense. We'll be able to counterattack and slaughter the enemy proactively. I've already had the robots transport the materials for Tier 5 mechanical weapons to the Eastern Gate in preparation for this possibility. So, you've planned everything ahead, haven't you? Yin Chuan said, patting Jiang Ji on the shoulder with a mix of exasperation and admiration. It seems my opinion as the city lord is becoming less and less relevant. Jiang Ji chuckled. Uncle Yin, you're a wise city lord. I trust you'll support my decisions, which is why I took the liberty of preparing in advance. You're not upset with me, are you? Upset? Why would I be upset? Yin Chuan laughed and scolded him. But next time you have such surprises, give me a heads up. Otherwise, this old body of mine might not survive the shock. After a pause, he hesitated and asked, 80 robots against at least 2 million beasts. Doesn't that seem a bit too risky? Zhang Ji responded with unwavering confidence. Uncle Yin, these 80 war robots cannot be judged by conventional standards. They were designed for war, each equipped with full offensive and defensive capabilities, and are more than capable of holding a gate. With 30 units supporting the other gates and various mechanical weapons deployed across the city, our overall defensive strength is more than sufficient. Jiang Ji looked up at the defensive setup on the city walls, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Even the first and second-tier energy cannons had proven capable of creating massive destruction, let alone the fourth-tier mechanical weapons now in his possession. His only concern was whether there would be enough feral beasts to provide the experience points he needed to level up further. As for the upcoming city defense battle, Jiang Ji was fully prepared. As long as the beasts attacking on the first day were below Tier 5, he was confident he could hold the city. Even if a Tier 6 beast showed up, he was certain the Flame Chariot could hold it off until the 3-hour defense time limit expired. However, if a Tier 7 beast appeared on the first day, things would get tricky. But based on past experiences, such a scenario was almost impossible. You're going to split your forces? Yin Xuan asked in shock, once again impressed by the boldness of this young man. Jiang Ji replied humbly, I owe my success to the people of Daxia City. Without their help gathering materials, I wouldn't even have been able to break through to Tier 3. He continued, the 50 war robots at the East Gate are more than sufficient. The other gates face less pressure, but hand-to-hand combat there could lead to greater casualties. With the help of mechanical units, a single war robot is as effective as 100 spearmen, which will significantly reduce our losses. Uncle Yin, please approve this plan. Yin Xuan smiled helplessly and said, since you've put it that way, how can I refuse? He raised his hand to stop Jiang Ji from speaking further and said seriously, but you'll need reinforcements on your side as well. While I want Sin people, you must be prepared. This city annihilation battle will undoubtedly bring Tier 7 beasts. Although the chances of them showing up on the first day are slim, we can't afford to take any risks. Lu Huai. Yin Chuan suddenly called out. City Lord, Lu Huai responded respectfully, bowing slightly. There are 16 missiles left. For this battle, you must monitor all 4 gates closely. If you spot any Tier 7 beasts, take immediate action. I'm authorizing you to use up to half of our missile reserves. Remember, the East Gate is the top priority. If necessary, deploy the ultimate weapon. Lu Huai remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Understood. While missiles were less effective against the strange regenerative abilities of the alien demons, they were devastatingly lethal against Tier 7 beasts. Once locked on, a Tier 7 beast would be doomed. Once the battle plan for the East Gate was finalized, Yin Xuan and Jiang Ji turned their attention to discussing the defensive strategies for the other 3 gates. In the meeting hall, Jiang Ji raised his hand to signal for attention before calmly beginning his analysis. The 300,000 citizens of Daxia City, all trained to fight, can be divided into 3 groups, 200,000, 50,000, and 50,000. Why this allocation? Someone immediately asked, prompting all eyes to focus on Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji surveyed the room, his voice steady and composed. The gun and cannon corps now consists of 2,000 riflemen and 500 artillerymen. Their combat effectiveness is evident to all of us. This elite force of 2,500, paired with 50,000 auxiliary troops, is more than sufficient to defend one city gate. Beasts below Tier 3 won't even make it within striking distance of the walls. Hearing this, the attendees couldn't help but recall the battle 3 months ago. With a single charged rifle firing 1 shot per second, that's 3,600 rounds per hour. Multiply that by 2,000 soldiers, and in just 1 hour, they could annihilate 1 million Tier 1 beasts. Combined with high-tier fighters stationed at the gate, holding the line was undoubtedly achievable. Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the gun and cannon corps is capable of independently securing a gate. What about the other 50,000 troops? Elder Wang inquired. Before Jiang Ji could respond, Lu Huai seemed to grasp the answer. The meteor cannons? Exactly, Jiang Ji confirmed. Though we only have a dozen rounds left for the meteor cannons, their destructive power needs no elaboration. I propose deploying them at the West Gate, where the pressure is expected to be the lightest. If we can endure the initial wave, the West Gate may be the first to conclude its battle. The group collectively approved of this arrangement. As for the remaining 200,000 troops, Jiang Ji continued, his expression growing grave, they will face the most dangerous battlefield. Yin Chuan picked up where Jiang Ji left off. The North Gate. With minimal mechanical support and limited technological ammunition, this force will engage in direct combat. It will be a battle of flesh and blood against the beasts. Sheer numbers will be our only guarantee of success. When necessary, even human lives may serve as a barrier. I am a Tier 7 fighter. I volunteer to defend the North Gate, Elder Wang declared. A Tier 6 at peak strength, count me in, another added. And me as well. This time, Yin Xuan did not refuse. Very well. It's settled. The beasts will reach us in 3 days. This battle depends on all of you. The group rose to their feet in unison, their voices resonating with unshakable resolve. For Disya City, we fight to the death. Their thunderous vow echoed through the hall. This battle would determine the city's fate. Victory would herald its rise, while defeat would reduce its people to mere prey. Every individual present had long since put their lives on the line. Zhang Ji made his way to the East Gate's optimal observation point. Around him, N2 class war robots armed with magnetic light demon-slaying rifles were strategically positioned, ensuring no blind spots in the defense. Mechanical transport vehicles busily moved back and forth under the command of Unit 1, delivering materials to the walls in preparation for Jiang Ji's potential breakthrough. 30 meters beyond the city walls, rows of flame tanks stood in perfect formation. Each tank, supported by 12 wheels, carried a metal platform. Atop each platform sat a massive iron cage, containing blazing flames that flickered and roared. To guard against a potential night assault, all the flame tanks had been activated, illuminating the dark wilderness in a fiery red glow. Even from atop the walls, Jiang Ji could feel the searing heat radiating toward him. This battle might just be my opportunity to break through to Tier 5 or even Tier 6, Jiang Ji thought to himself. Sleep eluded him that night. As dawn broke, the ground began to quake violently. In the distance, a deafening cacophony of pounding footsteps grew louder. Trees hundreds of meters away toppled one after another as an endless horde of beasts surged over the horizon, stretching as far as the eye could see. Within the walls of Dasha City, countless individuals meditating with closed eyes suddenly snapped them open. The beast tide has arrived. A whisper, whose origin was unknown, rippled through the crowd. Yet, it struck like thunder, shaking the very core of every listener. The 300,000 strong garrison, long prepared, moved in perfect unison to their designated defensive positions. This time, Yin Xuan refrained from delivering a rousing pre-battle speech. In the face of this city-destroying battle for survival, any stirring words seemed feeble and insignificant. For 12 long years, everyone had come to accept a harsh truth. As an isolated stronghold with no reinforcements to rely on, Dasha City's only chance of survival lay in fighting to the death. At the southern gate, the heavy artillery battalion had completed its deployment. This unit, composed mainly of lower-ranking warriors, bore varied expressions that told their own stories. Some were so nervous their palms were slick with sweat, while others maintained a facade of calm indifference. Some had fear flickering in their eyes, while others brimmed with a murderous resolve. Yet, they all had one thing in common. Not a single one of them took a step back. At the western gate, the demon fall cannons had been adjusted, their barrels locked firmly on the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts in the distance. 5,000 soldiers stood in tight formation, their minds united by a single resolve: to secure the perfect moment for the cannons to strike, even if it meant using their own flesh and blood to hold back the beast tide. The northern gate, the most heavily fortified area, presented a starkly different atmosphere from the other fronts. The soldiers stationed their war smiles on their faces, chatting in small groups as if the impending catastrophe were nothing to fear. Yet, from his vantage point above, the veteran General Wang observed this scene with a heavy heart. He knew these men too well. Those seemingly carefree smiles masked a level of determination deeper than anyone could imagine. This was their way of bidding farewell to the world, a last attempt to share unspoken words in the final moments of their lives. As the primary target of the Beast Tide's main force, the northern gate was defended by 200,000 troops who would face an enemy 10 times their number, with equal combat strength. Without the protection of an energy shield, this battle was destined to be a fight to the death. Every soldier understood that only by laying down their lives could they hold this critical line and protect the gateway to survival. Perhaps that was why they chose to cover their unwavering resolve with one last show of laughter and camaraderie, as they prepared for the inevitable storm. Bang! The first gunshot at the east gate rang out under Jiang Ji's command, abruptly igniting the battle without warning. As soon as the dense swarm of ferocious beasts appeared in the wilderness, they charged into the strike range of Dasha City with astonishing speed. 30 N2 war robots, shielded by flame tanks, wielded magnetic light demon-slaying guns. The instant they detected the enemy, they pulled the triggers without hesitation. In a flash, 30 beams of blue magnetic light shot forth, with the small gun barrels emitting rays spanning 3 meters and extending into devastating 100-meter-long beams. Under the precise control of the war robots, the blue magnetic beams crisscrossed, perfectly covering every angle. Beasts below the third tier in the vanguard had no chance to resist and were instantly sliced into pieces by the magnetic light, sending splashes of multicolored blood flying. Beneath the sky, only the radiant magnetic beams remained, while the massive beast horde was unable to advance even a step. They were intercepted before they could even reach the domain of the flame tanks. Within 100 meters of the eastern city wall, piles of shattered beast corpses quickly began to accumulate. On the wall, Jiang Ji's long-stalled experience bar surged upward once more. In less than a minute, the death toll of low-tier beasts surpassed 10,000, granting him hundreds of thousands of experience points. With over 8 million more experience needed to ascend from the 4th to the 5th tier, at this rate, leveling up seemed well within reach. Elsewhere in the wilderness, a 9th-tier demon hiding in the shadows stared in shock at the battle unfolding at the east gate. Just 30 warriors were annihilating the vanguard of the beast horde? This defied its understanding. When had humanity become so powerful? Continuing to observe the battlefield, the demon began to realize the gravity of the situation. Even with the vast numbers of low-tier beasts, nearly 20 million had been mobilized for this assault. 10 minutes passed, yet the beast horde still could not breach the 100-meter defensive line of the human city. Under the relentless magnetic light barrage, the corpses had formed barriers tens of meters high. At this rate, these walls of corpses might even surpass the height of the city walls. What shocked the 9th-tier demon even more was that the weapons appeared to never need reloading. The strange guns in the robot's hands had been firing continuously since the battle began. Every time a beast seemed about to break through the magnetic light's kill zone, a precise blue beam would slice it cleanly in half. Watching the images transmitted by reconnaissance drones, Jiang Ji was highly satisfied with the performance of the robot squad. From a bird's eye view, each beam of magnetic light seemed to have been calculated with precision, hitting its target without fail and without wasting a moment. This was the terrifying strength of intelligent robots once in slaughter mode. They maintained absolute composure and precision. Their built-in analytical capabilities enabled them to execute impeccably accurate calculations. Through Jiang Ji's experiments, the 30N2 war robots had proven capable of perfectly defending every direction of the eastern gate. Beasts below the 5th tier, relying solely on flesh and blood, stood no chance of breaking through this line of defense. If no high-tier beasts appeared within the next 2 hours, Jiang Ji planned to reallocate some forces to support other gates. On the battlefield, only the magnetic light demon-slaying guns were in action, rendering the flame tank's domains seemingly redundant. He had overestimated the threat of the low-tier beast horde. Even the 20 reserve war robots had yet to be deployed. These reserves were intended to counter any stray beasts that broke through the line, but now they remained idle as the beasts couldn't even breach the 100-meter mark. Without the protection of an energy shield, was this battle less challenging than anticipated? The thought crossed Jiang Ji's mind. This was, in fact, due to his limited perspective. Mechanics were inherently powerful in large-scale battles, and with his supreme mechanical dominator talent, he could single-handedly rival an entire army. Neither he nor the other inhabitants of Dasha City had fully grasped the terrifying potential of the mechanical dominator. Given sufficient materials and time, Jiang Ji could produce enough war robots to not only secure the eastern gate but also take over the defense of all 4 gates, single-handedly annihilating the vanguard of the beast horde. The 9th-tier demon could no longer sit idly by. If the battle continued this way, the low-tier beasts on the eastern front might be wiped out without even reaching the city walls. It had initially believed that the loss of the energy shield would leave Dasha City vulnerable, expecting heavy casualties on the first day. For this reason, it had deployed a considerable number of 5th-tier beasts right from the start. However, to its shock, humanity had not weakened in the 3 months since losing the energy shield. On the contrary, they had grown even stronger. This was no longer a desperate defense, but an outright massacre. The 9th-tier demon rose slowly, surrounded by an ominous black mist as it activated its control ability. The mist drifted forward, enveloping a group of 6th-tier beasts that had been lying low. Suddenly, these beasts raised their heads, their crimson eyes gradually replaced by a sinister black glow. Their instinctual fear vanished, leaving only one thought in their minds: break through the war line ahead. In an instant, nearly 200 massive 6th-tier beasts revealed themselves. Their menacing forms caused the surrounding low-tier beasts to tremble in fear, suppressed by the innate dominance of higher-tier creatures. Ignoring the fate of their kin, the 6th-tier beasts let out earth-shaking roars and charged toward the city walls. Along the way, countless low-tier beasts were trampled to death, unable to evade in time. Finally, they emerged. Jiang Ji gazed at the figures of the 6th-tier beasts, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Thanks to the data transmitted by the reconnaissance drones, he had already tracked the movements of this group of 6th-tier beasts. That was why he had stationed 20 war robots on the city wall, fully prepared for battle. Were it not for the presence of these 6th-tier beasts, the 50 war robots equipped with magnetolite demon destroyer guns could have systematically advanced, suppressing the beast tide entirely. In the shadows, a 9th-tier demon concealed itself, observing coldly. It had deployed hundreds of 6th-tier beasts at all 4 city gates, with the eastern gate bearing the brunt 180 of them. In its estimation, Xia City's scattered 6th tier forces could only muster 20 or 30 at the eastern gate at most. Faced with an 8-fold numerical disadvantage, humanity's defeat seemed inevitable. Unit 1, Jiang Ji said calmly. Master, Unit 1 responded, stepping forward with a tone of respect. As the strongest among the war robots, it was the perfect choice to lead the remaining warriors into battle against the 6th tier beasts. Prepare for combat. I want you to annihilate the 6th tier beasts and help me ascend to the next level. Understood, Master, Unit 1 replied, activating its slaughter mode. It holstered its magnetolite demon destroyer gun and drew a thunderstorm hammer, gripping it single-handedly. The other war robots quickly formed a phalanx, each wielding a thunderstorm hammer. Electric arcs danced across their weapons, exuding a ferocious energy. Though this 20-strong unit was only 4th tier, their combat capabilities rivaled those of 6th tier beings. Attack, Jiang Ji commanded. At his order, the war robots, led by Unit 1, sprang into action. Their core energy systems combined with powered exoskeletons enabled them to leap off the city wall in an instant, bypassing the flame tanks and heading straight for the battlefield. The 6th tier beasts, too, pushed past the lower tier beast hordes, facing the robotic squad Hedon. As the two sides prepared to clash, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Jiang Ji immediately recognized it as the roar of the demon fall cannon clearly. Battles at the other city gates had also reached critical intensity. Shifting his focus back to the battlefield before him, Jiang Ji observed the 6th tier beasts charging under the influence of their killing instincts. They failed to notice the countless micro-remote control drones lying in ambush around them. Each drone concealed a buried Earth demon mine beneath it. The robot's seemingly deliberate slow advance was a calculated move, buying time for these mines each as powerful as a peak 5th tier attack to activate. 3 seconds later, as over 100 6th tier beasts stepped into the designated kill zone, a glint of determination flashed in Jiang Ji's eyes. Without hesitation, he issued the attack command. The remote control drones received the signal, their tops glowing red. In the instant before the 6th tier beasts could cross the threshold, the trap was sprung. It moved. Dozens of remote-controlled robots advanced in perfect unison across the ground laden with Earth demon mines, leaving a precise pattern of tire tracks in the soil. The mine sensors immediately detected the disturbance, triggering a cataclysmic burst of energy. Boom, 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 boom. The fist-sized Earth demon mines unleashed their devastating power, blasting the war-hardened ground into a massive crater and sending up a small mushroom cloud. Jiang Ji's timing was impeccable. The explosion struck directly at the weakest point of the Tier 6 beasts, their underbellies. The shockwave from the explosion tore through the beasts' abdomens, leaving behind gruesome wounds. Blood gushed out like a fountain, while destructive energy surged into their bodies through the gaping injuries, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. Even with their minds consumed by madness, the searing agony forced the beasts to unleash thunderous roars of pain. Roar, roar. Though the Earth demon mines were exceptionally powerful as Tier 4 weapons, they were ultimately insufficient to deal a fatal blow to Tier 6 beasts. But this outcome was exactly as Jiang Ji had planned. His true killing move was yet to come. The moment the mines detonated, 30 war robots swiftly pivoted and aimed their magnetic light annihilation guns at the beast's wounds. Blinding beams of magnetic light cut deep into the exposed injuries, effortlessly piercing the beast's relatively weaker abdominal defenses and wreaking havoc on their internal organs. What began as minor injuries instantly escalated into catastrophic damage. The beasts let out harrowing cries of anguish, their ability to move reduced to almost nothing. Jiang Ji's relentless chain of attacks had utterly devastated these once mighty Tier 6 beasts. This was precisely Jiang Ji's plan. His tactical strategy unfolded flawlessly. The Earth Demon Thunder shattered the beast's outer shell, and the magnetic light annihilation spear immediately tore apart its core. This precise coordination left the 6th tier beasts severely injured and immobilized, unable to act. Though not dead, they would require an extended period to recover. Seizing the moment, Unit 1 led its robotic forces into action. Their metallic bodies glimmered coldly as they appeared instantly beside the incapacitated beasts. The thunderstorm hammer was raised high and slammed down mercilessly on their heads. The beasts attempted to roar in defiance, but could only let out faint sounds, their reaction dulled by the excruciating pain in that critical moment. Bang! The thunderstorm hammer struck true, shattering the beast's hardened skulls with a resounding impact, scattering brain matter everywhere. 26 tier beasts fell simultaneously, reduced to lifeless, headless corpses. The robotic forces wasted no time, swiftly verifying their kills before moving on to their next targets. In mere moments, over 100 defenseless 6th tier beasts lay dead in pools of blood. All of this transpired in less than 20 seconds. The 9th tier aberrant demon, watching helplessly as over half of its prized 6th tier beasts were annihilated in the blink of an eye, was overwhelmed with urgency. It had no time to ponder how lower-tier forces could so easily decimate higher-tier ones. Without hesitation, it activated its second ability, Regeneration. A black mist enveloped the battlefield instantly, and the injuries of all the wounded beasts began healing at a visible speed. Shattered organs reassembled, gaping wounds closed, and their eyes reignited with a feral intensity. Unit 1. Accelerate the slaughter. Zhang Ji decisively commanded. The war robots, having already detected signs of the beast's recovery, quickened their movements. Before the black mist could fully spread, they claimed the lives of dozens more beasts, reducing the number of surviving 6th-tier beasts to fewer than 40. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Ji's face. Had ascended to the next tier. The immense experience gained from defeating beasts 2 tiers above his own, combined with the accumulation of combat achievements at the Eastern Gate, had quietly filled his experience bar of over 8 million points to the brim. The transformation brought by the 5th tier was exhilarating. His first and second abilities merged into an entirely new form, liberating his hands completely. He no longer needed to manually craft components. Instead, he could simply sort materials, set targets, and let the machines operate autonomously. What was once manual craftsmanship had evolved into assembly line production, resolving the bottleneck of low efficiency in solo manufacturing. The enhancement of another ability was equally remarkable. The bionic robots he crafted from now on would not only have improved intelligence, but also significantly enhanced physical combat capabilities. With the multiplier effect, this promised a qualitative leap in mechanical combat power. The most exciting development, however, was the acquisition of his 5th ability. During battles under his command, all self-crafted machines would gain a 60 boost in combat power. This was the source of Jiang Ji's newfound confidence. Already at the peak of 6th tier, Unit 1 squad, with this ability's augmentation, was now poised to touch the 7th tier threshold. 27th tier units against 30-some 6th tier beasts victory was all but assured. Just then, another wave of low-tier beasts launched a relentless charge. The 30 Vanguard robots had just focused their firepower with the magnetic light demon slayer guns to deal with the 6th tier beasts. This delay created a gap in what was previously an impenetrable defensive net. Seizing the opportunity, a large number of lower-tier beasts broke through the defenses and charged into the field of the flame chariots. These beasts bared their bloodthirsty jaws, attempting to tear apart the unfamiliar metallic constructs. The Vanguard robots paid no attention to the beasts below the 4th tier. They swiftly adjusted their aim, turning the magnetic light demon slayer guns toward the scattered 5th tier beasts. They firmly understood that with the flame chariots in place, the lower-tier beasts posed no significant threat. There was no chance they could breach the blazing field and approach the city walls. Sure enough, the moment the lower-tier beasts entered the field of flames, the flame chariots finally unleashed their formidable power. The searing heat instantly melted the invading beasts. 1st and 2nd tier beasts disintegrated into ashes in less than a second, 3rd tier beasts held out for 3 seconds, and 4th tier beasts lasted 10 seconds. When they extended their vicious claws to attack the flame chariots, the flames climbed along their limbs, consuming their entire bodies until only a few bones, made of special materials, remained. With Jiang Ji's combat enhancement in effect, the robot squad led by Unit 1 demonstrated astonishing speed. Within just 5 minutes, they had completely annihilated the remaining 6th tier beasts. By this point, all 186 tier beasts had been wiped out. Realizing the situation had turned against it, the 9th tier demon understood there was no hope of breaching the eastern gate of Xia City today. It immediately ordered the remaining lower tier beasts to retreat, planning to regroup and launch another attack the next day. However, its eerie, glowing eyes remained fixed on the direction of the city walls. This prolonged battle had made it aware of an extraordinary human presence in Xia City. Malice surged in its mind. This individual must be eliminated. If left to grow, he would pose an immense threat to the Rebirth clan, which harbored a deep vendetta against Xia City. Outside the eastern city gate, the retreating tide of ferocious beasts fled in disarray under the relentless pursuit of 57th tier combat robots, retreating a full 10 miles. Seeing that a sufficient buffer distance had been achieved, Jiang Ji immediately recalled the pursuit unit. He left 20 robots to guard the eastern gate, while the remaining elite forces, piloting 2/3 of the flame chariots equipped with magnetic light demon-slaying guns, rushed to reinforce the other 3 gates. Jiang Ji chose to stay behind, focusing on the production of 5th-tier machinery. From the comprehensive catalog of 5th-tier mechanical creations he acquired upon ascending in rank, he selected 4 weapons of the highest value and with sufficient material reserves. Power armor. This complete set of equipment enables even ordinary individuals to exhibit 5th-tier combat strength. When equipped by the robot units, it compensates for their weaknesses, potentially elevating them to 7th-tier combat capabilities. Demon Fall Cannon. While familiar to the people of Daxia City, the version crafted by Jiang Ji boasts significantly enhanced power. Target Tracking Bombs. More agile than conventional technological missiles, these bombs, when paired with reconnaissance drones, can lock onto enemy auras for sustained tracking and execute area bombardments. Each magazine contains 12 bombs, making it a near-perfect rapid-fire weapon. L3 Bionic Robots. As an upgraded version of 4th-tier robots, these units possess significantly improved overall performance and intelligence. Jang could either create entirely new ones or upgrade existing units like Robot Number 1, the latter option conserving materials. With power armor, the upgraded robots could firmly establish themselves as 7th-tier combatants. If they were to master high-tier martial techniques, they might even contend with 8th-tier opponents. Unfortunately, the martial artists of Dasha City remain at the 6th tier, limiting the robot's potential advancement. Meanwhile, the battles at the other 3 gates each unfolded uniquely. At the southern gate, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with the strongest enemies being no more than 5th tier. After the Gunner Corps annihilated large numbers of low-tier beasts, the remaining stronger forces were easily crushed. Casualties were predominantly injuries, with relatively few fatalities. Within 3 hours, over 500,000 beasts had been slain, marking a decisive victory. At the western gate, no living beasts could be seen on the battlefield, only a gruesome expanse of severed limbs and remains. Exhausted defenders leaned against the city walls, surrounded by the dense corpses of fallen humans, with blood soaking into the stone bricks. To create optimal conditions for the demon fall cannon strikes, the defenders paid a heavy price. Fortunately, the cannon proved devastatingly effective, allowing the western gate to conclude its battle first. However, with ammunition depleted, any further attacks would necessitate hand-to-hand combat. The northern gate saw the most harrowing conflict. 200,000 defenders faced a beast tide nearly 2 million strong. Explosions thundered, magic spells surged, arrows rained down, and blades and swords wove a deadly web. The battlefield resembled a slaughterhouse, with casualties mounting on both sides every second. The defenders fought with their lives, each soldier taking on at least 5 beasts, their blood staining the entire field. Despite having the largest force, the northern gate was under the gravest threat, as the enemy demons seemed to glimpse the possibility of breaching the city walls. Following the fierce battle at the east gate, an even more brutal conflict erupted on the battlefield at the north gate. Wang Lao, who had recently ascended to the 7th tier, found himself alone, facing an onslaught from 26th tier beasts. The spear in his hand was battered and bent, on the verge of breaking. His Qilin horse, once a proud and majestic steed, was covered in wounds, its prized horn bitten off by one of the ferocious beasts. Wang Lao's black armor was riddled with holes, his left arm guard completely gone, and blood was gushing from his shoulder, staining his entire body crimson. Even with his breakthrough to the 7th tier, the overwhelming number of relentless 6th tier beasts took a heavy toll on Wang Lao. With his left arm rendered useless, he was already at his limit. If not for the knight's desperate efforts to shield him from fatal blows, he would have fallen on this battlefield long ago. The knight's regiment, initially 50 strong, had already lost nearly half its members. As the frontline defenders, they faced life-and-death struggles every single moment. The battlefield was filled with scenes of tragic heroism. A 6th-tier warrior, surrounded by 5 beasts, chose to ignite his remaining life force in a final act of defiance, taking the attacking beasts down with him in a fiery explosion. Such acts of sacrifice were not uncommon on the Northgate battlefield. It was through these warriors' unyielding resolve that the beasts had yet to set foot on the city walls. "Brothers, they'll go ahead first," someone shouted, casting one last glance at the city walls behind them before perishing alongside the beasts. "The old lands, how I wish I could see them one last time," murmured another as his blade severed the head of a beast, even as its claws pierced his heart. "Master Mechanist, please lead our great Xia city to rise again," another cried, hurling himself at a beast, his body shattering into fragments in the deadly collision. By this point, the warriors' weapons were broken, their ammunition depleted, their magic drained, and their life force nearly exhausted. This was the grim reality of total Warno energy shields to rely on, only brutal hand-to-hand combat. It was the same primal struggle that had defined the battles between Great Xia City and the beasts before the rise of the previous City Lord. It is no wonder that, after the sacrifice of the Battle Sky City Lord, the emergence of the second Mechanist brought such joy and hope to the people. That era had been unbearably harsh, with millions of lives lost to ensure the survival of Great Xia City. Without new hope, could today's battle even continue? Report. Reinforcements have arrived at the West Gate. Report. Reinforcements have arrived at the South Gate. Just as the defenders at the North Gate were on the verge of collapse, 2 groups of reinforcements arrived in time. Yin Chuan and other 6th-tier warriors charged into the battlefield. Seeing Elder Wang covered in fresh wounds, his body stained with blood, their eyes turned red with fury, and they immediately attacked the vicious beasts surrounding him. Elder Wang, noticing the reinforcements, managed to feint, blood-streaked smile. He finally let out a sigh of relief before collapsing from exhaustion. His loyal Qilin horse, using the last of its strength, turned and caught its master's falling body. It gently nudged Elder Wang's head, sensing his faint life force, before slowly lying down, breathing heavily. The East Gate, the East Gate. How is Xiaoji? Elder Wang murmured in his semi-conscious state, still concerned about Jiang Ji, the young fourth-tier warrior defending the East Gate alone, despite his own severe injuries. Before anyone could respond, dozens of magnetic beams suddenly shot across the battlefield, cutting down a swath of vicious beasts in their path. Reinforcements from the East Gate had arrived as well. Clearly, the battle on Jiang Ji's side had concluded. 30 war robots joined forces with the 10 already stationed at the North Gate, forming a 40-unit mechanical army. Just as they had at the East Gate, the robots swiftly took control of the battlefield. Flame tanks rolled up to the walls, providing cover for the wounded defenders as they retreated. Upon hearing that Jiang Ji was safe, Elder Wang finally let go of his worries and passed out completely. Yin Chuan surveyed the battlefield and commanded, "Gather the wounded and retreat to the city for treatment. Leave the rest to the robots." He then personally carried Elder Wang back into the city. With the addition of the robots, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Vicious beasts fell one after another, especially the powerful 5th and 6th tier ones, which became priority targets for the robots. Within an hour, the casualties among the beasts at the North Gate had reached 80, forcing the masterminding demons behind the attack to retreat in frustration. Thus, the first beast tide in 3 months finally came to an end. That evening, the eastern city walls were brightly lit. Large operating machines were neatly arranged, with Jiang Ji overseeing the operations while robots assisted him. They continuously produced 5th-tier mechanical units. 80 N2 model war robots were upgraded one after another, all advancing to the L3 model. An additional 20 L3 robots were manufactured, quickly mastering martial combat techniques under the guidance of their predecessors. This newly formed 100-unit mechanical corps, equipped with power armor and advanced thunderstorm hammers, each possessed the combat power of a beginner 7th-tier warrior. In a single day, this force surpassed the total number of high-level warriors accumulated by Disya City over the past 12 years. However, Jiang Ji was still not satisfied. He hoped the robots could go beyond mastering martial techniques and learn to analyze the abilities of awakened warriors and demons, but the current 5th-tier robots were not yet capable of such feats. In addition, Jiang Ji had also developed 6 improved versions of the meteor cannons. These new cannons boasted power far exceeding their predecessors, with a range extended to 300 meters. A single shot could kill a 6th-tier beast, and even a 7th-tier one caught in the blast would be gravely injured or near death, earning the title of King of Group Battles. Xiaoji, Yin Chuan, Elder Wang, Lu Huai, and other high-ranking officials approached together. Yin Chuan explained, "We need to review today's battle. We decided to hold the meeting here so we can also discuss tomorrow's strategy." "I'm just about done here and was about to look for you," Jiang Ji said, stretching his exhausted body. By the end of the day, they had run out of materials again. He looked forward to the day when a proper mechanical factory could be established, enabling fully automated production. "Grandpa Wang, your arm?" Jiang Ji suddenly noticed Elder Wang's empty left sleeve, with only bandages wrapped around his shoulder. "It's nothing. The healer has already treated me." "Losing an arm is no big deal," Elder Wang said, waving it off with a carefree smile. To him, surviving the battle was already a blessing. "But you're a master of the spear. Losing your dominant arm might make it difficult to maintain 7th-tier combat strength," Jiang Ji said, his face filled with concern. "Is there no way for the healers in the city to regenerate a lost arm?" Jiang Ji asked Yin Chuan, his gaze sharp with expectation. Yin Chuan slowly shook his head, his expression heavy. "Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 healing type awakened in Great Xia City. The most advanced among them has only reached the 5th tier, which is far from the level required for limb regeneration. In every battle, healers are the most scarce resource. Most of them lack combat capabilities, so they have limited ways to gain experience. They can only grow stronger by healing others. If limb regeneration were possible, individuals like you, Zhou Ming, and Zhou Ling would have already been fully restored." Jiang Ji nodded thoughtfully before turning to Elder Wang. "Please stay behind later. I want to craft a powered prosthetic arm for you as a temporary solution. Once I master the regenerative abilities of the demonic beasts, it'll help you regain your arm completely." "The regenerative abilities of demonic beasts?" The room fell silent, stunned by his words. "Jiang, young man, those abilities are innate to the demonic beasts. Humans have never been able to acquire them," someone quickly interjected. Elder Wang also chimed in, trying to dissuade him. "Jiang Ji, having a powered prosthetic arm is already a great solution. Developing a 7th-tier healer might be a more practical goal than acquiring such abilities." Jiang Ji didn't argue but quietly took their words to heart. It wasn't just Elder Wang's arm, there were his own legs, the Zhou siblings' disabilities, and the countless wounded across the city who needed healing. As for the belief that such powers were unattainable, he didn't feel constrained. His ability to analyze and replicate mechanical constructs might just help him break through that barrier. Sensing the tension, Lu Huai changed the subject at the right moment. Let's start with the West Gate. Everyone, debrief today's battle. Although reconnaissance drones had transmitted live footage during the fight, most were too focused on their own fronts to understand the full picture. Chun-Li, the representative from the West Gate, was the first to report. We eliminated over 700,000 enemies. The Demon Bane cannons are completely out of ammunition. We lost over 2,000 soldiers, with more than 10,000 injured. The report from the South Gate followed. We took down over 500,000 enemies. Casualties include 300 dead and 4,000 injured. Even with the Demon Bane cannons at the West Gate, the losses were that severe. Someone in the room expressed their shock. Chun-Li's face remained stoic as he explained, the Demon Bane cannons are powerful, but we only had a dozen shells left. To ensure the cannons could unleash their full potential, 50,000 soldiers engaged in close combat with over 1,000,000 beasts for 15 minutes. This allowed us to maximize the firepower of the cannons. Considering the circumstances, it was a resounding victory. The room fell into a solemn silence. Compared to the catastrophic losses in past city-destroying battles, these casualties were indeed much lower. However, the South Gate's remarkably low casualty rate stood out, a record-breaking achievement. Yin Chuan glanced at Jiang Ji and remarked, credit for that goes to the artillery corps. The team Jiang Ji, our mechanic, developed exceeded all expectations. Another victory thanks to a mechanic? All eyes turned to Jiang Ji in unison. Jiang Ji gave a slight nod. The results were within his expectations, though they still fell short of his ultimate goal. His vision was for Great Xia City to achieve victory without any losses. Unfortunately, the lack of sufficient materials remained the greatest obstacle. If every soldier could be equipped with complete mechanical gear, that dream might one day become reality. What about the North Gate, Elder Wang? The room's attention shifted to the one-armed Elder Wang, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. As the least reinforced front, the North Gate's casualties were bound to be devastating. Jiang Ji also turned to look at Elder Wang. After all, it was his suggestion to station 300,000 troops at the North Gate. He knew deep down that the battle at the Northern Gate was bound to be the most brutal. Yet, for the resources-strapped Xia City, the current allocation of forces was already the optimal solution, something far beyond his ability to change single-handedly. In the council chamber, Elder Wang scanned the room, his gaze heavy with an unshakable sorrow. He began to speak, his voice low and hoarse. Half of my Knight Corps has fallen in battle. 4 6th-tier warriors are dead, and among the 5th-tier fighters, 70 have perished. As for the other soldiers, he paused, as if summoning the courage to utter the next words. Over 20,000 have been killed, and the number of wounded is immeasurable. As his words fell, the chamber descended into an oppressive silence. Everyone held their breath, stunned into speechlessness by the staggering number of casualties. The Northern Gate, which had the largest defensive force, had suffered losses greater than the other 3 gates combined. Although the Beast Tide had eventually been repelled, the price paid by Xia City was so devastating that, apart from the walls remaining unbreached, it was no different from a defeat. For a city of 300,000, losing 20,000 soldiers in a single battle was catastrophic. At this rate of attrition, just a dozen more Beast Tides would be enough to erase this fortress from existence. Elder Wang cast a bitter glance around the room. Some of you have only risen to prominence in recent years and have never experienced the brutal reality of close combat, the sheer savagery of a city-destroying battle. That is the true vortex of death. He paused briefly before continuing. Ironically, losing 20,000 in this battle is, compared to past city-destroying wars, a stroke of luck. Without the aid of advanced weaponry and Xiao Ji's mechanical creations, the casualties at the Northern Gate could have been 2 or 3 times higher. And yet, we only managed to kill 200,000 beasts, not even a 1-to-1 kill ratio. This starkly highlights the lethal weakness of lacking large-scale combat capabilities. That we managed to hold the beasts outside the city walls while being so outnumbered is already a remarkable feat. Elder Wang's voice grew even heavier. Beyond the loss of life, 80 of our advanced weaponry has been depleted, leaving us ill-prepared for tomorrow's battle. If tomorrow's Beast Tide is as fierce as today's or worse, the casualties will skyrocket. The Northern Gate. He took a deep breath. The Northern Gate may not hold. As the commander, he feared no personal sacrifice, and neither did the 200,000 soldiers under his command. But his greatest fear was that, even if they gave their all, fighting to the last man and shedding every drop of blood, the Beast Tide would still not be stopped. When that moment came, the Northern Gate would become a fatal breach in Xia City's defenses, leaving the other gates to face encirclement and destruction. And he would bear the blame as the eternal sinner in Xia City's history. As Wang Lao's voice trailed off, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. The difficulty of the battle to defend the city far exceeded everyone's expectations. The advanced technological weapons, which were supposed to last for several more months, had suffered an 80 loss during a single beast tide after the energy shield failed. Yin Xuan and the others racked their brains, analyzing the battle situation. The Shiman meteor cannon had been depleted, not only making it impossible to split forces, but also requiring reinforcements. The Southern Gate's elite artillery unit could spare 100 or 200 soldiers, but in a battle of this scale, dispersing forces would only lead to greater casualties. With the forefront battle, unless something unexpected happened, the enemy's plan was highly likely to succeed. Everyone, we haven't discussed the situation at the Eastern Gate yet. Shouldn't we hear about it first? Lu Huai interjected at just the right moment, breaking the despair hanging over the room. His words reminded everyone of the Eastern Gate, the direction facing the fiercest attacks from the beasts, which was guarded by only a single mechanic. Yet, Zhang Ji was sitting here unharmed, and the city walls along his route showed no signs of beast incursions. Clearly, the Eastern Gate was holding strong. If it had fallen, the other 3 gates would have been affected long ago. Brother Jiang, how's the situation at the Eastern Gate? Someone asked impatiently. Zhang Ji stood up and gestured for everyone to follow him to the city wall. The total number of beasts outside the Eastern Gate exceeded 2 million, but they failed to break through my defensive line, he explained, pointing to the distance as he recounted the day's battle in detail. When the war robots unleashed their power, the beasts below Tier 5 were held at bay, unable to approach within 100 meters. Following Zhang Ji's direction, the group saw a towering wall of beast corpses stacked neatly parallel to the city wall, rising several dozen meters high. Beyond that, the ground was littered with the remains of countless beasts. All of these are beast corpses, someone asked in shock. Yin Xuan was equally astonished. I didn't notice this on my way here. Xiao Ji, just how many beasts did you kill in this battle? Based on reconnaissance drone data, rough estimates put the number of dead beasts at over 1 million, Jiang Ji replied calmly. 30 minutes into the battle, nearly 200 Tier 6 beasts appeared. He then elaborated on the deployment of the Earth Demon mines and how he ultimately wiped out all Tier 6 combatants. His words left the room in stunned silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Ji in disbelief, including Wang Lao, who was visibly shaken. A Tier 4 mechanic had somehow demonstrated combat capability surpassing the entire defensive strength of Daxia City. The report from the Eastern Gate lifted the gloom hanging over the other 3 gates. In stark contrast, the Eastern Gate had achieved a crushing victory, no casualties, only minor damage to some mechanical weapons and war robots. Zhang Ji hadn't even needed to personally engage in combat. When someone suggested reallocating forces to support the other gates, Wang Lao immediately rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Xiao Ji's deployments are meticulously calculated. The current numbers are essential for maximizing their effectiveness. You've all seen the performance of the 10 war robots allocated to use small numbers can only play a supporting role. The Eastern Gate has only him. There's no room for error. Actually, Jiang Ji raised his hand to signal he had something to add. I was just about to address this. After today's beast tide, I have advanced to Tier 5 and begun crafting Tier 5 mechanical units. So far, I've completed 6 meteor cannons and expanded the war robot team to 100 units, each with Tier 7 combat strength. Additionally, I've produced several dozen power armors that allow Tier 6 users to fight at Tier 7 levels. He continued swiftly, for tomorrow's battle, I will deploy 60 war robots, 20 to each gate. While the numbers may seem small, their Tier 7 combat strength will bridge the gap. Each gate will also receive 2 meteor cannons and 30 rounds of ammunition. With this, the western and northern gates can redistribute forces evenly, avoiding a repeat of today's hand-to-hand combat situations. The heavy casualties at the western and northern gates weighed heavily on Jiang Ji. Now that he had a better plan, he was determined to strengthen their defenses and prevent such tragedies from happening again. You've reached the 5th tier? Yin Xuan was the first to react, his eyes widening in shock. Jiang Ji's rapid advancement as a mechanic was simply jaw-dropping, as if it were as effortless as eating or drinking. In just 3 short months, he had managed to match what had taken them 12 years of effort. Yin Xuan couldn't help but curse inwardly at the sheer absurdity of it all. City Lord, 5th tier is nothing, someone quickly pointed out, revealing an even more astonishing fact. Brother Jiang has crafted 6 meteor cannons and 100 robots with 7th tier combat capabilities. That's the real highlight here. The crowd erupted in agreement, their excitement palpable. Some marveled at the power of the mechanized armor, imagining thrilling battles against 7th tier beasts. Others eagerly anticipated the upcoming fight, even jokingly asking their seniors to leave some beasts for them. Zhang Ji interrupted the heated discussion at the right moment, turning to Yin Xuan. One more thing today, 2 million beasts were killed in battle, leaving behind a massive amount of materials. Uncle Yin, they'll need your help organizing manpower to collect them. Yin Xuan responded with a smile, already taken care of. Teams are processing the beast corpses at the south, west, and north gates. The materials will be delivered soon. Then, Please send manpower to the east gate as well, Jang said, gesturing toward the operating machine nearby. Since advancing, my abilities have reached a new level. As long as the materials are ready, I can mass-produce mechanical weapons within 3 hours. Hearing this, Yin Xuan's eyes lit up, and he hurried off with Lu Huai to make arrangements. The others quickly sprang into action as well, and the entire Great Xia city buzzed with activity. More than 200,000 people worked in shifts, sorting materials from the beast corpses. Jiang Ji activated additional operating machines. Although the machines required only activation, the constant high-intensity work left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the robots provided much-needed assistance, barely keeping up with the sorting speed. By dawn, Great Xia City's combat capabilities had undergone a qualitative transformation. The number of spearmen expanded to 10,000, artillery units increased to 3,000, and the number of powered exoskeleton fighters rose to 500. All 6th-tier warriors were equipped with powered armor, granting them 7th-tier combat strength. Including the robots, the total number of 7th-tier combatants surpassed 100. On the city walls, meteor cannons stood menacingly, drones patrolled the skies, and mechanical creations like the Thunder Hammer, Flame Chariot, and Earth Demon mines were scattered throughout the city. Great Xia City was beginning to take on the form of a true mechanical fortress. Outside the city, the ground trembled once more as the beast tide arrived on schedule. In the shadows, a 9th-tier aberrant demon watched the city coldly, its killing intent boiling over. It had devised a meticulous plan and was determined to breach Great Xia City's defenses today. With the Federation tournament nearing its conclusion, it needed a swift victory. While it could spare a few bloodlines for continuity, that Mechanist had to die. Beside the 9th-rank Abyssal demon, a humanoid figure with a beast's head stood observing coldly. The beast-headed figure questioned, "Haven't you Abyssal demons already formed an alliance with humans? Why do you keep targeting this city?" The 9th-rank Abyssal demon let out a cold laugh. "An alliance? The blood fiend energy is as essential to us as blood prey is to your kind. It's an irreplaceable resource for advancing our ranks. Without it, our progression could take decades, even centuries. But with an abundant supply, breakthroughs are within reach overnight. Such a powerful aid, how could we possibly abandon it?" He turned to glance at the beast-headed figure beside him. "As for your beast clan, your attacks on humans have noticeably decreased in recent years." "Humph." The beast-headed figure snorted dismissively. "We of the beast clan came to this world merely to find a place to inhabit. Now that we've found one, why wage endless war against humans? Besides, humanity's strength grows by the day. If we were to recklessly launch beast tides, would risk a large-scale counterattack. While we do need blood prey to grow stronger, we will not risk annihilation. Furthermore, only those of the 8th rank or higher possess true intelligence and can be considered true members of the beast clan. The lower-ranked ones are nothing but mindless beasts. I can't be bothered to tame such fools. But your so-called Rebirth clan has been increasingly provocative in recent years, not only mobilizing low-level beasts, but even attempting to command us 8th rank and higher beings. Are you trying to start a war?" The 9th rank Abyssal demon sneered. "Heh, why make it sound so unpleasant? If blood prey didn't tempt you, why would you lend me your only 8th rank subordinate? The allure of the 10th rank isn't it irresistible for you? If I conquer the human city, all the corpses will be yours. The power of the 10th rank will be within your grasp." The beast-headed figure replied coldly, "Your Rebirth clan is indeed cunning, managing to secretly keep an entire human city under control without the Federation noticing. Let me make this clear, I will not join this battle. I have no intention of throwing my life away. Regardless of the outcome, the blood prey you promised me must not fall short. If you break the agreement, they'll take your body as compensation. After all, the flesh of Abyssal demons is no different from human flesh, as far as my beast clan is concerned." As he spoke, a bit of saliva dripped from his mouth, and he glared at the 9th rank Abyssal demon with predatory eyes. "Heh, devouring you, a 9th rank of the Rebirth clan, might just help me advance as well." The 9th rank Abyssal demon outwardly agreed but inwardly seethed with murderous intent. "Mindless beast, how dare you covet me? If I didn't still need the support of your kind, I'd have disposed of you long ago. As for keeping a human city hidden from the Federation? Ha, truly a mindless beast, you can only see the surface." Meanwhile, fierce battles raged atop the city walls. Today's beast tide was even more ferocious than yesterday's, especially at the northern gate, where numerous 6th-rank beasts had been pouring in since the battle began. Fortunately, the northern gate had been significantly upgraded by Jiang, now equipped with various mechanical weapons that roared as they harvested the lives of the beasts. 20 L3 war robots, each with the strength of a 7th-rank warrior, formed a defensive line to handle the high-ranking beasts. While the defense wasn't impenetrable, it successfully held off the majority of the attackers. The few low-ranking beasts that managed to break through were swiftly eliminated by the troops led by Commander Wang. The days of close-quarters combat were long gone. The northern gate now demonstrated its formidable strength, repelling the beast tide with minimal casualties. Two demon-fall cannons stood poised atop the gate, ready to unleash their devastating fifth-rank firepower as soon as the beasts entered their range. The battles at the western and southern gates followed a similar pattern. With mechanical reinforcements, the three defense forces had been reorganized, achieving a balance in manpower across the north, west, and south gates. Many believed that once the initial bombardment subsided and the demon-fall cannons were unleashed, the beast tide would inevitably collapse. On the eastern wall, Jang watched a monitor with a grim expression. The screen displayed live footage transmitted by reconnaissance drones. With a force of 47th-rank battle robots, accompanied by flame tanks and other mechanical support, he felt no concern for the situation outside the eastern gate. This allowed him to focus on monitoring the other three fronts. However, the drone footage unsettled him. The beast tides at the other three gates had only slightly intensified, which was unusual. According to past patterns, the appearance of 6th-rank beasts yesterday should have heralded 7th-rank beasts today. Yet, despite the ongoing battle, no 7th-rank beast had shown upon large numbers of 6th-rank beasts, and their total numbers remained around 1,000,000, the same as the day before. If the beast tide truly remained at this size, Jang was confident it could be wiped out within an hour. But this deviation from the norm was highly suspicious. Such irregularities convinced him that the abyssal demons in the shadows were plotting something sinister. He couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. The gaze of the 9th-tier abyssal demon lingered on the battlefield, a flicker of doubt flashing through its eyes. The strength of this human army had undergone a remarkable transformation in just one day. Although yesterday's beast tide failed to breach the city walls, it still inflicted significant casualties on the humans. Yet today's battle was a stark contrast. Just like the eastern gate, the ferocious beasts couldn't even touch the edge of the city walls. The battle raged on, wave after wave of beasts falling, while the humans sustained only minor injuries, with not a single death among them. The 9th-tier abyssal demon began to question its earlier judgment. Could it be that the Mechanist had truly grown stronger? But that seemed implausible. How could a newly advanced Mechanist reach such a level in just 3 months? An unsettling thought crept into its mind. Could it be that the person it had assumed dead long ago was actually still alive? The hypothesis it had once been so confident in now seemed far less certain. From a theoretical standpoint, if the previous Mechanist had indeed faked their death and gone into hiding for years, it was possible they had trained such a formidable force during that time. However, this theory quickly encountered contradictions. If Summer City truly possessed such strength, there would have been no reason for so many to perish yesterday. Given the nature of these humans, they would never sacrifice their comrades' lives merely to secure today's victory. The beast-headed figure gazed at the battlefield in the distance, a faint sense of awe surfacing. These indigenous humans of Blue Star truly have astounding potential. Their growth is nothing short of astonishing. Despite being a 9th-tier powerhouse of the beast tribe, it felt no pity for the countless low-tier beasts that had fallen in battle. And why should it? The gap between the ferocious beasts and the beast tribe had long rendered them two entirely separate species. What shocked it even more was the fact that a solitary city, with no reinforcements, had managed to develop the strength to withstand a city-destroying beast tide in just 12 years. In comparison, the beast tribe's own method of development seemed sluggish. The number of true beast tribe members born over the years remained pitifully small. It recalled the past, when an ordinary beast tide could claim tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of lives, providing the blood and sustenance needed to fuel the rise of countless beast tribe warriors. But such opportunities were now increasingly rare. The words of the 9th-tier abyssal demon had barely settled when a mocking laugh escaped the 9th-tier beast man. You, who've allied yourselves with the Federation, dare spout such nonsense? Are you trying to fool ghosts? If this city wasn't my last chance, do you think I'd bother standing against humans? 300 miles away, there's another city that hasn't been attacked yet. Doesn't that tell you something? Enough with the chatter, the beast man growled, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Hurry up and perform your tricks. Deliver the blood offering. If not, don't blame me for devouring you on the spot. The abyssal demon suppressed its fury, keeping a calm demeanor. No problem. But I'll need your cooperation, beast brother. With that, it unleashed its control magic. From the rear, the shadows of numerous 7th-tier beasts began to emerge, their figures obscured by swirling black mist as they crept toward the city walls. Under the abyssal demon's cover, the 4th-tier reconnaissance drones were utterly incapable of detecting the approaching creatures. Among the horde of 7th-tier beasts, one aura stood out, a presence far more powerful than the rest. It was an 8th-tier beast, its strength vastly superior. The 9th-tier beastman glanced in its direction, recognizing it as the abyssal demon's trump card. The 8th-tier beast had a clear target, the figure standing atop the eastern gate. Killing that one person would be more impactful than slaughtering thousands. If successful, The city's formidable mechanical weaponry would become nothing more than scrap metal, and victory would be within their grasp. Once preparations were complete, the Abyssal Demon signaled the Beast Man. Without hesitation, the latter revealed his true form, a massive eagle-like head. A piercing screech erupted from his beak, echoing across the skies and sending out a signal. Above the clouds, flocks of eagle-like beasts responded immediately. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light as they broke through the cloud cover, diving toward the city below. Their positions were cunningly chosen. They targeted the airspace directly above Dasha City, where the energy shields had already failed. Without air superiority, the city was entirely defenseless against these flying beasts. "City Lord," shouted Lu Huai, the battlefield analyst stationed at the southern gate, his face pale. "A massive number of flying beasts have appeared above us." "Damn it!" Yin Chuan cursed as he fought valiantly on the front lines. "I should have known the Abyssal Demon would pull something like this." Without delay, he disengaged from the battle. With their technological weapons depleted and the energy shields destroyed, Dasha City had completely lost air control. Over the years, reliance on energy shields had made people complacent, forgetting the terror of flying beast creatures capable of bypassing ground defenses and wreaking havoc within the city. Conventional weapons posed little threat to them, and they could retreat to the safety of the clouds at the first sign of danger. "What's the status of missile targeting?" Yin Chuan demanded. "Targets locked," Lu Huai replied. "But there are hundreds of them. Even if we fire all our missiles, would only eliminate a dozen or so. It's not worth it. Are there any 7th-tier beasts among them?" "One," Lu Huai confirmed. "Then take that bastard down first," Yin Chuan ordered through gritted teeth. Victory had seemed so close, yet the enemy still had this hidden card. If the flying beasts were allowed to wreak havoc in the city and coordinate with the beast tied outside, the consequences would be catastrophic. 3 missiles soared into the sky, catching the 7th-tier eagle beast off guard. The projectiles struck with precision, detonating in a massive explosion. The beast didn't even have time to scream before plummeting to its death. Lu Huai's judgment had been flawless. Using just one missile might have only injured the creature, not killed it. Still, the death of the 7th-tier eagle beast did little to deter the rest of the flying horde. They were closing in on the ground, poised to unleash destruction at any moment. "Summon all personnel above 5th tier to follow me and reinforce the city," Yin Chuan commanded, gripping his flaming sword tightly. "We can't let these beasts reach the walls and disrupt the outer battlefront." Just then, a panicked cry rang out. "Look out! A 7th-tier beast has appeared." Lu Huai had been about to agree when his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he swiftly stopped Yin Chuan. His gaze locked onto the direction of the eastern gate, and his face turned deathly pale. In an instant all the 7th-tier ferocious beasts had gathered there, and their target was unmistakably Jiang Ji. It was a flawless strategy. The alien beasts first used flying monsters to harass the western, southern, and northern gates, forcing the defenders to hold their positions and not split their forces. Meanwhile, a large number of 7th-tier beasts assembled at the eastern gate, waiting for the perfect opportunity to eliminate the mechanic Jiang Ji. The plan was masterfully crafted. No matter how they reinforced the other 3 gates, it would leave them vulnerable elsewhere. If Jiang Ji fell, the eastern gate would be lost. If they concentrated their forces to protect him, the flying beasts would exploit the opening, and the other gates could fall at any moment. "These damn beasts!" Yin Chuan gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. 2 choices lay before him: rescue Jiang Ji or deal with the rampaging flying beasts. Yin Chuan barely hesitated before making his decision. "Everyone with 7th-tier combat strength, follow me to the eastern gate. Redirect all war robots from the western, southern, and northern gates to the eastern gate immediately." To him, Jiang Ji's life was more important than anything else. Over 300 7th-tier ferocious beasts had gathered at the eastern gate, and it would take their full 7th-tier strength to counter them. As for the out-of-control flying beasts, they would have to be left unchecked for now. Even if the defensive lines were breached, it would only lead to another close-quarters battle like yesterday. Compared to Jiang Ji's survival, such sacrifices were acceptable to him. "City Lord, go and support Brother Jiang. We'll hold the line here," the soldiers shouted in unison. "Protect the mechanic at all costs. Even if we fall in battle, we will never let these beasts take a single step into the city. We're already accustomed to blade combat. Death is nothing new to us. The mechanic's life is far more critical. Go now, City Lord." Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. If not for this sudden turn of events, they could have repelled the beast tide with minimal losses. The changes brought by the mechanic had already begun to show results, and Dasha City was finally seeing the dawn of a brighter future. At such a pivotal moment, who among them wouldn't willingly give their life for the greater good? Also, if you have the time, consider leaving a review for the author. It might help them gauge how readers feel about the book right now. They probably have no idea and could really use some feedback. East Gate. Jiang Ji, through a reconnaissance drone, was the first to detect the presence of 7th-tier beasts. The emergence of 300 such creatures caused his expression to become grave. Although over 100 7th-tier fighters had risen overnight in Dasha City, these warriors, who had ascended primarily through powered armor, were only at the entry level of the 7th tier. In stark contrast, the beast horde included many at the peak of the 7th tier, making the disparity in strength glaringly obvious. Yin Chuan, leading the soldiers from the other 3 gates, rushed to the scene and immediately joined the battle without hesitation. From his vantage point, Jiang Ji observed the battlefield. The defenders, including 100 war robots, were quickly overwhelmed. Each defender faced at least 2 7th-tier beasts, and aside from Wang Lao, Yin Chuan, and a few others, most were fundamentally still at the 6th tier, their combat power clearly insufficient. Despite their desperate resistance, the tide of defeat was inevitable. Fortunately, the Flame Chariot defensive line managed to temporarily hold back the assault of lower-tier beasts. Jiang Ji considered deploying the Doomfire cannons for support, but the masterminding alien demons had anticipated this. While the 7th-tier beasts besieged the East Gate, the beast tide pressed hard on the other 3 gates, cutting off reinforcements. If not for the devastating power of the Doomfire cannons, the other gates, lacking high-tier combatants, might have already fallen. At that moment, a swarm of eagle beasts swooped down, wreaking havoc on the city's structures. Led by numerous 6th-tier eagle beasts, buildings collapsed one after another. Their target was unmistakable: the elevated positions of the Doomfire cannons. If these cannons were destroyed, Dasha City would face total collapse. In this critical moment, Jiang Ji hurried to a row of mechanical weapons he had prepared the night before his trump card: homing bombardment missiles. Initially intended to deal with 7th-tier beasts, the dire situation forced him to alter his plans. 10 homing bombardment missiles were neatly lined up along the city walls. Jiang Ji assessed that the L3 war robots, alongside Yin Chuan and the others, could barely hold the defensive line. The immediate priority was to eliminate the marauding eagle beasts within the city. These tracking weapons were particularly effective against flying beasts, ensuring that no matter how high they soared or how far they fled, they would be hunted down. Using data from the reconnaissance drones, Jiang Ji quickly locked onto his airborne targets. At the press of a button, 120 spherical projectiles shot out with a deafening roar. He prioritized targeting the lower-tier eagle beasts, avoiding the 6th-tier leaders for now to minimize time wasted on follow-up strikes. Within moments, the missiles reached the beast swarm. Sensing the danger, the eagle beasts tried to evade, only to find the projectiles relentlessly pursuing them. In an instant, over 100 eagle beasts exploded midair, their blood raining down. The 6th-tier leaders let out mournful cries and, ignoring the oppressive command of the Beast King, led the remaining eagle beasts in a panicked retreat into the clouds. As Jiang Ji prepared to reload for a second round of attacks, no one noticed a massive eagle beast circling above the East Gate. This was the alien demon's ultimate hidden weapon, an 8th-tier behemoth claw eagle. Its piercing eyes scanned its surroundings, ensuring it had not been detected, before diving sharply toward its target. The behemoth claw eagle's talons, spanning nearly 10 meters and glinting with a deadly sheen, were poised to strike. If they reached Jiang Ji's human frame, death would be certain. Driven by the promise of a 9th-tier ascension from the alien demons, the beast was determined to succeed. The speed of the 8th-tier beast was lightning fast. By the time anyone noticed, it was already too late. Cries erupted from below. Shout Ji! Jiang Ji, watch out! An 8th-tier beast? We're doomed. Damn it. So this was the alien demon's real objective all along? Everyone could only watch helplessly as the razor-sharp talons closed in on Jiang Ji, powerless to intervene. Jiang Ji frantically activated the power armor on his body, the mechanical roar echoing as he desperately tried to buy himself a sliver of hope. However, in the face of the terrifying attack from the 8th-tier beast, his power armor's defenses were utterly useless. The deadly claws of the giant claw eagle were just moments away from tearing him to shreds. At this critical moment, a thunderous shout pierced through the skies. Beast! How dare you! Accompanying the powerful shout, an immense blade of light suddenly illuminated the heavens. The blade carried an overwhelming chill that spread rapidly, freezing the air in its path. The icy aura slowed the giant claw eagle's attack, but it was the sharp edge that delivered the true killing blow, slashing into the beast with ferocious precision. The blade's momentum did not falter, cutting through the giant claw eagle before continuing on to strike down 3 7th-tier beasts in one sweeping motion, only dissipating after its deadly arc was complete. The massive body of the giant claw eagle was cleaved cleanly in two as if it were mere tofu. Its lethal claws, which had been poised to strike Jiang Ji, fell limp just a meter away from him. An 8th-tier beast, once mighty and fearsome, was slain in a single strike. Jiang Ji quickly sidestepped to avoid the torrent of beast blood about to cascade down, still shaken to his core. He realized that his rapid rise in strength had made him overconfident and careless. Without this timely intervention, he would have been dead without a doubt. Looking in the direction of the blade's origin, Jiang Ji saw an elderly man with snow-white hair approaching slowly, a massive blade in hand. His presence exuded an icy aura that seemed to pierce through the air. Yin Xuan, recognizing the figure immediately, exclaimed with joy, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Just in time, the old man nodded, revealing himself as the one who had saved Jiang Ji moments ago. Jiang Ji quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. May I ask your name?" "I am Qian Zhan," the old man replied, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Jiang Ji. "Though I've been in seclusion, I've heard of your deeds." "A mechanist? Huh? Impressive." It turned out that this was none other than Qianzhen, the first 7th-tier powerhouse of Daxia City. A martial artist who had ascended to the path of cultivation, he was also the mentor of Zhan Tian, the former city lord. In the early days of the world's transformation, Qianzhen had been the one to protect the fledgling Daxia City. After Zhan Tian was ambushed and killed by demonic entities, Qianzhen had gone into seclusion to seek a breakthrough. Now, he had finally ascended to the 8th tier. "Let's deal with this beast tide first," Qianzhen said, leaping off the city wall with his blade in hand. With each strike he unleashed, a flash of icy light followed, and a 7th-tier beast would fall lifeless. With the addition of this 8th-tier powerhouse, Yin Xuan and the others, who had been struggling, suddenly felt the tide of battle shift in their favor. They coordinated with Qianzhen to launch a counterattack. In just half an hour, over half of the 307th-tier beasts had been slain. Only then did Qianzhen ease his attack, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. Even for an 8th-tier warrior like him, such intense combat was physically taxing. Although martial artists have mastered the power of momentum, their single-target attack methods are ultimately limited, making large-scale eradication of ferocious beasts impossible. Even the powerful strike that killed the 8th-tier giant claw eagle could only be executed a few times. "From here on, I'll leave it to you youngsters," Qianzhen said, looking at Yin Xuan and the others. "Work with the robots, and aim to meet the condition of independently taking down a 7th-tier beast. I'll be standing by to provide support." While Qianzhen still had the strength to kill dozens more 7th-tier beasts, considering the overall interest of Daxia City, now was the best opportunity for Yin Xuan and the other 6th-tier awakeners to complete their advancement requirements. "Yes, senior." Yin Xuan responded eagerly. Qianzhen's timely arrival not only saved Jiang Ji from mortal danger, but also alleviated the pressure brought by the 7th-tier beasts. Under these circumstances, today's beast tide no longer posed a significant threat, and everyone was eager to seize this chance to advance. At some point, Elder Wang had arrived and said, "You succeeded, Brother Wang." Qianzhen greeted his old friend with a smile. "Indeed, after 3 years of seclusion, if I hadn't broken through now, I might have been completely overshadowed by this young mechanic." The two were contemporaries and naturally close. Remembering the earlier peril, Elder Wang said with lingering fear, "If it weren't for you today, young Ji might not have survived." As he spoke, he solemnly bowed deeply to Qianzhen. "On behalf of Jiang Ji, his father Jiang Yuan, and all of Daxia City, I thank you." Qianzhen quickly helped him up. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? We're all serving Daxia City. There's no need for thanks. To be honest, I owe my breakthrough this time to the mechanic." "How so?" Elder Wang asked, puzzled. Qianzhen explained. "Do you remember that young girl who awakened at the same time as him? Su Shuangyue?" Elder Wang recalled the Awakening Council meeting 3 months ago. Qianzhen nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Her awakened ice spirit happened to provide the key insight for my ice blade momentum breakthrough. Back then, she was unwilling to fall behind the mechanic and fought fiercely on the city walls, eventually collapsing near my seclusion site. I was about to come out to help, but her ice power triggered my understanding, forcing me to remain in seclusion. It wasn't until today that I completed my breakthrough. Although her cultivation is still shallow, she is my benefactor, so I decided to take her as my disciple." "Truly, the heavens are watching over Daxia," Elder Wang said with relief. If not for Qianzhen's breakthrough inspired by Su Shuangyue, the hope of Daxia City Jiangji might have been extinguished. The fall of a second mechanic would have been a blow Daxia City could not bear. The battle raged on, but the dawn of victory was now within sight. With the failure of the Flying Beast's assault plan and the successive deaths of several Tier 7 beasts, the beast horde had lost its momentum. On the city walls, more and more warriors turned their efforts toward eradicating the lower-tier beasts. Victory for Daxia City was now within reach. Lu Huai, newly ascended to Tier 7, hurried to Yin Xuan's side and spoke in a low voice, "Lord Mayor, I have located the position of the mastermind behind the demonic beasts." "Oh." Yin Xuan, also a Tier 7, brightened at the news. "Where is it? How far?" "About 50 li outside the city walls," Lu Huai said, his expression grave. "Besides the demonic entity, I also sensed a powerful pre-seat must be a Tier 9 beast. Since his recent ascension, his sensory abilities had greatly improved. When the giant Talon Hawk perished, He had caught a trace of violent energy emanating from the distance and had followed it to pinpoint the target's location. 50 li. Just within the range of the ultimate weapon, Yin Xuan murmured, falling into thought as he weighed the decision of deploying their last nuclear bomb. Lord Mayor, we must strike. Lu Huai interrupted before Yin Xuan could decide, his usual scholarly demeanor replaced by anger. We have to make these Tier 9s no fear. 2 Tier 9s are absolutely worth using the ultimate weapon for. The image of Jiang Ji nearly losing his life still burned in his mind, filling him with fury. Yin Xuan glanced toward Qian Zhen's position before quickly making up his mind. All right, let's hit them with everything we've got. Though it was their final ultimate weapon, the enemy had no way of knowing that. Besides, with Qian Zhen having broken through to Tier 8, his combat strength nearing Tier 9, and Jiang Ji's demonstrated mastery as a mechanist, they had enough power to intimidate any would-be threats. 50 li away, a Tier 9 eagle beast was roaring furiously at the demonic figure. Didn't you claim the plan was foolproof? How do you explain the death of my kin? The beast horde is on the verge of failure, and we've lost our chance at feeding on humans. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't hesitate to tear off that triangular head of yours. My kin? You mean those Tier 7 beasts? The Tier 9 demonic entity's expression remained unchanged, though it was secretly calculating the time. Since the siege plan had failed, it was time to activate the second phase. Nonsense. I'm talking about the Tier 8 giant Talon Hawk. Oh, that Tier 8 beast, the demon said with a chilling smile. Yes, it's dead. So what? As for the blood feast, my kind, the regenerators, have never been ones to keep promises. You dare deceive me? The Tier 9 eagle beast roared in fury, ready to reveal its true form for battle, but it suddenly froze as an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed it. Goodbye, brainless beast. The demonic entity waved mockingly as its form dissolved into black mist and vanished. Everything had gone according to its plan. The Tier 7 human awakeners had only been able to locate them because it had deliberately guided the Tier 9 eagle's aura to be discovered. Knowing full well that humans would deploy their ultimate weapon, it had already prepared its escape route. Before the echo of its words faded, a cataclysmic force descended with a deafening roar. Flames shot skyward as a mushroom cloud rose, and the shockwave swept across dozens of li, reducing everything in its path to ash. The Tier 9 eagle beast, its soul shaken to the core, desperately flapped its wings to flee, but it was too late. The speed of the ultimate weapon far exceeded the reaction time of even a Tier 9. The annihilative force tore through its defenses, blasting a massive wound into its body. Worse still, the ensuing radiation and toxic fallout seeped into the wound, slowly but relentlessly corroding its internal organs. Blood boiled within its body, and its veins burst like withered branches. Under the instant impact of the radiation's power, the internal organs of the 9th tier Howling Eagle warrior shattered piece by piece. It only had time to let out a mournful cry before its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, torn into fragments by the lingering force of annihilation. Just like that, a powerful 9th tier beast warrior fell on the spot. As the aftermath subsided, a mass of black mist coalesced into the figure of a demon. It gazed at the remains on the ground, its eyes gleaming with excitement. A 9th tier beast. It was worth all my planning. To avoid detection by humans, its triangular head immediately released a dense black fog, shrouding the fragments scattered on the ground. Under the influence of the fog, the broken pieces of the eagle began to reassemble in a grotesque manner. In just 3 minutes, the colossal body of the 9th tier eagle warrior was fully restored before its eyes. The demon then drew a black stone from within itself, a core of the Rebirth clan, the most precious treasure of its kind, so rare that only a few could be formed in a lifetime. Without hesitation, it fused the stone into the eagle's body. The eagle's body began to tremble violently. Its once dim eyes suddenly opened wide, now a vacant, lifeless gray. Master, it spoke mechanically. Ha ha ha, it worked. A 9th tier puppet now, I can proceed with the plan. The demon laughed heartily. The true gift of the Rebirth clan was not merely the ability to repair but the power to recreate life. Though it fell short of perfect resurrection, the reborn body not only retained its original strength, but also became an unwavering puppet of the demon. This was the most formidable ability of the Rebirth clan. One of the key goals of the Beast Tide this time was to acquire this 9th tier puppet. While the demon was bound by the Federation Pact and forbidden from directly attacking humans, manipulating the Beast clans was not restricted. As for the failure to breach Daxia City, a settlement of merely 300,000 people with its strongest warrior only at the 8th tier, the demon no longer cared. With this 9th tier puppet, the Rebirth clan would never worry about a shortage of blood offerings again. As for that city it had toyed with for so long, it would allow them a brief respite before erasing it entirely. The demon leaped onto the back of the 9th tier eagle, commanding it to fly toward its kin. Oh, the Federation's geniuses, Are you ready to witness this? Its voice faded into the howling winds. The city of Daxia remained immersed in the euphoria of its recent victory, blissfully unaware of the upheaval unfolding in the distant lands. Ever since the ultimate weapon had been deployed, even Lu Huai, the mastermind controlling the battlefield, had lost his vision of the situation, his abilities rendered completely ineffective. Yet, both he and Yin Chuan held unwavering confidence that, under the devastating power of the weapon, neither the demonic creatures nor the ferocious beasts could have survived. With all 6th-tier individuals successfully ascending, a formidable 7th-tier army had emerged, sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Armed with precision-engineered mechanical weaponry, they finally brought an end to the unprecedented beast tide. The once massive horde of millions had been decimated, with 90% of the beasts reduced to dust. The remaining tens of thousands, disoriented and leaderless after the demons' retreat, fled in chaos, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. On the city walls, exhausted warriors collapsed where they stood. Despite their weariness, they couldn't contain their jubilant cheers. We won. We actually won. I can't believe I made it out alive. Master Jiang Ji's mechanical creations are incredible. Even someone like me, with an auxiliary role, could fight on the front lines. The Meteor Demon Cannon lives up to its name. Even 5th and 6th tiers are reduced to ashes before it. Daxia City has finally risen. This monumental victory marked the definitive end of the beast tide. Barring any unforeseen events, Daxia City was poised to enjoy a 3-month period of peace. In the last 3 months, the city had undergone a revolutionary transformation thanks to its engineers. Now, with the emergence of an 8th-tier powerhouse and numerous 7th-tier experts, the burgeoning Daxia City was primed to achieve even greater heights. Perhaps next time, they would no longer be on the defensive, they would strike first and hunt down the beasts in their lairs. While Daxia City busied itself with post-battle recovery, a starkly different scene was unfolding 300 miles away in the border city of Defy. This thriving metropolis, home to over 1 million residents, sat at the boundary between human territory and the demonic lands. Despite the world's upheavals, Defy City boasted modern infrastructure, from academies to shopping centers, and from advanced transportation systems to cutting-edge technology. The only notable difference was the integration of supernatural abilities into daily life. As a key frontier stronghold, Defy City's defenses were formidable. Over a dozen ultimate weapons in reserve, a population where every citizen was either an awakened ability user or a martial artist, and even a 9th-tier supreme expert stationed to oversee its safety. Serving as a vital hub connecting the inland regions to the frontier, the city had also fostered a unique profession: beast hunters who risked their lives to slay feral creatures in exchange for resources. The city thrived with an air of prosperity and resilience. At the southern gate, a group of roughly 100 young individuals had gathered. They were the cream of the crop, the brightest talents from the federal ranking tournament. Their mission was twofold: to visit the Endless Forest, the domain of the demonic race, in an effort to strengthen the alliance between humans and demons, and to traverse the forest into the beast heartland for a final trial competition to determine the true champion among them. The prize was tantalizing: the rare opportunity to ascend to the 9th tier, a reward that had every 6th-tier competitor eager to prove themselves. Why does it sound like there are explosions coming from that direction? One of them asked, noticing the distant rumbling. A gate guard responded, probably just another skirmish between the beasts and the demons. That area's been noisy for years. The demons and beasts are constantly fighting? Has no one gone to investigate? The question piqued the curiosity of those nearby, who began to gather around. We have orders not to approach that area, the guard explained. Apparently, it's a request from our demon allies. They don't want their battles disturbed. Isn't that a little strange? If Defy City sent reinforcements, wouldn't it make things much easier? Someone questioned. What's so strange about it? Another person chimed in casually. Even allies have their secrets. They probably don't want us poking around. Still, I bet someone's tried sneaking over there despite the ban. Another voice speculated. The guard chuckled. You'd be right. Over the years, there've been a few who couldn't resist the temptation to take a peek. The border region of Jieshan is heavily guarded by the military, a fact that has deterred all would-be trespassers. Over time, people's curiosity about this mysterious area gradually faded. However, such strict security only hinted that the higher-ups in Daxia City might be deliberately concealing some kind of secret. Just as some individuals began to entertain reckless thoughts, a gatekeeper soldier keenly sensed their intentions. With a smile on his face but a stern tone, he warned, I advise you to abandon this idea. Even if you're top talents from prestigious academies, getting caught trying to cross Jieshan illegally could lead to severe consequence: at best, expulsion from your school. At worst, imprisonment. That's serious? Someone asked in astonishment. A local resident nodded solemnly in agreement. When it involves alliances, the consequences could be even graver than what this gentleman just said. My advice to all of you is to focus on the trials ahead, and not entertain any reckless ideas. Hearing this, the group, though visibly disappointed, had no choice but to give up their plans. No matter how curious they were about the secrets of the otherworldly creatures, it wasn't worth jeopardizing their futures. The topic soon shifted to other matters. Ever since our Federation signed a pact with the otherworldly creatures, the ferocious beasts seem to have vanished entirely. Large-scale beast tides are almost unheard of, one person remarked. Your unique location here in Dashi City is one of the few places where battles with beasts still occur, giving you the chance to hone your skills. The rest of us mostly spar with classmates. If not for the ranking tournament, would hardly experience any real combat. Exactly. Another chimed in excitedly. The Federation choosing this place for the trials is perfect for me. I've always wondered what a beast tide looks like. With my abilities, could I shine amidst one? I can't wait to see it with my own eyes. The group engaged in an animated discussion, convinced that to excel in the trials, they'd need to annihilate at least one beast tribe. Naively, they believed that under the leadership of a sixth-tier powerhouse, wiping out a tribe would be a simple task. These sheltered prodigies, having only ever fought in controlled competitions, remained oblivious to the harsh realities of a true battlefield. The bustling gateway of the vast ocean city stood in stark contrast to its usual tranquility as a plane, adorned with the Federation's flag, slowly descended onto the runway. Breaking the silence, a sharply dressed officer strode forward with a commanding presence, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. In a firm and resonant voice he declared, "Now that everyone is here, board the plane. We are heading to the endless forest." "Finally, we're setting off," someone exclaimed with barely contained excitement. "I can't wait to see what lies beyond the Federation's territory. I wonder how the homeland of the Abyssal demons differs from ours. The endless forest, just the name alone sounds so alluring." Another person chimed in. At the front of the cabin stood an abyssal demon with a distinct triangular-shaped head and a warm smile. He introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Immortality, and I will be your guide for this journey to the homeland of the Regeneration Clan. Upon arrival, each of you will receive a regeneration fruit as a gift from my people. The Holy Son of the Regeneration Clan himself is here to welcome us." "Brother Fachin, I've heard so much about you." "Wait, a regeneration fruit? Isn't that the legendary treasure that can restore lost limbs? Who would have thought we'd get such an incredible reward just for participating in this trial?" Fachin smiled graciously and replied, "It is an honor for the Federation's brightest talents to visit us. Naturally, we must show our sincerity." The crowd, long accustomed to interacting with abyssal demons, showed no discomfort at his unique appearance. The plane followed its predetermined route, passing over several small abyssal demon settlements. Protected by the Federation's flag and the imposing aura emanating from Fachin, the settlements paid no attention to the aircraft. High above, beyond the clouds, a ninth-tier abyssal demon from the Regeneration Clan silently observed the plane's progress, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. To ensure the safety of these Federation prodigies, Ocean City had deployed an elite escort. A ninth-tier elder sat at the back of the cabin, meditating with his eyes closed, while a team of seventh-tier experts formed a formidable guard unit. Meanwhile, in Dashi City, the aftermath of the beast tide had largely been handled after 3 days of recovery efforts. The mechanical warehouse, led by Jang's reconstruction team, had undergone a complete transformation and was now an expansive mechanical factory. Inside, rows of advanced machining tools were neatly arranged, with biomimetic robots busily sorting materials, performing manufacturing tasks, and handling various processes. The automated production line had completely freed Jang's hands. Thanks to the vast amount of experience points earned from slaying the ferocious beasts, Jang's total experience had reached 24.3 million, allowing him to successfully advance to the 6th tier. However, the staggering 70 million experience points required for the next stage loomed over him like a daunting challenge. At this moment, Jang Ji was engrossed in a special project, constructing a 6th-tier mechanical creation, the Annihilation Fighter Jet. After 12 hours of meticulous work, a quarter of the massive aircraft, spanning dozens of meters, had been completed. Due to the factory's limited space, Jang Ji had mobilized a team of dozens to move a colossal wing section outside for assembly. This fighter jet was a marvel of engineering, integrating reconnaissance, scanning, flight, weaponry, and defense capabilities. In theory, it could ascend to the edge of the atmosphere. Its defensive armor was strong enough to withstand continuous attacks from an 8th-tier opponent, while its light energy cluster cannon could obliterate 7th-tier adversaries with ease. The Annihilation Fighter Jet is fundamentally different from inanimate missiles. Its exceptional maneuverability makes it a strategic mechanical weapon capable of both offense and defense. Recognizing this advantage, Jang Ji decisively abandoned other 6th-tier mechanical projects and devoted all his efforts to the construction of this fighter jet. This would not only provide a powerful trump card for the upcoming operation to eliminate the beasts outside the city, but also ensure Desya City's absolute control over air supremacy. During the design process, Jang deliberately prioritized enhancing speed. While this meant the jet's offensive power fell slightly short of 8th tier capabilities, the 15-fold increase in speed ensured that even when faced with a 9th tier beast, it could retreat with ease thanks to its aerial advantage. After all, in Jiang Ji's view, ensuring the pilot's safety was of paramount importance. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Once Jiang Ji completed the final component, he immediately began assembling the fighter jet. This time, he didn't seek human assistance but instead deployed his robots to aid in the process. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, each massive component was carefully put into place, and the silhouette of the Annihilation fighter jet gradually took shape. The jet was entirely black, with a streamlined pointed nose at the front and large, circular wing panels extending from its sides. The rear was equipped with twin-two blue flame propulsion devices, while a radar antenna stood tall above. The cockpit was located in the center of the wings, featuring a main pilot seat and 3 auxiliary seats surrounding a central control console. Beneath the cockpit was the mounting position for the photon energy beam cannon. As the assembly neared completion, more and more onlookers gathered around. Up close, the fighter jet exuded a strong sense of advanced technology, and its imposing appearance left everyone present in awe. This was Jiang Ji's first large-scale mechanical creation, and with nuclear weapons depleted, it would replace missiles as Desya City's most crucial strategic weapon. With this jet capable of holding its own against 8th-tier threats and escaping unscathed from 9th-tier adversaries, Desya City had finally freed itself from the looming threat of the beasts. From this moment on, the wilderness would no longer be off-limits to them. With the completion of the Annihilation fighter, Jiang Ji decided it was time to set out from the city. He understood that without an adequate source of experience, breaking through to the 7th tier would remain a distant goal. Since there were no imminent beast-tide threats, he planned to take the initiative by hunting down ferocious beast groups in the wild. This would not only eliminate potential threats to Desya City, but also allow him to gather valuable mechanical materials. During this period of intensive mechanical production, especially the construction of the Annihilation fighter, the materials left behind by the previous generation of mechanics had been completely exhausted. Even the L3 class war robots could no longer be upgraded to the 6th tier. While there were still reserves of low-tier materials, the mechanical factory had made these minor tasks something Jiang Ji no longer had to personally worry about. At the East City Gate, the crowd bustled with activity. Yin Chuan, with a trace of concern in his voice, asked, "Xiao Ji, are you sure you don't need us to assist you in combat during this mission?" Jiang Ji responded with a smile, "Uncle Yin, trust me. All you need to do is organize a team to follow and collect materials. Leave the fighting to my mechanical forces." Over the past 2 days, Jiang Ji had thoroughly discussed the operation plan with Yin Chuan and others. The wilderness was fraught with dangers, and organizing personnel for direct combat would inevitably result in casualties, no matter how cautious they were. Robots, on the other hand, could be repaired with materials even if damaged, completely avoiding such risks. Jiang Ji's strategy was for the machines to handle the feral beasts, while the residents of Desya City would secure resource points after the battle, focusing solely on collection and transportation. Seeing Yin Chuan's lingering hesitation, Jiang Ji raised his hand to interrupt. "As a mechanic, do you really think I should still rely on outdated cold weapons for combat? Uncle Yin, times have changed." He now possessed reconnaissance, targeting, and integrated close-range and long-range combat capabilities. There was no longer any need to organize teams for brute force battles. For Desya City, the era of cold weapons and large-scale human combat was over, replaced by the age of mechanical firepower. If not for the limited number of robots, Jiang Ji would have preferred to handle everything on his own. As for whether this approach would lead to the residents of Desya City losing their opportunities to grow stronger, becoming overly reliant like fragile greenhouse flowers, Jiang Ji wasn't concerned in the slightest. Instead of having them participate in combat with minimal results, he believed it was better for him to monopolize the experience and quickly advance in tier. With sufficient materials, he could mass-produce machines, equipping every resident of Desya City with their own set. Such a collective boost in strength far surpassed the benefits of individual combat advancement. After all, hadn't those 6th-tier warriors, who had been stuck for years, all recently achieved breakthroughs within just a few months? Finally, Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. "If you've already made up your mind, then so be it." As he spoke, he made his way toward the Annihilation fighter's cabin. "Let's go. Time to board." Jiang Ji froze for a moment. "Uncle Yin, you're coming along too?" While the Annihilation fighter had 4 seats, aside from his main pilot seat, the other 3 had already been assigned. He hadn't expected Yin Chuan to suddenly insert himself into the plan. With a serious expression, Yin Chuan replied, "I'm the City Lord. This is the first official expedition out of Desya City in years. It's perfectly reasonable for me to participate, isn't it?" Before he finished speaking, Complaints erupted from the surrounding crowd. Shameless. If you wanted to join, just say so. Why use your title as an excuse? For seats, and you're trying to squeeze in? Now I see why you were stalling earlier. Just so you could get closer to the fighter. But Yin Chuan, having long mastered the art of ignoring criticism, paid no mind to the jeers. With a satisfied grin, he slipped into the fighter's right co-pilot seat. After fastening his seatbelt, his expression immediately softened as he turned to Lu Huai. Lu Huai, I'm leaving the follow-up collection work entirely in your hands. Lu Huai could only respond helplessly. Understood. After all, Yin Chuan was his superior. Seeing this, others in the crowd also began to entertain the idea of sneaking onto the fighter. Just as they were about to act, two figures appeared in the distance. Elder Wang, smiling faintly, ignored the commotion around him and calmly approached the cabin. Yin Chuan and Qian Zhen were already waiting by the aircraft. As one of Jiang Ji's closest confidants with a wealth of experience, Yin Chuan had long secured a seat with Jiang Ji's approval. Meanwhile, Qian Zhen, being an 8th-tier powerhouse and the strongest warrior in Disya City, naturally took on the responsibility of escorting Jiang Ji on his first journey outside the city. Seeing these two prominent figures had already claimed their spots, the others quickly gave up on the idea of tagging along. At that moment, only a 10-year-old girl named Zhou Ling was left standing there alone. She had originally been chosen as the last member of the entourage to broaden her horizons. However, with Yin Chuan taking her seat, she was no longer able to join the trip. Wow, Yin the scoundrel, even snatching a child's seat, are you even human? Exactly. How shameless can you get? Utterly disgraceful. The crowd's voices of condemnation rose one after another. Even with Yin Chuan's thick skin, his face flushed red in embarrassment. He cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to Zhou Ling, saying, "Little Ling, let Uncle Yin take this opportunity, all right? Uncle Yin has it tough." As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. "When I come back, I promise I'll fulfill any wish you have." In his heart, he knew there was no way he would give up such a rare opportunity, even if it meant disappointing the child. He figured he could make it up to her upon his return. "You're a bad guy, City Lord." Zhou Ling pouted and stuck her tongue out at him. The crowd burst into laughter. Yin Chuan's authority as the City Lord was thoroughly undermined, and it was only a matter of time before the story of Yin Chuan stealing a child's seat spread across Disya City like wildfire. Jiang Ji stepped forward and gently ruffled Zhou Ling's hair. "Don't worry, next time I'll take you and your brother out to have some fun." As he spoke, he realized that this trip was no leisure outing. It wouldn't be wise to bring along someone as young and defenseless as Zhou Ling. Even with the warplanes providing protection, dangers could still arise, and the consequences could be disastrous. It would be better to wait until the area around Disya City was secure before fulfilling his promise. Thus, he tacitly approved of Yin Chuan's actions. Okay, Zhou Ling nodded obediently, not wanting to make things difficult for her mechanic brother. After comforting Zhou Ling, Jiang Ji strode purposefully toward the sleek black Annihilation jet. Behind the jet, 100 combat-ready robots stood in perfect formation, each equipped with state-of-the-art gear. Their bodies were encased in power armor, and they held magnetic anti-demon rifles with precision. Surrounding them were advanced weapons, including reconnaissance drones, tracking and bombing devices, and the formidable meteor cannon, all prepared for the mission ahead. Jiang Ji's objective was crystal clear: eliminate all ferocious beasts within a 50-mile radius to establish a secure perimeter for Disya City. But his plan went beyond simple eradication. With every expansion of the city's territory, he intended to set up temporary outposts, deploy robotic patrol units, and construct a comprehensive defensive system. This strategic approach would allow them to preemptively counter future beast tides. After all, securing resource points alone was insufficient. Without control over the broader wilderness, any unexpected event could jeopardize the safety of transport teams venturing outside the city. As Jiang Ji signaled with a wave of his hand, the onlookers quickly parted, creating ample space for the jet's takeoff. He pressed the ignition button, and the Annihilation jet roared to life, its engines unleashing a deafening roar. Twin streams of brilliant blue flames erupted from its rear, enveloping the jet in an ethereal glow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the jet ascended steadily, piercing through the clouds above. Through the cockpit's windshield, Jiang Ji watched as Disya City shrank beneath him. For Yin Chuan and the others, who had experienced air travel in the technological era, flying in such a massive mechanical marvel was an entirely new experience. Their faces were lit with awe. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji, utilizing his expertise in mechanical systems, deftly operated the controls, setting their destination on the central navigation screen. "Jiang Ji, where's our first stop?" Yin Chuan asked, watching Jiang Ji's precise movements, his head spinning from the complexity of the controls. For the untrained, piloting the Annihilation jet was no simple task. Jiang Ji glanced at Wang Lao with a faint smile. "First stop, the Starfall or mine?" Hearing the familiar name, Wang Lao's mind was flooded with memories of a perilous mission. Back then, he had ventured outside the city in search of Starfall, or to repair the meteor cannon. As a 6th-tier warrior, he'd narrowly escaped death at the jaws of a 7th-tier demon wolf, a close call he would never forget. So, it's that place, Wang Lao murmured, his tone heavy with reminiscence. Yin Chuan, too, recognized the name. After all, it was he who had personally organized and overseen the Knight's expeditions to the Starfall or mine. Meanwhile, on the ground, the robotic army began its march under the command of Unit 1. The squad filed out of the city gates and into the wilderness. Receiving Jiang Ji's departure signal, Unit 1 issued a clear directive: Master's orders, target Starfall or mine. With that command, the 100 robots activated their power armor in unison. Blue flames ignited from their propulsion systems as they ascended in perfect synchronization, flying low toward their destination. The sight of this mechanical army soaring through the air left the citizens of Disya City in awe. Not far behind, Lu Huai mobilized the larger forces, including flame war chariots and other vehicles, following the robots' lead. This marked Disya City's first organized counteroffensive against the dangers lurking beyond its walls, a pivotal moment in its rise to dominance. We've arrived, Jiang Ji announced, his eyes fixed on the navigation display. Arrived? Already? Yin Chuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, the Starfall or mine is just below us. Are you serious? Yin Chuan exclaimed in disbelief. We've barely been in the air for a minute. You're telling me we've already reached a place 20 or 30 miles away? My seat cushion isn't even warm yet. He had hardly felt the passage of time, distracted only by the subtle changes in the clouds. As the jet descended, breaking through the cloud cover, the terrain below came into view. A massive, circular crater sprawled across the landscape, its charred black surface starkly contrasting with the lush greenery encircling it. This was the legendary site where celestial remnants had fallen, creating a unique phenomenon. The residual energy from the stars had crystallized into a rare material known as Starfall Area treasure coveted by humanity. I can't believe how fast this jet is, Wang Lao muttered, equally astonished. Yet he trusted Jiang Ji's words. His gaze fell on a familiar area near the crater's edge. A few broken spears lay scattered haphazardly on the ground, alongside fragments of Starfall Oregon. This was the very spot where he and his team had once mined the precious material, using spears to pry the ore from the crater walls in a desperate attempt to complete their mission. Now, it seemed, they were back to settle old scores. In front of the Starfall or mine, shattered lances lay scattered across the ground, bearing silent witness to the fierce battle between the knights and the demon wolves years ago. Yin Chuan stood still, observing the scene. Drawing on his experience from a few years back, he quickly identified the location of the ore vein. Covering 20 to 30 miles in less than a minute, could this fighter jet really be surpassing the speed of sound? Yin Chuan asked in astonishment. Jiang Ji explained, actually, it hasn't reached the speed of sound yet, but it's not far from its limit. Theoretically, at full capacity, it can reach a speed of 500 meters per second, which far exceeds the typical speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Qin Jian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing this. A machine capable of such speed? Even with all my strength as an 8th-tier expert, I couldn't match the speed of this 6th-tier fighter jet. No wonder you said it could escape from a 9th-tier powerhouse. But that's only in open air at high altitudes, Jiang Ji added. When flying at low altitudes, obstacles like mountains and trees would limit its maximum speed. While the group continued their discussion, the robotic troops finally arrived within a mile of the Starfall or mine. By this time, Jiang Ji had already completed a detailed data analysis through the fighter jet, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the beasts within the mining area. Over 3 months had passed, yet the demon wolf pack still occupied the area. These wolf-like beasts were naturally attuned to the astral energy of moonlight and starlight, and the dense astral energy within the mine enhanced their physical forms. This was the very reason they had chosen this location as their territory. The fighter jet scans revealed that the mining area housed 3 7th-tier demon wolves, along with thousands of wolves of varying tiers. Recalling how the knights had once encountered a single 7th-tier demon wolf at the outskirts of the mine, Yin Chuan realized the gravity of the situation. If they had alerted the entire wolf pack back then, they would have faced almost certain annihilation before reinforcements could arrive. A truly life-or-death scenario. Jiang Ji briefly reported the discovered situation, leaving both Elder Wang and Yin Chuan feeling a sense of lingering fear. This resource collection mission was indeed extraordinarily fortunate, truly a case of divine favor upon Disya. Faced with merely 3 7th-tier demon wolves, Jiang Ji deemed it unnecessary to deploy fighter jets. The robotic forces alone were more than enough to annihilate them. Robot Unit 1 raised a hand to signal the team behind it to halt. With intelligence nearing human levels, it began autonomous deployment after receiving Jiang Ji's authorization. It swiftly divided the robots into specialized squads for melee combat, long-range bombardment, reconnaissance, and post-battle cleanup. First, Reconnaissance drones camouflaged as insects were dispatched to the star Meteorite mine to gather information. Once the exact distribution of the demon wolf pack was identified, the long-range bombardment team was mobilized to set up the meteor annihilation cannons for the first strike. Using real-time footage transmitted by the reconnaissance drones, the cannons locked onto their targets with precision. With a single blast, the center of the star Meteorite mine erupted in a violent shockwave. Many demon wolves were consumed by the searing heat before they could even react, with the weaker ones leaving not even ashes behind. This initial strike eliminated 90 of the wolves. Of the 3 7th-tier wolves, 2 narrowly survived due to their scattered positions and acute sense of impending danger, though they were severely injured. Unit 1 immediately ordered the launch of homing bombardment missiles. 12 precision strikes obliterated several 6th-tier wolves that had ventured out to hunt. The surviving wolves let out desperate howls of fear, but this did not disrupt Unit 1's strategy. Seizing the moment when the high-tier wolves were incapacitated, the melee team wielding magnetic light demon-slaying guns stormed into the mine. Using robotic retinal scanners, they eradicated the remaining wolves. The 2 heavily injured 7th-tier wolves met the same fate, their skulls crushed by advanced thunderstorm hammers wielded by the melee team under Unit 1's lead. With that, the battle was a complete victory, and the robotic forces officially took control of the star Meteorite mine. From the Annihilation fighter hovering midair, the 4 witnessed the entire battle unfold. Qin Jun praised it as a flawless extermination operation. Elder Wang marveled at how the combination of intelligent robots and mechanized weaponry could achieve such overwhelming combat power, far surpassing the conventional forces of Xia City. Yin Xuan, too, came to understand why Jiang Ji had not requested human reinforcements. This robotic force was so efficient that humans would have only been a hindrance. In his excitement, Yin Xuan blurted out, "Even City Lord Zhan Tian can't compare." However, this unintentionally touched a painful memory for Qian Zhan, who fell into a somber reflection on his former disciple, the second 7th-tier expert of Xia City. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Ji promptly gave the order to move on to the next target. After clearing out the final remnants of enemies, the robotic forces withdrew, leaving behind only scattered debris and traces of blood as evidence of the battle. About 10 minutes later, Lu Huai and the Xia City team finally arrived, only to find a silent battlefield with lingering traces of smoke in the air. "The battle's over?" Lu Huai muttered in disbelief. As a man known for his steady demeanor, Lu Huai's worldview had been shattered repeatedly ever since he met Jiang Ji. It felt like a mirror cracking over and over again. At this moment, he stared at the message Jiang Ji had sent through the communicator. His brows tightly furrowed. It was an order to immediately arrange manpower to mine the star Meteorite deposit. They had rushed over in flame chariots and other vehicles, hoping to at least gain a few hundred experience points. But who could have expected that in the brief time it took them to arrive, the battle was already over? Thousands of demon wolf corpses were scattered across the battlefield, as if no intense fight had ever occurred. This completely overturned Lu Huai's understanding of warfare. Since when did wiping out an entire beast clan become so effortless? Left with no other choice, Lu Huai began handling the post-battle tasks, directing his team to clean up the wolf carcasses and start mining the star meteorites. At least one thing was certain. With this resource point secured, Xia City would never lack demon meteor cannons again. Half an hour later, just as Lu Huai had finally sorted out the follow-up arrangements for the star meteorite mine, another flurry of messages from Jiang Ji came through like a relentless snowstorm. "The beasts at the Red Iron resource point have been cleared. Come take over immediately." And then, only 20 minutes later, another message. "The Crocodile clan at the Tricolor Sand River resource point has been wiped out. Uncle Lu, send people over." Lu Huai's brain nearly short-circuited. The star meteorite mine here had just begun processing, and now 2 more resource points had been secured? Were these beasts lining up to surrender in advance? Even mobilizing all 300,000 residents of Xia City couldn't possibly wipe out a beast clan at this speed. Let alone the fact that even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could these beasts not have hidden lairs? Whoever said logistics is easier than combat? Lu Huai roared. "I can't even take over territories as fast as you're conquering them. Get me more people, now not double, 10 times more." Imagining that bastard Yin Xuan leisurely enjoying the scenery aboard the Annihilation fighter, while he was stuck here buried in mountains of work, the usually mild-tempered Lu Huai couldn't help but curse. That scoundrel Yin Xuan. What a shameless opportunist. No wonder he insisted on boarding the fighter. It was all part of his plan. Taking advantage of an honest man like me. Just wait till he gets back and handle this mess himself. I'm going on that fighter to enjoy the view next time. Lu Huai clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. In just 7 days, Jiang Ji's robot troops launched an impressive campaign to clear out the surrounding areas of Xia City. Within a 50-mile radius around the city, all ferocious beast groups were completely eradicated, achieving remarkable success. At the same time, The resource-gathering team led by Lu Huai performed admirably, successfully securing over 150 resource points. Out of the city's population of over 200,000, one-third were mobilized for resource collection, ensuring that the mechanical materials warehouse was now well-stocked. The mechanical factory operated around the clock at full capacity. The production of energy guns had reached over 100,000 units, significantly boosting the city's lower-level combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the manufacturing of advanced machinery was in full swing, with dozens of bionic robots added to their arsenal. While the extermination campaign progressed smoothly, one thing puzzled Jiang. Among the hundreds of ferocious beast groups they encountered, not a single 8th-tier beast appeared. This left the extermination aircraft without an opportunity to engage in combat. Jiang had originally hoped to test the cluster cannon's effectiveness against an 8th-tier beast. With no alternatives, he had to settle for experimenting on 7th-tier beasts, which were obliterated in mere seconds. As a result, the battles were mostly handled by the robot troops, leaving the 4-person crew aboard the aircraft to essentially act as tourists. With sufficient material reserves and the 50-mile radius now cleared, Jiang decided it was time to return to the city for a brief respite. His top priority was to upgrade the robots' tier levels. Previously constrained by material shortages, even after advancing to the 6th tier himself, his robots were still equipped with 5th-tier gear and had combat power stuck at the level of the beast-tide battle. Now, with ample materials, it was time to enhance their strength. More importantly, with the addition of 8th-tier warrior Qianzhen, Jiang planned for the upgraded robots to receive combat training under Qianzhen's guidance. They would learn advanced warrior techniques in hopes of elevating their combat capabilities to 8th-tier levels. With the 50-mile range secured, Jiang's next objective was to extend their influence to 100 miles. This would involve facing more ferocious beast groups and possibly encountering territories controlled by alien demons. 7 days later, the extermination aircraft finally returned to Disya City. 100 robots took turns patrolling the defensive lines around the resource points, preventing any migrating beasts from invading. As Yin Xuan stepped off the aircraft, a relaxed smile lit up his face only to be met with an unsettlingly cold and resentful aura. Huh, Lu Huai? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to welcome me back? Yin Xuan asked playfully. Lu Huai stared at him expressionlessly, saying nothing. What's wrong? Feeling moody? Let me tell you. This trip was incredible. You wouldn't believe how much fun I had. Yin Xuan continued, oblivious to the brewing storm. Fun my ass. Lu Huai finally erupted. You had fun while I was stuck here, huh? Do you even know what I've been through these past 7 days? I'm done. I quit. He fumed. I've been working my ass off, getting barely 2 hours of sleep a night, coordinating the reception and collection of resource points. And now you have the nerve to talk about how much fun you had. Don't think that just because you're the city lord, I won't knock you out. I just borrowed a set of power armor from the factory, and let me tell you, even support roles can fight. As Lu Huai moved as if ready to throw a punch, Yin Xuan quickly ducked behind Wang Lao for cover. Laughing, Jiang stepped in to explain the workload he had assigned to Lu Huai over the past week. Yin Xuan, realizing the extent of the logistical challenges, sheepishly allowed Lu Huai to land a few symbolic punches as a form of retribution. He vowed never to boast about his adventures again. All right, 7 days of hard work, I get it. They'll give you a 7-day vacation, and he'll take over your duties during that time. Yin Xuan offered in an attempt to pacify him. Do I need your permission to take a break? I already said I quit, Lu Huai retorted, before slyly adding, just make sure you give me the next chance to go on an outing. Really? Lu Huai's eyes lit up, his earlier anger vanishing in an instant. Unbelievable. This is what you were angling for all along, wasn't it? I leave for a few days, and your usual honesty is nowhere to be found. Yin Xuan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up in mock admiration. Watching the banter between the two colleagues, Jiang and the others couldn't help but laugh. After exchanging a few words with Wang Lao and Qianzhen, Jiang headed straight for the mechanical factory to begin preparations for the next phase. When Jiang returned, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, who were now part-time factory managers, immediately came forward with cheerful smiles on their faces. Brother Jiang, you're back? Yes, Jiang responded with a smile and a nod. With a detailed report from Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, Jiang quickly grasped the recent production status of the machinery factory. Although he could roughly estimate the output based on the growth of experience points, such calculations were overly cumbersome. Moreover, in order to maintain the pair's enthusiasm for their work, he was happy to leave these specific tasks in their capable hands. Back in Dasha City, Jiang felt like he had returned to his most familiar home ground. Observing the continuous influx of raw materials, he immediately noticed that the current production lines were struggling to keep up with the supply. Without hesitation, he began expanding the production lines and assigned newly manufactured bionic robots to oversee the operations. Every day, patrol robots returned one after another, and Jiang would upgrade them individually by integrating new materials. The 5th tier L3 bionic robots were enhanced to 6th tier K4 war robots. However, Jiang Ji was slightly disappointed to find that their analytical capabilities had not improved significantly. Through practical combat testing with Qianzhen, it was evident that the combat power of these robots had indeed improved. Nevertheless, they remained stuck at the peak of the 7th tier, unable to break through the seemingly insurmountable gap to the 8th tier. Upon analysis, Jiang Ji deduced that the key issue lay in the disparity of momentum, whether it was the momentum displayed by 8th tier warriors or the peculiar abilities of the alien demons. Both exceeded the analytical scope of 6th tier robots. This confirmed his earlier judgment. To achieve a substantial improvement in analytical ability, he would need to reach the 7th tier himself. Despite accumulating experience from eliminating ferocious beasts and recent machinery production, his progress bar had only reached about 1/3 of the way. The millions of experience points required for advancement were no small feat nevertheless. The current army of over 100 7th tier peak robots, working in tandem, could now hold their ground against the 8th tier powerhouse Qianzhen for a considerable amount of time. Although they would eventually be defeated individually, their combined efforts barely reached the level of 8th tier combat power. Jiang Ji pondered deeply. If he could master a true method of coordinated attacks, the combat strength of this robot army would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Unfortunately, while a skill known as mechanical battle formation did exist, it was restricted to the 7th tier range. Ultimately, advancing to the next tier remained the most pressing priority. While preparations for the second expedition outside the city were in full swing in Daxia City, a special group of visitors arrived at the Rebirth Clan's territory deep within the Endless Forest. The Federation's delegation of prodigies had finally reached this unfamiliar land. Although the distance from Danghai City to this region was only a few thousand miles, Immortality deliberately slowed the journey, claiming it was to allow the Federation members to appreciate the scenery along the way. This decision was well received by the group, as they visited several small territories of exotic demons and marveled at the unique landscapes of this mysterious region. As the aircraft descended slowly, the sight of hundreds of triangular-headed demons standing in orderly rows on both sides greeted them. These beings welcomed the visitors with formal Federation etiquette. Among the welcoming party were not only 7th tier powerhouses, but also a few 8th tier beings. Such a grand reception left the Federation prodigies both flattered and proud of their identity. Immortality led the way and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the territory of my Rebirth clan." The Federation members were amazed by the lavish hospitality of the Rebirth clan, though they failed to detect the deeper intentions behind the demons' gestures. Soon after, the demons presented a batch of fruits shrouded in dark mist. Immortality introduced them, saying, "These are the Rebirth fruits, the treasures of our Rebirth clan. Now, we honor the promise we made earlier." Each Federation prodigy received a Rebirth fruit and expressed their gratitude in unison. At this moment, Zhuo Fengmao, a 9th tier elder from Danghai City, disembarked from the aircraft and succinctly requested the immediate arrangement of trials. Following him was the human 7th tier team. Sensing the elder's seriousness, Immortality tactfully stepped back, allowing Immortality, a 9th tier powerhouse of the Rebirth clan, to step forward warmly. Immortality greeted Zhuo Fengmao with enthusiasm and referenced past events to foster camaraderie. Under Immortality's guidance, the group began a tour of the Rebirth clan's territory. The architecture bore a striking resemblance to human styles, with towering buildings and orderly streets, though the inhabitants were variously shaped demons. Over the course of 3 days, the Federation members were thoroughly impressed by what they saw. When Zhuo Fengmao noticed a towering, incongruous palace deep within the territory, Immortality explained that it was the resting place of the Rebirth clan's strongest ancestors and their most sacred ancestral site. During their conversation, Immortality revealed a little-known history. The various demon clans had originally come from different parts of the cosmos. A catastrophic upheaval had forced them to flee, and they eventually found refuge on the Blue Planet. Although Zhuo Fengmao was hearing this secret history for the first time, he understood that Immortality's account was likely a mix of truth and fabrication. This exchange not only shed light on the reasons behind the alliance between demons and humans, but also hinted at deeper cosmic mysteries. Zhuo Fengmao listened calmly to the words of the Yimo demonic entity, but his mind was racing with thoughts. He wasn't about to take the Yimo's claim of seeking a place to reside at face value. In truth, the Federation had long uncovered a startling fact. The bloodthirsty energy generated during wars provided an unexpected boon to the Yimo, allowing them to rapidly strengthen their powers. This discovery had immediately prompted the Federation to elevate the threat level of the Yimo to be on par with that of ferocious beasts. The situation had shifted significantly in recent times. Most ferocious beasts had retreated to remote and perilous regions, drastically reducing their conflicts with humanity and posing no major threat. The Yimo, however, were a different story. Despite the constraints of the alliance, the bloodthirsty energy was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of triggering disaster at any moment. This very concern had led the Eastern leadership of the Federation to orchestrate this trial, aiming to uncover the Yimo's true intentions. Yet, the actions of the Rebirth clan were unexpectedly surprising. Rather than displaying any hostility, they were brimming with enthusiasm, even going so far as to generously gift the precious Rebirth fruit, which could influence ninth-tier experts. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuo Fengmao probed cautiously, Brother Monsong. Might I have the honor of stepping inside? According to human traditions, as allies, I should pay my respects to your ancestors with a stick of incense. He was eager to investigate this core area of the Yimo. Mankang's triangular head twisted into a faint smile. I must apologize to Brother Zhua. Apart from the last guardian ancestor, even I, a ninth-tier expert, cannot normally enter that place. The guardian ancestor? Could they be a 10th-tier expert? Zhuo Fengmao pressed further. Monsong shook his head. 10th tier? Impossible. If we had a 10th tier existence, our clan would have returned to the stars long ago. He went on to explain the immense difficulty of ascending from the 9th to the 10th tier, particularly due to the oppressive rules of Blue Star against outsiders. Even if one managed to break through, returning to Blue Star would present insurmountable resistance. Either their strength would be suppressed below the 10th tier, or they would be annihilated by the planet's rules. Zhuo Fengmao narrowed his eyes. So, you're saying that none of the starborn races currently have any 10th tier beings? Monsong gave him a meaningful look. Brother Zhua, your words seem to carry a deeper implication. You're overthinking it, Brother Monsong, Zhuo Fengmao replied ambiguously. Monsong candidly revealed the Rebirth clan's trump card. While they lacked a 10th tier expert, their heritage enabled them to unleash combat power equivalent to the 10th tier. Other starborn races likely had similar methods, and some might even possess true 10th tier experts. For this reason, even though the Federation had several 10th tier experts, they dared not act recklessly. Both sides harbored mutual concerns, and their shared enemy, the ferocious beasts, had ultimately led to the current alliance. Finally, Monsong outlined the details of the upcoming trial. The location was set in the Thousand Stone Forest, south of the Endless Woods. They had cleared the area of beasts above the 8th tier, but left a variable number of 7th tier beasts to maintain the trial's level of challenge. Zhuo Fengmao expressed his approval. That's ideal. A certain degree of danger is necessary for a proper trial. Song gazed at the young prodigies before him, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Through teamwork, they might just manage to take down some smaller beast packs. It's about time these youngsters saw some blood. After all, if they can't even escape from a 7th tier powerhouse, how can they claim the title of Federation geniuses? We're not here to nurture fragile flowers that need protection to grow. Interesting, Song mused thoughtfully. The Federation's approach to cultivating talent aligns quite well with the traditions of my clan. Back in the day, the prodigies of my clan would also venture alone into the starry skies, battling other races to hone their skills and grow stronger. Meanwhile, the Federation's young talents had assembled and were ready to set off. Their faces were lit with barely contained excitement. Fighting in the wild was a long-awaited opportunity for many of them. Some had already formed teams on their own, with the leading figures of the 6th tier heading around 10 different groups. Zhuo Fengmao stepped forward to give some final instructions. Unless you encounter an 8th tier or stronger opponent, neither I nor the escort team will intervene. While achieving first place is important, you must know your limits. Don't recklessly initiate large-scale battles. The wild beasts out there are nothing like the tame ones you've faced in the academies. They won't stop just because you're outmatched. Once you engage, it's a fight to the death. I hope you all remember that. Some in the crowd listened impatiently, brushing him off with a casual, "Got it, senior. When do we leave?" Zhuo Fengmao's eyes flickered with disappointment as he glanced at them. However, others listened intently. Their expression's solemnness was the demeanor of true geniuses. "Very well, let's set off," Zhuo Fengmao commanded. Excitement erupted among the group as they cheered and surged forward, racing toward their destination. The first challenge was to trek to the Thousand Stone Forest, with bonus points awarded to the first to arrive. Each of them clutched a rebirth fruit, tightly a precious treasure capable of restoring them to full health, like a second life in their hands. As the crowd dispersed, Zhuo Fengmao exchanged a glance with Song before leading the 7th tier escort team to follow the group. Left behind were only Song and Feichin, their gazes flickering with unreadable intent. A towering figure stepped forward from the shadows behind them. "Master, go. Proceed as planned," Song said calmly. "Understood, Master." The figure revealed its true form, a massive 9th tier eagle beast. With a powerful beat of its wings, it soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds and trailing the Federation team from afar. In just a few days of recuperation, Disya City has undergone a dramatic transformation. Mechanical weapons have seen a significant increase, and robots have been upgraded. Now, every low-tier combatant within the city is equipped with a charged gun. This means that even if another beast tide occurs, the once troublesome low-tier beasts will no longer pose a threat. The city's combat structure has also been adjusted accordingly. Residents with less aptitude in martial arts or weaker awakened professions have started learning marksmanship and mechanical operation skills. Advanced mechanical weapons are prioritized for healers and other support class awakeners who play crucial roles in battle. These support class individuals can quickly level up by using mechanical weapons to slay beasts, enabling them to contribute more effectively to the city while minimizing unnecessary casualties. Within a 50-mile radius of Desya City, robot patrols have established a comprehensive blockade against the beasts. However, after discussions with Yin Chuan and others, Zhang Ji realized that completely isolating the beasts was not a sustainable solution. Such isolation would lead to awakeners losing practical combat experience over time. Thus, Jiang Ji ordered the robots to deliberately allow some low-tier beasts to pass through designated areas, providing low-tier awakeners with opportunities for training. As a 6th-tier powerhouse, Jiang Ji gains negligible experience from killing beasts below the 3rd tier so little, in fact, that crafting machinery is a more efficient way for him to grow stronger. What's astonishing is the sheer number of beasts. In just a few days, a massive number of low-tier beast hordes had gathered again within the 50-mile radius, though no powerful creatures above the 5th tier had been sighted. Jiang Ji was well aware that beasts could not reproduce. They seemed to appear out of thin air. He had once fantasized about finding the source of these beasts and obliterating it with several demon meteor cannons, wondering how much experience he could gain. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. At this moment, a crowd had once again gathered at the eastern city gate, as today marked the scheduled date for the 2nd expedition beyond the city. When Jiang Ji arrived, he was met with a scene of people at the front of the crowd arguing with each other. Yin Chuan, have you no shame? You went last time, and now you're here again? Exactly. Didn't you promise to give me a chance this time? You scoundrel. Lu Mao, will fight you for this. Old Wang isn't going this time. So we've got 2 open slots. Brothers, anyone can go. But first, let's get rid of shameless Yin. Yeah, get rid of that shameless Yin, and then we'll settle it among ourselves. The scene left Jiang Ji both amused and exasperated. This didn't look like a mission to exterminate beasts, it was more like a scramble for vacation tickets. Clearly, Yin Chuan had exaggerated the thrill of riding the warplane last time, making it sound like a heavenly experience, even portraying beast slaying as effortless. This had stirred up the previously reserved crowd into a frenzy. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Jiang Ji's arrival and immediately moved closer, hoping to curry favor and secure a spot on the mission. After all, the final decision rested with Jiang Ji, and only with his approval could they join the expedition. Yin Chuan managed to squeeze out of the crowd, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Little Ji, let me tag along again this time. Will you? He had long abandoned any pretense of dignity. With his reputation already tarnished in Desya City, he figured he might as well embrace it. Taking over the logistics work these past few days had given him a newfound appreciation for Lu Huai's hard work, nearly exhausting him to the point of collapse. He was desperate for an opportunity to escape the overwhelming workload, even if temporarily. As Jiang Ji opened the hatch of the Annihilation warplane, he chuckled. Uncle Yin, didn't you promise Uncle Lu last time? Why are you going back on your word now? Exactly. Lu Huai chimed in immediately. Yin Chuan looked embarrassed. He didn't want to break his promise, but the logistics work was simply too overwhelming. How could it compare to the ease of going out for a ride? Uncle Yin, give up the idea. Just stay put in the city. You're the city lord. After all, you can't be absent all the time. This time, we'll take Uncle Lu along. Our target is over 100 miles away, and there are too many uncertainties. We'll need Uncle Lu's abilities for reconnaissance, Jiang Ji explained. What about the other seat? Yin Chuan asked persistently. He had no objection to Lu Huai taking a slot, but was still unwilling to give up entirely. The other seat will go to Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. They're small enough to share a single seat, and I already promised them last time, Jiang Ji replied. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling timidly stepped forward. A collective sigh of disappointment erupted from the onlookers as they realized the seats had been claimed, once again dashing their hopes. Yin Chuan, just give it up. You're the city lord. Yet all you think about is slacking off? Ugly on the outside and even uglier on the inside, Lu Huai quipped mockingly. He had been harboring grievances for a long time, and today this despicable man had the audacity to go back on his word, fully revealing his shameless nature. With a fake smile plastered on his face, Yin Chuan turned to Zhou Ming and said, Little Zhou Ming, would you like to become the lord of Dasha City? This statement instantly ignited the fury of the surrounding crowd. Deceiving even children? Absolutely shameless. Beat him to death. Angry voices erupted from all directions. Someone in the crowd threw the first punch, landing squarely on Yin Chuan's face. That punch seemed to open the floodgates, and the crowd surged forward, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks. Clutching his reddened face, Yin Chuan stumbled backward, yelling in a mix of anger and fear, I am the city lord. This is rebellion. He pointed at a few faces in the crowd. They'll remember you all, just you wait. With that, he fled in disgrace, chased by the enraged mob. Jang chuckled lightly and led two children into the aircraft cabin. Since the victorious battle against the terrifying beast tide, Daxia City had undergone a remarkable transformation. The city's overall strength had significantly improved, and the once lifeless streets now brimmed with hope and vitality. Everywhere, people's eyes sparkled with anticipation for a brighter future. The 8th-tier powerhouse, Qianzhan, also took his seat. As Jiangji's bodyguard, he never left his side during outings, always ready to handle any unforeseen dangers. Noticing the crowd still lingering outside, Jiangji raised his voice and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Over the past few days, I've produced a good number of parts for the Annihilation warplanes. Although a few critical materials are still missing, which prevents the final assembly, this trip will likely help us find what we need." He paused briefly before continuing. "I've left detailed operational instructions in the mechanical factory. Whoever can fully master the controls will be assigned a warplane once it's ready. Of course, if no one learns how to operate it, the opportunity will have to go to my robots." These words landed like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the crowd. "What? Are you serious? Forget being a passenger, I'm going to be a pilot. Let's go." The crowd erupted in excitement. Out of nowhere, Yin Chuan reappeared, his entire body seemingly ablaze with urgency. He dashed toward the mechanical factory at an astonishing speed, shouting as he ran, "Jiangji, why didn't you say so earlier? This is a huge misunderstanding." In the blink of an eye, the once crowded open space was completely deserted, as everyone raced toward the mechanical factory in a frenzy. With the way now clear, the Annihilation warplane finally soared into the sky. Before setting out, Jiang Ji meticulously devised a comprehensive plan. He deployed a squad of reconnaissance-equipped robots to survey an area within a 50-mile radius. As the number of robots increased, he implemented a multi-pronged strategy, dividing them into 4 teams of 30 units each, advancing simultaneously from the east, south, west, and north. Jiang Ji positioned himself at the center in his Annihilation fighter jet, ready to provide backup to any team facing formidable threats. The expanding battlefield slowed the pace of eliminating the beasts. It was no longer feasible to occupy multiple resource points in a single day as before. To minimize losses, Jiang Ji adopted a cautious approach, only launching assaults on resource points after thoroughly understanding the situation. The density of beasts 50 miles out shocked Jiang Ji. Nearly every few steps brought an encounter with a creature. Many beast habitats were located away from the resource points, forcing the robots to clear threats along the way. This was done to avoid being attacked from both sides during resource point assaults and to protect the rear collection teams. The quality of resources in this region had significantly improved. No longer limited to low-tier materials, the area yielded abundant 5th and 6th-tier materials, with even 7th-tier materials occasionally found. In just 2 days, the robot squad secured multiple resource points rich in 5th and 6th-tier materials. At this stage, only one material, an elusive substance known as Wisdom Stone, was still required to construct more Annihilation fighter jets. Each squad of 30 peak 7th-tier combat robots was nearly unstoppable, capable of sweeping through anything short of an 8th-tier beast. As a result, the Great Xia City sphere of influence expanded from 50 to 80 miles. While the beasts marginally slowed their progress, the efficiency of capturing resource points remained astonishing. The real bottleneck lay in logistics. Thousands of people struggled to keep up with the pace of just a few hundred robots. This left Yin Chuan utterly exhausted, especially when he thought of Lu Huai leisurely sightseeing from the fighter jet. The thought alone made him seethe with frustration. Meanwhile, Thousand Stone Forest saw the arrival of its first human team, an elite squad from the Eastern District's top academy within the Federation. Led by a 6th-tier powerhouse named Du Jing, the team included 9 5th-tier members. Among them was a runner who provided a 20 speed boost to the entire group, a critical factor in their early arrival. Thousand Stone Forest got its name from the countless massive, uniquely shaped rocks scattered throughout the area. Low, gnarled trees grew in the crevices between the stones, creating a dense and complex terrain. Du Jing sternly reminded his team to remain vigilant and avoid provoking any beasts unnecessarily, warning them that carelessness would lead to dire consequences. The team members all showed respect and trust toward their formidable leader. Du Jing understood that the trial's scoring system based on the number of beasts killed compelled him to bring along these 5th-tier burdens. Fortunately, the top academy boasted many geniuses, making up a 10th of all trial participants and forming the largest team. While other groups also had 6th-tier leaders, none matched their scale. With the additional bonus for being the first to arrive, Du Jing felt confident about securing first place. Under Du Jing's command, Hunter Su Lin scouted ahead, combat specialists spread out in a 100-meter radius for perimeter security, and support members stood ready to provide enhancements. Observing from afar, Zhuo Fengmao nodded in approval, impressed by the academy team's professionalism. Over the next half-day, more teams began to arrive. Some, like Du Jing's, advanced cautiously, while others recklessly charged ahead. While scattered low-tier beasts posed little threat to these 5th-tier and above humans, they were unaware of the danger looming. A massive beast horde was silently forming, waiting for the signal to engulf all intruders. High above, a 9th-tier eagle beast now under enemy control kept its watchful gaze on Zhuo Fengmao, prepared to distract the human 9th-tier powerhouse at a critical moment. After careful reconnaissance, Du Jing's team identified a target, a leopard-like beast pack consisting of about 30 creatures. The pack was led by a 6th-tier alpha, supported by 3 5th-tier elites, with the rest being below 4th-tier. In Du Jing's assessment, his team was more than capable of annihilating this group. The plan was promising, but the battle turned out to be far more grueling than Du Jing had anticipated. As the prodigy of the top academy in the Eastern District, Du Jing wielded his dagger with precision, relying on the agility of his shadow assassin abilities to contend with a Tier 6 feral beast. Even so, he repeatedly found himself in peril due to the suffocating ferocity of the beast's relentless attacks. If not for his own strength as a peak Tier 6 combatant far superior to the beast's initial Tier 6 level, he would have been seriously injured by now. The performance of the other team members was even more dismal. The stench of blood and the feral beast's menacing appearances left some of them frozen in fear. When a Tier 5 leopard beast lunged at one of the team members with its jaws wide open, the poor soul stood paralyzed, unable to react. At the last possible moment, a shove from a teammate saved him from a fatal bite, but his right arm was still torn off. The scent of fresh blood sent the leopard beast into a frenzy as it swallowed the severed arm whole, its attacks growing even more aggressive. My arm! My arm! The injured man finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Shut up and pull yourself together. Du Jing barked furiously, appalled by the liability his team had become. After some time, he began to adapt to the rhythm of the battle, stepping in to rescue the injured teammate just in time. With surgical precision, his dagger shattered the Tier 5 leopard beast's menacing fangs. Idiot! What are you saving the regeneration fruit for? He snapped. At Du Jing's reprimand, the man hastily consumed the regeneration fruit. As black mist enveloped the wound, his severed arm regrew. The rest of the team began activating their respective abilities, but even with their Tier 5 skills, they could only hold their ground against the leopard pack. The gap in experience, reflexes, and mental fortitude became glaringly evident. As the battle dragged on, the team gradually adapted and managed to take down some of the lower-tier leopard beasts. However, their stamina and magic reserves soon began to deplete. By this point, the remaining enemies included 1 Tier 6, 2 Tier 5, and 4 Tier 3 leopard beasts. If you're out of energy, eat a regeneration fruit, Du Jing shouted, still locked in combat with the Tier 6 leopard beast. Some team members obeyed, consuming the fruits, while others used recovery potions supplied by the Federation to regain their strength. Eventually, with their energy restored, the humans regained the upper hand. One by one, the leopard beasts fell, their stamina no match for the rejuvenated team. Finally, with a decisive slash of Du Jing's dagger, the Tier 6 leopard beast succumbed and collapsed. The battle was over. Exhausted, the team members slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Staring at the battlefield littered with severed limbs and shattered remains, one person muttered in disbelief. So this is what fighting in the wilderness is like? The first battle came at a heavy cost. Although Du Jing's team suffered no fatalities, everyone was injured, forcing them to consume 3 regeneration fruits and a large quantity of potions. Pushing through his exhaustion, Du Jing scanned the surroundings warily and said, "Move quickly. The smell of blood here will attract other beasts." The other team members scrambled to their feet upon hearing this. The earlier fight had left them shaken, and no one was eager to face another battle of similar scale. They swiftly left the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Elsewhere in the Thousand Stone Forest, similar scenes were unfolding. Some teams with insufficient numbers already had severely injured members, while others were less fortunate running into 7th-tier beasts right from the start. These unlucky squads were nearly wiped out and, though rescued by the security forces, lost their chance to compete in the trial rankings. The harsh reality shattered the illusions of these hothouse flowers. After a few bloody battles, no one dared to boast about slaughtering beasts or facing beast tides with such arrogance. At this point, even taking down a squad of 10 or more beasts without injuries was an unattainable feat, let alone killing a 7th-tier beast. Meanwhile, high above the forest, dozens of miles away, a combat aircraft was on a clearing mission. Jiang pressed the attack button, and a blue-white concentrated energy beam shot toward the rocky terrain below. With a deafening explosion, the shockwaves swept through the area, toppling trees and sending debris flying. That single strike annihilated an entire massive crocodile beast group, including several 7th-tier beasts. Over 1,000 beasts were wiped out in an instant, without even catching a glimpse of their enemy. This beast group's behavior is quite peculiar. They actually like to cluster together. Saves a lot of effort, Jiang remarked with a slight chuckle. This was the first time in days he'd encountered such a densely gathered group, so he didn't wait for the robot squad. Instead, he directly demonstrated the power of the energy cannon for Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. Lu Huai watched in shock, utterly awestruck. The seventh-tier beasts that once struck fear into the hearts of Disya City were reduced to nothing but ash in the face of the combat aircraft. In an instant, they were obliterated like helpless prey. The power of this mechanic had once again redefined his understanding of strength. As Jiangji's robotic forces continued their relentless sweep, the territory under their control steadily expanded toward the predetermined objective. Within a 100-mile radius, the once dense packs of ferocious beasts had been reduced to scattered remnants of low-level creatures. These remaining beasts neither offered substantial experience points nor guarded any valuable resources, making it hardly worthwhile to hunt them down. Jiang Ji decided to leave these stragglers for Disya City to use as training fodder for their troops. Over 100 robots were now converging at the location of the Annihilation war machines. This expedition beyond the city walls had not only yielded a wealth of materials, but also provided Jiang Ji with significant experience points from eliminating the beasts. His experience bar now stood at nearly 2/3 full. Only one task remained: finding wisdom stones to construct more Annihilation war machines. These strategic, large-scale mechanical units were a cornerstone of Disya City's strength. The more, the better. Jiang Ji couldn't help but imagine the sight of 1,000 Annihilation war machines soaring through the skies someday. The mere thought of such a scene was enough to ignite his blood. Why are so many beasts gathering in that direction? Lu Huai suddenly voiced his confusion. Qianjun opened his eyes and said gravely, I can vaguely sense a massive, foul stench emanating from over there. Their unusual discovery left Jiang Ji momentarily stunned. A beast gathering? Isn't that a precursor to a beast tide? Disya City's last beast tide just ended. How could there be signs of another one so soon? Without hesitation, Jiang Ji deployed several reconnaissance drones, modified to resemble small flying insects, to investigate the area. The drones transmitted real-time data back to him. The images revealed that, several miles away, a large group of beasts had encircled a specific area. However, the beasts weren't densely packed. Based on Jiang Ji's calculations, their numbers were no more than 300,000 to 400,000, and most were low-level beasts. High-level beasts, those of Tier 5 and above, were exceptionally rare. Could it be that there's a demon tribe nearby, and these beasts are targeting them? Lu Huai speculated. Just as Jiang Ji was about to pilot his war machine closer for a better look, Qianjun suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Wait, over there I think I sense a powerful presence. Tier 8? Jiang Ji asked. No, it feels like Tier 9, Qianjun replied, his expression darkening. We need to leave immediately. A Tier 9 entity is not something you can contend with at your current level. Even I wouldn't dare claim I could retreat unscathed in the face of such power. Jiang Ji's expression shifted drastically. Without waiting for Qianjun to finish, he immediately maneuvered the war machine to retreat at full speed. While he was confident in his ability to confront a Tier 8 foe, a Tier 9 entity was far beyond his capabilities. Even with Qianjun's support, the risk was too great, especially when the war machine's cabin was carrying passengers like Zhou Ming and others. Moments later, the Annihilation war machine had successfully distanced itself from the danger zone. Qianjun paused to sense the area before relaxing slightly. They're not pursuing us. A beast gathering, and a Tier 9 entity. What in the world is happening over there? Lu Huai asked, still visibly shaken. The bold claims he often made within the safety of the city walls about facing Tier 9 enemies now seemed hollow in the face of reality. Jiang Ji, too, was unwilling to recklessly test whether the Annihilation war machine's speed could outmatch a Tier 9 entity. Such a gamble with their lives was simply not worth it. How about sending a few robots to scout the area while we head back? Lu Huai suggested, his curiosity getting the better of him. No. Qianjun decisively shook his head and refused. Don't be fooled by how far we are from that Tier 9 being right now. If we actually draw its attention, and it chases us all the way to Disya City, who could possibly withstand an attack of that level? There's no need to take such a risk. Hearing this, Lu Huai's expression changed, and a sudden sense of alarm struck him. As someone known for his caution, how could he have entertained such a reckless idea? Had the smooth progress of the past few days made him careless? For years, he had diligently assisted Yin Chuan, always prudent and meticulous, never having such a rash notion. Yet now, out of sheer curiosity, he had nearly made a decision that could endanger the safety of Disya City. This realization plunged Lu Huai into deep self-reflection. In the face of Disya City's safety, his personal curiosity seemed utterly insignificant. In this regard, he found himself far less clear-headed than Jiang Ji. At the right moment, Jiang Ji spoke up. Whatever's happening over there is beyond what we can handle right now. If this path isn't an option, then we'll look for G-stones in another direction. With that, he piloted the warplane to change course and instructed his robotic subordinates to scatter and search for materials. However, just as they left, a deafening eagle's cry suddenly echoed across the skies above the thousand-stone forest. As if responding to some signal, nearly 400,000 ferocious beasts surged into the forest in a frenzy. Combined with the beasts already in the forest, the area instantly became a perilous death trap where survival was nearly impossible. Zhuo Fengmao, who had been observing the battles of the young talents, suddenly sensed the anomaly. His face darkened. A beast tide? How could it appear here? Without hesitation, he issued orders through his communication earpiece. Guard unit, assemble. Within 10 minutes, gather all these students at my location and form a defensive line. Follow me to repel the beast tide. He immediately dashed toward the trial team closest to the advancing beast tide. Wasting no time on words, he unleashed his Tier 9 might and threw a devastating punch. The shockwave obliterated hundreds of beasts in an instant. Just as he prepared to strike again to buy more time for the guard unit, another piercing eagle cry echoed from above. Human, your opponent is me. A Tier 9 eagle beast emerged from the clouds, diving straight toward Zhuo Fengmao. Tier 9. Zhuo Fengmao's fury erupted. The eagle beast clan dares to organize a beast tide and attack the Federation's prodigies? Are you courting annihilation? The 9th tier eagle beast charged at Zhuo Fengmao with lightning speed, igniting a cataclysmic battle between two 9th tier powerhouses. As a martial artist, Zhuo Fengmao was forced to abandon his pursuit of lower tier beasts, focusing all his energy on this swift and formidable opponent. Each of his punches carried earth-shattering power, but the eagle beast dodged them with uncanny agility. Although the beast couldn't inflict substantial harm on him, the prolonged skirmish succeeded in giving the beast tide an opportunity to wreak havoc on the Federation's forces. Die! Zhuo Fengmao seized a fleeting opening, unleashing a devastating punch that struck the eagle beast's body. Blood splattered, yet bizarrely, the beast seemed unfazed by the pain, continuing its evasive maneuvers as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the beast tide surged into the thousand-stone forest like an unstoppable flood. These ferocious creatures, seemingly under command, quickly split their forces, encircling and isolating the 12 7th-tier Federation guards. Each 7th-tier warrior faced an overwhelming number of lower-tier beasts, making escape nearly impossible despite their exceptional strength. The remaining Federation prodigies found themselves in dire straits. Struggling to handle even small groups of beasts, they were utterly powerless against the onslaught of the tide. Each genius, numbering nearly 100 in total, faced dozens or even hundreds of enemies, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Awakeners with crowd control abilities managed to hold their ground temporarily, but those specializing in single-target combat were quickly overwhelmed. Within moments, a third of the prodigies had been devoured by the beasts, their severed limbs scattered across the blood-soaked ground. Having never witnessed such carnage, the young talents of the Federation began to crumble under the pressure. Help! Why are there so many beasts all of a sudden? Zhuo Senior, save me. Where is the guard team? This is terrifying. I don't want this trial anymore, let me go home. It's a beast tide. Run for your life. Cries of fear echoed across the battlefield. In truth, with their minimum strength at the 5th tier, they could have held out if they had united. Zhuo Fengmao was battling the 9th tier eagle beast, and the 7th tier guards were fighting their way toward them. But these prodigies, raised in times of peace, had never seen the horrors of a beast tide. Panicked and focused solely on their own survival, they failed to organize any effective defense. As time passed, the encirclement tightened. Even if they wanted to cooperate, it was already too late. Surrounded by an endless sea of beasts, the sheer scale of the assault shattered their morale. One by one, the prodigies fell to the fangs of lower-tier beasts. 5th-tier fighters were shockingly slain by 3rd-tier creatures, a tragic reflection of the fragility of this generation of Federation talents. This catastrophe was entirely unforeseen by the Federation's leadership. Bound by an ancient pact, they believed the Abyssal demons would never directly harm the Federation's people. But no one had anticipated that the demons would manipulate the beasts to circumvent the agreement. By orchestrating the beast tide and exploiting the creature's bloodthirsty nature, the demons cleverly avoided breaching the pact's terms. In just 30 minutes, the casualty rate soared to 70. Only a few with unique abilities managed to survive. Assassins utilized stealth to escape, mages glided to safety using flight magic, and beast tamers merged with their pets to blend in with the horde. Scattered and disoriented, those who broke free from the encirclement fled aimlessly, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Back on the battlefield of the 9th tier clash, Zhuo Fengmao finally landed a decisive blow to the eagle beast's vulnerable neck. The creature, already at its limits, faltered. Just as Zhuo prepared to strike the final blow, a voice called out from the distance. Brother Zhuo, let me assist you. A beast tide has emerged. This 9th tier beast must be eliminated. It was a lapse on our part. Emotsong arrived in an instant, urging Zhuo Fengmao to focus on rescuing the Federation prodigies. Brother Zhuo, leave this one to me. It won't escape. Go save the others. Though hesitant, Zhuo Mao understood the urgency of the situation. He nodded, conceding, "Brother Emote Song, make sure to leave me its corpse. I need to bring it back to Dahai City. For a mere ninth-tier beast to dare orchestrate a tide against our Federation's talents, this won't go unpunished." Without delay, Zhuo took to the skies, using the Federation's communication technology to locate the survivors. His expression grew grim as he realized only a handful of signals remained. As the protector of this trial, the severe oversight would surely bring him heavy consequences. He quickly arrived at the 7th-tier battlefield, delivering a series of devastating punches to clear swathes of beasts and rescue the exhausted guards. The power of the 9th-tier expert quickly quelled the ambush, but the aftermath left Zhuo Fengmao's face ashen. Among the 12 7th-tier guards, 2 had perished, and the rest were all injured. With time pressing, he had no opportunity to assign blame and immediately ordered a search for survivors. Not far from the battlefield, Meteorite Song noticed Zhuo Fengmao's departure and curled his lips into an eerie smile. He slowly approached a dying 9th-tier eagle beast. Even in its final moments, the puppet eagle beast mustered the strength to bow upon seeing Emote Song. "A master," it croaked. "You've fulfilled your mission well," Emote Song said with a faint chuckle. Without hesitation, he raised his right arm, shrouded in black mist, and plunged it into the eagle beast's body. From within, he extracted a black stone, the regenerative core that had once revived the beast. The moment the core was removed, the last flicker of life in the eagle beast's eyes faded, and it fell into eternal stillness. Emote Song stood motionless, waiting. Before long, Zhuo Fengmao returned with the surviving members of his group. In stark contrast to their earlier confidence, the dozen or so individuals now wore somber expressions. The small beast tide had shattered their arrogance, leaving them too humble to even speak of their genius status. "Brother Zhuo, the task is complete. The beast has been slain," Emote Song said as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the battered survivors. Feigning sorrow, he added, "I never anticipated a beast tide. This is entirely my fault. My people had already driven off the high-tier beasts, but we didn't foresee such a counterattack." Zhuo Fengmao suppressed his anger. Out of 100 young talents, only 13 remained. Even 2 7th-tier guards had fallen a devastating loss. However, given that they were still within the territory of the Abyssal demons, he needed Emote Song's assistance to ensure a safe return. With no other choice, he offered a perfunctory response. All he wanted now was to return to Dahai City and report the incident. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Though they had left the endless forest, how could the Rebirth clan, as the local power, lack control over this area? Still, bound by the inertia of their alliance, Zhuo Fengmao did not fully suspect the Abyssal demons. He merely assumed that news of the trial had leaked, attracting the beasts to attack. "Brother Emote Song, please arrange for my swift return so I can report back," Zhuo Fengmao said. Emote Song nodded. Preparations were made as soon as the situation arose. A Federation aircraft has already been dispatched. This was indeed an oversight on our part. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will not shirk responsibility. Only then did Zhuo Fengmao's expression soften. The aircraft arrived shortly after, and the group boarded, heading back to Dahai City at full speed. Left behind were only Emote Song and Infiltration, who had come to see them off. "Ancestor, will the plan succeed?" Infiltration asked, watching the aircraft disappear into the distance. "It can only be considered half a success," Emote Song replied calmly. "This group is merely the new generation of awakened talents. Their importance to the Federation's leadership remains uncertain. However, with the trial destroyed, the Federation will be forced to take action to save face. A conflict between the Federation and the beasts is inevitable. Whether it escalates into a full-scale war between species will depend on further maneuvering by all parties. For now, our clan has merely lit the spark." Infiltration praised, "Among the countless starry races, it's still you, Ancestor, who excels at strategy." Emote Song shook his head. "Many races contributed to this effort. Otherwise, the Federation wouldn't have suddenly chosen our territory for the trial. Over the years, the Federation has maintained peace, but as the number of high-tier experts grows, they will inevitably break the alliance and turn on us, the outsiders. If we wish to survive, we must unite. This scheme is merely the beginning. Not only can we use the beasts to weaken the Federation's forces, but the bloodlust generated by war is exactly what we need." Emote Song paused slightly, his gaze turning serious as he looked at Infiltration. In a solemn tone, he said, "Fachin, regardless of whether a war breaks out between the Federation and the beasts, I have only one demand of you during the upcoming battle. You must obtain a trace of Blood Fiend Chi and achieve an 8th-tier breakthrough." Hearing this, Infiltration responded respectfully, "Ancestor, the Blood Fiend Chi would be of greater use to you. If you can break through to the 10th tier, only then can our clan truly rest easy." Emote Song shook his head and explained, "The Blood Fiend Chi generated from a single war has limited effects on those of us at the 9th tier. The bottleneck to the 10th tier is far beyond what you can comprehend at your current level. Only after hearing this did Immortality agree. Rest assured, Ancestor. In this war, I will definitely achieve the 8th tier. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, by the way, since the Federation's plan has already succeeded, is that city called Desya still necessary to keep around? A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Emotsong's lips. There's no need to rush. A mere few 100,000 people wiping them out would yield negligible blood fiend chi for us. After the last beast tide, they've already shown some level of strength. Now tell me, what do you think would happen if Desya City learned the Federation's true intentions toward them? Would it spark internal conflict? Heh, human infighting is indeed far more entertaining than launching another beast tide. Emo Fachin chuckled. Of course, I've also made some preparations for Desya City. You mean the rebirth fruits? Exactly. Emotsong nodded, and then activated his power. Instantly, the fierce beasts roaming throughout the thousand-stone forest froze in place. Those that had devoured human remains began to convulse violently, regurgitating the mangled fingers and limbs they had consumed. What happened next was shocking. The scattered body parts emitted thick black mist as they hit the ground. Shrouded in the mist, the severed limbs began to reassemble, rapidly reforming into complete human figures. This was the demonic power of regeneration. Those who had perished at the hands of the beasts were brought back to life. Though they lacked the strength they once had, unable to recover their fifth-tier abilities without the rebirth Blackstone, they retained their full intelligence. However, these resurrected individuals were now entirely under Emotsong's control. Watching the scene unfold, Emotsong and Emo Fachin exchanged knowing smiles. Did they really think the Rebirth clan would be so generous as to give everyone a rebirth fruit? While the fruit indeed has potent restorative properties, it conceals a much darker secret. Once consumed, the user, upon death, will resurrect as a puppet of the Rebirth clan. Emotsong's face lit up with a smug grin. These puppets were his second contingency plan. With these individuals, whether to deceive Desya City into opening its gates or to infiltrate the Federation, they will prove invaluable. With a sharp whoosh, the roar of the Annihilation Fighter's engine tore through the sky. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Ji stared intently at the data screen, only to shake his head in disappointment once again. Ever since leaving Qian Shilin, they had been searching tirelessly for an entire day, constantly altering their course, but the crucial material, the Zhishur, remained elusive. Jiang Ji piloted the fighter far beyond a 100-mile radius, silently pondering where the warlord of Zhantian City had originally obtained the Zhishur. Over the past few days, all other materials had been gathered except for this one. As a special intelligence stone, Zhishur was an indispensable core component in crafting the Annihilation Fighter, capable of endowing mechanical creations with rudimentary intelligence. Just as Jiang Ji was about to change direction and return for some rest, Lu Huai suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? What is it?" Jiang Ji asked. "There seems to be a Ima settlement ahead," Lu Huai said, pushing his detection ability to its limits to confirm. Over the past few days, he had kept his detection ability active at all times to ensure they wouldn't miss any locations overlooked by the reconnaissance drones. Ima settlement? What's its size? Jiang Ji's expression shifted, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. So far, they had only encountered feral beast packs and hadn't yet confronted any Ima. Since their robotic forces had already mastered tactics against beasts, this could be an opportunity to test their skills against the Ima. There are more than 10 7th-tier Ima, Lu Huai said, his voice carrying some uncertainty. There's also a presence beyond the 7th tier, though it doesn't seem to reach the 9th. Below the 7th tier, there are about 300 to 400. Jiang Ji immediately sent out several robots equipped with reconnaissance drones to investigate. Since Lu Huai hadn't detected a 9th tier presence and Qianjin hadn't issued any warnings, if the strongest among them was only 8th tier, it would be a good chance to test the strength of an 8th tier opponent. As their fighter drew closer and descended in altitude, Qianjin confirmed, it appears to be an 8th tier Ima. Its aura isn't particularly strong, but its actual strength can only be determined through combat. Unexpectedly, the reconnaissance drones reported that the outskirts of the Ima settlement were scattered with a significant amount of Zhishur. This discovery surprised Jiang Ji, prompting him to remark, "We've searched high and low, only to stumble upon it effortlessly. Is this the Sherma clan?" As more visuals came through, Lu Huai identified the Ima settlement's inhabitants. Jiang Ji recalled what he had learned in the city. The Sherma clan was known for their strong defenses but had relatively weak offensive power and speed. As Jiang Ji was considering using this as a training exercise, a sudden roar erupted from within the Ima settlement. "Who dares to spy on the Sher clan?" With the furious shout, countless fragments of stone flew into the air, destroying the hidden reconnaissance drones. In an instant, 10 7th-tier Sherma surrounded the scouting robots. Then, a stronger presence emerged, a towering 8th-tier Sherma, standing over 30 feet tall, its body composed of earthy yellow stone. Its figure was broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, and a vertical eye on its head slowly opened. In comparison, the 2-meter tall robots appeared utterly insignificant. Qianzhen promptly stepped forward, blade in hand, positioning himself protectively in front of the robots. Surprisingly, the 8th-tier Sherma didn't attack immediately but instead spoke in a deep voice. Humans? Why are you spying on my clan? Explain yourselves. This unexpected turn of events left Jiangji puzzled. He piloted the fighter closer, recalling the robots and cautiously replied, "We're just passing through." Passing through? My clan received no transit notification from the Federation. Why are you spying on us? The 8th-tier Sherma's voice was thunderous. This question shocked Jiangji and his companions. Did this mean the Federation could freely enter and exit Ima territories? If so, the Federation must be aware of the existence of Daxia City, yet they had chosen to remain indifferent. Jiangji pressed further, his tone growing sharper. I said we're just passing through. Spying on your clan? Absurd. Judging by your attitude, are you looking to start a fight? To everyone's surprise, the Sherma, though clearly enraged, merely let out a furious snort and withdrew its oppressive aura, saying, just this once. Don't let it happen again, or I won't hesitate to send my clan's strongest to the Federation for an explanation. This response left Qianzhen astonished. For an 8th-tier Sherma to back down like this suggested that the alliance between the Federation and the Ima was far stronger than they had imagined, and the Federation's power was far greater than they had anticipated. We'll keep our distance and wait until the robot units are fully deployed. Jiangji piloted the Annihilation Fighter into the sky, maintaining a safe distance from the Stone Demon tribe. His plan was straightforward: to eliminate this alien demon tribe, which included an 8th-tier powerhouse, solely with robots and mechanical weaponry without relying on Qianzhen's intervention. The Stone Demons refrained from attacking, which suited him perfectly. After all, it was the Federation that allied with the alien demons, not Daxia City. The memory of being ambushed by a 7th-tier phantom demon was still fresh in his mind, a stark reminder that reconciliation between Daxia City and the alien demons was impossible. As the fighter retreated, the Stone Demon tribe gradually let down their guard. They assumed this was merely an envoy sent by the Federation, entirely unaware of the imminent danger. Moments later, Jiangji's battle preparations were complete. 120 robots stood ready, while the doom cannons and homing bombing missiles were fully deployed. The fighters circled high above, keeping the massive 8th-tier Stone Demon firmly locked in its sights. Earlier reconnaissance had given Jiangji a detailed understanding of the distribution of every Stone Demon within the tribe. The moment he pressed the attack button, a beam of blue-white concentrated energy pierced through the sky, striking directly at the 8th-tier Stone Demon's head. With a thunderous explosion, the 10-hang-tall figure was blasted open, leaving a wound several meters wide as debris scattered everywhere. However, the Stone Demon reacted swiftly, activating its defensive abilities. Its earthy yellow body turned golden, and a faint yellow shield materialized around it. Humans, how dare you break the pact? Are you not afraid of the consequences? The Stone Demon's deafening roar reverberated through the battlefield. But inside the fighter, the crew responded with cold laughter. It was the Federation that signed a pact with you alien demons. What does that have to do with Daxia City? The battlefield erupted into chaos as the concentrated energy cannon fired. The doom cannons and homing bombing missiles wove a deadly web, decimating over half of the Stone Demons in an instant. Although known for their defensive capabilities, the Stone Demons were no match for Jiangji's advanced mechanical weaponry. These machines not only boasted 15-fold mechanical amplification, but also a 60 combat power boost, making cross-dire combat their norm. The 8th-tier Stone Demon, witnessing the slaughter of its kin, erupted in fury. It hurled massive boulders wildly and summoned a Phantom Mountain to crush the robot forces. Jiangji quickly countered by shattering the Phantom Mountain with the concentrated energy cannon, but he realized that the fighter alone was insufficient to take down this powerful alien demon. The true trump card lay with the robot unit. Though only at the peak of the 7th tier, they were equipped with advanced thunderstorm hammers and powered armor, granting them speed that far exceeded the Stone Demons, who were not adept at mobility. The thunderstorm hammers struck repeatedly, creating countless cracks in the Stone Demon's protective shield. You insignificant insects die! The Stone Demon roared again, its body swelling to twice its original size. It stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent dozens of robots flying. However, thanks to their strong defensive capabilities, the robots quickly returned to the fray. Surrounding the massive Stone Demon, they relentlessly sought opportunities to strike. Aboard the fighter, Lu Huai and the others watched the epic battle unfold with rapt attention. Hundreds of energy-charged robots swarmed around the towering Stone Demon, while explosions and flashes of light erupted across its body. The scene resembled a breathtaking sci-fi tableau, an awe-inspiring clash between advanced technology and ancient brute force. On the battlefield, 100 robots clashed fiercely with an 8th-tier Stone Demon, while another 20 launched relentless bombardments from a distance. The Stone Demon tribe suffered devastating losses in this sudden assault. Low-tier Stone Demons were completely annihilated, leaving only a handful of 7th tier and a few 6th tier Stone Demons struggling to hold their ground. Sensing the opportune moment, 20 peak 7th tier robots ceased their bombardments and charged forward, wielding advanced thunderstorm hammers. Against the battered and weakened Stone Demons, the robots held an overwhelming advantage, taking them down one by one with decisive blows. The 8th tier Stone Demon, witnessing the slaughter of its kin, was consumed by rage. It lashed out wildly with its massive stone arms, but its sluggish movements failed to destroy even a single robot. Instead, its own injuries worsened. Chunks of rock that formed its body began to crumble away. Though the robot's attacks barely penetrated its defenses, the cumulative damage, especially with the support of the bombers, was steadily taking its toll. Xiaoji, the Stone Demon's weak spot is the vertical eye on its head. Try targeting that, Qianzhen, who had been observing the battle closely, suddenly advised. Jiangji immediately shifted his focus to the Stone Demon's vertical eye, firing a concentrated energy beam. Sensing the lethal threat, the Stone Demon hastily activated its innate ability, Absolute Defense. Stones from all over its body surged toward its head, forming a shield to protect the vulnerable eye. However, this maneuver left the rest of its body significantly less protected. Sensing the opportunity, Robot 1 and its allies intensified their assault. The tide of the battle turned swiftly as the Stone Demon roared in pain amidst the flying debris. Jiang Ji capitalized on the moment, targeting the vertical eye with precision. The strategy proved effective. The once dominant Stone Demon was forced onto the defensive. It had no choice but to focus all its efforts on shielding its critical weak point. A direct hit would reduce its combat effectiveness by at least 30%. As the fight dragged on, the 8th tier Stone Demon began to tire, its movements growing sluggish. In contrast, the robots remained as relentless as ever. Realizing it couldn't hold out much longer, the Stone Demon attempted to retreat. But with its lack of speed and the encirclement by both robots and bombers, escape was impossible. Desperate, the Stone Demon let out a distorted, otherworldly howl, a unique form of communication among its kind. The eerie sound reverberated across the battlefield and carried into the distance, reaching some unknown location. Not good. It's calling for reinforcements. There must be other demonic beasts nearby. Jiang Ji quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Continuing to deplete their resources here was no longer an option. Just one 8th tier opponent had proven challenging enough. If more arrived, especially a 9th tier, the situation would spiral out of control. Senior, I'll need your help, Jiang Ji called out to Qianzhen. Without hesitation, Qianzhen leapt from the command ship. The overwhelming power of an 8th tier martial artist radiated from him as he descended, his unique aura suffused with a biting chill. Unlike the usual fiery energy associated with such strength, his presence brought a piercing cold, causing snowflakes to crystallize in Meteorite, a clear sign of his signature ice blade technique. As he closed in on the Stone Demon, Qianzhen's eyes sharpened with lethal focus. His hand gripped the hilt of his blade, and with a powerful draw, he unleashed it. In an instant, a blinding arc of pure white light, a blade of ice sliced through the battlefield, its brilliance illuminating the chaos. The icy, piercing brilliance froze the Stone Demon in place, leaving its massive body immobilized. At this critical moment, the Stone Demon's famed impenetrable defense had no chance to activate before Qianzhen's blade struck like lightning, slicing into its vertical eye. The blade's edge cleaved through its supposedly indestructible body, splitting it in half from the vertical eye down. Even the Stone Demon's vaunted defenses crumbled like tofu under the sheer ferocity of the attack. As a peak 8th tier warrior, Qianzhen already had the strength to take down the Stone Demon single-handedly. What's more, the Stone Demon had already been severely weakened from the previous battle. Combined with this sudden, lethal strike, its death in a single blow was almost inevitable. However, the victory was short-lived. Qianzhen's expression suddenly darkened. Without offering much explanation, he leapt swiftly back into the cockpit, shouting urgently, "Go now! A 9th tier is coming!" Before his words had fully settled, even Jiang Ji, aboard the warplane, could feel the overwhelming, oppressive force emanating from the distance. Reacting instantly, Jiang Ji pushed the warplane to its maximum speed. Within fractions of a second, the aircraft soared into the skies, its engines roaring as flames burst from its tail, hurtling back in the direction they had come. Simultaneously, Jiang Ji issued a rapid command for the ground-based robots to retreat. Mere seconds after the warplane departed, a colossal 9th tier Stone Demon arrived at the site. Upon seeing the corpse of its 8th tier kin, it unleashed an earth-shaking roar. "Humans! You dare to openly break the pact and ambush one of our 8th tier warriors? Unforgivable! I will see you all dead." Furious at such an audacious offense, the 9th tier Stone Demon regarded the humans' actions as an intolerable affront. Without hesitation, it shrank its massive form and began pursuing the warplane's trajectory. Its speed was unmatched, far surpassing that of its 8th-tier counterpart. The fighter jet roared through the clouds, pushing its speed to the limit. Inside the cockpit, a few individuals sat with tense expressions, listening intently to the furious roars echoing from behind. Although Jang had handled the 8th-tier stone demon with ease during the earlier skirmish, the thought of facing a 9th-tier powerhouse didn't even cross his mind. Even Qianjun, who was at the peak of the 8th tier, wouldn't dare claim he could survive a direct encounter with a 9th-tier being. The priority now was to escape as quickly as possible. Their loot and the intelligence stones were no longer worth considering. Survival was paramount. As long as they could evade the 9th-tier pursuer, there would always be opportunities to return for the spoils later. In this region, aside from the regenerators possessing a 9th tier, there's actually a 9th-tier stone demon here too, Qianjun remarked gravely. According to the intelligence held by Daxia City, two large factions shouldn't coexist in the same area. While they were aware of the regenerators' presence in the Endless Forest, they hadn't known the Stone Demon clan resided nearby. Judging from the short time it took for the 9th-tier Stone Demon to respond to the 8th tier's call, the Stone Demon stronghold must be close. Jiang Ji, piloting the fighter jet, kept a close eye on the movements of the 9th-tier Stone Demon behind them. Fortunately, the 9th-tier Stone Demon couldn't match the full speed of the Annihilation jet. Even without factoring in the initial lead they had gained, the distance between them continued to grow. Don't head straight back to Daxia City. Circle around a bit to shake them off, Qianjun suggested. I was thinking the same. Jiang Ji nodded, steering the jet in the opposite direction of the Endless Forest. He deliberately avoided the Thousand Stone Forest, where they had sensed a 9th-tier presence the day before. He understood that in their current situation, attempting to redirect the threat to another 9th-tier being wasn't realistic. With bad luck, they might end up being pursued by two 9th-tier enemies instead. It took 2 full days before they finally managed to lose the 9th-tier pursuer, who seemed particularly fixated on the fallen stone demon. By then, they had flown over 300 miles away. Thanks to the Annihilation jet's detection system, they had managed to avoid hostile beast clans along the way. The detour also allowed Jiang Ji to discover several smaller alien demon settlements and high-tier resources. Many of these settlements were situated around materials of 6th or 7th tier and above. Once they returned to rest and produced more jets, they could expand their exploration range. Good thing we had your Annihilation jet, Jiang Ji. Otherwise, would have been in serious trouble facing a 9th tier, Lu Huai said with relief. The group then began discussing the alliance between the alien demons and the Federation. Based on the 9th-tier stone demon's relentless pursuit without launching an attack, they speculated that the alliance might include a non-aggression clause. Although Daxia City hadn't been involved in signing the agreement, as part of humanity, they might still benefit from some level of protection. Over the years, alien demons had been known to orchestrate beast tides from the shadows but had never directly attacked Daxia City. This was likely due to restrictions imposed by the alliance. The earlier 8th-tier stone demon had only retaliated after their team initiated an attack, and this time, the 9th tier seemed to hold back because no offensive action had been taken against it. For Jiang Ji, who had only awakened a few months ago, there was still much to learn about these intricate truths and the forces at play behind the scenes. Jiang Ji furrowed his brows thoughtfully and asked, "So, you're saying the reason why high-ranking abyssal demons haven't attacked us all these years is because of this pact?" Before his words had fully settled, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted. "Wait, Uncle Lu, do you remember that 7th-rank illusion demon? It actively attacked me. And wasn't the energy shield destroyed by a 9th-rank abyssal demon?" Lu Huai paused in contemplation before slowly explaining that illusion demon was likely just a pawn sacrificed for a larger scheme. Think about Idlethaw. Great Xia City didn't have a 7th-rank combatant at the time. We still had missiles and ultimate weapons at our disposal. For a 7th-rank demon to infiltrate like that, its mastermind probably never intended for it to return alive. It was just unlucky, getting killed by Elder Wong before the backlash could even strike. As for the energy shield, his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps it wasn't covered under the protection of the pact. Jiang Ji's eyes glimmered with a trace of hope as he said, "When we return, I plan to check in with the radio station again. If we can establish contact with the Federation, we might be able to gather more information on this. If the pact truly exists as we suspect, then life might get a bit more stable for us. With Great Xia City's current strength, as long as the 9th-rank demons don't intervene, the beast tides shouldn't pose much of a threat anymore." Qianjun's voice broke in at just the right moment, carrying a tone of caution. "We shouldn't get too optimistic. Even if the pact is real, there are still the threats of 9th-rank feral beasts, aside from the 9th-rank abyssal demons. Our top priority is ensuring you advance as quickly as possible and leveraging mechanical means to significantly enhance Great Xia City's strength to prepare for any unforeseen challenges." Senior, Jiang Ji turned to Qianjun, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Do you think there's any chance for you to advance further? If you could become a 9th-rank powerhouse, Great Xia City would truly become secure, and we wouldn't have to worry about external threats anymore. Qianjun shook his head with a wry smile. With my aptitude, reaching the 8th rank through martial cultivation is already my limit. Without some extraordinary opportunity, I doubt I'll ever touch the 9th rank in this lifetime. He shifted the subject slightly. However, if you could create high-grade mechanical devices capable of greatly enhancing physical abilities, I might be able to unleash combat power comparable to the 9th rank. The powered armor and exoskeletons you've made so far are low-grade and offer limited help to me. But if you can develop similar equipment at the 7th or 8th rank, combined with my martial arts prowess, I might genuinely achieve 9th rank combat strength. Mecha suits? Jiang Ji frowned slightly, quickly searching his mind for relevant information. Soon, he found a comparable referential advanced version of powered armor, the Power Mecha. These machines are divided into two main categories, humanoid mechas and beast-type large mechas. Unlike wearable armors, mechas are fully independent entities that allow personnel to enter and operate them from within. Their energy output far exceeds that of regular armor. More importantly, mechas are equipped with intelligent systems capable of independent combat. When a pilot is inside, the mecha can guide them into a heightened state of rational combat, significantly enhancing reaction speed and other abilities. As for beast-type large mechas, they are fully autonomous war machines, with sizes comparable to the Tinjiang stone demon they had previously encountered. Unfortunately, the manufacturing of such machines requires reaching the 7th tier, which Jiang Ji's current abilities could not yet achieve. This realization once again highlighted the importance of advancing his tier. Once he reached the 7th tier, he could fully upgrade his robotic army, gaining stronger analytical capabilities. With robots piloting power mechas, an 8th tier combat force would emerge a mechanical army capable of sweeping through any beast-tide or demonic foe. Checking his experience panel, Jiang Ji noticed that his recent efforts in scavenging and constructing machines had brought his progress to halfway. If he could fully utilize the materials from the recently occupied resource points, he might push it to 2/3. The hope of advancing seemed to be on the horizon. Let's go. Time to head back. Qian Zhan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Just as Jiang Ji was about to pilot the warplane to return, Lu Huai suddenly spoke up. Wait, I sense a military force ahead. His heightened sensory abilities allowed him to detect not only demonic creatures and feral beasts, but also the presence of humans with exceptional clarity. A military force? This revelation left both Jiang Ji and Qian Zhan momentarily stunned. Although this area was far from the endless forest, it was still within the domain of the demonic forces. How could humans be present here? Should we check it out? Lu Huai suggested. Maybe they're survivors from another ancient nation? Jiang Ji moved to within 3 li for a closer look. Qianjun agreed to the reconnaissance. If they're indeed from an ancient nation, Xia City might not have to fight alone in the future. The warplane cautiously approached the target. Soon, Lu Huai began reporting his findings. A 1,000-man force, mostly 5th tier, with over 57th tier individuals. They're equipped with technological weapons strikingly similar to our tech-based artillery. Qianjun added. There's also an 8th tier individual, an awakened one likely the commander. Senior, should we engage in negotiations? Jiang Ji asked for guidance. Qianjun shook his head. The situation is unclear, and rash contact could be dangerous. With an 8th tier leader in their ranks, their backing likely far exceeds that of Xia City. We should wait until our strength is comparable before considering diplomacy. Just as the warplane was preparing to withdraw, a middle-aged man with an imposing aura in the forest below suddenly opened his eyes and looked skyward. Around him, technological surveillance devices began flashing with red warning lights. Attention! Unknown energy detected, a mechanical voice announced. The man sprang to his feet, his aura surging as he shouted toward the sky. Who dares spy on the realm mountain? Leave immediately. Without a Federation pass, failure to retreat within 10 breaths will be considered a declaration of war. As the sound echoed through the air, the 1,000-strong formation let out a unified roar, their overwhelming momentum surging forward like a tidal wave. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly stiffened, his brows furrowing slightly. The reconnaissance equipment flashed incessant warning signals, yet the data it returned was unexpected. This wasn't the signature of the demonic beasts. Huh, not demonic beasts. His sharp gaze scanned the distance. If it wasn't demonic beasts or ferocious creatures, then the answer became apparent. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. So, even without joining the Federation, you've managed to develop to this extent? Even with his 8th tier strength, he could only faintly sense a trace of something unusual. Without the alert from the reconnaissance equipment, this elusive presence might have completely escaped his perception. What he didn't know was that Jiang Ji and his team, piloting their annihilation fighters, had already activated stealth mode and were silently cruising through the high altitudes. It was only due to Lu Huai, a 7th tier expert, accidentally leaking a faint trace of his aura during reconnaissance that their presence was barely detected by the advanced technology. Meanwhile, Inside the fighter jet now far from the boundary mountains, Jiang Ji and the others listened intently to the sounds transmitted from behind through their communication devices. Boundary mountains? Federation Transit Directive? These familiar terms immediately reminded them of the 8th-tier stone demon they had encountered earlier, who had said something similar. They had initially assumed they were meeting fellow ancient nationkin, only to discover they were dealing with people from the Federation. Lu Huai's previously joyful expression froze in an instant, replaced by a cold indifference. From what he had learned through radio communications, his impression of the Federation had long soured. Anyone who can ally with demonic beasts, what good could they possibly be? Qianjin spoke in a grave tone, analyzing the situation. We're only 300 to 400 miles from Daxia City. With their level of strength and technological capabilities, it's impossible they don't know about Daxia City's existence. So their fortifications at the boundary mountains, are they really to guard against the demonic beasts, or are they guarding against us? The thought of negotiating with them dissipated instantly among the group. By choosing to align themselves with the demonic beasts, the Federation had already positioned itself as an irrevocable enemy of Daxia City. Fortunately, Qianzhan had remained cautious earlier and refrained from engaging directly with the Federation forces. Considering the Federation's attitude toward this region, any rash contact could have led to a dangerous situation. Although Jiang Ji was confident he could annihilate the 1,000-strong unit, he preferred not to provoke the Federation's forces behind them just yet. After all, a unit with an 8th-tier powerhouse must have a 9th-tier figure backing them. Even the alien demons had 9th-tier elites. How could the Federation, which had formed alliances with various major factions, not have the same? The strike aircraft soon returned to Daxia City. As they disembarked, Yin Chuan, who had been waiting impatiently for some time, rushed forward. Before Lu Huai could even finish recounting his observations outside the city, Yin Chuan dragged him away. The absence of his deputy had left Yin Chuan swamped with work to the point of exhaustion. Qianzhen also excused himself with a smile, saying he planned to catch up with Elder Wang and offer guidance to the city's martial artists. Jiang Ji noticed that only Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling remained standing idly nearby. He observed that the two had been in a semi-conscious state since leaving the city, alternating between brief moments of clarity and prolonged drowsiness. Throughout the journey, their presence had been so minimal that Jiang Ji occasionally forgot they were even there. While Qianzhen and Lu Huai had observed their condition, neither found any signs of illness. On the contrary, the siblings' physical capabilities seemed to improve after each period of sleep. Brother Jiang, I don't know what's going on, just feel so sleepy, Zhou Ling said, yawning as she was helped off the aircraft. Zhou Ming fared slightly better, able to move on his own, but he also appeared utterly drained. Left with no other options, Jiang Ji brought them back to the mechanical workshop and summoned several healers with awakening abilities to examine them. However, none of the healers could identify the cause of their condition. It wasn't until Grandpa Qin from the radio station visited and saw the children's state that he exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary spontaneous awakening?" As it turned out, the radio station had intercepted more Federation transmissions in recent days, though connectivity issues remained unresolved. Grandpa Qin explained that in the Federation, while most awakenings occurred at the age of 18 through contact with magic stones, some exceptionally gifted individuals could experience spontaneous awakenings. These awakenings were not bound by age, often occurring around 18, and they guaranteed the emergence of powerful professions. Within the same tier, those who experienced spontaneous awakenings were far stronger than ordinary awakened individuals. Of course, Grandpa Qin added with a meaningful glance at Jiang Ji, "Your case is an exception." Jiang Ji's mechanical engineer abilities were indeed far beyond the scope of conventional awakenings, likely even surpassing those of spontaneous awakeners. Relieved to learn that the siblings' condition was a positive development, Jiang Ji set his worries aside. He accompanied Grandpa Qin to the radio room to experiment with new signal reception methods. Since single signal connections had failed, Jiang Ji decided to expand the reception range. After constructing several new signal towers, they successfully intercepted more Federation transmissions, including one from an independent Academy radio station. Grandpa Qin immediately began posing as a student from the Academy to better investigate Federation intelligence. Jiang Ji, meanwhile, entrusted the radio station matters to Grandpa Qin and returned to the mechanical workshop to focus on building new machinery. He aimed to raise his tier before their next expedition. At the same time, he eagerly anticipated the results of Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling's impending awakenings. Shortly after Jiang Ji and his companions returned to the city, the atmosphere around the boundary mountain grew tense. The middle-aged man who had just issued the order to stand down suddenly looked up, his brows furrowing deeply. A massive figure was approaching from the distance, inch by inch. It was a 9th-tier stone demon, its entire body made of rolling boulders, with a vertical eye on its forehead glowing coldly. "Humans, you do not yet have the qualifications to stand in my way." The stone demon's voice boomed across the sky, shaking the heavens like thunder. Although the middle-aged man was an 8th-tier powerhouse, he couldn't help but bend slightly under the oppressive aura of the ninth-tier stone demon. However, he stood his ground. Why has a powerful member of the Stone Demon clan come to our boundary mountain? The Federation and the alien demon races have an agreement. No alien demon is permitted to step across the boundary mountain without authorization. An agreement? The ninth-tier stone demon sneered. What a joke of a pact. You humans were the first to break it, and now you dare to use it to bind me? The stone demon reached into its body and pulled out a smaller stone figure, the corpse of an 8th-tier stone demon. Look at this. One of my clan's 8th-tier warriors, slain by your humans. Is this what you call nonsense? If I don't get an explanation, then so be it. War it is. This 9th-tier stone demon was the same one that had been pursuing Jang and his group earlier. Having never caught up with them, it was unaware that Jang and the others were not affiliated with the Federation. From its perspective, Disya City could, at most, handle 7th-tier threats and couldn't possibly have wiped out a stone demon tribe, including an 8th-tier warrior, in such a short time. Thus, it concluded that the ones responsible had to be Federation elites. At that moment, a figure descended from the skysit. Was Tu Yulong, the 9th-tier powerhouse and ruler of Defy City. He leveled his gaze at the stone demon, his tone calm. Stone brother, I'm here. What explanation are you looking for? The stone demon roared in fury. If not you, then who else has the strength to kill an 8th-tier warrior of my clan? If you won't admit it, then let's go to war. I'll send word to the other starborn races and see who dares to uphold the pact anymore. Tu Yulong's brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, Zhuo Fengmao had just returned with news of the failed trial, and Defy City was on the brink of a battle with the savage beasts. If they were to provoke the Stone Demon clan now, it would make an already dire situation even worse. Moreover, Defy City truly had nothing to do with the death of this 8th-tier stone demon. They had no reason to take the blame. Stone brother, I urge you to think this through carefully. Violating the pact will bring consequences you may not be prepared for, Tu Yulong warned in a deep voice. Tu Yulong stood on a high vantage point in the city of Danghai, facing a towering stone demon warrior. His tone was steady as he explained. I have already made it clear your clansman's death was not caused by Danghai. If you do not believe me, I can have someone assist you in conducting an investigation. You are welcome to identify anyone in Danghai with strength above the 8th tier. Take a look for yourself. Your clansman was killed by a blade. Danghai has no 8th tier expert skilled in blade techniques. The stone demon's eyes burned with anger as he growled in a low voice. If not Danghai, then who else on this southern continent possesses such power? If it wasn't you, then who? Though the stone demon's tone carried a hint of doubt, he still maintained a confrontational stance. Tu Yulong's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied with subtle implication. The southern continent is not home to only one human settlement, you know? At that moment, an 8th-tier middle-aged man approached quickly and leaned in to whisper a report to Tu Yulong about a recent incident of surveillance. Guardian Lord, if my senses are correct, an 8th-tier being has emerged over there. Hearing this, a flicker of change passed through Tu Yulong's eyes. The stone demon, however, snorted disdainfully. Humph. Are you suggesting it was those ants? A mere settlement kept as livestock by the Rebirth clan could not possibly possess such strength. To kill an 8th tier before it could be rescued and then evade pursuit from a 9th tier, how could they achieve something like that? I never said that, Tu Yulong replied calmly. But I can assure you that Danghai did not take action. If you still doubt me, you're welcome to seek confirmation from the Rebirth clan. The stone demon seemed slightly more composed now, realizing that it couldn't rashly break the alliance. Moreover, Tu Yulong's tone didn't carry the air of deceit. Could it be that the death of its clansman was caused by something else entirely? Leaving behind a cold "this isn't over," the stone demon turned and soared toward the direction of the endless forest, clearly intent on uncovering the truth. Watching the stone demon's retreating figure, Tu Yulong's gaze grew contemplative. He muttered to himself, the great Xia, 12 years of survival, and they've managed to produce someone this powerful. The people of the ancient nation truly are tenacious. In the mechanical factory, Jang was fully focused on crafting a new batch of machinery. He had no idea what was happening beyond the boundary mountain, nor was he aware that the 9th-tier stone demon, under Tu Yulong's guidance, had already turned its suspicious gaze toward Dasha City. Over the past couple of days, Jang had dispatched a team of robot scouts to investigate the stone demon tribe. The area was completely deserted, with no trace of even the fierce beasts. However, the robots returned with a significant haul of precious wisdom stone special materials that could only be found in stone demon habitats and were exactly what Jang had been searching for. Within 5 days, 4 more Annihilation fighter jets were completed. Thanks to Jang prior guidance, many people had already learned how to operate the jets. He carefully selected suitable pilots and equipped each jet with 20 to 30 robots, forming independent combat squads. This arrangement allowed Jang to stay within the city, focusing solely on manufacturing, without needing to venture out himself. As the fighter jets and robots continued to eliminate fierce beasts, Zhang Ji's experience points had reached 2/3 of the required amount. The increase in material reserves also led to a new round of expansion for the mechanical factory. The recent production of over 1,000 auxiliary bionic robots greatly alleviated the labor shortage. While these robots weren't equipped with weapon systems, their performance in support roles was outstanding. On this day, Zhang Ji was about to visit Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling to check on their condition when he suddenly received an urgent message from Yin Chuan. Xiao Ji, come to the East Gate immediately. Sensing the urgency in the message, Zhang Ji quickly drove his mechanical vehicle, designed for city transportation, to the East Gate. When he arrived, he found Elder Wang, Qianzhan, and others already present. Following Yin Chuan's guidance, Zhang Ji approached the edge of the city wall and looked down, only to see a surprising sight. 6 or 7 ragged, injured strangers were pleading for help below the city. Help us. Please let us into the city to escape the beasts. Upon spotting the figures atop the city wall, the strangers cried out in desperation. Zhang Ji examined the group closely, feeling that their faces looked familiar. After some thought, he realized they were participants in the Federation ranking tournament people he had seen featured on Old Qin's radio program. Who are you? And why are you here? Zhang Ji asked, pretending not to know them. We're from the Federation, one of them exclaimed with joy upon hearing his question. We never expected to find a Federation city in a place like this. We're finally saved. We're all Federation citizens. Let us in for some rest, shouted a group of disheveled, terrified individuals at the city gate. Those damned beasts are just too vicious. Their clothes were tattered, and fear was etched on their faces, evidence of a harrowing battle. One of them asked urgently, what's the name of this city? We've never heard of it before. Is it far from Defy City? Please help us contact them, I want to go home. The beasts out there are terrifying. On the city wall, Zhang Ji and the others carefully analyzed the stranger's words. They mentioned Defy City and seemed to have fled here after a beast attack. Shut up. I ask, you answer. Stop shouting nonsense. Yin Chuan barked sternly. The days of grueling work had already frayed his nerves, and the commotion from these people only added to his irritation. Why are you yelling at us? We're all Federation citizens. Can't we say a few words? One of the strangers retorted in frustration. Furious, Yin Chuan snapped, aim at them. Before he even finished speaking, several city guards raised their magnetic light anti-demon rifles, pointing them directly at the crowd below. Yin Chuan had always held a grudge against Federation people, believing they were no longer kin to the ancient nation. Seeing their impudence, he had no intention of showing kindness. Zhang Ji and the others did not object to Yin Chuan's actions. Though they were all human, Daxia City was not under the Federation's jurisdiction. Letting strangers into the city without caution was out of the question. The group below instantly felt the looming threat of death as the rifles were aimed at them. Those who had been complaining moments earlier fell silent. Yin Chuan's expression made it clear if they dared to speak out of turn again, he might truly order them to be shot. Seeing they had finally quieted down, Yin Chuan began his questioning. First, why are you here? Second, what happened before this, and how did you find this place? Third, tell us everything you know about Defy City. Yin, my boy, said Elder Wang, shaking his head. What kind of questions are you asking? Aren't you just exposing the fact that we're not Federation citizens? Qianzhan chuckled in agreement. Exactly. With those questions, anyone with half a brain could figure it out. The first 2 questions are passable, they could just be due to a lack of communication. But the third one? If we really were Federation citizens, how could we not know about Defy City? That's right, Lu Huai chimed in. Yin, where's that caution you used to have as City Lord? You're really slipping as you get older. Faced with criticism from the 2 elders, Yin Chuan dared not argue back. Instead, he shot Lu Huai a glare and said, aren't you overthinking this? These people are only 5th tier. Even if they figure it out, so what? Any one of us could easily make them talk. In that case, why bother pretending? Let's just be direct. If they're smart, they'll cooperate. If not, well, I have my ways of interrogation. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Elder Wang pointed at him with a smile, saying, you really are cut out to be a city lord. Your methods are getting darker by the day. In the eyes of the people of Daxia City, outsiders are either friends or enemies, there's no middle ground. This is an ironclad rule. A group of Federation visitors stood before the city gates, facing Yin Chuan and his men's interrogation, their expressions filled with unease. You're not under the Federation's command, someone blurted out in surprise. Shut up, Yin Chuan barked sharply. I'm the one asking questions here. You're here to answer, not to ask. Say one more word, and I won't hesitate to blow your heads off. Don't think your 5th tier strength will save you. If you doubt me, go ahead and try. Before his words even settled, a wave of pressure belonging to a 7th tier powerhouse descended on the scene, engulfing everyone present. The faces of the Federation members instantly turned pale, as if they had narrowly escaped a tiger's jaws only to fall into a wolf's den. They had no choice but to spill everything. From participating in the ranking tournament, to visiting the endless forest, to being separated during the trial by a beast tide, they recounted every detail. After listening, Jiang Ji and the others exchanged a glance filled with unspoken meaning. Yin Chuan frowned and said, "Sending young talents to the Abyssal Demons territory for training? Is the Federation leadership out of their minds?" From Dashia City's perspective, the Abyssal Demons not only controlled vicious beasts, but could also summon beast tides. The treaty might hold them in check for now, but sending these rookies to hunt fierce beasts? That was nothing short of suicidal. These 5th and 6th tier Federation warriors wouldn't last 10 seconds in a duel against Dashia City fighters of the same level. Even Dashia City's warriors struggled against fierce beasts of equal strength. What chance did these outsiders have? Perhaps the Federation doesn't know that the Abyssal Demons can control the beasts. Wang Lao mused thoughtfully. Qianjin nodded in agreement. That's possible. We only discovered the connection between the beast tides and the Abyssal Demons by chance in recent years. If the Federation has been living in peace, they likely wouldn't be aware of such things. Under Yin Xuan's relentless questioning, the group detailed the history of the Federation's founding. In the 5th year of the Great Cataclysm, under the threat of abyssal demons and vicious beasts, nations barely managed to hold onto a few cities using advanced technology and weaponry. With the emergence of awakened individuals, countries began to collaborate and share resources. It wasn't until the first 9th-tier powerhouse appeared that humanity finally gained a foothold against the assaults of the abyssal demons and beasts. When this powerhouse hailing from the Green Nation broke through to the 10th tier, they wielded strength beyond human limits to forcibly dismantle the old national governments and establish the Federation system. And what about the ancient nation? Wang Lao suddenly asked. Since you're from the Eastern District, were you once part of the ancient nation? The ancient nation? Upon hearing the term, their expressions grew complicated. Hearing these words, the faces of several people turned deathly pale, a flicker of fear flashing through their eyes, as though they had stumbled upon an unspoken taboo. Yin Chuan slightly raised the flaming long sword in his hand, the light reflecting off its blade illuminating their faces. Finally, one of them began to speak, his voice trembling as he recounted a past too painful to revisit. The ancient nation, the man said in a low voice, was the first to oppose the formation of the Federation. And because of that, the 10th-tier powerhouse chose to make an example of it, to set a warning for others. He paused briefly, then continued. A large number of the nation's leaders were massacred. If not for the ancient nation's deep foundations, it might have long since become nothing more than a ghost under the Federation's heel. Those who survived had no choice but to bow and accept the conditions set by the 10th-tier powerhouse in order to preserve their lives. From that moment onward, independent nations ceased to exist, leaving humanity with only the single voice of the Federation. We are indeed descendants of the ancient nation. Another person chimed in, their voice tinged with unmistakable bitterness. But now, no one dares to acknowledge such an identity. The ancient nation's legacy runs too deep, its roots too strong, and its unity unparalleled, precisely what the Federation fears. Someone else added, that's why the Federation's very first decree after its establishment was this. No one is allowed to claim identity as a citizen of any former nation. If discovered, the punishment extended to 3 generations of their family. During that time, countless lives were lost for defying this edict. Gradually, in order to survive, people buried the names of the old nations deep within their hearts. After all, having already submitted to the Federation for survival, refusing to mention the old nations to stay alive was a bitter but necessary compromise. Hearing this, Wang Lao and the others drew in sharp breaths, realizing the deeper, more insidious intent behind it all. On the surface, it seemed like a simple renaming, but in reality, it was a calculated strategy for cultural annihilation. This decree from the Federation, like boiling a frog in warm water, was designed to sever the lineage of an entire people. As time passes, when no one speaks of these memories anymore, and as generations come and go, the history of this people will fade into legend. Even if future generations learn of this history, they will feel no emotional connection to it. This method of cutting off a nation's spiritual lifeline reveals the Federation's ruthless precision. It wouldn't take centuries, just a few decades. When this generation passes, the histories of the old nations will vanish completely from the stage of human consciousness. By then, the only concept left in everyone's mind will be the Federation, with no trace of anything else. Through the accounts of several individuals, Wang Lao and his companions gradually came to understand the basic situation of the Federation. What unsettled them was that the Federation's policies were not focused on strengthening its power or outward expansion. Instead, they seemed to impose restrictions on the populace, as if to guard against the resurgence of other nations. The fate of the ancient kingdom left them in silence. Those who had once stood proud and unyielding had all been killed, leaving behind only submissive and servile people. Such a kingdom was no longer the homeland they remembered. Perhaps, in this world, the bloodline of the ancient kingdom now survived only in the lone city of Daxia. Tell us more about the pact, Yin Chuan prompted once the atmosphere had eased. The group, not daring to show any resistance, began to explain obediently. The pact had come into existence in the third year of the Federation's founding, which was the 8th year after the world had changed. By then, the Federation already had several 10th-tier powerhouses, and its overall strength had significantly increased. High-ranking warriors launched large-scale campaigns against the ferocious beasts, which at most reached the 9th tier. Due to the endless number of these beasts, the Federation's leadership decided to drive them into remote mountains, forests, and treacherous terrains. They then established strong defense lines along the borders, effectively eliminating the beast threat. Just as the Federation was preparing to launch a campaign against the demonic beings, the various demon clans unexpectedly sought reconciliation, offering numerous treasures in exchange for territory. The Federation, uncertain of its ability to annihilate the now united demon clans, accepted the proposal. After all, with humanity's numbers drastically reduced after the world changed, the Federation had no need for such expansive territory. The deal brought in many celestial resources, greatly benefiting the Federation. Eventually, a human-demon peace pact was signed between the two sides. The Federation resolved the beast threat as early as the 8th year? Lu Huai exclaimed in surprise. That's not the key point, Qianjun said with a grave expression. What's truly noteworthy are those 10th-tier powerhouses. He himself had spent 12 years barely reaching the 8th tier. Yet the Federation's people had achieved the 10th tier by the 5th year after the world changed. Such a gap was staggering. What do you know about the specific terms of the pact? Wang Lao asked. The group shook their heads. We know very little about the exact terms. All we know is that the first clause states that humans and demons are forbidden from attacking one another. Violators will suffer backlash equal to their own tier, with the backlash becoming stronger at higher tiers, up to the strength of a 10th tier. The pact also includes cooperation in areas like resources, secret techniques, and technological weaponry. Beyond that, we're unaware of any deeper details. Qianzhen exchanged a glance with Jiang Ji. It seems our earlier suspicions were correct. That stone demon refrained from attacking us because of the pact. Yin Chuan grew excited. So does this mean we can openly leave the city and even infiltrate demon settlements to launch surprise attacks? If Daxia City can attack demons while they can't retaliate, this loophole is incredibly advantageous. This plan could work, but only if we have the strength to completely annihilate the target, Wang Lao analyzed. Once we strike, the pact will no longer apply to them. However, the pact does give us an edge, such as the ability to openly scout demon settlements. Qianzhen reminded them, you're right, but don't forget the condition it only works if the demons don't know our identities. If they report us to the Federation, we could walk right into an ambush. Yin Chuan suddenly realized, you're right, I was being too simplistic. At Wang Lao's signal, he asked again, were there any prerequisites for signing the pact? For example, were any cities with surviving humans handed over to the demons? After all, demons need blood energy and wouldn't settle for just treasures in exchange for ordinary land, would they? What concerned them most was whether Daxia City had been abandoned, or worse, used as a bargaining chip. The fate of the ancient kingdom made them consider such possibilities. The group hesitated before answering. It doesn't seem so. Back then, the beast threat was overwhelming, and those areas had already fallen. Any survivors would have returned to the Federation's territory. No news has come from those places over the years. Haishur City is already the Federation's most remote city, and beyond it lies demon territory. That's common knowledge. Yin Chuan shook his head in disappointment. These people were too low-ranking to know anything about such classified matters. To uncover the truth, they would have to venture deeper into the Federation's core. Hey, we've told you everything we know. Let us in to rest, one of them said eagerly, seeing that Yin Chuan had stopped asking questions. Their cooperation had been motivated by the hope of gaining entry into the city. Yin Chuan and the others laughed. Let them into the city? That was never going to happen. From the very beginning, their only goal had been to extract information about the Federation. Wait, Xiao Ji, what's wrong? Wang Lao suddenly noticed that Jiang Ji had been silent all this time, merely observing the group below. Jiang Ji snapped out of his thoughts and pointed at the individuals below, his expression strange. These people, they're not alive. They're not living humans? Wang Lao's question left everyone momentarily stunned. With a grave expression, Jiang Ji explained, to be precise, they are undead, retaining their memories from life and capable of moving freely. Is that even possible? Yin Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Though he prided himself on his vast knowledge and experience, he had never encountered a situation where the dead could speak fluently and even possess intricate knowledge of the Federation's affairs. Jiang Ji nodded, confirming his observation before elaborating further. As a well-equipped warrior, he carried a highly advanced mechanical suit that integrated functions like attack, defense, escape, flight, and reconnaissance. While Yinchuan was speaking, Jiang Ji's reconnaissance device had already flagged something unusual. This equipment was designed to detect humans, demonic entities, and ferocious beasts alike. Though the difference wasn't visible to the naked eye, the mechanical analysis revealed a startling truth. While these individuals maintained human appearances, their cores were fundamentally different. Normal humans radiated a vibrant, life-filled energy, but these individuals exuded a chilling aura of death. After closely observing them, Jiang Ji finally pinpointed the anomaly. A faint wisp of black mist continually lingered around their hearts. This black mist seemed to be the force sustaining their human-like state. Black mist? Could they be from the Rebirth clan? Yin Chuan murmured, deep in thought. Wang Lao nodded in agreement. Among the demon tribes, only the Rebirth clan possesses abilities that produce black mist. They can manipulate ferocious beasts with it, so controlling humans wouldn't be beyond their grasp. Yin Chuan's face darkened with fury. So, it's a plot by the demons. No wonder they've been so insistent on entering the city. He unsheathed his sword, ready to strike. But Jiang Ji quickly intervened. Wait, Uncle Yin, Jiang Ji said calmly. This might actually be an opportunity. Although they're puppets of the Rebirth clan, we can turn the situation to our advantage. Lu Huai, smirking slightly, chimed in with a trace of sarcasm. You're getting slow, Uncle Yin. What Jiang Ji means is that we can pretend to be unaware of their true nature, and use the chance to extract more information about the Federation and the demons from them. Following Jiang Ji's suggestion, they decided to imprison the individuals outside the city. Guards were assigned to monitor them and provide basic sustenance, ensuring they could be interrogated for intelligence when needed. When the sentries atop the city walls descended, armed with magnetic anti-demon rifles, the undead finally realized the situation had turned against them. Though they attempted to resist, the threat of the laser weapons forced them into submission. They're quite the actors, Qianjin remarked, his tone tinged with admiration. Not a single slip-up in their performance. At that moment, Yinchuan recalled something from the earlier Beast-Tide battle. Back then, two ninth-tier entities appeared, one a demon, the other a ferocious beast. That demon was likely from the Rebirth clan. After we deployed the ultimate weapon, the ninth-tier beast was killed, but the demon may have escaped and used its rebirth ability on the fallen beast. Lu Huai continued the line of reasoning. So the demons are exploiting a loophole in the treaty. They can't attack humans directly, but they can manipulate ferocious beasts to do their bidding. That must be why they triggered the Beast Tide during the Federation's Trialto, provoke a war between the Federation and the beasts. As the group conversed, a shocking truth gradually came to light. Near the outskirts of Disya City, an astonishing conspiracy was unfolding. Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel relieved by his wise decision at the time. Had he recklessly ventured there, he would have likely fallen into the trap of three ninth-tier powerhouses, a puppet of the ninth tier, a hidden alien demon, and a human of the ninth tier, any one of whom could have been fatal. What exactly do the alien demons gain by instigating a war between the Federation and the beasts? Yin Chuan posed the question. The group exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. The aura of blood and slaughter. Qianjin added gravely, not only that. Based on what those puppets revealed, the Federation's strength has been skyrocketing in recent years. If the alien demon clans can't turn the tide, they'll eventually be eradicated by the Federation. This is their survival strategy. The Federation's top brass seem rather clueless, Yin Chuan remarked, clicking his tongue in disbelief. They don't even realize they're being manipulated by the alien demons. With the war imminent, the aura of bloodshed generated by the battles will end up feeding the alien demons. It's a classic Tubert Swithenestone scenario. Elder Wang quickly interjected. Don't underestimate the Federation. A force that's risen so rapidly in just a few years can't be that incompetent. It's possible they've already seen through everything. Besides, haven't you noticed how weak these so-called geniuses are? They can barely hold their own against beasts of the same tier. This doesn't align with the Federation's reputed strength. Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. Exactly. By all rights, the Federation's top-tier geniuses should at least be on par with the likes of the Battle Sky City Lord. But according to the radio reports, this generation of so-called geniuses is so feeble that even my robots can overpower them. This could very well be a deliberate ploy by the Federation to mislead the alien demon clans. Are you suggesting these individuals are mere pawns, sent to test the alien demon's response? Lu Huai asked in surprise. Very likely, Elder Wang affirmed. Yin Chuan chuckled bitterly. Damn it, the Federation and the alien demons are both cunning old foxes, playing such deep games. By comparison, I, the city lord, seem like an innocent lamb. The group erupted into laughter at his remark. Jiang Ji continued, our Disya city is far too isolated from external information. Once I advance to the next tier, it's time I take a trip to that great sea city. Oh, Uncle Yin, could you invite Elder Qin? He's the most knowledgeable about the Federation, and might be able to extract useful information from these human puppets. The conversation then shifted to the topic of interstellar resources. Elder Wang speculated that such resources might be the key to the Federation's rapid emergence of 10th-tier powerhouses. Before the world's great transformation, nations already possessed technology to enter space, so it's possible they made significant discoveries in the cosmos. Yin Xuan and Lu Huai were fascinated by the idea of space exploration and asked if Jiangji's combat aircraft could break through the atmosphere. Jiangji explained that while the aircraft could technically enter space, it wasn't equipped for interstellar travel. It lacked sufficient speed and star chart coordinates, making it easy to get lost in the vast expanse of the universe. Moreover, the Federation had likely already harvested treasures from nearby star systems, so venturing out recklessly would likely be a waste of time. Just as the group was envisioning the future, a patrol robot hurriedly approached and reported to Jiang Ji, "Master, Captain 1 has sent a message. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling are exhibiting unusual phenomena. Strange light is emanating from their bodies." Jiang Ji immediately stood up. "Everyone, it seems Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling might be awakening. I need to return right away to oversee this." With that, he climbed into his mechanical vehicle and sped back to the mechanical factory. Jiang Ji quickly walked toward the room where the two children were being settled. Pushing the door open, he saw robot number 1 standing guard dutifully, just as he had instructed before leaving. The scene inside the room made Jiang Ji momentarily hold his breath. Something extraordinary was happening to Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. Two starkly different transformations were unfolding. Zhou Ming was surrounded by wisps of white mist, as if he were enveloped in a shroud of clouds. In contrast, Zhou Ling emanated an eerie, bone-chilling aura of death. White mist and death. What kind of professions are these? Jiang Ji focused intently on their awakening process. Unlike his own awakening triggered by touching the magic stone, which had caused a massive celestial phenomenon, natural awakenings were much subtler. This made it impossible for him to predict the professions the two were about to gain. 30 minutes passed, and the changes became even more pronounced. Zhou Ming was now fully engulfed in the white mist, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Zhou Ling, on the other hand, continued to lose vitality, replaced by an increasingly dense aura of death. If not for the faint signs of life he could still sense within her, Jiang Ji would have been tempted to intervene and halt the process. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's eyes snapped open within the mist, a flash of white light glinting in his gaze. In an instant, the mist surrounding him receded into his body like a retreating tide. "Xiao Ming, did you succeed in awakening?" Jiang Ji asked immediately. "Brother Jiang?" Zhou Ming looked momentarily confused but quickly regained clarity. "Awakening? I think I did. I've gained a profession called World Warden Da." He opened his status panel, intending to show it to Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji explained, "Xiao Ming, others can't see your panel. Check it yourself first, then tell me what abilities the World Warden profession gives you." At that moment, Zhou Ling's awakening reached its climax. The aura of death surged within her, while surrounding light converged toward her. When she finally opened her eyes, all the deathly energy condensed into her pupils, forming a unique 5-point star mark. When Zhou Ling came to, she appeared disoriented, her memory lingering on the scene of their departure from the city. Jiang Ji patiently explained everything that had transpired over the past few days. Her confusion soon turned to excitement as she eagerly anticipated becoming a powerful awakened individual like Jiang Ji. By this time, Zhou Ming had already familiarized himself with his new abilities. He explained to Jiang Ji, "My profession is called World Warden, and my first ability is to traverse into a world of white mist." At Jiang Ji's prompting, he attempted to use his ability, disappearing into the mist in an instant and reappearing 5 seconds later. To further explore this new power, Jiang Ji handed him a reconnaissance drone. Through repeated testing, they discovered that the World Warden could enter an independent realm shrouded in white mist. As a first-tier World Warden, Zhou Ming could clear an area of mist within a few hundred meters, designating it as a safe zone under his control. However, venturing beyond this boundary would expose him to attacks from the creatures dwelling in the mist. Although Zhou Ming was currently unable to bring living beings into the mist world, his adept mechanical skills allowed him to wield a combat strength equivalent to a 3rd or 4th-tier professional, even as a newly awakened individual. Through continuous experimentation, Zhou Ming and Jiang Ji gradually deepened their understanding of the white mist world. Although Jiang Ji couldn't personally enter the white mist world, he could observe everything happening there in real time through the reconnaissance drone's footage. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming finally managed to slay a white mist creature using mechanical equipment. To his surprise, the slain creature did not dissipate but instead reformed within his territory. Even more astonishing, Zhou Ming felt a subtle connection with the creature, as though he could control its actions. "Brother Jiang, I discovered that after killing white mist creatures, they become my apostles," Zhou Ming explained while gesturing with his hand. Before he finished speaking, a white mist creature gradually materialized in the real world. He promptly commanded it to fuse with him, and in an instant, a faint yet distinct aura emanated from his body. "See, this is my second ability, Mist Fusion," Zhou Ming said as he ended the fusion and pointed to the floating white mist creature before him. "When I fuse with an apostle, I can share its power." Jiang Ji sensed that the aura radiating from the white mist creature was no weaker than that of an ordinary first-tier awakened individual. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Realm Envoy is truly remarkable. This is practically a class built for large-scale battles." Through observation, Jiang Ji also noticed the limitations of the Realm Envoy. Apart from its ability to traverse worlds, the Realm Envoy itself had no offensive power. Without the aid of mechanical equipment, Zhou Ming might never have been able to kill a single white mist creature in his lifetime. Only by acquiring apostles and fusing with them could the Realm Envoy gain combat capabilities. Fortunately, with Jiang Ji providing mechanical support, this was not a problem. A new idea suddenly crossed Jiang Ji's mind. Can robots enter the white mist world? Without hesitation, he summoned Robot 1 and asked Zhou Ming to attempt traveling with it. To their excitement, Robot 1, being a mechanical entity, was indeed able to enter. This 7th-tier peak-level robot easily cleared large areas for Zhou Ming. When Zhou Ming reappeared, he was still at the 1st tier, but he now commanded a number of 4th and 5th-tier apostles. Due to his current tier limitations, he could only fuse with 1st-tier apostles, but he could issue commands to all the transformed white mist creatures. In less than an hour, he had assembled a white mist army led by 5th-tier powerhouses. This rapid growth and strength even surpassed Jiang Ji's achievements in his early years. "Brother Jiang, guess what else I discovered?" Zhou Ming said with a mysterious smile, pulling a few items out of his pocket. "Wait, aren't these solid stones, magic vine tendrils, and golden flashwood?" Jiang Ji immediately recognized the materials used to craft 3rd-tier machinery. "The white mist world has these too? How abundant are they? Outside my territory, these mechanical materials are everywhere. As long as you defeat the white mist creatures guarding them, you can collect as much as you want," Zhou Ming replied excitedly. Jiang Ji quickly accessed Robot 1's shared vision to examine the situation. He saw that the white mist world was brimming with mechanical materials, their abundance far exceeding his expectations. This untapped treasure trove perfectly addressed their material shortage. In just this brief exploration, they had gathered more materials than all the low-tier resources recently collected by Disya City combined. "Xiao Ming, you've really done us a huge favor," Jiang Ji said excitedly. With the white mist world as a seemingly endless source of materials, he could not only accelerate his advancements but also foster Zhou Ming into a powerful asset with extraordinary group combat capabilities. Truly a win-win situation. "Hee, as long as I can help Brother Jiang, I'm happy," Zhou Ming replied with a sheepish grin. At that moment, Zhou Ling, who had just finished checking her own stats, suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Don't forget about me. I've got something too." Seeing her brother able to assist the esteemed Mechanist, Zhou Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could hardly wait to show off her abilities. "Oh, so, Xiao Ling, what profession did you awaken to?" Jiang Ji asked gently, his gaze settling on the lively young girl. "My profession is called Necromancer," Zhou Ling proudly announced, puffing out her chest. "Necromancer? What kind of abilities does that involve?" Jiang Ji inquired with genuine curiosity. Zhou Ling eagerly explained, "I can summon various undead creatures from the realm of the dead, like skeletons, liches, and blood corpses. The most powerful one is the Bone Dragon. But for now, I'm just at tier 1, so I can only summon weaker skeletons." As she spoke, she began chanting an intricate incantation. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness appeared in the air, and from it emerged a jet-black skeletal figure. The humanoid skeleton had a faint, eerie blue glow floating above its skull, giving it a mysterious and unsettling aura. Brother Jiang, look!" Zhou Ling exclaimed with the excitement of a child discovering treasure. She grabbed the skeleton's bony arm and proudly displayed it to the two of them. "This is the skeleton I summoned." Jiang Ji stared at the skeleton, a look of surprise crossing his face. What caught him off guard wasn't the skeleton itself after all. Zhou Ming's white mist creatures had already prepared him for the unusual. What truly left him speechless was how this little girl, faced with such a grim and chilling figure, showed not a shred of fear. Instead, she treated it like an adorable pet. The professions these siblings had awakened to were extraordinary in their uniqueness. Zhou Ming could control white mist creatures and traverse worlds, while Zhou Ling was a necromancer who summoned skeletons. Compared to his own abilities as a mechanist, the gap was enormous, let alone when compared to the conventional professions of Yin Xuan and the others. If word got out, it would surely leave Yin Xuan and the rest utterly dumbfounded. These two professions operated on an entirely different level. And so, in just a single day, the city of Daxia welcomed two formidable group combat awakened. Under Jiang Ji's guidance, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were able to fully develop their abilities. Through testing, it became clear that Zhou Ming's ability to traverse through the white mist had specific limitations. It consumed his energy and spirit with each use. Transporting machinery heightened this consumption significantly. With his current first-tier strength, he could only take up to 10 peak tier 7 robots through the mist at once. Exceeding this limit would result in him falling into a deep sleep for 1 or 2 days. Despite these restrictions, Zhou managed to bring back a large amount of mechanical materials for Jiang, bringing Jiang just one step away from advancing to the next level. Meanwhile, Zhou himself, under Jiang's guidance, rapidly advanced to Tier 3. After his advancement, his territory in the White Mist world expanded to a 100-mile radius, and he developed a following of over 10,000 apostles, most of whom were at Tier 4 or 5 in strength. At the same time, Zhou remained at Tier 1, but her unique necromantic summoning ability demonstrated astonishing potential. Over the past few days, she had been summoning skeletons from the necromantic realm non-stop, and their numbers had surpassed 100,000, even exceeding Zhou White Mist apostles. Although these skeletons only possessed Tier 1 combat strength, they had an almost indestructible nature. As long as Zhou was alive or the blue light in their skulls remained, they could continually reform and recover. The central area of Desya City had become the trio's stronghold. At the center stood the mechanical factory, with Zhou necromantic graveyard to the left and Zhou training ground for the White Mist apostles on the right, perpetually shrouded in a hazy white mist. This area had even become a popular sightseeing spot for the city's residents during their leisure time. In a live combat test, Zhou army of skeletons, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, successfully encircled and defeated 3 Tier 3 ferocious beasts, showcasing an impressive ability to combat higher-tier opponents. This demonstrated the immense potential of her undead army, which did not go unnoticed by Jiang. On this particular day, with the completion of yet another Annihilation fighter jet, Jiang finally received the long-awaited advancement notification. With an experience total of 72.9 million, combined with the achievement of having slain 249 Tier 7 ferocious beasts, he successfully advanced to Tier 7 and unlocked all Tier 7 mechanical blueprints. However, upon seeing that the next tier required over 200 million experience points, even Jiang couldn't help but feel the weight of the challenge ahead. Still, if other awakened individuals learned that he had reached a level in less than half a year that most could not attain in several years, they would be nothing short of astonished. Having just advanced to the 7th tier, Jiang's sights were already set on even greater heights. However, this wasn't a matter of overreaching. He had long planned for this moment. With his newfound 7th tier strength, many of the plans he had been anticipating for so long could finally begin to take shape. His top priority was to create powered mechs and upgrade the intelligence of his robot units. This would not only enhance their analytical abilities, but also elevate their combat power to rival the 8th tier. Jiang had made thorough preparations for this even before his breakthrough, stockpiling most of the materials required for 7th tier machinery. The moment he reached the 7th tier, he immediately set to work. The precision required for 7th tier machinery far surpassed that of lower tiers, making it impossible for a single individual to complete such projects alone. Take powered mechs. For example, their technical complexity was leagues beyond that of 5th tier powered armor. To tackle this challenge, Jiang deployed over 100 auxiliary robots, specifically tasked with crafting precision components. The division of labor within his mechanical factory proved invaluable. In just 3 days, all the parts for a powered mech were completed. Jiang chose not to build massive, independent war machines, but instead focused on creating humanoid mechs. This decision was aimed at enhancing the combat power of Qianzhan, an 8th tier powerhouse. With the mech support, Qianzhan's strength could potentially reach the 9th tier. This would allow Desya City to completely overcome its current challenges, secure its position on the southern continent, and usher in a new era of growth. Before assembly began, Jiang called Qianzhan over for a discussion. Since this powered mech was custom-built, it needed to be perfectly tailored to its user. Jiang carefully inquired about Qianzhan's specific requirements in areas such as strength, defense, reaction speed, and agility. Only by clarifying these parameters could the mech's enhancement effects be maximized. After pondering for a moment, Qianzhan replied, "Xiaoji, I reached the 8th tier as a warrior through mastering the art of the blade, so I already have ample strength. However, my reaction speed and agility remain limited by the constraints of my life force, and these are the key gaps between me and a 9th tier combatant. If your mech can significantly boost these two aspects, I believe I could truly possess 9th tier combat power." Jiang carefully analyzed the defensive capabilities of the mech. Based on my calculations, if we don't allocate some amplification to defense, the mech's maximum defensive power will only reach the peak of the 8th tier, just slightly stronger than an Annihilation fighter. Against a 9th tier opponent's attack, the mech can only partially absorb the impact. Beyond the critical threshold, there's a risk of destruction. Qianzhan, however, shook his head dismissively. "Defense is unnecessary. I am a warrior. My path is to press forward and obliterate my enemies. If I hesitate and overthink, my blade will lose its edge. The mech can offset part of the force, and the rest, my 8th tier physique can endure. Even if I get injured, I can still hold my ground for a short time. I trust my blade Meteorite will strike down the enemy before I fall. With sufficient reaction speed and agility, even a 9th tier opponent is not invincible. Hearing this, Jang suddenly understood. Got it. I'll craft a lightweight, high-mobility power mech for you. Lightweight? Qianjin asked. Jang explained in detail. Humanoid power mechs come in two forms: heavy-duty mechanical models and lightweight models. The heavy-duty form is massive, requiring the user to control it from within a cockpit. It's designed for ordinary individuals, with all damage absorbed by the mech. However, its weapon systems are fixed, so its power is limited. The lightweight form, on the other hand, is like regular clothing. It doesn't hinder the movements of a strong warrior and significantly enhances the wearer's attributes. Given your 8th tier strength, the lightweight augmentation is exactly what you need. With their plan finalized, Jang immediately began assembling the mech. With the assistance of robotic tools, he completed the sleek, dark silver lightweight power mech in just 1 hour. Senior, please give it a try, Jang said. Qianjin swiftly donned the mech, instantly synchronizing with its core. A flood of operational knowledge surged into his mind. As he pushed the amplification to its limits, his physical capabilities soared. His reaction speed and coordination improved dramatically, reaching an entirely new level. So this is what the 9th tier feels like? Qianjin exclaimed with newfound vigor. Jang am heading to the skies for a test. Before his words fully landed, he had already shot into the air, piercing the clouds. For the first time as an 8th tier warrior, he truly experienced flight. Jang smiled faintly and piloted his annihilation fighter to follow, intending to gather data. Suddenly, a chilling blade of energy slashed across the sky with overwhelming power. Even from within the cockpit, Jang felt an intense, bone-deep cold. The fighter's detection system indicated that the power of Qianzhan's strike had exceeded the mech's limits. If it were an enemy attack, even with maximum defenses activated, the fighter could only withstand 2 or 3 hits before being destroyed. Above the clouds, Qianzhan's figure flickered rapidly, his speed now surpassing that of the previous stone demon. Though it was unclear whether that had been the stone demon's maximum speed, it was evident that Qianzhan had truly ascended to the 9th tier level. Moments later, Qianzhan descended to the ground, his earlier excitement now tempered into calm composure. Senior, how does it feel? Jang eagerly asked. Powerful, Qianzhan replied succinctly, offering his undeniable approval of the mech. Qianzhan carefully felt the changes brought by the mech, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao this mech feels like it was tailor-made for warriors. Not only has it boosted my combat strength to the 9th tier, but my reflexes and speed have also surpassed the limits of the 8th tier. What's even more astonishing is that the speed enhancement has triggered a chain reaction, further amplifying the power of my blade techniques. Jang wasn't surprised by Qianzhan's rise to 9th tier combat strength. What concerned him more was another question. Based on your estimation, Senior, what level within the 9th tier have you reached? This question was directly tied to the future development direction of Defy City. After a moment of contemplation, Qianzhan replied, I should be at the mid-to-upper levels of the 9th tier. If I were to face that stone demon from before, or the 9th tier presence I sensed in the Thousand Stone Forest, I am confident I could defeat them. However, as for killing them, especially a stone demon with such immense defensive power, I can't guarantee it. Mid-to-upper 9th tier? Jang eyes lit up. This result far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that even with the mech's enhancements, reaching the early stages of the 9th tier would already be impressive. He hadn't anticipated Qianzhan leaping directly to the ranks of the 9th tier elites. This would undoubtedly address Defy City's lack of top-tier combat strength. Senior, try this next, Jang said as he activated a combat enhancement ability he had acquired back when he reached the 5th tier. This ability could provide a 60 attribute boost to any mechanical creation he made, even if he wasn't the one operating it. As the ability activated, Qianzhan felt the mech, already operating at its peak, surge to an even higher level. After a brief moment of sensing the changes, his gaze grew resolute. With this 60 attribute boost, my strength has advanced another level. Now, I am fully confident I can kill the stone demon. My power has reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The pinnacle of the 9th tier? Jang nodded in satisfaction. Since you've reached this level of combat strength, Senior, it's time to explore the High City. Ever since his return, Jang had been eager to cross the boundary mountains to glimpse the true face of the Federation's forces and revisit the ancient lands of their homeland. As Qianzhan reflected on this, Jang continued with his instructions. Senior, please notify Elder Wang and the City Lord, and have them gather as much information as possible about the High City and the Federation from those puppets. Also, ask Uncle Qin and the others to keep an eye out for relevant updates on the radio. Qianzhan nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll discuss this with them right away. Defy City was located at the heart of the southern continent, surrounded by perilous lands on all sides. The endless forest of the Regenerators on one side, the Stone Demon tribes home to Ninth Tier being Sun another, the Boundary Mountains serving as the High City's defensive line, and the 10,000 Peaks, inhabited by numerous Ninth Tier beasts, on yet another. While the city's sphere of influence had expanded to a 100-mile radius, further growth required breaking through in a specific direction. After careful consideration, Jiangji chose the High City as their primary target. This border city of the Federation was on the brink of war with the beasts, and with a ninth-tier powerhouse like Qianzhan, they were unlikely to provoke conflict with Xia City. Additionally, as a former territory of the ancient nation, the High City resonated with the people's longing to return to their ancestral lands. Most importantly, being a Federation city, the High City likely possessed a wealth of information, something Xia City desperately needed. Whether they planned to clear the endless forest or confront the stone demon tribes in the future, having sufficient intelligence was crucial. After Qianzhan departed, Jiang Ji returned to his demanding workload. Before setting out for the High City, he had to complete his previous plans. Now that the issue of lacking 9th-tier combat strength was resolved, it was time to focus on upgrading the robots. When the time comes, with a 9th-tier expert and numerous 8th-tier warriors emerging, the station team at the Boundary Mountain will no longer pose any threat. While Jiang Ji was busy making meticulous preparations to leave the city, an important meeting was underway in a solemn hall of the Federation. The dim yellow light illuminated the round conference table at the center of the hall, around which 10 chairs were neatly arranged, 3 on each side to the east and west, and 2 at the north and south ends. At this moment, 10 individuals, each exuding a powerful and distinct aura, were already seated. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man with golden hair was the first to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is present, the roundtable meeting shall now commence. Today's agenda: the feral beasts and the foreign demons. A person from the northern seat responded. According to intelligence, the foreign demons have indeed taken the bait. This clearly proves that these starry sky races still harbor hostility toward our Federation. The person occupying the main seat in the east sneered coldly. Using the talents of the Eastern District as bait has led to heavy losses for this generation. You all owe us an explanation. The golden-haired man chuckled dismissively. Talents? They're nothing more than pawns. Your Eastern District's true geniuses are well hidden, aren't they? A representative from the southern seat remarked mockingly. Oh, come on, Eastern District. You're just angling for more resources. We're all familiar with each other here, why bother pretending? Bang! A hot-tempered individual from the Eastern District slammed the table and roared. Are you suggesting that the Southern District wants to go to war with us? War it is. Who's afraid of whom? The Southern District representative shot back defiantly. The Northern seat member quickly stepped in to mediate. We're all part of the Federation. There's no need to always resort to threats of violence. The Eastern District has indeed suffered losses, so allocating more resources to them is reasonable. The golden-haired man decisively stated. This month's Starry Sky Resources Eastern District gets 40. We've lost lives. Someone from the Eastern District protested, still dissatisfied. The golden-haired man's tone turned icy. They were merely ordinary awakeners. Gaining an extra 10 is already a bonus, don't push your luck. As for the profits from the trade with the foreign demons, you can have the first pick. Hearing this, the Eastern District representatives finally smiled. In that case, it's settled then. Your East District truly has no bottom line anymore. The South District representative sneered coldly in mockery. The 3 representatives of the East District erupted in instant fury. A powerful aura burst forth from them, their eyes gleaming with dangerous light. Say that again. All right, calm down, all of you. The middle-aged man with golden hair interjected just in time to diffuse the tension. The roundtable meeting isn't meant for you to bicker. Let's move on to discuss our stance on the demonic entities. What's there to discuss? The South District representative dismissed the topic with a wave. The demonic entities are already scheming against us. We should go to war immediately. The North District representative spoke in a deep voice. While that may be true, the alliance treaty still binds us. If we want to wage war, we need a legitimate reason. Besides, the various demonic clans have considerable power. Although they have fewer Tier 10 experts than we do, their foundations run deep. Unless someone from the Federation breaks through to Tier 10 or we gain a few more Tier 10 experts, we can't guarantee complete success. I don't think a war is necessary, the East District representative said slowly. Since the demonic entities want to keep up this charade, we should pretend to be unaware of their schemes and focus on our own development. Over time, the gap in strength between the Federation and the demonic entities will only grow wider, and the world will inevitably side with us. The North District representative nodded in agreement. The East District has a point. As we delve further into space exploration, the threat posed by the demonic entities will gradually diminish. I support maintaining the current status quo. The South District representative wanted to make another sarcastic remark, but after noticing the golden-haired man's signal, he wisely held his tongue. The golden-haired man summarized. The West District also does not support going to war at this time. Since we're all in agreement, we'll continue to feign ignorance and maintain this facade with the demonic entities. Agreed. Agreed. Though the South District representative had objections, he ultimately refrained from voicing them. Now that we've settled our stance on the demonic entities, let's move on to the issue of the feral beasts, the golden-haired man continued. The demonic entities seem intent on sowing discord, hoping to pit us against the feral beasts, likely to probe the Federation's strength. What are your thoughts on this matter and the spread of the Bloodfiend energy? This battle must be fought, someone said firmly. If we don't flex our muscles, how can we deter both the demonic entities and the feral beasts? According to recent intelligence, there are signs of cooperation between the two. To maintain peace, the Federation must once again assert its dominance over the feral beasts and avoid repeating past mistakes. The battlefield is in the East District. We should defer to their opinion, the golden-haired man said, his tone carrying a subtle undertone as he glanced at the East District representatives. The East District representative proposed, why not first send a message to those beasts? Demand that, based on past grievances, they send 3 Tier 9 beasts to serve as our subordinates in the East District. If they refuse, then we can proceed with war. This way, we would have a justifiable cause. Of course, if war breaks out, this is a matter for the entire Federation, and the East District cannot bear the burden alone, correct? Hypocrites, the South District representative cursed silently but kept quiet. The golden-haired man responded directly, that way, whether there's a war or not, the East District stands to benefit. Your demands are excessive for those beasts. This battle is inevitable. Since it's happening in the East District, the West, South, and North Districts will each send a Tier 9 expert to assist. How does that sound? Everyone is short on resources, so there's no room for further concessions. Having assistance is, of course, appreciated, the East District representative replied with a smile. As the meeting was about to adjourn, the golden-haired man suddenly recalled something. Oh, there's one more matter. We've received word from the Stone Demon clan. They want us to issue a temporary alliance suspension agreement. What are your thoughts? A temporary suspension of the alliance? Everyone was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Are those creatures planning to attack the Federation? The golden-haired man shook his head and explained, it's not aimed at the Federation. It's about the Southern Island issue that baiting ground under the East District's jurisdiction. According to the Stone Demon clan, remnants of the ancient kingdom have appeared on the island, and one of them has reached Tier 8, even killing members of their clan. They want the agreement to seek revenge. He glanced at the 3 East District representatives as he spoke, but their expressions remained calm and indifferent. Remnants of the ancient kingdom? The last surviving faction we handed over to the demonic entities? Without the Federation's support, how could they possibly produce a Tier 8? Someone asked in astonishment. After some discussion, the group agreed to the Stone Demon clan's request, with the golden-haired man promising to distribute any resulting resources. Before the meeting concluded, the golden-haired man issued a reminder. Everyone, the Taiping army has been active again recently. Ensure that your respective districts are thoroughly inspected. The Federation cannot tolerate any internal instability. Understood, the group responded. Meanwhile, on Jiangji's side, there had been a significant breakthrough. After tireless efforts, a large number of robots had been upgraded, greatly enhancing their analytical capabilities. They had successfully decoded the essence of various demonic abilities and applied them, including the Stone Demon's defense, the Illusion Demon's shapeshifting, and most importantly, the Rebirth Clan's regenerative power. By analyzing a Tier 7 demonic entity and the residual energy from the heart of a living corpse provided by Yin Chuan, the robots finally mastered the Black Mist regeneration ability. Jiang Ji immediately instructed the robots to apply this power to heal his congenital leg disability. When his legs were fully restored, he removed his powered exoskeleton and, for the first time, stood and walked on his own 2 feet. Tears of joy streamed uncontrollably down his face. From that moment on, he could finally stand tall like a normal person. Jiang Ji stood by the window, gazing at his fully recovered legs, a wave of gratitude surging through his heart. He had resolutely refused mechanical replacements, and now, he had finally awaited the day of complete recovery. While mechanical enhancements could grant immense power, he cherished his natural body far more. After healing himself, he immediately set out to help Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling restore their damaged bodies. This news quickly spread throughout Daxia City, giving hope to countless individuals who had lost limbs in the war. As the weight on his heart lifted, Jiang Ji found himself smiling more often, the shadow of his past disability completely dispelled. The advancements in robotic analytical capabilities prompted Jiang Ji to initiate a combat enhancement program. He invited several 6th and 7th tier awakened individuals to participate in experiments. The robots successfully replicated their abilities, but the results left Jiang Ji somewhat disappointed. Robots could only achieve the same level of power as their subjects, unable to surpass the original thresholds. For robots already at the peak of the 7th tier, Using these lower-tier abilities would actually diminish their combat effectiveness. However, unique abilities like regenerative power proved to be exceptions. Jang specifically assembled a team of robots equipped with regenerative abilities to provide support in future battles. Eventually, Jang turned his attention to Qianzhen's only super-tier powerhouse in Daxia City. With Qianzhen's consent, the robots began learning his martial arts techniques. Though the process was slow, the results were remarkable. Qianzhen found it intriguing that his martial arts, honed through years of arduous practice, were so effortlessly mastered by robots. The breakthrough in combat capabilities thrilled Jang. The robots successfully surpassed the 7th-tier bottleneck, ascending to 8th-tier strength. He even upgraded their weapons, replacing the Thunderstorm hammers with 7th-tier frost blades. Among them, the most powerful robot one, equipped with newly developed lightweight power armor, reached a combat level close to Qianzhen's, capable of slaying the previously formidable 8th-tier stone demon with a single strike. With the overall strength of Daxia City elevated once again, Jang planned to begin exploring in the direction of High City in half a month, after exhausting high-tier materials and maximizing their combat potential. On that day, while Jang was in the mechanical factory working on power armor, the city's surveillance system suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-tier energy detected approaching. As dusk fell, bright red warning lights illuminated Daxia City. Robot 1, returning from patrol, immediately reported to Jang Master, a 9th-tier demonic entity is approaching from the northern gate. I have already dispatched 10 8th-tier units to intercept. Jang remained composed. With Qianzhen, a 9th-tier powerhouse, and the upgraded robot army, they were fully capable of confronting a 9th-tier demon. Pressing a button on his suit, he was instantly encased in a 3 turtle, ash-white power armor. The sleek design of the mech exuded the aura of a futuristic warrior, its elegant contours concealing immense strength. Inside the cockpit, Jang synced seamlessly with the mech. Its mechanical wings unfolded, releasing a powerful thrust of energy that propelled him into the air. Robot 1 followed closely behind, and the two figures sped toward the northern gate. This power armor is Jang meticulously crafted masterpiece. Although he has advanced to a 7th-tier expert, at his core, he remains a mechanic lacking personal strength, relying entirely on the machines he creates. Now that he has mastered the art of mech construction, it was only natural for him to equip himself with one. This power armor has 2 forms. The first is a casual clothing mode, which provides decent defense while concealing the body. The second is its current mechage form, its full-powered state capable of unleashing its maximum potential. As a strategist working behind the scenes, Jang has focused entirely on defense when designing the armor's capabilities. Even the full-force attacks of Robot Number 1 cannot penetrate its protection. Based on his calculations, this armor can withstand attacks from a mid-level 9th-tier expert, though it may struggle against someone of Qianzhen's caliber. In contrast, its offensive capability while piloted by Jang is only equivalent to a 7th-tier level. However, combat is not his primary concern. Ensuring his own safety is the key. This armor elevates him from an ordinary person to someone with 9th-tier defensive capabilities, a tremendous leap. Since its creation, he has worn it consistently, and until a more advanced piece of machinery is developed, this will remain his most reliable means of protection. In less than a minute, Jang reached the northern gate city wall. Number 1 had already assembled 10 robots outside the wall to form a defensive line, with additional patrolling robots arriving one after another. Xiao Ji, you're here too, Qianzhen said, already present and gazing solemnly into the distance. These past days, he had been training the robots in martial arts at the mechanical factory, so Jang mecha form did not surprise him. Qianzhen was also fully equipped with his lightweight power armor, exuding an imposing aura. Senior, have you confirmed the target's identity? Jang voice resonated from within the mecha. I sense a heavy presence seat should be the 9th-tier stone demon we encountered before, Qianzhen replied. The mecha's retinal display began analyzing data, and Jang received the information stream through shared visuals. It seems we underestimated the situation. A 9th-tier aberrant demon is indeed capable of taking the initiative against us, Qianzhen explained. That may be the case, or perhaps it has found a way to bypass the treaty. In recent days, our radio scouts picked up intel suggesting that after we killed the 8th-tier stone demon, this 9th-tier one mistakenly thought the Federation was responsible and went to Jia Mountain to confront a High City about it. Although no battle broke out, it eventually turned toward the endless forest. Elder Wang stepped forward to add, it must have discovered the truth. Unintentionally, you diverted trouble to the High City, but they retaliated by revealing our location. After all, the endless forest has long been aware of our strength in defeating the 8th-tier beast, and being a 9th-tier entity, the High City would naturally know as well. Yen Xuan and Lu Huai angrily exclaimed, that despicable city. The High City clearly knew about us all along and still pointed the aberrant demon in our direction. As the stone demon drew closer, Qianzhen, having gauged its strength, seemed more at ease, confident in his ability to handle it. Elder Wang, Uncle Yin, Uncle Lu, please fall back. A ninth-tier battle is beyond your capabilities, Jiang Ji warned, mindful of the approaching stone demon and concerned for the elder's safety. You punk, you're both at the 7th tier. Yet the gap between you two is this wide? Yin Chuan glared at Jiang Ji, his eyes filled with both dissatisfaction and an undeniable hint of envy. His gaze involuntarily landed on Jiang Ji's imposing Gundam. Though he had long anticipated that Jiang Ji would one day surpass him, the speed at which it happened still caught him off guard. The current situation was rather ironic. Jiang Ji could fight on the front lines, while the rest of them, also 7th-tier warriors, were relegated to the rear. I have to say, you're being pretty biased, kid, Yin Chuan grumbled, unable to hold back. Your robot's already decked out in powered armor, but you didn't think of getting one for me? That really ticks me off. Before Jiang Ji could respond, Lu Huai interjected with a mocking tone. Oh, you've got the nerve to complain? With your skills, you can't even take on a robot without armor, and you're asking to be prioritized? That's some thick skin you've got there. Jiang Ji chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Uncle Yin, don't worry. Building these mechs takes time. The 8th-tier robot unit isn't even fully assembled yet. Once I get the chance, they'll definitely custom make one just for you. Ha, learn how to sell dreams, have you? That's supposed to be my specialty, Yin Chuan retorted with a laugh. Deep down, though, he understood that Jiang Ji's allocation of resources was indeed the most beneficial for Disya City. The group quickly retreated to the rear, ceding the front lines to Qian Jian and Jiang Jis robots. They're here, Qian Jian suddenly said. Following his gaze, Jiang Ji looked up. A massive figure emerged, closing in rapidly until it loomed over the northern gate. The oppressive presence of the 9th-tier stone demon was far beyond what they had imagined. Towering dozens of zhang high, its height even surpassed that of a 100-meter skyscraper. Compared to the 8th-tier one they had faced before, this 9th-tier stone demon's rocky form appeared even more profound, like a moving mountain. As its vertical eye opened, an overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed all of Disya City. Though the lower-tier warriors within the city bore the brunt of the immense force, they stood tall, weapons in hand, facing the sky without flinching. This was their first time confronting a 9th-tier being, but the unity and resilience fostered over the years in Disya City made them fearless in the face of such power. At the front, the 11 robots received a command from Unit 1 and simultaneously unsheathed their frost blades. A domain of ice spread out, and the aura they exuded as a team was no less imposing than that of the stone demon. Xiao Ji, call them back, Qianjin said, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. This fight, I want to handle myself. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, he had been waiting for such a showdown for a long time. Jiang Ji promptly recalled the robotic troops. Although he was eager to test the combat capabilities of Number 1 and the other robots, he was willing to cooperate with Qianzhan's request. At this moment, he was far more intrigued to witness the extent of Qianzhan's enhanced strength after equipping the powered exoskeleton. The massive stone demon opened its rocky jaws and let out a thunderous roar. Upon sensing Qianzhan's energy, it confirmed the intelligence it had received from the endless forest. This city indeed harbored a warrior above the 8th tier, and it was clear that its kin had perished at their hands. A mere pack of caged bloodstock dares to slay an 8th-tier warrior of my stone clan? You deserve death. Are you not afraid of annihilation? The stone demon's words left everyone stunned. To these alien demons, the people of Disya City were nothing more than livestock? Qianzhan leapt into the air, rising to eye level with the colossal stone demon. Despite the overwhelming aura the demon exuded, he showed no signs of pressure. Instead, he chuckled and said, "If you know we can kill an 8th tier, you still dare to come alone? Aren't you afraid of meeting the same fate?" Against the stone demon's towering form, Qianzhan's figure appeared minuscule, yet his presence radiated an energy that rivaled the demon's, creating a faint equilibrium between their powers. An insignificant 8th tier dares to boast so boldly. The stone demon was furious. It could sense Qianzhan's power was at the 8th tier, and to it, the idea of an 8th tier defeating a 9th tier was nothing short of absurd. These so-called bloodstock clearly had no understanding of the vast gulf between tiers. Insignificant 8th tier? Qianzhan smirked. The true potential of his powered exoskeleton had yet to be revealed, and naturally, the demon couldn't perceive his actual strength. The stone demon reached into its vertical eye and retrieved a document, raising its stone arm in a threatening gesture. You killed my kin without justification. You must offer an explanation. Hand over 100,000 of your people as bloodstock, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the pact and waging war on humanity. Jiang Ji immediately analyzed the document and discovered it was a temporary agreement to nullify the alliance, imbued with a strange and binding power. He shouted to Qianzhan, "Senior, finish this quickly and secure that document." Qianzhan wasted no time. He drew the massive blade, Demon Slayer, forged by his apprentice Zhan Tian and reinforced by Jiang Ji. With a flash of the blade, a field of extreme frost materialized, and delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Activating the full power of his exoskeleton, Qianzhan closed the distance in an instant, aiming the blade directly at the stone demon's vertical eye. The demon hastily shut its eye, its rocky body forming a shield. Though the demon slayer cleaved through its defense, it failed to deliver a fatal blow, leaving only a deep gash on the demon's body. Qianzhan had anticipated this. His true target was the stone arm clutching the document. Seizing the moment while the stone demon kept its eye closed, Qianzhan struck again. The demon slayer unleashed a surge of annihilating energy, severing the massive stone arm, which spanned hundreds of meters, entirely. Jiang Ji, piloting a towering mecha, soared into the air and skillfully caught the severed arm. Extracting the document, he flung the dismembered limb far into the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Curse you! Curse you! Curse you! The stone demon erupted in a frenzy of rage. You dare wound me? You will all die. I swear, I will slaughter every last one of you. Seeing Jiang Ji successfully secure the agreement, Qianzhan gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Without hesitation, he pivoted sharply, the demon-slaying blade in his hand gleaming coldly as he launched a fierce assault against the stone demon. With his plan set in motion, it was time to put an end to this formidable opponent. Amid the battle, Qianzhan attacked with precision while carefully attuning himself to the energy fluctuations of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Such high-level combat was invaluable to his martial cultivation. If he could experience a few more battles like this, he might just glimpse the opportunity to break through to the 9th tier himself. Insect! Die! The stone demon roared, counterattacking with ferocity. Its massive body abruptly shrank by a third, and the rocky surface of its form rippled like flowing water, gathering toward its right side. In an instant, a new stone arm emerged. This was the most troublesome aspect of the stone demon so long as its core, the vertical eye, remained intact. It could continuously regenerate its body. Even in its diminished size, it still towered over Qianzhan, with fragments of rock falling from its body that were each over 10 meters in size. Stone domain. The stone demon bellowed, swinging its newly formed arm with explosive force. A circle of earthy yellow light appeared in the center of the battlefield. Within the domain, Qianzhan felt his movements slow slightly, his expression growing serious. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and looked up. Countless massive stones were descending from the sky, densely packed and covering the entire area of the light circle. With the demon-slaying blade in hand, Qianzhan slashed through the falling boulders with lightning speed, shattering them one by one. Yet, the stones kept coming, relentlessly sapping his stamina. Humph! You think this is enough to hold me back? Qianzhan snorted coldly. No longer holding back, he sheathed the demon-slaying blade and assumed a stance of focused preparation. Just as the avalanche of stones was about to engulf him, he moved. Blade draw slash. A flash of cold light erupted from Qianzhan's eyes as he unsheathed the demon-slaying blade in an instant. A massive arc of blade energy tore across the battlefield, obliterating the descending stones within the domain. The blade's energy then struck the earthy yellow light circle with devastating force, shattering it as if it were made of paper. The residual energy carried forward, carving a 100-meter-long gash across the stone demon's body. The sheer power of the strike sent the stone demon staggering backward. How is this possible? This strength? Is this really just an 8th-tier fighter? Not even the Federation's 8th-tier powerhouses could possess such power. A flicker of fear appeared in the stone demon's vertical eye for the first time, as it realized the looming threat of death. It regretted coming here alone. This was, after all, the opponent's territory, and it was completely isolated. But Qianzhan had no intention of granting it the luxury of regret. Adhering to the philosophy of striking while the enemy was weakened, he unleashed a relentless flurry of martial techniques immediately after his blade draw slash. Under his storm-like assault, the wounds on the stone demon's body multiplied, until it could no longer maintain even a basic defense. It's time to end this. Despite the prolonged intensity of the battle, Qianzhan's breathing was only slightly heavy. Beads of sweat on his forehead quickly froze under the icy energy radiating from his body. Step by step, he advanced toward the stone demon's vertical eye, the core that had to be destroyed to completely kill the creature. As the diminutive human approached, the stone demon desperately tried to rise, its rocky body trembling as it attempted to summon the strength to shield its core. But after only 2 fleeting moments of struggle, its body collapsed completely. Human, you cannot kill me. My clan has a pact with the Federation, the stone demon suddenly pleaded. Qianzhan's lips curled into a mocking smile. A pact? To Disya City, that's worth less than toilet paper. Sensing Qianzhan's unwavering resolve to kill, the stone demon used the last of its strength to emit a strange soundwave toward its clan, a desperate cry for reinforcements. Calling for help? Too late. Qianzhan recognized this tacticet was the same as the one used by the previous 8th-tier stone demon he had slain. With a flash of cold steel, he gripped the demon-slaying blade with both hands and drove it deep into the stone demon's vertical eye. Roar! The stone demon let out a final, agonized scream, its massive body writhing uncontrollably. But it was futile. As the blade sank deeper, the creature's vitality faded rapidly. Stop, human. Cease this at once. If you dare kill a 9th-tier member of my clan, you risk the annihilation of your entire race. Stop now, or your people will perish today. 3 thunderous voices rang out from the distance. Unmoved, Qianzhan pressed harder, plunging the blade fully into the stone demon's vertical eye. Its body froze mid-struggle, and its life force dissipated entirely. A 9th-tier powerhouse, slain. Only after completing the kill did Qianzhan rise slowly, standing tall as he turned to face the 3 figures who had appeared. Unbelievable. You actually dared to kill a 9th-tier member of my clan. Among the 3 figures stood another stone demon, a dark-skinned, triangular-headed creature referred to as Immortal, and much to Qianzhan's surprise, a human exuding the aura of a 9th-tier fighter. Another 9th-tier stone demon? Qianzhan glanced at the speaker and chuckled. Your clan truly is peculiar. Even your words are all the same. He gestured to the corpse at his feet. This one said the exact same thing just moments ago, threatening to destroy Desya. You see how that turned out? It seems your clan hasn't lost enough 9th-tiers today, and is eager to send more to their deaths. Human, do you seek death? The stone demon roared furiously. Song, assist me in killing this insolent human. Stone brother, hold on now. No need to be so hasty. The human 9th-tier fighter, Tu Yulong, interjected calmly. Tu Yulong, if you want help me, at least don't get in my way. These ants must pay for taking the life of a 9th-tier member of my clan. If you interfere, they'll kill you too. The stone demon snarled. Unfazed by the threat, Tu Yulong's expression remained placid as he took a few steps back, signaling his intent to stay out of the conflict entirely. Sensing the presence of 3 9th-tier individuals, Jiang Ji's expression subtly shifted, but he had been prepared for this. Before slaying the stone demon, he anticipated that this battle would inevitably draw the attention of other 9th-tier powerhouses. Number 1. Jiang Ji issued a concise command. Yes, master. Number 1 responded promptly, mobilizing the robotic forces under its command. Within the city of Desya, there were already over 100 8th-tier robots, 30 of which were equipped with powered exoskeletons. Under Number 1's coordination, these armored warriors formed 3 squads, each consisting of 10 members. Together, they created battle formations that exuded an aura rivaling that of 9th-tier combatants. The remaining robots were no less imposing, wielding frost blades and forming their own formations with overwhelming momentum. Behind them, dozens of annihilation drones ascended into the sky, their mechanical weapons locked onto their targets, ready to unleash deadly strikes at any moment. This sudden shift left Tu Yulong and Emotsong utterly stunned. In just a few days, this isolated city had undergone such an extraordinary transformation. Not only had a powerful 9th-tier warrior emerged, but the city also now boasted so many 8th-tier robots. Especially those 30 armored warriors. Their formation alone seemed capable of matching 9th-tier strength. Jiang Ji, piloting his towering mech, stepped forward with a cold smirk. Who gave you the audacity to threaten the destruction of Desya City? Behind him stood the robot formations, above him circled the annihilation drones, and throughout the city, mechanical weapons were primed and ready. Desya City was no longer what it once was. It was time to show the world its newfound strength. Qianzhan sheathed his blade, casting a meaningful glance at the fallen stone demon before stepping to Jiang Ji's side. Wang Lao, Yin Chuan, and the others followed suit. Though they lacked 9th-tier strength, they showed no trace of fear. Stone demon, what now? Do you dare to continue this fight? Jiang Ji pressed on. The stone demon's expression shifted uneasily. Their tribe had only 2 9th-tier members, and one had already been slain. Alone, it was impossible to destroy this city. Casting a glance at Emotsong, who remained indifferent, the stone demon sneered internally. These so-called allies from the starry races were always self-serving, rarely willing to share in hardship. My tribe's 9th-tier warrior sought revenge but was overpowered. However, I demand the return of its body and any items you obtained from it. The stone demon finally relented, calculating how to summon reinforcements for future vengeance. What a joke. These are the spoils of Desya City. Why should I hand them over? Jiang Ji retorted without hesitation. The stone demon seethed with anger, but ultimately suppressed it. Fine. Consider this a loss for my stone tribe today. But mark my words, this isn't over. Clang. Qianzhan drew his blade. Still daring to make threats? In that case, why don't you stay here and join your fallen kin? Enough. Song stepped forward, positioning himself beside the stone demon. Qianzhan's gaze shifted to Song, his killing intent palpable. You You must be the mastermind behind my disciple's murder, aren't you? Song admitted calmly. That 7th-tier mechanic? Indeed. I personally ended his life. Took quite a bit out of me, too, I must say.
Heh.
Good. As long as you've admitted it. That triangular head of yours, it'll be coming for it soon. Jin growled, resisting the urge to strike immediately. Song's name was now firmly etched onto his kill list. While Desya City had grown significantly stronger, it was not yet the right time to simultaneously provoke both the Stone Tribe and the Rebirth Clan. If you have the strength, you're welcome to try. Let's see who ends up taking whose heat, or whether I send you to reunite with that little mechanic. Song mocked with indifference. Senior, don't hold back on my account. Jiang Ji interjected decisively. After careful consideration, he believed that initiating the fight now, though challenging, held a decent chance of success. With the robotic forces at their disposal, Desya City already had multiple 9th-tier level assets. Moreover, the battle could provide him with significant experience if he could break through to the 8th tier. These alien demons would no longer pose a threat. As Jiang Ji's words fell, the robotic formations advanced in unison, pressing closer to the enemy. It was only then that Song turned his attention to Jiang Ji, recognizing him as the emerging mechanical master who had ended the beast tide. A thought crossed his mind: if he could kill Jiang Ji on the spot, would Desya City once again fall under the control of the alien demons? Just as Qianzhen prepared to strike, Tu Yulong spoke up. Enough. Stand down. Upon hearing the human 9th-tier powerhouse speak, Qianzhen's expression grew serious. Among the 3 9th-tier beings present, only this human exerted a genuine sense of pressure on him. Clearly, this individual's strength far surpassed that of Song and the Stone Demon. You must be from Defy City, correct? Qianzhen asked with a tone of certainty. You even know about Defy City? Tu Yulong responded, visibly surprised. In his understanding, the isolated city had always been cut off from the outside world. The boundary mountains had long prevented any exploration of what lay beyond. As Song listened to their exchange, a flicker of calculation flashed in its eyes. It was aware of how Dasha City's intelligence had been obtained, though the puppets it had sent had failed to successfully sow discord between the factions. The power displayed by Dasha City today filled it with unease. If it could provoke infighting between the groups, it would be able to join forces with the Stone Demon to eliminate this growing threat. In hindsight, it regretted not having eradicated Dasha City completely when it had the chance. Who could have predicted that in just a few short months, the city would evolve from struggling against low-tier beast tides to possessing multiple high-tier combatants? Heh, isn't it just the Federation's borderland? Qianzhen scoffed coldly. What's this? As a human, you're willing to turn against your own kind for the sake of a few lowly demonic creatures? Tu Yulong let out a bitter laugh. I have my reasons. That said, I will only stop you from killing the demons. As a fellow human, I will not take the initiative to harm you. Yin Chuan clapped his hands mockingly. Bravo! Such noble words. A human aligning with demons through some pact. I'm ashamed to even share the same species as you. Tu Yulong's brows furrowed slightly. A mere 7th-tier warrior dared to speak so brazenly in this setting? In Defy City, such insolence would have been grounds for execution. But a pact? How did they come to know about that? Xiaoji, what's your take on this? Qianzhen asked quietly. All eyes, including those of Wang Lao and the others, turned to Jiang Ji. The decision to fight or retreat now rested solely on his shoulders. Jiang Ji weighed the strengths of both sides in silence. If it were only these 3 9th-tier opponents, Dasha City had the capability to take them down. However, each faction had its own hidden forces, and the true number of 9th-tier combatants remained uncertain. A reckless battle could place Dasha City in an untenable position. Still, this was the first time Dasha City was showcasing its strength on such a stage. Refused to appear weak. Why bother provoking the Stone Demon earlier if he intended to back down now? Fight! Jiang Ji declared resolutely. Either Song or the Stone Demon dies today. What do they take Dasha City for? A place they can come and go as they please? His words brought a sense of relief to those present. To fight, to die fighting, this had been the unshakable spirit of Dasha City for the past 12 years. As the city's current leader, Jiang Ji upheld this legacy without compromise. In the hearts of the people, his authority now far exceeded Yin Chuan's. If he had chosen to retreat out of fear, this brilliant mechanist would never ascend to greatness. Understood, Qianzhen replied, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. If Jiang Ji had the courage to make such a call, how could he hesitate? Senior, you've already clashed with the Stone Demon earlier and should have gained some insight. They'll leave it to you. Finish it quickly. They'll deploy the robots to hold off the other 2 9th-tier opponents and buy you time. Jiang Ji instructed. Leave it to me. They'll take it down in under a minute, Qianzhen promised. Though his deepest grudge was against Song, he understood the logic of Jiang Ji's strategy. Neither Song nor Tu Yulong could be defeated swiftly. Even though Song was slightly weaker, The regenerative abilities of its kind would drag the fight into a stalemate, potentially drawing in more ninth-tier reinforcements. Jang Jis' decision took mere seconds, but the implications were immense. Before his words had fully settled, Qinjin unsheathed his demon-slaying blade and launched a ferocious assault on the ninth-tier stone demon, each strike aimed to kill. "How dare you!" The stone demon roared as it sensed the razor-sharp energy slicing toward it. Its massive body trembled, revealing a towering 100-foot form as it engaged Qinjin in combat. Emotsong, Tu Yulong. These insects dare to attack us outright. I'll hold this one off, kill the rest of them immediately. Hold me off. Qinjin sneered, unleashing an even more devastating surge of power. Having made a vow to finish the fight in under a minute, he was determined to deliver. "You've all underestimated us," he said coldly, his blade cutting through the air with lethal precision. Emotsong let out a sinister laugh, and in an instant, a dense black mist began to swirl around him, spreading like a tidal wave toward Jiang Ji and his group. "Mechanical battle formation," Jiang Ji commanded in a deep voice. Immediately, the three battle formation teams, led by Unit 1, moved into position in front of Jiang Ji. As the black mist closed in, the robots swiftly drew together. Their mechanical components locked into place with precision, as if performing a pre-rehearsed dance, seamlessly reassembling themselves. The torsos, limbs, and heads of 10 robots connected in a specific sequence, ultimately forming a massive mechanical warrior. The newly assembled robot swung its equally enlarged frost blade, effortlessly slicing the ominous black mist into fragments. War mode. Watching the robot complete its transformation, Jiang Ji issued the decisive order. This was the mechanical battle formation ability he had gained after advancing to Tier 7. Known as the Fation battle formation, it allowed robots to merge their power through reassembly. 10 robots with peak Tier 8 strength could combine to ascend to Tier 9 might. It was this confidence that emboldened Jiang Ji to give the command to engage. The three teams each formed a Fation robot. The first Fation robot, led by Unit 1, received Jiang Ji's directive, and its mechanical eyes flashed with a sharp silver light. Activating war mode. Collecting enemy data. Analysis complete, the mechanical voice announced. The enemy specializes in regenerative abilities. Initiating termination directive number 3. The Fation robot quickly executed its tactical plan. Wielding its frost blade, it shot toward Emotsong like an arrow released from a bow. This was the most fearsome aspect of the battle formation, its ability to adapt strategies to different opponents. Against an enemy like Emotsong, whose regenerative powers were formidable, it employed the most extreme annihilation tactics, leaving no chance for recovery. Against a defense-oriented foe like a stone demon, it would adopt an attritional approach instead. What kind of bizarre creation is this? Emotsong's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the Tier 9 aura emanating from the Fation robot. He muttered in disbelief. Just 10 Tier 8 entities merging together? And they can rival Tier 9? Impossible. What unfolded today was completely beyond Emotsong's expectations. As its thoughts churned wildly, the attack from the Fation robot was already closing in. Emotsong quickly chanted a string of eerie incantations, and its entire body instantly transformed into a dense, swirling black mist. The frost blade of the Fation robot slashed downward, but it passed harmlessly through the mist without any tangible impact. The robot's sensors immediately detected the anomaly in its target and rapidly completed an analysis. The target had shifted into a spiritual form. Unaffected by any emotion, the Fation robot promptly adjusted its tactics. Retracting the frost blade into its fixed mechanism, its arm transformed in an instant, with its 5 fingers merging into a menacing cannon barrel. Within moments, destructive energy began to coalesce in the cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage of projectiles, engulfing the black mist entirely. Unlike the ineffective frost blade, the cannon's bombardment caused the black mist to churn violently. The explosions ignited streaks of the mist, and Emotsong's agonized cries echoed from within. It had not anticipated that its vaunted ability would be countered so effectively by these mechanical constructs. Forced to evade the attacks, it swiftly reformed into a physical body. However, its form was now riddled with injuries. Even so, Emotsong immediately activated its regenerative abilities, and with the swirling of the black mist, its body was restored to its original state. "Did you really think this is the extent of my power?" Emotsong sneered coldly, clearly angered by its earlier setback. Strange symbols began to surface on its triangular head, and an ominous black light shot out from its eyes, connecting with the silver gaze of the Fation robot in some eerie manner. This was the true capability of the Rebirth clan to control beast hordes, a technique known as Black Mist Dominion. Any target with insufficient mental strength would have their mind corroded by the black mist, eventually falling under Emotsong's control. Sure enough, the Fation robot's movements began to slow, as though under some kind of influence. Jiang Ji, observing the data, was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a power to affect a purely mechanical entity. However, the Phaeton robot, sharing Jiangji's limitless intellectual attributes, was far from defenseless. Leveraging its innate connection to its master, it instantly initiated a mental power link. The dark energy wreaking havoc in its core was obliterated in mere moments. Reeling from the backlash, Song staggered backward, staring in disbelief at the metal hunk before it. In its moment of distraction, the Phaeton robot had already closed the distance, frostblade in hand, executing Qian Zhen's martial arts technique. Although Song managed to twist its body in time, it still suffered a deep slash, narrowly avoiding the loss of a piece of its triangular head. Tu Yulong, what are you waiting for? Song roared in frustration. Since the battle had begun, the Federation human had merely stood by, watching without any intention of intervening. Song, who had initially underestimated Xia City, now found itself panicked. It never imagined its opponent could actually injure it. This miscalculation stemmed from its habitual arrogance when commanding beast hordes. It had never considered Xia City a serious threat. If it had taken things seriously from the start, how could a mere 7th-tier energy barrier have withstood high-level beasts? Right on cue, Tu Yulong chuckled lightly, flames surging around him as a terrifyingly powerful fireball began to form in his palm. Unit 2, Unit 3. At the sight of this, Jiangji, who had been keeping a close eye on Tu Yulong, immediately issued commands to the other two Phaeton robots. The reason he hadn't ordered the robots to gang up on Song was precisely because he had been guarding against the deadly threat posed by Tu Yulong. If I'm not mistaken, your profession must be a mechanic, right? Tu Yulong's eyes glimmered with a hint of curiosity as he scrutinized Jiangji before him. His tone carried a trace of astonishment. Fascinating indeed. As far as I know, mechanics within the Federation are notoriously weak. Yet here, someone of your caliber has emerged. Before the words had fully landed, Tu Yulong flipped his palm, and a blazing fireball instantly materialized in his hand, hurtling toward Jiangji. The scorching heat surged forward, but the two Phaeton robots immediately assumed a defensive formation, positioning themselves in front of Jiangji. They quickly generated layer upon layer of protective shields, showcasing the immense defensive capabilities of their battle array system. The fireball tore through the first shield but dissipated completely upon colliding with the second. Jiangji acted decisively, issuing a command to the two Phaeton robots. One attack, one defend. The robots coordinated seamlessly, launching into a fierce confrontation with Tu Yulong. Watching from the sidelines, Yin Chuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. As a fire element practitioner, he was captivated by the advanced level of flame power displayed by Tu Yulong. When he noticed the two Phaeton robots gradually falling into a disadvantage, he immediately rallied his team to board the Annihilation Fighters and launched a series of disruptive attacks against Tu Yulong. Though his 7th-tier cultivation level made it impossible to directly engage in such a high-level battle, the Annihilation Fighters proved their worth. As the squadron of fighters ascended, they unleashed a barrage of cluster firepower. While these attacks couldn't inflict fatal damage on a 9th-tier powerhouse, they effectively hampered his movements. Sure enough, under the interference of the fighters, Tu Yulong's actions became increasingly restricted. The two Phaeton robots, previously at a disadvantage, began to regain their footing, and the battle reached a stalemate. At this point, all three 9th-tier powerhouses were locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, 70 standard 8th-tier robots formed a tight defensive formation around Jiangji. Combined, they could exhibit the strength of an entry-level 9th-tier force. However, Jiangji refrained from deploying this reserve force into the battle, keeping them as a last line of defense to safeguard against the possibility of the 9th-tier opponent losing control and attacking the lower-tier cultivators within the city. Thanks to Jiangji's efforts, Xia City now boasted a formidable lineup of 4 9th-tier combatants. Tu Yulong demonstrated the formidable prowess of a seasoned 9th-tier warrior. Surrounded by 2 towering Phaeton robots and harried by the relentless assault of dozens of Annihilation Fighters, he not only held his ground but also found opportunities to counterattack. One of the Phaeton robots had its steel frame melted into molten iron by his unrelenting flames. Though its core remained intact, allowing it to continue fighting for the time being, the damage was evident. In stark contrast, Song's situation was far more precarious. As a member of the regenerative race with a focus on support rather than direct combat, he was at a disadvantage. To make matters worse, Jiangji's abilities seemed to counter him entirely, leaving Song battered and severely wounded. The residents of Xia City watched the battle with bated breath. For many, this was their first time witnessing the scale of a 9th-tier clash, a spectacle that dwarfed the beast tides they had faced in the past. Had a 9th-tier opponent attacked in earlier years, Xia City might have been reduced to ruins. Its survival until now was owed in no small part to the ultimate weapons at their disposal. Jiangji stood to the side, observing the battlefield with a calm demeanor. As his understanding deepened, he began to realize that his previous perception of ninth-tier warriors as invincible beings was exaggerated. Today's battle revealed their vulnerabilities. They could be injured, and they could die. Dasha City had grown strong enough to challenge and even kill ninth-tier opponents. Just as Jiang Ji shifted his attention from Tu Yulong and Imo Song to the battle between Qian Zhan and the Stone Demon, a blinding flash of blade light streaked across the air. The massive body of the Stone Demon was sliced cleanly in half, its colossal form collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Qian Zhan hovered in midair, blade in hand, breathing heavily. Despite his exhaustion, he managed a confident smile toward Jiang Ji. Mission accomplished. It had taken Qian Zhan only 42 seconds to slay the more powerful 9th-tier Stone Demon, a feat even faster than his last 9th-tier kill. Jiang Ji looked at him with admiration. Senior, you've worked hard. After catching his breath, Qian Zhan turned his sharp gaze toward Emote Song. Emote Song. Without waiting for a response, he raised his blade and surged forward. Emote Song, witnessing Qian Zhan's swift and decisive defeat of the Stone Demon, felt a chill of fear. Struggling to fend off even the Phaeton robots, he knew that facing Qian Zhan as well would spell certain doom. Cursing under his breath, Emote Song cast a glance at Tu Yulong. As the guardian of Dahai City, Tu Yulong had failed to bring down 2 mid-tier 9th-level robots, seemingly content to deplete the forces of the otherworldly demons. Emote Song suspected Tu Yulong might even be secretly glad about the Stone Demon's death. Desperate to survive, Emote Song transformed into a cloud of black mist, attempting to flee. However, Qian Zhan's speed exceeded expectations, and his blade was already upon him. Just as Qian Zhan was about to avenge his fallen disciple, the skies above suddenly darkened. A thick, oppressive black fog enveloped the entire Daxia city, plunging it into darkness. The mist whisked Emote Song away to a distant location, and an overwhelming aura of destruction, far surpassing the 9th tier, began to spread. 10th tier? Tu Yulong involuntarily exclaimed, his expression shifting. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Ji recalled the Phaeton robots. The 3 units merged into a single, more powerful entity, its presence rivaling even that of Qian Zhan. The amalgamated robot generated a massive shield to protect Daxia City. Qian Zhan also withdrew, his blade at the ready, his gaze fixed on the ominous black fog above. He knew full well that his current strength was no match for a 10th-tier adversary. Emote Song, now reformed at a safe distance, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did you really think you could kill me so close to the endless forest? Impossible. He then bowed respectfully toward the sky. Revered one, Daxia City has grown beyond our control. I humbly request your intervention to annihilate them. However, a voice resonated directly within Emote Song's mind. No, the usage of the clan's treasure is already limited. We must remain vigilant against the Federation and cannot squander it here. This matter involves the death of a stone demon, not one of our own. The treasure is not worth wasting on this battle. Withdraw. Unwilling to accept this, Emote Song pleaded, Revered one. If we allow this to continue, our clan faces imminent destruction. Daxia City has far exceeded our grasp. I beg you to act. The heavens fell silent. A few moments later, the voice rang out again, each word resonating with power. If that's the case, then as you wish. Before the words had fully faded, an inky black mist descended from the heavens, condensing midair into a spear radiating an aura of destruction, aimed directly at Daxia City. Tu Yulong gazed at the spear, capable of obliterating all in its path, a flicker of emotion flashing through his eyes. In the next instant, his figure dissolved into flames, leaving only a distant voice echoing in his wake. Daxia City, if you survive this, I will await your arrival into High City. As the devastating strike loomed closer, Daxia City's defenses swiftly took shape. At the forefront, 3 towering Phaeton robots formed the first line of defense. Behind them, 78th tier warriors stood as the second robotic barrier. Jiang Ji commanded the Annihilation Fighter Squadron to retreat and switch to autopilot mode, positioning them as the third line of defense. Qian Zhan, gripping a long blade, stood solemnly at the 4th defensive position. Just as Jiang Ji prepared to pilot his mech into the fray, he was stopped by Wang Lao and the others. These 7th-tier warriors tightened their grips on their weapons and resolutely stepped forward, forming a new line of defense with their own bodies. Yin Chuan, usually full of jokes, now wore a calm, determined smile. We, the elders, are still here. How could we let you take the first step? More residents surged forward from the rear, regardless of age, all determined to stand as the final shield for their home. Watching this scene, Jiang Ji was overcome with a storm of emotions. Faced with the apocalyptic force bearing down on them, he began to doubt himself. Had his decision to go to war been too reckless? Was it arrogance to have Daxia City reveal its strength for the first time, only to face a 10th-tier powerhouse? At that moment, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling arrived, bringing with them a mass of white mist and skeletal warriors. They quickly found their place within the defensive lines. Jiang Ji's gaze swept over every face. What he saw was resolve, sorrow, fighting spirit, and unwavering determination, but not a trace of fear or blame. In that instant, he seemed to find his answer. Perhaps his decision hadn't been wrong after all. At the very moment Jiang Ji reaffirmed his unwavering resolve, his spirit became as unyielding as iron. In Desya City, we fight. We fight to the death. How could we ever regret it? He roared with a thunderous shout that echoed across the battlefield, leading the soldiers to confront the descending black mist spear together. Over 200,000 soldiers of Desya City shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, holding their ground even under the crushing aura of the 10th tier spear. Their faces were filled with a defiant determination to fight. The spear finally struck. An overwhelming force of destruction erupted as it pierced through the chest of the first line of defense-towering Phaeton robots. These colossal machines, which moments ago had held their own against 9th tier foes, couldn't withstand even a second of the spear's power. The battle formation collapsed instantly, with 30 robots scattering like debris. Several at the center were rendered inoperative, reduced to mere scrap metal. The spear's momentum remained unchecked as it tore through the first line of defense, heading directly for the second Phaeton robot. This second line, even weaker, barely slowed the spear's advance before their formation crumbled. Dozens of robots were flung like broken kites. The third line of defense consisted of Annihilation fighter jets. However, with only 8th tier defensive capabilities, these jets, no matter their numbers, were as fragile as paper against the spear. One after another, they were destroyed in an instant. Within mere moments, the spear had breached 3 lines of defense and was closing in on the 4th. Qianzhen stood firm, blade in hand, his martial energy surging wildly through his body. His expression was solemn to the extreme. As the spear approached, he finally unleashed his long-prepared demon-slaying blade, executing the martial skill draw blade slash in a desperate counterattack. He knew that defense was futile. The only chance lay in meeting attack with attack. The blade's light clashed with the spear, erupting in a deafening explosion. Sadly, the brilliant strike only managed to diminish the spear's power by a fraction before it was obliterated. The spear struck Qianzhen Heden, shattering his light combat mech instantly. He was sent flying dozens of meters, coughing blood before falling unconscious. The spear pressed forward, targeting a group of 7th tier soldiers. Jiang Ji couldn't bear to see them die in vain and resolutely piloted his mech to stand in its path. His 9th tier mech's defense might offer a slim chance of survival for the others. Jiang Ji, get out of the way. What are you trying to prove? The soldiers shouted in alarm, desperate to pull him back. But the spear gave no time for hesitation. It crashed into Jiang Ji's towering mech. Directly facing the power of the 10th tier, Jiang Ji finally understood the insurmountable gap between the tiers. The disparity between the 9th and 10th tiers was like heaven and earth. His mech's components scattered, and the entire machine was flung aside. Fortunately, the earlier defenses and Qianzhen's attack had significantly weakened the spear's power, reducing it to the 9th tier peak. This spared Jiang Ji's mech from complete destruction, allowing him to survive. At that moment, the White Mist skeleton army arrived, standing as a shield in front of the soldiers. Though these low-tier creatures were obliterated by the spear like dry leaves in a storm, their sheer numbers further drained the spear's energy, reducing its power to the mid-9th tier. It's our turn now, said Elder Wang, standing tall with his spear, his expression calm and resolute. Just then, Jiang Ji, who had been thrown aside, let out a low shout. The battered robots struggled to their feet, merging together to reform a slightly damaged Phaeton robot. Hold the line. Jiang Ji gave his final command. Understood, Master, came the response from Unit 1. Analyzing. Spear energy has fallen below the 9th tier. Assessing structural integrity unable to withstand 9th tier power. Detecting special energy. Developing resistance strategy. 30% probability of energy resonance. The next moment, the robot began chanting incantations, its body transforming into a mass of black mist, a secret regeneration technique it had stolen from the Imotong. The black mist surged forward, enveloping the spear and miraculously halting its advance. The two forces clashed, energies intertwining as the black mist scattered in all directions. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, Elder Wang and the others, who had prepared for certain death, were overjoyed. Jiang Ji, piloting his damaged mech, continued analyzing the two energies. When he confirmed that the spear's power was steadily declining, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. They had survived. They had stopped the fatal blow. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Ji noticed that the black mist shrouding the heavens had already dissipated, as if the enemy had never believed Desya City could withstand 10th tier power. When one of the black mist clusters vanished and the other reformed into the broken robot, the soldiers erupted into cheers. We survived. Desya City survived. The robots, too, could no longer maintain their combined form, collapsing one by one. For the first time since their creation, they experienced the exhaustion of total energy depletion. Jang nodded toward Unit 1 from afar, acknowledging its efforts. These intelligent, unique beings, sensing their master's approval, seemed to develop a faint, indescribable emotion of their own. 3 days later, the city of Daxia returned to its usual calm. The harrowing 9th-tier battle not only resulted in no casualties, but also brought significant gains. 2 9th-tier stone demons were successfully slain, and the robot army, repaired by Jiangji, was back in action. Even more promising, the robots, including Unit 1, had analyzed and mastered advanced 9th-tier abilities such as Tu Yulong's fireball technique and Song's mist transformation secret art. These high-level skills, combined with Qianzhan's martial prowess, elevated the combat potential of the robots to a new level. Qianzhan lay on a rocking chair, his body wrapped in bandages. As the most severely injured among the human combatants, he single-handedly slew 2 9th-tier stone demons and faced a spear imbued with the power of the 10th tier. Surviving was nothing short of a miracle. His wounds, which affected the very essence of a martial artist, were beyond the capabilities of ordinary healers or regenerative techniques. Yet, he was content to rest, using the opportunity to reflect on his battle insights. His martial arts realm had seen significant progress, and with 1 or 2 more similar opportunities, stepping into the 9th tier seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Jiangji was fully immersed in the production of fighter aircraft. Although the previous aircraft were destroyed by the spear, the abundance of recoverable mechanical materials and components resolved the issue of resource shortages. In just a few days, the number of aircraft had been restored to over 20. With the aid of newly acquired secret arts, the number of 8th-tier robots had also increased from 100 to 200. If a battle formation were deployed, Daxia City now possessed the equivalent of over 5 9th-tier combatants. Jiangji was planning to expand the mechanical factory to further boost mech production. Zhoming's apostles and Zhouling's skeleton army, though heavily damaged by the spear, were being rapidly rebuilt. Without the defensive line formed by these white mist creatures and the skeleton clan, Wang Lao, Yin Chuan, and others might not have survived. The emergence of 10th-tier power also extinguished Jiangji's pride from his recent ascension to the 7th tier. While he did not regret his previous decisions, he resolved to act with greater caution in the future. He now realized that even with 9th-tier combat strength, Daxia City's position on the continent remained precarious. Compared to the Federation, which boasted numerous 10th-tier powerhouses, and even the neighboring Regeneration clan, Daxia was at a disadvantage. Advancing to the 8th tier had become his top priority. 100 miles away, Song gazed solemnly in the direction of Daxia City. It was hard to believe that a group of humans, none of whom had truly reached the 9th tier, could survive the might of a 10th-tier clan treasure. This city, once merely a plaything for otherworldly demons, had grown into a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. In a single day, it had battled 4 9th-tier opponents and managed to kill 2 of Thema level of strength. Song could no longer easily challenge. Unless the clan treasure was used again, it would be difficult to deliver a fatal blow to Daxia City. However, the use of the clan treasure was limited, and the Regeneration clan still needed to guard against potential attacks from the Federation. It was impossible to expend all their resources on a single city. The previous usage had already been the limit, and the Treasure Guardian would not approve a second request. Feichin, deliver news of this battle to the Stone Demon clan. Do everything you can to incite their hatred toward Daxia City. Song ordered the demon beside him, Feichin. Since the clan treasure couldn't be used again, they would have to rely on external forces. The Stone Demon clan, much like the Regeneration clan, lacked true 10th-tier powerhouses but possessed a clan treasure. Losing 2 9th-tier members would undoubtedly provoke them into action. But with the battle between the feral beasts and Daxia City about to begin, would it be wise for me to leave now? Feichin hesitated. A trace of displeasure flickered across Song's face. He had originally promised to help Feichin seize the power of the Bloodfiend aura to assist his advancement to the 8th tier. Now, however, he was assigning him to deliver a message to a distant land. If Feichin missed this battle, his path to advancement would be indefinitely delayed. Song snorted coldly, his tone laced with discontent. His repeated failures in Daxia City had already diminished his prestige, and now even this junior dared to show resistance to his orders. This battle will not erupt within 10 days, Song said sternly. You are the holy son of our clan. Only your words can earn the trust of the Stone Demon clan. If it weren't for this, why would I send you? He paused, his tone turning sharper. Moreover, if we don't annihilate Daxia City soon, who knows what changes might occur in the future? Should they produce a 10th-tier powerhouse, we who have been at odds with them all this time will undoubtedly face grave danger. As the holy son of the Regeneration clan, do you lack the awareness to prioritize the welfare of your people? Seeing the hesitation on Feichin's face, Song's tone softened slightly. Of course, even if you don't return in time, I will personally seize a share of the Bloodfiend aura for your advancement. Hearing this assurance, Fachin quickly responded, "Understood, Ancestor." Meanwhile, within Disya City, Jiangji was fully engrossed in crafting various mechanical devices, completely oblivious to the impending crisis. After days of effort, the city's overall strength had been significantly enhanced. The time was drawing near for the execution of their previously devised plan: to leave the city and head toward Dahai City to establish contact with the so-called Federation. In truth, the ancient nation behind Disya City had been destroyed by the Federation, leaving an inherent enmity between the two. Even though the people of the Federation's eastern district were once part of the ancient nation, Disya City held no goodwill toward them. To make matters worse, Tu Yulong had once aided the alien demons in opposing Disya City. Therefore, as they prepared to depart, Jiang Ji and the others were ready for a potential confrontation with Dahai City. If Dahai City failed to provide them with what they desired, Jiang Ji wouldn't hesitate to retaliate with a bombardment to avenge Tu Yulong's betrayal. The team assigned to leave the city has been finalized, consisting of 5 members: Jiang Ji, Qianjun, Wang Lao, Qin and Zhouling Yanchuan, as the city lord, must remain behind to handle any potential emergencies within the city. The escort force is meticulously arranged. 10 Annihilation fighter jets piloted by robots form the rearguard, each equipped with large-scale destructive weapons like the Meteor cannon. Jiang Ji also mobilized 30 robots, with 10 of them, led by Unit 1, clad in mech armor and reaching the peak of Tier 8 in combat strength. When these 10 robots form a battle formation, their combined power rivals that of a mid-level Tier 9 combatant. The remaining 20 robots, though standard Tier 8, can achieve the strength of an entry-level Tier 9 when working together. Including Jiang Ji and Qianjun, who both possess Tier 9 defensive capabilities, the team effectively has 4 Tier 9 combatants. Wang Lao and Qin, as seasoned veterans from the old era, bring invaluable experience crucial to this mission. Zhouling's inclusion was a deliberate decision by Jiang Ji. This necromancer had demonstrated exceptional potential in a previous battle. Unlike Zhou Ming, who could gain experience by slaying white mist creatures, Zhouling requires alternative methods to enhance her powers. Jiang Ji plans to let her level up by confronting small-scale beasts during the journey. If she manages to summon undead beyond mere skeletons, especially the bone dragon she mentioned, it would significantly bolster the defenses of Dasha City. Watching the fighter jets disappear into the horizon, Yan Chuan and Lu Huai looked visibly forlorn. Despite citing the reason of guarding Dasha City, the excuse felt weak. 2 Tier 7 cultivators who couldn't even defeat the robots had little choice but to stay behind. Sharing a glance, they both saw the same helpless resignation in each other's eyes. Above the clouds, the formation of fighter jets roared forward. The lead jet, slightly larger than the others, was specially modified by Jiang Ji. It featured an additional seat and enhanced defenses, reaching Tier 9 levels. However, such modifications were prohibitively expensive, and Jiang Ji refrained from mass production. The same materials could be better utilized to create powered mechs. Only when he ascended to Tier 8 would he be able to truly mass-produce advanced versions of such large machinery as small-scale warships. On their way to Realm Mountain, Jiang Ji noticed something unusual from the high altitude. Beasts were gathering on the ground, surging from all directions toward Realm Mountain, forming a massive torrent. "Is this a beast tide?" Wang Lao exclaimed in surprise. "Not just that," Qianjun said, his expression grave. "The beasts gathering this time are far stronger than any that have ever attacked Dasha City. Tier 5 and 6 beasts are everywhere, and even Tier 7 ones are a common sight." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Ji's eyes. "If we can take down this beast tide, my advancement to the next tier will be guaranteed." Qin, however, offered a word of caution. "Don't rush. This beast tide is heading toward Dahai City. We can use this opportunity to observe the Federation's strength, then act at the right moment to trade for the resources we need, whether it's the power distribution map of the southern continent or intelligence on Starfield resources." Everyone chuckled. Wang Lao teased old Qin. "You sly fox, you're getting craftier by the day." "Humph." Qin snorted coldly. "If not for the fact that we are all descendants of the ancient nation, we wouldn't even bother with this courtesy. The people of the Federation were accomplices in the disintegration of our ancient country." "Exactly," Qianjun agreed. "Dahai City is no longer a city of the ancient nation. To us, it's an enemy, not an ally." Wang Lao gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Judging by its location, Dahai City should be what was once Linhai City. I wonder, 12 years on, will I still see any familiar faces from back then? The group gradually approached Boundary Mountain. Along the way, Jiang Ji deliberately slowed down the warplane, allowing Zhou Ling to practice her combat skills against small groups of ferocious beasts they encountered. This method of training proved highly effective. Zhou Ling's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she soon advanced to the 5th tier. Compared to Jiang Ji's own snail-paced progression back in the day, Zhou Ling's rapid improvement was astonishing, leaving Wang Lao and the others utterly speechless. After reaching the 5th tier, Zhou Ling underwent a qualitative transformation in her abilities. In addition to her original necromantic summoning skills, she also mastered several spells, officially becoming a necromancer. While these 4th and 5th tier spells were unimpressive in the eyes of Jiang Ji and the others, her newly acquired summoning abilities caught everyone's attention. Zhou Ling could now summon a wider range of undead creatures, 3rd tier skeleton kings, hellhounds, and ogres, 4th tier wraiths, and 5th tier headless horsemen. Among these, the wraiths and headless horsemen were the most notable. Although wraiths were only 4th tier, their incorporeal forms allowed them to infiltrate the bodies of 6th tier beasts and kill them from within. Only beasts of the 7th tier or higher, imbued with spiritual light, could pose a threat to them. The headless horsemen, on the other hand, could form a formidable cavalry unit, complementing Wang Lao's knight regiment and serving as a powerful force for battlefield charges. Jiang Ji paused for 2 hours, allowing Zhou Ling to summon a large number of undead to hunt nearby beasts and gain experience. These hunts were negligible compared to the massive beast tide and would not affect the group's overall plan. After accomplishing their first objective, the group continued their journey toward Boundary Mountain. Upon reaching Boundary Mountain, they discovered that a large number of ferocious beasts had completely surrounded the mountain. Since the warplane was not operating in stealth mode this time, it was quickly spotted by the mountain's defenders. A stern voice demanded, "Who dares spy on Boundary Mountain?" Jiang Ji, however, was unfazed. He landed the warplane without hesitation and coldly replied, "We are heading to Defy City. If you don't clear the way within 3 breaths, we will consider it a declaration of war." Before his words had fully settled, a formation of robotic warplanes emerged from the clouds, their cluster cannons primed and ready. The overwhelming show of force caused the face of the 8th tier middle-aged defender to pale, feeling an unprecedented sense of mortal danger. Amidst the tense standoff, a voice called out from below, "Are you comrades from Daxia City? Our commander has already issued orders. If you are visiting, you may proceed directly to Defy City." A figure appeared in front of the 8th tier man, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward the warplane. "Silence! Who are you calling comrades?" Before Jiang Ji could respond, Grandpa Qin interrupted with a sharp rebuke. Zhuo Fengmao frowned slightly, feeling affronted that a 9th tier powerhouse like himself was being chastised by an ordinary man. However, recalling Tu Yulong's instructions, he suppressed his anger and cupped his hands again. "We are all of the human race and were once citizens of the ancient nation. Is it not appropriate to call you comrades?" Grandpa Qin sneered without reservation. "And who are you to call yourself a citizen of the ancient nation? From what I know, haven't you long since thrown yourselves into the arms of the Federation?" These words caused a flicker of anger to cross Zhuo Fengmao's face. Were it not for his current disgraced status, he would have liked nothing more than to test the other side's strength. Standing atop the high ground, Zhuo Fengmao's eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure. As the 9th-ranked deputy guardian of Defy City, he had been sent by Tu Yulong to defend against the imminent beast tide. Yet, to his surprise, he was being questioned by an ordinary person at this critical moment. This was a blow to his pride. If word of this incident spread, how could he maintain his reputation in Defy City? "I am Zhuo Fengmao, the 9th-ranked deputy guardian of Defy City," he declared, deliberately emphasizing the words, 9th rank. He no longer identified himself as a member of the ancient kingdom. His spiritual sense had already assessed the opposing party's strength. 1 at the 8th rank, 2 at the 7th rank, 1 at the 5th rank, and 1 ordinary person. Such a group would normally be insignificant, but the information Tu Yulong had brought back made him wary. These people's true strength could not be judged by appearances alone. The fall of the ancient kingdom was an undeniable fact. He had only mentioned it in an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere. Now, they were people of the Eastern District of the Federation, a status far beyond that of the defunct ancient kingdom. "Since Tu Yulong has already given orders, why are you still in the way?" Qinde said in a deep voice. Zhou Ling glanced around at the scene below, then turned to Qinde, raising her hand slightly and whispering, "Grandpa Qin, aren't we being a bit too ostentatious?" "This isn't being ostentatious. It's showing strength," Jiang Ji replied with a smirk. Wang Lao immediately explained, "Tu Yulong previously collaborated with the aberrations to attack us, putting him in the wrong from the start. The more assertive we are, the more cautious they'll be. Showing weakness, on the other hand, would only invite contempt. While we may not rival the immense power of the Federation, we certainly don't need to give face to a mere Defy City." He continued his analysis. Defy City is about to face an unprecedented beast tide. If we stand by and watch like predators circling their prey, they'll be riddled with anxiety. The Federation may be powerful, but judging by their previous actions of using bait, even a city like Defy could be abandoned as a pawn. Its fall might trouble the Eastern District, but the other districts would likely celebrate, and the aberrations would only benefit from the chaos. This is, in essence, a game of strategy between the higher-ups. While Defy City may seem strong on the surface, it's already a candle flickering in the wind. Everyone present was sharp-minded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain an isolated city for so long. They had already agreed on their course of action before coming here. Oh, Zhouling nodded thoughtfully. Zhuo Fengmao suppressed his anger, gesturing for everyone to step back while making an inviting motion. However, Jiang Ji completely ignored him, piloting the fighter jets to sweep directly over the skies of Jie Mountain. 10 jets roared past, skimming above the station personnel, their turbulence kicking up clouds of dust. Zhuo Fengmao's expression darkened further. The audacity to not even disembark? Such blatant disrespect. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to swallow his fury and instructed his subordinates, maintain vigilance and prepare for any sudden attacks from the beasts. As the troops dispersed to continue their watch, a middle-aged man of the 8th tier approached and asked in a low voice, "Deputy Commander Zhua, what do you think the commander is planning? Allowing these people into Dahan City, without hesitation? Aren't we concerned about retaliation from the Western District? The Daxia City forces haven't dared to step out of their territory for years, and now they act so brazenly. What gives them such confidence?" Brazen? Zhuo Fengmao narrowed his eyes. In a single day, they killed 2 9th-tier demonic beasts, injured Emotsong, repelled the commander, and even withstood the might of a 10th tier. With power like that, who wouldn't act brazenly? He continued, allowing them into Dahan City is a calculated move to leverage their strength against the imminent beast tide. Reports indicate that this wave will include at least 10 9th-tier beasts. Even with reinforcements, we can't guarantee a complete defense. And with the demonic beasts lurking for an opportunity, we absolutely cannot afford to antagonize Daxia City right now. As for the Western District's reproach, he let out a cold laugh. The Eastern District is no longer what it used to be. The Western District might hope to see Dahan City fall, inciting further conflict between us and the beasts to weaken our strength and reclaim supremacy within the Federation. A clever scheme, indeed. However, he added meaningfully, if we successfully repel this beast tide, Daxia City, as an unstable factor, will need to be dealt with. This could also be the perfect opportunity to unify the southern continent under the Eastern District. What the Jie Mountain troops didn't know was that Jiang Ji and his team had no intention of heading straight to Dahan City. Instead, the jets landed a dozen miles away at a strategically advantageous position. There, they set up a defensive perimeter, cleverly deploying mechanical weapons like the Demonfall cannon and homing explosive missiles around the area. Unit 1, you'll remain here, Jiang Ji ordered. If we encounter danger in Dahan City, immediately eliminate the Jie Mountain garrison to prevent a pincer attack. Unless I summon you, stay hidden. Understood, Master. Unit 1 responded respectfully, leading 9 other robots into concealment. With the support of the mechanical weaponry, their combat power rivaled that of an entire battalion. Back on board, the jets quickly approached Dahan City, its silhouette coming into view. So it really is built on the ruins of Linhai City, Wang Lao remarked with a sigh. Transforming a city into a mere district, what a thorough erasure of the ancient kingdom by the Federation. As the jets neared 3 miles from the city gates, Jiang Ji sensed impending danger, and the central control system simultaneously issued an alert. We've been locked on by their ultimate weapon, Jiang Ji said calmly. Its energy output has reached 9th tier levels. Heh, who would have thought that a weapon once used to deter beasts would one day be aimed at us? Wang Lao chuckled lightly. Jiang Ji remained composed. Our fighter jet speed and counterlock systems are more than capable of handling this. While the ultimate weapon is powerful, its locking mechanism is relatively weak. I can break their lock at any time. Of course, with your strength, Senior, this weapon poses no real threat. Grandpa Qin spoke through the loudspeaker. Is this how Dahan City welcomes its guests? If you don't disengage the weapon lock within 3 breaths, it will be considered a declaration of war against Daxia City. Suddenly, hearty laughter echoed through the air. The figure of Tu Yulong appeared ahead. So you finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages. Please, come in. Dahan City has long been looking forward to your esteemed visit. Putting on a show, are we? Just a few days ago, you attacked Daxia City, and now you're playing the role of a gracious host. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Qin Dai sneered, his eyes flashing with mockery. Tu Yulong's expression remained steady, embodying the composure expected of a city governor. First, let me extend my apologies to everyone. What happened a few days ago was beyond my control. Bound by the Alliance Pact, I was compelled to assist the demonic beasts, or I would have faced severe consequences. He paused briefly, then continued, surely you all noticed. I didn't exert my full strength during the conflict. If Daxia City is willing to sign an alliance with us, such incidents can be avoided in the future. As allies, when you battle the demonic beasts again, we of Daxia City would no longer be constrained by the pact. Don't even think about it. Qin Dai snapped, his voice sharp with disdain. How could the people of the ancient nation ever sign an alliance with traitors of the Federation? He deliberately emphasized ancient nation, his tone dripping with contempt for those who had abandoned their homeland. For the first time, a flicker of anger crossed Tu Yulong's face. You've traveled far to get here. Must you be so relentlessly antagonistic? Governor 2, don't take offense, Wang Lao interjected, stepping in to diffuse the tension. My old friend here has a bit of a hot temper and speaks his mind without much filter. The two of them played their roles well, one red-faced with fury, the other calm and conciliatory, deftly maneuvering the negotiations dynamics. In that case, please come in. Tu Yulong quickly composed himself, as though the brief discord had never occurred. The group descended from their warplanes and followed Tu Yulong toward the gates of the high city. What lay beyond was a breathtaking sight. Bustling streets filled with people, streams of vehicles, and a vibrant atmosphere that mirrored the prosperity of the pre-apocalypse world. The citizens moved about with serene smiles, their faces radiating a calm contentment that sharply contrasted with the perpetual anxiety etched into the faces of Desya City's residents, who lived under constant threat. Qin Day couldn't help but stare, momentarily stunned. A mere 300 li apart, and yet the two cities were worlds apart. Desya City, after 12 grueling years of war, had seen its population dwindle from millions to just over 200,000, its people living in constant fear of the next beast tide. Meanwhile, the high city was a picture of peace and stability, its buildings intact, its streets exuding the air of a golden Aegea, stark contrast to the blood-stained, battle-scarred walls of Desya City. Guests, I assume these machines won't be necessary inside the city, will they? Tu Yulong's gaze lingered on the hovering warplanes, his tone laced with a hint of displeasure. Before Qin Day's fiery temper could flare, Qianzhen stepped in smoothly. Unlike the Federation, Desya City lacks the strength to ensure our safety without warplane escorts. Surely you understand our need for security? He feigned an innocent look of curiosity. Unless, of course, there's something waiting for us in Sidian ambush, perhaps? After all, you've allied with the demonic beasts, while we are their sworn enemies. Tu Yulong responded with a calm smile. You're quite the joker, my friend. I personally witnessed your strength when you took down 2 9th-tier stone demons. With abilities like yours, moving freely into High City should hardly be a concern. And as fellow humans, why would we ever aid the demonic beasts in setting a trap for you? That incident was a matter of necessity, not choice. Turning to his subordinates, he instructed, since our esteemed guests insist, allow the warplanes to enter the city. As they passed through the gates, Tu Yulong adopted the role of a guide, introducing the group to the city's various features. Meanwhile, Qianzhen discreetly approached Jiang Ji, using the internal communication system of his powered exoskeleton to transmit a warning. Jiang Ji, stay alert. I've detected at least 5 9th-tier powerhouses nearby. Jiang Ji gave a subtle nod. What's their strength? Most appear to be standard 9th tier. The strongest among them is still Tu Yulong, the governor himself, Qianzhen replied. Jiang Ji's mind raced as he processed this information. These 9th-tier combatants were likely the Federation's reinforcements, sent to aid in repelling the beast tide. This aligned with his earlier speculation the Federation's leadership was clearly embroiled in internal power struggles. Otherwise, in the face of the impending beast tide, they wouldn't have sent only a handful of ordinary 9th-tier fighters as their response. He secretly communicated with Qianzhen while outwardly pretending to be drawn in by the lively atmosphere, pulling Zhou Ling along to observe the surroundings. The arrival of their group attracted curious gazes from the residents of the great sea city. Guardian 2, Wang Lao spoke up. From what I know, this place was once the location of Linhai City. Is the former city lord, Baiyu, still around? As the former city lord of Desya City, Wang Lao had some connection with Baiyu, and he couldn't help but inquire about his old friend's well-being. Tu Yulong's expression flickered subtly before he feigned a moment of contemplation and replied in a somber tone, I didn't expect you to know City Lord Bai. Alas, he fell in battle while resisting the fierce beasts. If not for his sacrifice, this position of guardian would never have fallen to me. Baiyu is dead? Wang Lao was shocked by the news, his expression soon turning sorrowful. The thought that an old friend had already passed away brought a wave of melancholy, making him reflect on the unpredictability of life. While the two conversed, Qianzhen carefully observed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized that Great Sea City was an entirely militarized settlement, with no ordinary citizens in sight. The streets were predominantly filled with awakened individuals, while martial artists were relatively rare. These awakened ones were impressively strong, with an average power level of the 4th or 5th tier. The closer they moved toward the city center, the denser the concentration of powerful figures became. Every critical building was guarded by at least 7th tier awakened individuals, and near the Guardian's Manor, the presence of multiple 8th tier experts could be sensed. Incredible. The number of powerful individuals in Great Sea City alone far surpasses that of our Desya City, Qianzhen marveled to himself. Jiang Ji, who had already advanced to the 7th tier, utilized his mech's data analysis to gather additional insights about Great Sea City. It's undeniably stronger than Desya City was in the past. However, this might just be a facade. If this is all the strength they have, There's no way they could survive a beast tide. After a brief pause, he added, I suspect either their reinforcements have yet to arrive, or Great Sea City has already been abandoned as a sacrificial pawn. What puzzled them even more was the demeanor of the city's residents. Despite the looming threat of war, they showed no signs of tension or awareness of the gathering beasts. They continued to live their lives peacefully, their smiles appearing entirely genuine, devoid of any pretense. The Federation's plan left Jin utterly shocked. He carefully pondered Jiang Ji's words, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. As Jiang Ji had pointed out, the ordinary citizens of Dahua City were completely unaware of the impending war, and they might not have even heard about the incident where a federal genius was surrounded and killed by ferocious beasts. The unusual situation at the Boundary Mountain raised even more questions. Knowing that the beasts were gathering, why would they only dispatch Wufeng Mao, a single ninth-tier powerhouse, to guard it? The troop size of merely 1,000 soldiers remained unchanged. How could such a small force possibly fend off a large-scale beast invasion? If a beast tide were to strike, they might not even hold out for 10 minutes without a solid defensive line. Should the beasts cross the Boundary Mountain and surround Dahua City, the unprepared citizens would undoubtedly face a catastrophic disaster. Jiang Ji analyzed with a grave expression, we've underestimated the eastern district of the Federation. If our assumptions are correct, after the fall of Dahua City, unstable factors like our Dahua City will also face a crisis. The eastern district of the Federation will never tolerate remnants of ancient nations within their sphere of influence. When the time comes, a 10th-tier powerhouse will surely take action. Qianjin pointed out another critical issue. If their goal is to unify the southern continent, what about the Endless Forest? With the alliance treaty in place, the Eastern District can't actively attack the demonic beings, can they? Do you recall the agreement for temporarily nullifying the treaty? Jiang Ji replied. If they were able to offer such terms to the demonic beings, they surely have ways to circumvent the treaty. Unifying the southern continent doesn't necessarily mean wiping out every faction. Driving them out or renegotiating the treaty are both possible strategies. For instance, they could collaborate with the Rebirth clan to redistribute resources. Then why is Tu Yulong so welcoming toward us? Qianjin asked in confusion. If Dahua City is truly a sacrificial pawn, they shouldn't need our assistance. Wouldn't it be easier to just let it fend for itself? Jiang Ji glanced at Tu Yulong, who was leading the way ahead. At that moment, Tu Yulong turned back to look at them, a faint, ambiguous smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This sight made Jiang Ji's heart sink. The Federation was not only scheming against outsiders, but also plotting against its own people. Their ruthless tactics were chilling. It was clear that Dahua City was also part of this grand chess game. The only variable that might have caught the Federation off guard was Dahua City's significant surge in strength. Otherwise, Dahua City would likely have been wiped out in the aftermath of the beast tide. If these speculations were true, Jiang Ji knew he must accelerate his plans to advance to the 8th tier. In its current state, Dahua City was incapable of defending itself against the Federation's forces. Only by reaching the 8th tier and building a warship could Jiang Ji hope to resist a 10th tier powerhouse. As their conversation continued, the group arrived at the governor's office in Dahua City. Within this critical hub of the city, Tu Yulong retrieved an old booklet from a hidden compartment and handed it to them. This is a record of major events following the world's transformation 12 years ago. The sections involving ancient nations were supposed to have been destroyed, but we managed to secretly preserve some of it. Since Dahua City borders the Endless Forest and has been cut off from the outside world for years, these records might help you uncover the truth of what happened back then. Elder Wang accepted the booklet, his eyes flashing with surprise. This was precisely the primary objective of their visit: uncover the history of the ancient nations and the true nature of the current Federation. The information within the booklet was far more comprehensive than anything they had obtained from the puppets, detailing which cities had fallen, which had endured, and the relief efforts the ancient nations had undertaken to aid various regions after regaining their strength. The sudden aggression from the Western forces drastically altered the situation. They proposed dissolving the governments of various nations and establishing a federation. This coincided with an unprecedented calamity in the ancient Nat Iona group of sudden and powerful Tier 10 warriors launched a brutal massacre, causing the collapse of this once great country. Under the pressure of survival, the remaining survivors sought refuge in the Federation, becoming a stateless people. Rescue operations that had been underway were also forced to cease. As time passed, these displaced individuals gradually regained some influence, but they had long lost the spirit and dignity of their homeland. Instead of striving to restore their nation, they became even more ruthless and self-serving than the Federation itself. They frequently engaged in despicable acts, using their own people as bait to pursue personal gain, a complete betrayal of the values of integrity and righteousness once upheld by the ancient nation. When Grandpa Qin read this part of history, his expression froze. Moments later, a bitter smile crept across his face. It turned out that the ancient nation had not abandoned Dahua City, it had perished on its own. unable to extend aid in time. This mighty city had become an isolated island in the vast expanse, fighting alone to this day. As for those who sought refuge in the eastern district of the Federation, Grandpa Qin no longer considered them his compatriots. Particularly when they repurposed war memorials into entertainment venues, it was beyond disgraceful. In Grandpa Qin's eyes, it was the warriors who had sacrificed their lives for the nation and the brave men still holding their ground in Daxia City who truly carried on the spirit of the ancient nation. When Grandpa Qin discovered that Daxia City had been reduced to a bargaining chip in a treaty between the Federation and the Demonic Alliance, his fury was uncontrollable. After rebuilding Dahai City, the Federation tried to annex Daxia City into its territory but was thwarted by the Rebirth clan. Ultimately, the Federation, in exchange for resources, handed over this great city of millions like a piece of merchandise to the Rebirth clan of the Endless Forest, confining its sphere of influence to Dahai City. This record ignited the anger of everyone present. They could not accept that a city brimming with life had been treated as a mere commodity in a transaction. The people of Daxia City had long given up hope of receiving aid from the Federation, yet the Federation's despicable act of treating the city as a mere bargaining chip ignited a fury among the masses. This grievance would undoubtedly be added to the Federation's ever-growing ledger of debts. Tu Yulong feigned sorrow, claiming that years ago, the Eastern District had wanted to rescue Daxia City but had been thwarted by the Western District. With a pretense of sincerity, he said, "All these years, our Dahai City has been watching over you closely. Were it not for the Federation's orders, we would have come to your aid long ago. We share the same ancient heritage, and seeing your city suffer such calamity pains us deeply." The crowd watched his hypocritical performance with disgust. If they hadn't personally uncovered the truth through the radio broadcasts and the puppetry at play, they might have been deceived by his words. But now, to them, the Eastern and Western districts were indistinguishable. Both were nothing more than puppets of the Federation, cloaked in falsehoods. As the group continued to sift through the ancient records, they gradually pieced together the events that unfolded after the fall of the ancient nation. However, after learning of their homeland's tragic fate, the rest of the accounts held little allure. The texts chronicled various events in detail, yet conspicuously omitted any mention of the Federation's true strength. This came as no surprise after all. Dahai City, being under the Federation's jurisdiction, would hardly reveal such critical information. What is this Taiping army mentioned here? Qian Zhan asked curiously, noting a reference in the records. The text described the Taiping army as a rebellious force within the Federation, known for hunting down powerful figures from various districts. At one point, they even seized control of a city before ultimately being crushed by the Federation. The Taiping army? Just a bunch of remnants from the old nations, Tu Yulong scoffed dismissively. They were dissatisfied with the Federation's dissolution of their governments, so they secretly formed the Taiping army to oppose it. But now, they've been all but eradicated, with only a few stragglers left hardly a threat. Remnants of the old nations? Qianzhan exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Lao. Wang Lao probed cautiously, among them. Were there any from our ancient nation? Tu Yulong scanned the group with a measured gaze before replying slowly, "Of course, there were. So, after your Eastern District joined the Federation, you turned against people from your own heritage?" Qin Dai glared at him with fury. "The Federation's orders are absolute. Who would dare defy them?" Tu Yulong replied nonchalantly. "Besides, all districts participated in the suppression of the Taiping army. They caused chaos everywhere under their banner and became a threat to public safety. Eliminating them was for the sake of the new regime and everyone's well-being." Hypocritical justification. The same thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously. A glimmer of realization flickered in Qianzhan, and Wang Lao's eyes. There were still survivors from other ancient nations out there. As for the claim that the Taiping army stirred up trouble, they were far from convinced. For those whose nations had been destroyed, seeking to restore their homeland was only natural. The Taiping army's defiance of the Federation and their quest for vengeance bore a striking resemblance to Daxia City's plight. If Daxia City had the strength, they too would rise in rebellion rather than engage in this charade with their oppressors. After reading through the records, Wang Lao closed the book and asked, "Governor Tu, you've shared all this information so freely. What exactly are you after?" "Haha, you jest, Brother Wang," Tu Yulong laughed. "There's no hidden agenda here, just an attempt to spark a fruitful exchange." He then revealed the truth. Countless ferocious beasts were gathering outside Dahai City, heralding an unprecedented beast tide. He openly admitted the Federation's failure in the trials and the decisions made by its leadership, acknowledging that the demonic forces would not provide assistance and that the Federation's reinforcements would be scarce. He hoped to enlist Daxia City's help in facing the crisis. "From what I've heard, it seems your people in Dahai City aren't even aware of the impending beast tide?" Qianzhan suddenly questioned. "To be honest, I had planned to mobilize the entire city today, but your arrival delayed those efforts," Tu Yulong explained. Qianzhan narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced by the explanation but choosing not to expose the lie outright. Elder Wang fixed his gaze on Tu Yulong, his tone tinged with disdain. Let's assume you're telling the truth. But surely, your High City isn't thinking of using a mere incident record as a bargaining chip to gain our assistance, is it? Tu Yulong quickly forced a smile. Of course not. This is merely an opener. If you are willing to help, the resources of the High City are yours for the taking. Such as? Elder Wang pressed, his expression unyielding. We know next to nothing about what the Federation possesses. Tu Yulong immediately began listing. We have potions that can elevate one directly to the 6th tier, treasures that grant temporary bursts of immense strength at that level, and items that assist in fulfilling the conditions for advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier. We also have tamed 7th tier beasts, advanced technological weapons, forbidden arcane techniques, and even triggers for self-awakening. But these words only left Elder Wang and the others unimpressed. With Jiangji overseeing Disya City, these so-called treasures were hardly worth mentioning. And what kind of assistance does Governor Tu hope to gain with these offerings? Elder Wang asked, without outright rejecting him. Tu Yulong hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying, I hope your city can deploy 3 9th-tier combatants in this battle. The moment these words left his mouth, Elder Wang wasn't the only one to laugh. Old Qin couldn't help but chuckle as well. Qianjin sneered, you're offering us trash in exchange for 9th-tier combatants? Do you take us into Xia City for naive country bumpkins? Tu Yulong hurriedly bowed in apology. Brother Qian, you misunderstand. If the terms seem inadequate, we can renegotiate. It's my fault for underestimating all of you, and I sincerely apologize. He clasped his hands in a gesture of remorse before continuing. If 9th-tier combatants are too much to ask, perhaps your city could instead handle 30 of the beasts in the tide? With your expertise, that should be a more feasible alternative. Elder Wang shook his head. From my observation, this beast tide is unprecedented in scale. Even 30 would rival the difficulty of any full-scale battle we've faced before. Defending against that portion would be no easier than deploying 3 9th-tier combatants. Then what does Governor Tu propose to offer in exchange? Elder Wang's tone remained calm. After all, Disya City was already prepared to face the beast tide. If they could leverage this situation to secure additional resources, so much the better. If my previous offers don't meet your expectations, then why don't you tell me what you want? Tu Yulong suggested. Elder Wang glanced at Jiangji, who gave a subtle nod. Taking the cue, Elder Wang stated, we want star resources. Star resources? Tu Yulong was visibly stunned. You even know about star resources? Governor Tu only needs to answer whether you're willing to trade for them, Elder Wang replied evenly. Tu Yulong fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with the decision. After a long pause, he finally relented. For the sake of the High City, I agree. He retrieved an item that shimmered with starlight. This is a starstone, a form of star resource. The moment Elder Wang and Zhou Ling laid eyes on the item, an intense, almost instinctual desire surged within them. It was as though the starstone held an unparalleled allure for awakened individuals. Brother Wang, you mean to tell me you don't know the purpose of a starstone? Then how did you learn about star resources? Tu Yulong asked, his curiosity piqued. That's not something you need to concern yourself with, Elder Wang said, his tone indifferent. Tu Yulong then elaborated. Starstones originate from beyond Blue Star. They are remnants of life-bearing planets that have been destroyed. A complete starstone can directly elevate an awakened individual to the 9th tier. This revelation left everyone present in shock. A single stone that could rival the lifetime efforts of an awakened individual? Tu Yulong continued. It is thanks to these starstones that the Federation has been able to cultivate so many powerful individuals. However, they are incredibly rare. We only discovered how to locate them through an alliance with the alien demons. Why don't the alien demons search for them themselves? Elder Wang inquired. Most alien demons have lost the ability to traverse the stars, except for a few clans that still possess 10th tier strength. They rely on ancestral artifacts to survive. In order to continue existing, they trade information about starstones in exchange for the Federation's protection. And this starstone is your bargaining chip? Elder Wang asked. This one is a damaged starstone, Tu Yulong clarified. A complete starstone provides 10 million experience points, but this one only offers 5 million, enough to reach the 8th tier, but no higher. Upon hearing this, Jiangji immediately lost interest. For someone like him, such an amount of experience was negligible, far less valuable than hunting beasts. However, for ordinary awakened individuals, it was indeed a shortcut to the 8th tier. So, judging from this young man's reaction, could it be that even a starstone fails to catch your eye? Tu Yulong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He spoke slowly, explaining that within the Federation, starstones were treasures coveted by countless geniuses, capable of propelling someone to unimaginable heights. Observing the young man before him, who had already reached the 7th tier at such a young age, Tu couldn't help but sigh. Even though this one is damaged, It's still enough to elevate you to the 8th tier instantly. Jiang Ji shook his head lightly, denying without revealing much emotion. You misunderstand, Warden. I don't mean it that way. Then, he discreetly transmitted a message to Qianzhen. Senior, does the Starstone hold any value for you? Qianzhen replied, probably not. I don't feel any attraction to it. It seems the Starstone, as they mentioned, is only effective for awakened individuals. The two of them were left somewhat disappointed by this so-called stellar resource. While it was useless to them, it could prove to be a rare opportunity for individuals like Elder Wang and Yan Chuan. Its value indeed exceeded the terms Tu Yulong had previously proposed. Damaged Starstone doesn't quite meet our expectations, Elder Wang said, shaking his head again. Tu Yulong forced a bitter smile. Brother Wang, the rarity of Starstones is beyond your imagination. Even I wouldn't dare to dream of owning a complete one. This damaged piece was a reward I earned after making significant contributions to the Federation. After a round of negotiations, they finally reached an agreement, a damaged Starstone, along with the previously promised resources, in exchange for Disya City's assistance. Tu Yulong insisted on paying a deposit first, with the remaining resources to be delivered after High City successfully repelled the beast tide. Elder Wang, however, demanded that the Starstone be handed over up front to prevent any chance of reneging on the deal. Once the agreement was finalized, the group boarded a warplane to return to Disya City. Standing outside the warden's residence, Tu Yulong watched their departing figures, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. His deputy soon approached, asking if it was truly worth trading a Starstone for their involvement. Heh, Tu Yulong said in a low voice, forget a damaged Starstone, even a pristine one would be worth it, if it means drawing out the Taiping army hidden in the Eastern District. He then ordered the dissemination of news about Disya City in the Eastern District, labeling it as remnants of the ancient kingdom, and laid the groundwork for a carefully crafted trap. Meanwhile, aboard the returning warplane, Elder Wang toyed with the Starstone in his hand and asked Jiang Ji for his opinion on Tu Yulong. Jiang Ji pondered for a moment before commenting that Tu Yulong was deeply shrewd, his words a mix of truth and deception, though the efficacy of the Starstone seemed genuine. Ultimately, they all agreed that this war was bound to have hidden dangers. Jiang Ji proposed his own plan. Instead of waiting for the Hedon confrontation in 10 days, they would act 3 days earlier, striking as the beast tide began to gather. He intended to seize this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough and prepare for the earth-shaking events that were sure to follow. Once we build the warship, we can preemptively eliminate the endless forest and remove the threat posed by the alien demons. Jiang Ji's eyes gleamed with determination. A warship, can it really possess the power of a Tier 10 entity? Elder Wang asked gravely, the memory of the spear he'd encountered leaving an indelible mark on his mind. Jiang Ji nodded firmly. While an 8th tier small-scale warship isn't the ultimate form, if we can upgrade its power to Tier 10, it will be enough to address the current threats. According to Tu Yulong's intelligence, the Regeneration clan likely doesn't have a true Tier 10 being at present. That spear we faced earlier was merely a clan treasure with limited uses. Compared to such finite artifacts, the warship's offensive systems can continuously deliver Tier 10 level damage. More importantly, it comes equipped with advanced defensive systems, capable of switching into defensive modes to protect the entire Great Xia City and withstand Tier 10 level attacks. With a warship, Great Xia City will finally have the means to truly defend itself. After hearing this explanation, Elder Wang handed the Starstone in his possession to Jiang Ji. If that's the case, then you should absorb this Starstone. Among everyone in the city, you need it the most. To Elder Wang's surprise, Jiang Ji shook his head and declined. This won't help me much. Unless I have dozens of complete Starstones, a single damaged one won't provide enough experience for me to ascend. Ah, that's right, Elder Wang chuckled. I almost forgot that your conditions for advancement are different from those of ordinary awakeners. If they weren't, you wouldn't be as strong as you are now. Energy conservation, after all, is a universal truth. So, in your opinion, who should absorb this Starstone? Jiang Ji fell silent, deep in thought. Both Elder Wang and Yin Chuan, along with others, had made immense contributions to Great Xia City. By all rights, they deserved the chance to ascend to Tier 8. Yet, the person Jiang Ji had in mind was someone else entirely. Jiang Ji, just share your thoughts. Don't worry about me, Elder Wang said gently, sensing his hesitation. As long as it benefits Great Xia City, it doesn't matter who gets the Starstone. The decision is yours. Are you thinking of giving the Starstone to Zhouling? An 8th tier necromancer could summon a host of powerful undead creatures, Elder Wang asked, testing the waters. No, I can't take it. Zhouling shook her head vehemently. I'm already progressing quickly enough. Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Qin, Grandpa Qian, and Brother Jiang Jio all need it more than I do. Her thoughtful response only deepened the group's affection for the young girl. Finally, Jiang Ji spoke. Actually, I want to give the Starstone to Zhou Ming. Oh? Explain your reasoning, Elder Wang said, intrigued. Zhou Ming's uniqueness lies not in the offensive capabilities of his army, but in that mysterious world he commands. Right now, he's only at Tier 3, yet his domain is already producing Tier 5 mechanical materials. I suspect that if he advances to Tier 8 and his domain expands, it could yield even higher tier materials. Jiang Ji elaborated further. Although Great Xia City has expanded by 100 miles and reclaimed many resource points, high-tier materials remain incredibly scarce. By my calculations, even if I ascend to Tier 8, the current supply of materials is only enough to construct a single small-scale warship. But if Zhou Ming's White Fog world can generate more Tier 8 materials, we can overcome this limitation and build additional warships. Each warship is equivalent to a Tier 10 powerhouse, and the more we have, the stronger Great Xia City's foundation becomes. So, you've already thought this through? Elder Wang said without hesitation, agreeing to the plan. Let's do as you suggest. To him, it was far better to support a proposal that could bring greater benefits to Great Xia City than to use the Starstone himself. As an ordinary awakener, even if he advanced, his combat prowess would remain limited. Unlike a martial artist like Qian Zhan, his potential was constrained by his talent, and even with powered exoskeletons, he couldn't reach Tier 9 strength. A 10-year-old at Tier 8 that would certainly be remarkable, Qianjun said with a grin, fully endorsing Jiang Ji's decision. Seeing that Elder Wang wasn't displeased with his allocation plan, Jiang Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The people of Great Xia City were open-minded and free of petty rivalries. If this were the Federation, the moment a Starstone appeared, it would have been seized and divided up, and Zhou Ming likely wouldn't even hear about it, let alone have the chance to receive it. As Qian Zhan had said, a 10-year-old Tier 8 powerhouse would indeed be a sight to behold. Jiang Ji couldn't help but look forward to that outcome. Zhou Ming's awakened talent exhibited astonishing potential. Within just a few days, he surpassed Jiang Ji, a skilled mechanic, in rank. This remarkable turn of events was truly awe-inspiring. The aircraft landed steadily in Daxia City, where Yin Xuan and the others eagerly rushed forward, anxious to hear about the journey's discoveries. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang and Grandpa Qin chose to stay behind and reveal to the group that Daxia City had not been abandoned by the ancient nation. This significant revelation was something everyone deserved to know. Though the inability to fully return to their homeland left many feeling regretful, the uncertain situation on the other side, coupled with the impossibility of Tu Yulong betraying the Federation by leaking information, led Jiang Ji to make a swift decision to cancel the plan to cross the ocean and venture deeper into the Federation's territory. This decision unknowingly averted a potential disaster, though none of them realized it at the time. Jiang Ji, Qianzhen, and another companion brought the Starstone directly to the mechanical factory. Zhou Ming, who was about to enter the White Mist world, sensed their arrival and immediately stopped what he was doing to greet them. Jiang Ji handed the Starstone to Zhou Ming and briefly explained the journey. Initially hesitant to accept, Zhou Ming eventually agreed after learning that it would enable him to better assist Jiang Ji. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Zhou Ming gently pressed the Starstone to his forehead. In an instant, specks of starlight emanated from it, flowing into Zhou Ming's body like a stream. Wow, the experience points are increasing so fast. Zhou Ming, being young, couldn't contain his excitement. Even Jiang Ji, witnessing the mystical properties of the Starstone for the first time, paused to observe in amazement. Under the protection of Jiang Ji and Qianzhen, Zhou Ming's rank began to rise at an incredible pace. From the 4th rank to the 5th, then to the 6th, he ascended several levels within just a few hours. Unlike martial artists, awakened individuals experience no instability in their energy during such rapid advancements. Even leaping directly from the 1st rank to the 9th would not result in a shallow or unstable rank. When the Starstone finally lost all its luster and crumbled into fragments, Zhou Ming had successfully reached the 8th rank. The title of a 10-year-old Tier 8 expert initially left Qianzhen stunned as he scrutinized Zhou Ming. Then he shook his head with a faint smile. "Doesn't seem like there's much of a difference," he remarked. Though his tone was calm, the sight of a boy his equal in rank, but only 10 years old, stirred complex emotions within him. This is merely the effect of a single fragment of a Starstone, Jiang Ji noted with a sigh. Imagine the true prodigies of the Federation. With access to such resources, likely their advancement would be even more astonishing. Who knows? There might even be 9-year-olds who've reached Tier 9. Qianzhen, however, disagreed. Even if they've mastered some of the conditions for self-awakening, there won't be many who awaken at Zhou Ming's age. In Daxia City, over the past 12 years, only 2 individuals with such a talent have emerged. That's true, Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. Still, from the effects of this Starstone, we can confirm that the so-called geniuses from the trial are far from being the Federation's true elites. With the help of Starstones, the number of Tier 9s they've accumulated is probably beyond what we can imagine. It's about time Daxia City begins preparing to explore the stars. At that moment, Zhou Ming, who had just completed his advancement, finally regained consciousness. "Brother Jiang, I feel incredibly powerful now," he exclaimed. That's just an illusion from advancing too quickly. Qianzhen, speaking from experience, warned him. Young Zhou, head into the white mist world first and take a look. The true strength of your profession doesn't come from yourself, but from the white mist world and its creatures. Zhou nodded and entered the white mist world as instructed. Jiang Ji sent robots to accompany him, both to guard against unforeseen changes and to collect data. However, within just a few seconds, Zhou reappeared. What happened? Why are you back so soon? Jiang Ji asked anxiously, concerned that Zhou might have been rejected by the white mist world after reaching Tier 8. Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not it. I think I've discovered that I can bring others through with me. This revelation made Jiang Ji's eyes light up. Really? Try taking me with you. He had always regretted being unable to personally visit the white mist world, and Zhou newfound ability brought unexpected hope. Qianzhen also suggested giving it a try. Zhou attempted with all his might, but his face turned red as he struggled in vain to bring Qianzhen along. I'm sorry, Grandpa Qian. You're too powerful for me to manage. Then I'll step aside and let you try with someone else, Qianzhen said with a wry smile. Who would have thought that being too strong could be a drawback? This time, Zhou succeeded, vanishing along with Jiang Ji and the robots. Only then did Qianzhen realize that Zhou could only transport beings weaker than himself. As a fellow Tier 8, Qianzhen was naturally beyond Zhou capacity to carry. In the white mist world, Jiang Ji opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Although he had previously seen this realm through the visuals transmitted by robots, experiencing it firsthand was a completely different sensation. Huh, all the white mist is gone. Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Back when he was at Tier 3, he could still see wisps of white mist in the distance, but now it had completely vanished. Perhaps the range of your territory has expanded beyond what's visible, Jiang Ji speculated, directing the robots to spread out and investigate. The world felt astonishingly real to him, as though it truly existed in some unknown dimension. Zhou summoned his white mist creatures and sent them to explore the borders of his territory. Over the past few days, with the help of mechanical weaponry, he had developed a considerable number of apostles. The white mist creatures seemed endless, and those that had fallen under the assault of a Tier 10 spear were quickly replenished. The data gathered by the robots delighted Jiang Ji. Zhou advancement to Tier 8 had indeed brought about significant changes. His territory now contained an abundance of high-tier materials, solving many of their resource challenges for further advancement. Even more exciting, the size of the territory had expanded to over 10 times that of Defy City. Xiao Ming, can you sense how many people you'd be able to bring here at most? Jiang Ji asked eagerly. If Zhou could bring a sufficient number of people, this place could become the ideal refuge for Defy City. As long as Zhou was alive, they could escape the threats posed by the Federation and the alien demons. I haven't tried this before, Zhou said hesitantly, his brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Ji, with a calm demeanor and a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips, replied, No worries, let's give it a shot first. With that, he took the lead and stepped outside. To him, if this endeavor succeeded, it would mark a significant milestone in the development of Defy City. The two traversed worlds and returned to reality. Qianzhen, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed forward as soon as their figures materialized. Xiaoji, how did it go? Did you find any Tier 8 materials inside? Yes, Jiang Ji nodded. But the materials can wait for now. I've discovered something even more intriguing. He proceeded to explain his hypothesis in detail. Qianzhen's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Something like this exists? This revelation meant that Defy City might not even need to wait for Jiang Ji to complete the warship before neutralizing external threats. Under Qianzhen's coordination, Yan Chuan quickly gathered a team to begin experiments. Through Zhou repeated trials, Jiang Ji gradually unraveled the specific rules of this ability. As long as someone's strength was below Zhou he could bring any number of people into the white mist world. These individuals would remain undetectable to any beings within the world, and within Zhou domain, they were completely safe. Wild white mist creatures could not breach the area. However, they discovered a limitation when Zhou returned to reality. These people would be forcibly brought back as well, making it impossible for them to stay in the white mist world long term. Yet, through continuous exploration, Jiang Ji uncovered a breakthrough. Zhou could allow his white mist creatures to merge with the people of Defy City, enabling them to be recognized by the white mist world as natives. This meant they could remain in the white mist world even if Zhou left. This discovery thrilled everyone. With enough white mist creatures, all residents of Defy City could be evacuated to the white mist world in times of danger. Jiang Ji had never anticipated that the starstones he allocated for obtaining high-tier materials would yield such an incredible return. Now, even before the warship was built, Defy City had gained a formidable safety net. The white mist world had become the city's second territory, and Zhou had risen to become the second strategic level figure after Jiang Ji. As long as Zhou was present, the safety of Defy City's residents was fundamentally secured. This shift allowed Jiangji to finally unleash his full potential as a mechanic. Previously, as he grew stronger, the city's ordinary residents had become less effective in high-level battles and often a liability. Many battles had already been taken over by machines, and Jiangji, along with Qianzhan and others, had to constantly worry about the city's safety, forcing them to hold back. Now, with Zhou Ming's white mist world as a safeguard, the lingering fears of imminent threats were entirely dispelled. A mechanic unburdened by concerns could finally reveal his most powerful form. In front of the city gates, a formidable steel tide was assembling. Jiang Ji and Qian Zhan stood firmly at the forefront, backed by a meticulously organized robotic army numbering in the tens of thousands. Various mechanical weapons glinted with a metallic sheen under the control of lower-tier robots' flame war chariots, homing bombardment missiles, meteor demon cannons, annihilation warplanes, and magnetic light demon-destroying rifles. Every imaginable weapon was present. This was Jiang Ji's full-scale deployment upon his return. Apart from retaining essential defensive forces, every mechanical weapon that could be mobilized from Disya City had been brought out. Initially, he planned to simply eliminate a portion of the beasts to complete his advancement and then retreat, leaving Dahai City to deal with the beast tide alone. This would not only achieve his objectives, but also buy time for Disya City. After all, if the main force of the beast tide were completely destroyed and the Federation's plans thwarted, the enemy would undoubtedly retaliate in desperation. Even if he managed to ascend to the next stage, building a warship would take time. During that period, if a Tier 10 enemy attacked, Disya City would struggle to defend itself. However, the unique changes in the White Fog world erased his concerns. Jiang Ji immediately adjusted his plans. A beast tide of this magnitude was exceedingly rare, and if he missed this opportunity, even exterminating all the beasts on the southern continent might not meet the requirements for his advancement. Considering how much experience was needed for Tier 8, Tier 9, and Tier 10 would be unimaginable without extraordinary opportunities. This time, he was determined to go all out, aiming to advance not just one but two tiers in a single move. To ensure absolute success, Jiang Ji had already arranged for Yin Xuan to lead all of Disya City's inhabitants into Zhou Ming's White Fog world. This served two purposes: gathering materials and providing refuge. If this operation provoked enemy retaliation and he could not return in time, Disya City would be in grave danger. At this moment, Disya City was effectively a ghost town. Apart from Jiang Ji and Qianzhan, even Elder Wang had entered the White Fog world for safety. Jiang Ji left Zhou Ming with a group of robots capable of combining to unleash Tier 9 combat power. They agreed on a rendezvous time when Zhou Ming would lead the city's residents back. Ideally, they would reunite seamlessly. However, if Jiang Ji failed to appear, Zhou Ming was to continue leading the group in the White Fog world, waiting for Jiang Ji's return. "Let's move, senior," Jiang Ji said, boarding the cockpit of a warplane. For now, without a better aircraft, the Annihilation warplane remained his top choice. "All right," Qianzhan replied, following closely behind. As Jiang Ji's main aircraft ascended, dozens of Annihilation warplanes formed a neat formation behind him. On the ground, Tier 8 robots took to the skies, while others, armed or piloting vehicles, sped forward with various mechanical weapons. The Steel Legion marched through the city gates, shaking the earth with thunderous roars. This was Jiang Ji's first all-out offensive. From above, the scale of the beast tide was truly unprecedented. Even Disya City, 300 miles from Dahai City, was feeling its effects as countless beasts surged toward the boundary mountains, entirely ignoring Disya City. It seems the major beast clans of the Wanzhong mountain range have sensed something and gathered a beast tide of this magnitude to annihilate Dahai City in one fell swoop. Showcasing their strength, Qianzhan remarked, gazing toward the Wanzhong mountains with a solemn expression. "Their plan has indeed succeeded," Jiang Ji nodded. "They initially aimed to incite an ordinary war between the Federation and the beasts, then exploit the chaos for their own gains. However, the Eastern District's humiliation of the Wanzhong mountain beast clans enraged the Tier 9 leaders among them. To the beasts, humans are merely food, and no matter how strong we are, demanding them to serve as slaves was a step too far. They see themselves as a starborn race, far superior to indigenous humans. To them, the dignity of a starborn race is inviolable. If this battle ends in their defeat, the Wanzhong mountain beasts might be forced to retreat entirely from the southern continent. That would save us quite a bit of trouble," Qianzhan replied. "Even without this battle, we would eventually need to deal with Wanzhong Mountain. Its treacherous terrain would require significant time to clear, and time is precisely what Disya City lacks. Now that the beasts have chosen to attack, regardless of the Federation's schemes, they've inadvertently done us a favor. Without this, you wouldn't have the chance to advance ahead of schedule, Jiang Ji." Jiang Ji smiled in agreement. "That's true. The southern continent is surrounded by oceans, and breaking through this natural barrier requires warships. Annihilation warplanes simply aren't sufficient. That said, the ocean barrier has also prevented the beasts from the old lands from crossing over. Otherwise, this beast tide would be several times larger. After all, the southern continent, despite its name, is more like a small island. The Wanzhong mountain beasts represent only a fraction of their entire population. I suspect they've already reached an agreement with the beasts from the old lands. If they can destroy Dahai City, they'll secure a foothold for their kind. Even if the Federation intervenes later, the old land's beasts would launch their own tide to distract them, buying time for this region. So, these beasts aren't entirely without strategy. Qianjin chuckled. This battle may appear straightforward, but it involves forces across the entire Blue Star Demons, the Federation, the Beasts, and even indirectly Dixia City and the hidden Taiping army. Without Dixia City's sudden rise, it would have been swept away in this chaos. But with us here, the Beasts are destined to be the first to fall. As a Mechanist, Zhang Ji was born to dominate large-scale battlefields. While his individual combat strength might not rival others, the power he could unleash in war was unparalleled, likely surpassing even true Tier 10 combatants. After all, no matter how strong a Tier 10 fighter might be, they could hardly hope to annihilate millions of beasts single-handedly. Based on intelligence received from Unit 1, Zhang Ji decided to temporarily delay his plan to head directly to Jia Mountain. At this moment, Jia Mountain was entirely overrun by ferocious beasts, with swarms so dense that there was no room to even set foot. A single shot from the Meteorite cannon right now could yield staggering experience points. However, the human forces stationed at Jia Mountain still maintained their original 1,000-strong presence, a suspiciously unusual situation. Initially, Zhang Ji had planned to have the Covert Unit 1 eliminate the human forces there first, then begin wiping out the beasts from Jia Mountain, thereby delaying Dahai City's discovery of the anomaly. But he quickly revised his strategy. He understood all too well that lurking behind this beast tide were numerous 9th-tier beast leaders. A reckless battle would undoubtedly attract their attention, potentially turning him into a mere pawn in Dahai City's struggle against the 9th-tier beasts. Thus, he devised a new battle plan, advancing gradually toward Jia Mountain from the rear. When the hidden 9th-tier beasts became aware of the conflict, Unit 1 would reveal itself, drawing their attention and luring them toward Dahai City. This way, Dahai City would engage the 9th-tier beasts in battle, while Zhang Ji could focus on annihilating the beasts below the 8th tier. This strategy aligned better with the current situation. While they had the means to take down individual 9th-tier beasts, they were ill-equipped to face a swarm of them. Engaging directly with the 9th-tier forces of Wan Mountain would essentially make Dahai City replace Dahai City as the main defense against the beast tide. A thankless and exhausting task Zhang Ji had no intention of undertaking. Qianjin approved of Zhang Ji's strategy and maximized his sensory abilities, remaining vigilant for the appearance of any 9th-tier beasts. Should any emerge, they would need to immediately cease combat and conceal themselves, redirecting the beast's attention toward Dahai City. After finalizing the details, Zhang Ji issued orders to the robotic army below, instructing them to break into smaller units for combat. While this tactic sacrificed the advantage of concentrated forces, it leveraged the abundance of mechanical weaponry to enhance killing efficiency. Upon receiving the command, the robotic units instantly dispersed and spread out in all directions. Once the various mechanical weapons were set up, the battle erupted. From his vantage point above the clouds, Zhang Ji watched as the ground below turned into a blazing inferno. From Wan Mountain to Jia Mountain, peaks, forests, swamps, and plains were all devastated by the mechanical onslaught. Countless rocks and trees were obliterated, and the dense beast hordes faced utter annihilation. With such a high concentration of beasts, the robots didn't even need precise targeting. Randomly fired meteorite cannon blasts were enough to claim countless lives. Some beast groups, led by 7th and 8th tier king beasts, attempted to organize defensive formations after the initial ambush. However, the robots, with their flight capabilities and stealth, refused to engage heed-in. These beasts didn't even catch sight of their attackers before succumbing to the relentless barrage. Dozens of stealth fighter jets concealed within the clouds provided timely support. Whenever a high-tier beast was identified, they launched cluster bombs to assist the ground forces. The sheer power of these bombs could instantly kill 7th-tier beasts. Once the leading 7th-tier beasts fell, the remaining beasts descended into chaos, with their dense formations even causing stampedes. The bombardment continued unabated, with thousands of beasts dying every second. The robotic army demonstrated the true power of mechanized warfare, utterly overwhelming these beasts reliant solely on brute physical strength. To Zhang Ji, these creatures deserved no mercy. As time passed, the robotic forces steadily advanced toward Jia Mountain. From above, one could see a massive gap forming in the beast horde between Wan Mountain and Jia Mountain. The beasts that had once surged forward had been reduced to nothing but ash in a desolate stretch spanning dozens of miles. Inside his fighter jet, Zhang Ji pulled up the battle map on a screen, monitoring the terrain and the ongoing combat in real time. The screen displayed blue dots representing the robots spread across the battlefield, while the surviving beasts were marked in red. On the battlefield map, Blue dots represented the robotic forces, strategically encircling the red dots that marked the ferocious beasts. Intense flashes of white light flickered incessantly, evidence of various weapons firing. Each burst of white light signified the end of a beast's life, with the corresponding red disappearing. The robotic units employed an efficient area-clearing tactic. Once all red dots in a zone were eliminated, the blue dots would immediately disperse, advancing to the next densely populated area to launch a new round of assaults. While observing the battle's progression, Jang kept an eye on his rapidly increasing experience points. This kind of large-scale beast-tied combat was the perfect battlefield for a mechanic. Compared to the smaller groups encountered during resource point missions, the experience gains from large-scale operations were far more substantial. By the time the forces had advanced to within 100 miles of Jia Mountain, his experience bar had already reached halfway to the next rank. The seemingly unattainable 200 million experience points no longer felt insurmountable amidst such intense combat. The battlefield was a gruesome sight. Beast corpses vaporized by weaponry left no trace, while the remains of others were strewn across the ground in a chaotic mix of severed limbs, shattered rocks, and crushed vegetation. The scene was enough to break the will of anyone lacking mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fengmao, who was meditating atop Jia Mountain, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze turning toward the direction of Wanzhong Mountain. He had keenly sensed the outbreak of battle, and it left him puzzled. There had been no prior notification from Dahan City about launching an attack. The heavy scent of blood wafted across the 100-mile distance to Jia Mountain, though the sound of gunfire had diminished due to the range, as these were not heavy nuclear-grade weapons. "Someone come," Zhuo Fengmao called out. A middle-aged man of the 8th rank promptly appeared and respectfully responded, "Deputy Commander, take some men and head toward Wanzhong Mountain. Investigate what's happening over there," Zhuo Fengmao ordered. "Understood." As the boundary mountain detected an anomaly, Qianjun suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "There's a 9th-tier presence. Is it from Wanzhong Mountain?" Zhang Ji asked immediately. "Yes, and not just one." Qianjun's expression turned grave. "It seems the beasts behind the scenes have noticed their subordinates being slaughtered and have come to investigate." Zhang Ji sighed with a hint of regret. "We're only 100 miles away from Boundary Mountain. Although this is happening earlier than expected, we'll have to proceed with the next phase of the plan." According to his calculations, he had hoped to advance another 50 miles to lure out the 9th-tier beasts from Wanzhong Mountain. That would have significantly boosted their experience points, potentially allowing him to advance before the 9th-tier battle erupted. Unbeknownst to him, the 9th-tier beasts had already planned to launch an attack on Defy City today. By sheer coincidence, their plans collided with Jiang Ji's actions, which was why they could sense the disturbance from the distant Wanzhong Mountain so quickly. Jiang Ji immediately issued a ceasefire command to the robotic army. The robotic troops instantly halted their assault and disappeared into hiding. The once deafening battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the faint cries of the few surviving beasts echoing. This was the advantage of robotic forces over human armies: absolute obedience and efficiency. Dozens of aircraft ascended simultaneously, vanishing into higher cloud layers and activating stealth mode, leaving no trace behind. A mere minute later, several massive figures descended onto the battlefield. Seeing the ground littered with beast corpses, they were instantly enraged. "Oomph! The humans of Defy City dared to strike first. They clearly don't see us as a threat. If they've made the first move, then let's launch the beast tied ahead of schedule and annihilate Defy City completely. Summon all 9th-tier warriors from every clan. The ambush plan has failed. The ultimate battle begins today. Wait, let's find the ones responsible for this massacre first and make them pay. I'm certain they're still nearby." Agreed. "Well, take down the culprits behind this attack first, then unleash the beast tide to destroy Defy City." Just as the 9th-tier beast leaders prepared to use their detection abilities, an unusual phenomenon appeared 100 miles away at Boundary Mountain. Unit 1, lying in wait, received Jiang Ji's signal. 10 robots instantly formed a battle formation, merging into a towering Fatian robot that hovered in midair, exuding the overwhelming aura of a 9th-tier powerhouse. At the same time, countless pre-deployed mechanical weapons unleashed a torrent of firepower. A storm of dense artillery rained down, obliterating the beast hordes outside Boundary Mountain. Many beasts were killed instantly, unable to react in time. Zhuo Fengmiao's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Stop! Defy City hasn't completed its final deployments. The battle cannot begin prematurely." At the same time, he was perplexed by the sudden appearance of this mysterious 9th-tier combatant. He soared into the air to confront the Fatian robot, intending to halt its actions. However, the Fatian robot, which had even injured Emotsong, was incredibly powerful, far beyond Zhuo Fengmiao's capabilities, even though he was on par with Emotsong. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the robot, Zhuo Fengmao hesitated, his expression heavy. Meanwhile, the beasts in the rear were already in chaos. If he engaged the Fatian robot in battle, the beasts would likely spiral out of control, overrunning Boundary Mountain in no time. Who are you? Zhuo Fengmao roared. Unit 1 remained silent, focusing solely on projecting its immense presence to draw the attention of the ninth-tier beast leaders 100 miles away. The artillery barrage continued to roar, mowing down the beast hordes like blades cutting through grass. Wait, are you one of Daxia City's robots? Zhuo Fengmao suddenly recalled the report brought back by Tu Yulong and recognized the origin of the Fatian robot. However, he couldn't discern its true intentions. Why was it lying in wait? Was it trying to start the war early? If it was hostile to Defy City, why hadn't it attacked him? On the contrary, it seemed to be assisting in eliminating the beasts. As Zhuo Fengmao pondered Daxia City's motives, the ninth-tier beast leaders 100 miles away all turned their gazes toward Boundary Mountain. As ninth-tier warriors, they could naturally sense the unrestrained power emanating from that direction. To them, the appearance of the Fatian robot was undoubtedly a provocation from Defy City. Coupled with the intense scent of blood wafting from the distance, they could easily deduce that their beast hordes were being slaughtered. Humph, how audacious! A towering ninth-tier beast roared, its eyes flickering with a dangerous glint. The provocative actions of Defy City had completely enraged them. Despite not having arrived yet, their opponent dared to issue a challenge. The furious ninth-tier beast was the first to act. Its massive body turned into a blur as it sped toward the direction of the Boundary Mountain. The other ninth-tier beasts exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Their thoughts aligned. If Defy City dared to provoke them, failing to respond would make them appear cowardly. The originally agreed-upon plan was instantly cast aside. The ferocious beasts in this area had already been slaughtered, and with Defy City's open provocation, the prideful nature of the Beast clan left no room for restraint. Rather than lingering to uncover the culprits behind the previous battle, it was far more satisfying to charge directly into Defy City. Not long after the ninth-tier beasts left, Jiangji's fighter jet emerged from the clouds. He immediately issued orders for the hidden robot units to re-establish their encirclement of the remaining beasts. In this brief window, waves of ferocious beasts had already filled the void left by their fallen comrades, making the battlefield crowded once again. Jiangji squinted, gazing toward the direction of the Boundary Mountain. The plan was halfway complete. If these ninth-tier beasts could draw Defy City's attention and spark a conflict, he would be free to massacre the beast horde without hesitation. When the group of ninth-tier beasts reached Defy City, Zhuo Fengmao, who was locked in a standoff with the Fatian robots, turned pale. Just as he was about to react, the ninth-tier beasts, sensing his aura, launched a fierce attack without even bothering to speak. Zhuo Fengmao, whose strength was merely average among ninth-tier beings, quickly found himself overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of his peers. In desperation, he called out for help from the Fatian robots. Brothers of Daxia City, assist me in fending off these beasts. Unfortunately, he failed to notice that the moment the ninth-tier beasts appeared, the Fatian robots had already dismantled their formation and dispersed. The powerful aura of the ninth-tier had vanished with them. This was precisely why the ninth-tier beasts targeted him, the human stronghold, while ignoring the robots they deemed the robots to possess, at most, 8th-tier combat power. The beasts had firmly concluded that the one who provoked them earlier must be this human ninth-tier warrior. Their priority was to eliminate him first, delivering a harsh lesson to Defy City. Zhuo Fengmao stood at the center of the battlefield, his heart heavy with bitterness. Surrounded by several ninth-tier beast clan warriors, he didn't even have a chance to explain himself. With war imminent between Defy City and the ferocious beasts, showing weakness would be tantamount to disgracing Defy City. Even though he felt wronged, Zhuo had no choice but to grit his teeth and face these powerful foes head-on, all while secretly sending a distress signal back to Defy City for reinforcements. If help didn't arrive soon, his life would likely end here. Amid the chaos of battle, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Where were the people from Daxia City? Only then did he realize that ever since these ninth-tier beasts had appeared, not only had the massive robot vanished, but the once constant sound of artillery fire had also fallen silent. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. He had walked straight into Daxia City's trap. Damn it, Daxia City, you're courting death. Zhuo Fengmao roared in fury. What Daxia City? Stop your nonsense. How dare you provoke us? Do you really think Wan Zhongshan is afraid of Defy City? Snarled the most hot-tempered of the ninth-tier beasts, a leopard whose razor-sharp claws sliced through the air. Mere humans dare to enslave the beast clans? You're asking for death. A ninth-tier monkey-like beast swung its massive fist at Zhuo. Caught off guard, Zhuo was struck in the abdomen and sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting a stream of blood as he crashed to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhuo sneered coldly. Beasts of Wan Zhongshan? Huh? If not for the need to use you to hold back the alien demons, the Federation would have wiped you out long ago. The leopard beast, infuriated by his defiance, let out a roar. Kill him. I'll head inside and slaughter those humans myself. With that, It broke away from the fight and charged toward the garrison stationed at the border. You dare? Zhuo Fengmiu's face darkened. The leopard beast grinned menacingly as it landed among the humans, beginning a ruthless massacre. The strongest among the garrison was only 8th tier, and they were no match for a 9th tier beast. Within moments, the strongest warrior was struck down and gravely injured. Without their leader's protection, the rest of the garrison fell like leaves in a storm, their defenses crumbling almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-strong unit had been reduced to a fraction of its original size. Just then, a fiery punch appeared out of nowhere, colliding head-on with the monkey-like 9th tier beast pursuing Zhuo Fengmiu. A surge of immense force sent the beast reeling backward, its fur igniting from the intense flames as it stumbled several steps in retreat. Were you looking for me? Tu Yulong appeared, his tone calm and composed. As you wished him here. The monkey-like beast snorted coldly. Brothers, surround him. Once this man is dead, the high city will crumble, and countless humans will become our feast. Before the words had fully left its mouth, several more 9th tier beasts leapt out from hiding, encircling Tu Yulong. It turned out they had been lying in ambush, waiting to strike at the high city's reinforcements. Now, with over 10 9th tier beasts on the battlefield, and only Tu Yulong and Zhuo Fengmiu on the high city side, the situation was dire. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, Tu Yulong remained unfazed. Turning toward the direction he had come from, he clasped his hands together and called out, "Honored guests from afar, may I trouble you to lend a high city a helping hand?" "Gladly. I've been wanting to test my strength against a 9th tier beast for a while now. So this is a beast tide? Ever since I reached 9th tier, I haven't had the chance to face one. Looks like today's my lucky day. Enough talk. Let's wipe them out and then join forces to crush the beast tide." Several voices rang out from the distance, and as they echoed across the battlefield, a group of 9th tier human warriors appeared one after another. Without hesitation, each chose a target and plunged into the fray, ready to turn the tide of the battle. On the battlefield, although the human side was slightly outnumbered in terms of 9th tier combatants, the strength of a few exceptional warriors, each capable of taking on 2 opponents at once, managed to level the playing field against the beast clans. When reinforcements finally arrived, Zhuo Fengmiu's tense nerves eased, if only slightly. What's going on? Why did the battle suddenly break out? And how did these beast clans arrive so quickly? Tu Yulong frowned deeply, his voice laced with confusion. According to his plan, today was not supposed to be the day of battle. Zhuo Fengmiu quickly recounted everything that had transpired earlier. Xia City? Tu Yulong let out a cold snort. The remnants of those ancient nations dare to scheme against my Dahai city? He considered heading to Xia City immediately to demand an explanation, but the 9th tier battle was already raging intensely, and the ground forces of ferocious beasts were launching a fierce assault. With the beast clan's 9th tier warriors pressing him hard, he had no opportunity to disengage. Left with no choice, Tu Yulong continued to fight fiercely against the beast clans. As he exchanged blows, anger burned within him. Those remnants of the ancient nations not only took his starstones and stood idly by, but they even fueled the fire, igniting the conflict between the high city and the beasts. According to Tu Yulong's original strategy, the high city had already secured support from several 9th tier combatants. Combined with the assistance from Xia City and the city's ultimate weapon, they could have eliminated several of the opposing 9th tier combatants before the battle even began. This would have given them the upper hand in the conflict, allowing them to completely annihilate all 9th tier beast clans from Wancheng Mountain. Even if the beast tide managed to breach the high city, they would still have the strength to turn the tide of the battle, achieving their objectives and bringing the war to an end. However, Xia City's actions had completely derailed this plan. The 9th tier combatants were dragged into a prolonged battle, and the ultimate weapon was rendered useless after all. A nuclear weapon does not discriminate between friend and foe. If deployed, it would result in catastrophic casualties on all sides. Worse still, the prolonged engagement left them unable to hold back the beast tide, which would not only lead to the complete annihilation of the high city's human population, but also allow the beasts to wreak havoc across the city. Such an outcome would undoubtedly provoke the Federation's ire. From the Federation's perspective, human casualties were a secondary concern, but the high city must not fall into ruin. It was their only stronghold on the southern continent. The city was essential for advancing their next plans and containing the alien demons. While the Federation's vast population could replenish manpower losses, rebuilding the high city would be an insurmountable challenge. A fierce and earth-shattering battle erupted in midair, as more than 15 9th-tier powerhouses clashed intensely in the skies. Flashes of light of various colors illuminated the battlefield, while figures of both humans and ferocious beasts were relentlessly thrown back, only to rejoin the fray moments later. The ferocious beasts held the numerical advantage in 9th-tier fighters, thwarting the plans of the Dahai City forces for a swift victory. The battle quickly descended into a stalemate. Hidden within the trees, Unit 1's mechanical eyes glimmered with a silver light as it silently observed the battlefield. Seeing its master's plan unfolding as intended, it promptly transmitted the battle updates back to base. 100 miles away, Jiang Ji's face lit up with delight as he received Unit 1's report. The plan was progressing far better than he had anticipated. The robots were working in perfect harmony, and little did he know, their maneuver had inadvertently disrupted Tu Yulong's strategy. Is it done? Qianjun asked, noticing the change in Jiang Ji's expression. Jiang Ji nodded firmly. The 9th-tier fighters from Dahai City are now locked in battle with the beast clans of Wanzhong Mountain. Meanwhile, the beast tide has been provoked and is advancing toward Dahai City. In that case, you'd better pick up the pace, Qianjun reminded him. According to their initial plan, they would avoid engaging in the 9th-tier battle and instead focus on slaughtering lower-tier beasts, maximizing their kills before the larger conflict reached a conclusion. Jiang Ji immediately issued the command to commence the assault, instructing his robot forces to attack at full strength. The deafening roar of artillery filled the air as explosions obliterated wave after wave of ferocious beasts. With the 9th-tier beasts occupied, the robots no longer needed to spread out. Under Jiang Ji's command, they formed a cohesive combat formation, operating as a unified army. As the beast tide surged forward, the ferocious beasts instinctively moved toward Dahai City, while the robotic army followed closely behind, unleashing relentless attacks with their advanced mechanical weaponry. From a bird's eye view, the scene was surreal. A dense wave of beasts charging forward, pursued by a disciplined army of robots wielding a myriad of weapons, systematically annihilating layers of beasts with each 100-meter advance. In a direct confrontation, the robot army, numbering only in the tens of thousands, would have struggled to contain such a massive beast tide. Yet, curiously, the beasts seemed oblivious to the attacks from behind, focusing solely on their charge toward Dahai City. Jiang Ji and Qianjun watched this strange phenomenon unfold, marveling at their extraordinary luck. No matter how many beasts fell, the tide never turned to retaliate, continuing its unrelenting advance. Do you sense it? Qianjun asked in astonishment. The beasts in this tide seem to have lost their autonomy. Normally, even the most ordinary beasts would retaliate when attacked, but this time, it was as if the robots were invisible, free to wreak havoc on the rear without consequence. Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. This beast tide seems bound by some kind of rule, suppressing even their instincts. Not even the fear of death can slow them down. The two were baffled by the eerie scene. Jiang Ji fell into deep thought. Is this a rule of Blue Star? Or perhaps a rule among the beasts? Or could it be something imposed by an existence beyond the stars? He recalled past experiences with beast tides. If not eliminated in advance, they would last precisely 3 hours. Once the time was up, even if a city's walls were on the brink of collapse, the beasts would retreat like a receding wave. Stranger still, any location struck by a beast tide would enjoy a 3-month period of peace afterward, during which no other beast tides would occur. These patterns hinted at the existence of some overarching rule constraining the beasts, preventing them from completely annihilating other life forms. Otherwise, with their overwhelming numbers, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Jiang Ji felt as though he was on the verge of uncovering a staggering secret. As he pondered, Qianjun sensed an aura of ascension emanating from beside him, an unmistakable sensation. You've advanced, he remarked. Jiang Ji snapped out of his thoughts as a notification chimed on his interface. Thanks to the robot army's relentless slaughter of beasts, the accumulated experience points had met the requirements for his advancement. Now, having ascended to the 8th tier, he could finally begin constructing the small warship he had long been anticipating. Jiang Ji focused intently on the battlefield. The robot army continued its fight, but so far, only about 20 of the ferocious beasts had been eliminated. Recognizing this rare opportunity, he resolved to press on and fully capitalize on the advantage at hand. His recent advancement to the 8th tier hadn't disrupted the flow of battle. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Jiang Ji began to carefully examine the changes within himself. After the breakthrough, the vast majority of mechanical constructs no longer posed any limitations to him. However, what thrilled him the most was his newfound ability to control small-scale warships. These Tier 8 mechanical creations far surpassed the technological capabilities that Blue Star had ever achieved. Even ultimate weapons like nuclear bombs couldn't penetrate the basic shield defenses of these warships. His mechanical amplification ability experienced a dramatic leap, skyrocketing from its previous 15-fold enhancement to an astonishing 30-fold. This meant that every mechanical construct he created would now be significantly more powerful. Take the most basic energy gun. For instance, what once could only deal with Tier 2 targets could now, in his hands, effortlessly eliminate Tier 3 opponents. As for large-scale weapons like the Meteor Demon Cannon, their power had increased to an awe-inspiring degree. The most exhilarating development, however, was his acquisition of a brand new ability, mechanical space. This dimension-like capability allowed him to store and deploy all his mechanical equipment at will. Whether it was massive warships or vast numbers of robots, he could instantly stow them away and summon them back whenever needed. This ability not only resolved logistical challenges, but also enabled him to single-handedly command a formidable mechanical army, capable of launching surprise attacks during battle. This infinite-capacity mechanical space completely addressed Jiang Ji's last remaining weakness, elevating his combat power to an entirely new level. The beast tide surged over the boundary mountains like a relentless flood, crashing down upon the unsuspecting city of Defy. The city gates collapsed under the thunderous pounding of the beast's hooves, and countless ferocious creatures poured into the streets, initiating a brutal massacre. Panic-stricken crowds fled in terror, but few could escape the predator's jaws. It was half an hour before any semblance of a defense was organized. Advanced weaponry roared to life in the urban battlefield, unleashing a hailstorm of explosions. This desperate counterattack killed not only the invading beasts, but also countless civilians. Survivors who had narrowly escaped the beast's slaughter found themselves perishing in the very bombardments intended to save them. As the tide of beasts grew more overwhelming, the city's leadership, under Tu Yulong's command, resorted to their last option: nuclear weapons. They launched the warheads outside the city, hoping to halt the advance of high-tier beasts. The explosions annihilated hundreds of thousands of creatures in an instant, but it was a mere drop in the ocean. The number of beasts that had already breached the city far exceeded those killed. Dahai's destruction seemed inevitable. Out over the vast sea beyond the city, two figures hovered in midair, exuding an aura of immense power. They watched the unfolding catastrophe with cold detachment. Trading the lives of nearly 1 million people for an excuse to unify the southern continent, do you think it's worth it? One asked. Ha ha ha, why wouldn't it be? Life and death are trivial matters. As people of the Eastern District, they should be willing to make sacrifices. Back then, even Daxia City was expendable. So what's one more city like Dahai? The other replied dismissively. Tu Yulong's plan doesn't seem to be going too well, the first noted. He's nothing but a spineless opportunist. He can't even manage a single beast tide without repeated failures. Useless, the second sneered. Should we step in to eliminate the beasts? The first asked. Not yet. Let enough people die first. Dahai City can't be entirely destroyed by these creatures. Besides, the beast tide has a ceasefire rule in 3 hours. If we can avoid intervening, we should. No need to give the other districts an excuse to criticize us, the second replied calmly. Understood. As they exchanged casual remarks, the two remained indifferent to the unprecedented scale of the beast tide and showed no concern for the lives being lost in the city's carnage. By now, more than an hour had passed since the beast tide began. On the 9th-tier battlefield, the fight raged on. The beasts had already lost 3 9th-tier creatures, while the human side had suffered the death of one supporter. Surprisingly, the severely injured Zhua Fengmao was still holding on, though he was clearly at his limit. Everyone bore injuries, even the formidable Tu Yulong, who was drenched in sweat. Among the 3 fallen 9th-tier beasts, Tu Yulong had personally slain 2, showcasing his extraordinary strength. Despite sensing the dire situation within the city, Tu Yulong was unable to break away. The 9th-tier beasts were in a frenzy, forcing him to continue the battle and await the end of the 3-hour restriction before he could return to save Dahai. Dozens of miles away, the robotic army's battle was nearing its conclusion. The vanguard of the beast tide had already reached the boundary mountains, leaving no significant groups of beasts behind. This was the final battleground in Jiang Ji's plan. Advancing further would mean entering the conflict at Dahai City. The commotion caused by the robotic army's relentless assault had long drawn the attention of 9th-tier powerhouses, who would have come to investigate had they not been tied up elsewhere. Throughout the campaign, Jiang Ji's robotic army inflicted the greatest casualties. If the 9th-tier beast leaders discovered this, they would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Having orchestrated Dahai's downfall, Jiang Ji also risked earning Tu Yulong's enduring hatred. To avoid being attacked from both sides, Jiang Ji dared not step within the boundary mountains. If the two sides ceased their battle and turned on him instead, his yet completed warship would leave him defenseless. Even Xianjun, who was slightly stronger than Tu Yulong, would struggle to survive against over a dozen 9th-tier opponents unless he could break through to the true 9th-tier realm during the fight. Jiang Ji's initial plan had already succeeded. He had successfully ascended to the 8th tier. As for the battles yet to come, those were for Dahai City to deal with. After all, one shattered starstone had led to the annihilation of half the beast tide. Dahai City should, in fact, be grateful for his help. Jiang Ji surveyed the battlefield, a tinge of regret flickering in his heart. Despite the astonishing number of vicious beasts he had slain, his progress toward leveling from Tier 8 to Tier 9 was only halfway complete. He understood all too well that such rare opportunities to gain experience might never come again. Even if the beast race were to launch another wave of attacks, the natural barrier of the ocean would prevent the southern continent from seeing a conflict of this magnitude again. Calmly analyzing the situation, Jiang Ji concluded that while the beast tide had suffered a setback today, the beast would not retreat so easily. It was highly likely they would launch a final assault on Defy City tomorrow. However, the Federation had already completed its strategic preparations and would not sit idly by. With reinforcements on the way, it was only a matter of time before the remnants of the beast tide crumbled under the Federation's true strength. Even the seemingly formidable Tier 9 beasts were nothing more than pawns on the chessboard when faced with the Federation's Tier 10 powerhouses. With this in mind, Jiang Ji decided not to participate in tomorrow's battle. His priority now was to focus on building his warship. He was well aware that once the beast tide was quelled, the Federation would likely send someone to hold him accountable. Only by completing the warship could he secure a position of true influence in the power struggle that lay ahead. Without hesitation, Jiang Ji issued a retreat order to the ground-based robotic army. The remaining scattered beasts were no longer worth the effort. This battle had been near flawless. Apart from some ammunition expended, the robotic army had emerged virtually unscathed. He also recalled Squad 1, as their continued presence in the field was now unnecessary and could expose them to crossfire from both sides. Efficiently, Jiang Ji stored all the robots and mechanical weaponry back into his mechanical space. Then, alongside Qian Jun, he boarded the last remaining Annihilation fighter jet and sped toward the base. As they departed, the curtain fell on this intense and breathtaking battle. As the fighter jet reached the skies above Daxia City, Qian Jun suddenly sensed something unusual and stopped Jiang Ji, who was about to enter the city. "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Jiang Ji asked, puzzled. "There's someone near Daxia City," Qian Jun said, his expression serious. Not far away, a 100-strong team was lying in ambush outside the city. They were armed with advanced technological weapons, poised for attack. To their surprise, someone was also recording and taking photos nearby. "Where has everyone in Daxia City gone? Why does it feel like a ghost town?" "Who cares? Let's just complete the task the commander assigned us." "Almost done. The footage has already been sent back. Now we just wait for the beast tide battle to erupt and for Daxia City to reveal its true form." "Haha, the commander's strategy to lure the Taiping army is brilliant. Keep your voice down. Don't get us discovered. I heard they're capable of killing 9th-tier powerhouses. If we're found, we're finished. Relax. With the concealment technique the commander gave us, no conventional detection equipment can spot us." As they whispered among themselves, a cold and indifferent voice echoed from the sky. "Capture them all alive." Before the words had fully landed, hundreds of powerful robots materialized out of thin air, descending upon the hiding spot of the 100-strong team. Blades of icy light swept across the area, destroying all their advanced weapons. Surrounded by the sudden appearance of so many 8th-tier powerhouses, the team was paralyzed with fear. Some attempted to break through the encirclement, but it was futile. Those who resisted were immediately executed, while the rest were captured. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Jiang Ji motioned for the robots to escort the prisoners to the Daxia City prison, leaving them to be interrogated by the city lord, Yan Chuan. After handling this brief incident, Jiang Ji finally entered Daxia City. It happened to coincide with the appointed time to meet Zhou Ming. Suddenly, countless people appeared out of thin air in the city square. Zhou Ming, looking tense and ready to lead everyone back to the white mist world at any moment, finally relaxed upon seeing Jiang Ji. "Brother Jiang, you're back," Zhou Ming greeted quickly. Jiang Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Under the arrangements of Yan Chuan and the others, the crowd dispersed in an orderly manner, returning to their respective residences. Soon, Daxia City resumed its normal operations. Elder Wang approached and asked, "Xiaoji, was it a success?" "Yes, it went more smoothly than expected. I've advanced to the 8th tier," Jiang Ji replied. Elder Wang let out a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had been unable to join the battle for Daxia City due to his lack of strength. Fortunately, Jiang Ji had returned safely. Though the plan seemed straightforward, executing it under the watchful eyes of multiple factions carried countless hidden risks. "Grandpa Wang, was there any unusual activity in the White Mist world during the past 2 hours?" Jiang Ji asked. "Everything's been normal. We've also gathered a significant amount of the specified materials. A few more trips with Xiaoming, and we'll have them all," Elder Wang replied. "Good to hear. By the way, I captured a group of people from Daxia City on my way back. They seem to be spying on Daxia City. When you have time, please interrogate them with Uncle Yan and see what they're up to," Jiang Ji said. "Don't worry about it. Go handle your own matters. We'll take care of this," Elder Wang reassured him. After making these arrangements, Jiang Ji headed straight to the mechanical factory. Even before meeting Zhou Ming, he had instructed all the robots to await orders at the factory. At this moment, the factory's machinery stood idle. Jiang Ji halted the production of other machinery and prepared to integrate all the equipment to build a small warship as quickly as possible. As soon as he reached the main control platform, the robots received their orders and began sorting materials, feeding them into the machines to manufacture the ship's components. This so-called small warship was anything but small. It was 100 meters long and 40 meters wide, far larger than microfighters like the Annihilation jets. The number of components required for its hull, control systems, and defensive mechanisms was staggering. Even with tens of thousands of robots working together, it wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. One by one, components of various sizes were completed and transported by the robots to the square outside the factory. Each time a new component was ready, Jang immediately began assembling it. All the components were being meticulously manufactured, with every single part assembled precisely in the predetermined sequence. Time was of the essence. The warship's silhouette began as a skeletal frame and gradually took shape, becoming a fully formed behemoth. Jiang Ji and his team worked tirelessly for 20 consecutive hours, finally completing the assembly of the colossal creation just as dawn broke. As the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the surface of the warship. The massive structure stood tall in the center of the square, resembling a slumbering giant beast. Its sharp prow pointed toward the heavens, while the orderly array of cannons on the gleaming silver deck emitted a cold, steely glint. This was not just a warship. It was a mobile fortress of steel, radiating an overwhelming sense of destructive power. The residents of Daxia City had witnessed the entire process of the warship's creation, from nothing to completion, leaving them deeply shaken. The impact of this immense steel leviathan far surpassed anything they had ever seen before. Even though the warship had not yet taken to the skies, its imposing presence alone was enough for everyone to feel an unprecedented surge of power. Master Mechanic, may I board the warship for a look? Someone in the crowd mustered the courage to call out. The question immediately triggered a chain reaction. I want to see it too. Master Mechanic, let me take a look as well. Can such a massive warship truly leave Blue Star? With this, those beasts will never dare attack us again. Does this mean we can return to the old lands? Eager voices rose one after another, and the crowd buzzed with excitement over the birth of the warship. Seeing his creation receive such admiration, Jiang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Smiling, he raised his voice and said, "This warship belongs to Daxia City. To every one of you here, you're all welcome to come aboard and take a look. In the future, we will build more warships, giving everyone a chance to pilot one of their own." Under the coordination of Yin Chuan and others, the residents boarded the deck in groups, curiously touching every detail of the ship and exclaiming in amazement. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji made his way to the control room, ready to personally test the capabilities of his very first warship. The cheers of Daxia City echoed throughout the entire morning. Only after the curiosity of the crowd was satisfied did they gradually disperse under the guidance of Yin Chuan and the others. In the control room, Jiang Ji, Qianjun, Elder Wang, Yin Chuan, and Lu Huai gathered together. Jiang Ji was finally ready to begin the true activation test of the battleship. On the massive screen, a series of flashing data filled the display. Jiang Ji translated these complex figures into simpler, more comprehensible terms to help the others understand. Simultaneously, the screen showcased a 360-degree view of the outside environment, allowing the control room team to observe their surroundings with no blind spots. Since Daxia City currently lacked qualified battleship pilots, some of the control stations had to be operated by robots. Although the battleship was equipped with an autonomous mode, Jiang Ji decided to personally take control for this trial run to ensure precision. Once the robots were in position, Jiang Ji took the main pilot seat and pressed the activation button. By noon, the square was bathed in intense sunlight. Yet the glow emitted during the battleship's activation was even more dazzling. The colossal vessel slowly ascended into the sky. Every resident of Daxia City, regardless of where they were or what they were doing, instinctively stopped and looked up at this historic moment. As the battleship rose, a faint blue energy shield gradually became visible, one of its defensive systems capable of withstanding attacks from a Tier 10 powerhouse. In addition to this, the battleship itself boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Jiang Ji confidently declared that on Blue Star, no force could inflict significant damage on the battleship, let alone destroy it. After completing the inspection of the defensive systems, Jiang Ji began testing the battleship's speed. The moment he activated the high-speed mode, the screen turned into a blinding white light. Just as everyone thought the system had malfunctioned, the light quickly faded, revealing an unchanging expanse of white clouds. Jiang Ji piloted the battleship to a lower altitude, and as they passed through the clouds, the scene below left everyone in shock. A few seconds ago, they had been in the sunny skies above Daxia City. Now, they were in a snow-covered world, with the landscape blanketed in white. What's going on? Xiao Ji, where have you taken us? Yin Chuan asked in disbelief. Are we in some futuristic green screen simulation? Jiang Ji checked the coordinates and was equally surprised. This is the Arctic Snow Mountains, the northernmost point of Blue Star. The Arctic Snow Mountains? Elder Wang exclaimed. From Daxia City in the far south to here, the distance. After verifying their location, They confirmed that they had indeed crossed from the South Pole to the North Pole in just a matter of seconds. Even for these seasoned individuals, such an experience was unprecedented. This speed. Is this the power of the battleship? Crossing the entire blue star in the blink of an eye? Yin Chuan said in astonishment. Xiao Ji, could this speed have already surpassed the speed of light? Qian Jin asked curiously. Jiang Ji shook his head with a wry smile. You're too kind, senior. The speed of light is hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second. This small battleship's limit is only tens of thousands of kilometers per second. If we had reached the speed of light, we'd already be in outer space. Elder Wang sighed in awe. Even so, this is incredible. We've finally broken free from the constraints of the southern continent. Now, we can go wherever we want. Jiang Ji added. With the battleship's stealth capabilities and speed, no current technology on Blue Star can detect us. Even if we were to encounter a Tier 10 powerhouse, it wouldn't matter. Their speed is nowhere near that of the battleship. Afterward, Jiang Ji let the robots take over the controls and led everyone to the deck. As soon as Yin Chuan stepped outside, the biting cold made him shiver uncontrollably, prompting him to activate his fire abilities for warmth. Uncle Yin, no need to trouble yourself. Jiang Ji instructed the robots to activate the protective shield, instantly dispelling the cold and restoring the deck to a comfortable temperature. Ah, Xiao Ji, you're really making me lose face here, Yin Chuan said with a laugh. Jiang Ji simply smiled in response, saying nothing more. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, and in that moment, everyone finally experienced for themselves the truth of what Jiang Ji had said. They had indeed journeyed from the southernmost point to the northernmost. Along the way, neither the tribes of the alien demons nor the forces of the Federation had detected their presence. After a brief tour of the magnificent Arctic snow-capped mountains, the group returned to the warship's control room. Qian Zhen's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Does this warship have a detection system? After all, with the world having undergone such drastic changes, there might be some kind of alien demon hidden within the Arctic snowfields. Jiang Ji nodded in confirmation. The warship is equipped with mechanical capabilities ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 7. Naturally, it includes a detection system. Let me see if there are any alien demon groups in this area. With that, he returned to the captain's seat and activated the detection system. Moments later, the data feedback surprised Jiang Ji. There's actually something. The system's display revealed an image of an area dozens of miles away. Several humanoid creatures, completely white from head to toe, were frolicking in the snow. They had no facial features, their faces obscured by snowflakes, and they emanated a strange aura reminiscent of the Rebirth clan. Clearly, they were a type of alien demon never seen before. These alien demons seem unfamiliar. Even during the previous Federation tournaments, they never appeared, Yin Chuan remarked with a frown. Lu Huai, intrigued, suggested enthusiastically, how about capturing a few of them for research? Elder Wang immediately objected. The nature of these unknown alien demons is still unclear. It's best not to provoke unnecessary trouble. Jiang Ji agreed. For now, it's unwise to expose the existence of the warship. These unknown creatures might include Tier 10 entities. While the warship itself isn't afraid, there's no need to create unnecessary enemies. Our priority should be addressing the affairs of the southern continent, especially since the Federation could send people to visit at any time, not to mention the ongoing threat of the endless forest. Just as Yin Chuan was proposing a venture into space exploration, a sudden emergency message came through from Unit 1. The city of Disya is under attack by a Tier 9 stone demon wielding Tier 10 level power. Immediate assistance is requested. Stone demons again? Yin Chuan exclaimed angrily. They're really disrupting our peace and delaying our plans for cosmic exploration. Elder Wang's expression turned serious. It seems interstellar exploration will have to wait. The safety of Disya City takes precedence. Jiang Ji nodded in agreement and immediately adjusted the warship's course, setting it on a return trajectory toward Disya City. Even without Wang Lao's reminder, Jiang Ji had already decided to abandon his original target and return to Disya City. Under his urgent control, the warship instantly ascended into the sky. A blinding white light flashed across the massive screen in the control room, and in the blink of an eye, the snowy landscape on the screen transformed into a scene of radiant sunshine. Jiang Ji swiftly set the coordinates, and under the warship's maximum operation, it returned to the skies above Disya City in the blink of an eye. However, just as he was preparing to enter the city, a deafening roar erupted from nearby. Daring to kill two of my clan's 9th-tier warriors, humans like you deserve to die. With those threatening words, a massive mountain appeared out of nowhere, blotting out the sky and casting a shadow over all of Disya City. The overwhelming power emanating from the mountain was at the 10th tier level, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. If this mountain were to fall, Disya City would undoubtedly be reduced to dust. The clan treasure of the Stone Demon Clan? Jiang Ji's eyes turned cold. Good thing I returned in time. Without me, Unit 1 and the others wouldn't stand a chance against this level of power. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. I was just looking for an opportunity to test the warship's attack system, and here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep. Seems like it's your Stone Demon clan's unlucky day. Without hesitation, Jiangji activated the warship's attack system. Dozens of menacing cannons extended swiftly from the ship's body, charging energy in the blink of an eye and locking onto the massive mountain about to descend. In the next instant, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Dozens of cannon shells roared into the sky, then descended from all directions to bombard the mountain with ferocious force. The destructive energy unleashed far surpassed the 10th tier power radiating from the mountain. At the moment the two forces collided, the deafening sound of explosions echoed across the heavens. This was a clash of 10th tier powers, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even 9th tier warriors would struggle to withstand them. If not for the timely formation of a defensive battle array by the 10th Sandstrong robot army, the shockwaves alone would have obliterated Desya City. In this battle of might, the warship's cannons held the absolute upper hand. The mountain, formed by the Stone Demon clan's 10th tier treasure, shattered violently under the bombardment of the warship's firepower. Reduced to fragments, it could no longer maintain its illusory form. As the pieces disintegrated, its true form was revealed a fist-sized, earth-colored stone that floated gently to the ground, its original and unassuming state. Jiangji stared at the scene before him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The small, earthy yellow stone had transformed into a massive mountain peak. The power of this treasure from the EMO clan was indeed extraordinary. However, even as a clan treasure, it only possessed the rudimentary strength of the 10th tier. Under the bombardment of the warship's main cannon, the stone had already shown signs of damage, its surface dimming significantly. As the stone plummeted from the sky, a massive stone arm reached out just in time to catch it. The 9th tier Stone Demon, who had come seeking revenge, was filled with shock as it saw the clan treasure damaged. Its vertical eyes widened in disbelief as it exclaimed repeatedly, "Impossible! Impossible! How could a mere native damage my clan's supreme treasure?" The Stone Demon could sense clearly that the treasure's usable power had been significantly reduced. Its strength, once firmly in the 10th tier, had now regressed to the threshold between the peak of the 9th tier and the early 10th tier. Another heavy blow, and the treasure would lose its 10th tier power entirely, becoming nothing more than a useless relic. The Stone Demon, a guardian of its clan's treasures, was beginning to panic. It had learned from the Rebirth clan's holy son that 2 of its kin had been killed on the southern continent. After deliberation within the clan, it had brought the treasure across the sea to exact vengeance. Yet the situation before it was entirely different from what the Rebirth clan had described. Didn't they claim that the strongest in Desya City was merely at the 9th tier and couldn't even withstand the Rebirth clan's Black Mist Spear? The Stone Demon had intended to use the clan treasure's power twice to completely destroy Desya City. But reality had delivered a harsh blow. That iron construct in the distance, though smaller in size compared to its own form, radiated the unmistakable pressure of a true 10th tier being, sending chills down its spine. It was impossible for a true 10th tier powerhouse to have suddenly emerged in just a few days. The only explanation was that the Stone Demon clan had been deceived by the Rebirth clan. Realizing this, the Stone Demon's fury erupted. Given the strength displayed by its opponent, the Rebirth clan would be fortunate not to face annihilation. At that moment, seeing the clan treasure damaged, the Stone Demon decided to retreat, intending to survive and later settle accounts with the Rebirth clan. Unfortunately, Jiangji had no intention of letting it escape. If he had known the Stone Demon's thoughts, he would have laughed. The enemy had chosen the exact day the warship was completed to attack. Had they come a day earlier, he would have been forced to hide his people in the White Mist world to evade them. But now that the warship was ready, even if the enemy had been a true 10th tier powerhouse, it might have required some effort to deal with them. However, a mere 9th tier Stone Demon with a single clan treasure stood no chance against the warship's cannon fire. With a single thought, the warship locked onto the exposed 9th tier Stone Demon. Before it could activate the clan treasure for defense, the warship's cannon unleashed another devastating blast. Against the true power of the 10th tier, even peak 9th tier defenses were laughably fragile. Amid the deafening roar, the Stone Demon, who had come seeking vengeance, fell in terror. Its stone body was riddled with craters before collapsing in a heap. All that remained was the earthy yellow stone, which fell to the ground. The warship's pilot, Unit 1, swiftly ascended, catching the stone and bringing it to the control room to hand it to Jiangji. Is this what they call a clan treasure? Jiangji took the stone and examined it closely. The demise of the 9th tier Stone Demon was no surprise to him. After all, back when Desya City had pooled all its resources, they had barely managed to fend off the Black Mist Spear. The warship's cannon was even more powerful, leaving no chance for the Stone Demon's defenses. This further confirmed that the warship's offensive systems had indeed reached the 10th tier level. The stone bore an engraved mountain-shaped symbol, written in the stone demon's language, though it shared similarities with other scripts. The moment Jiang Ji held the stone, its origins surfaced in his mindit was a treasure known as the Mountain Treasure. Crafted from the remains of a 10th-tier stone demon after their demise, it retained the full power of its former master. However, this strength was finite, diminishing with each use until it became inert. This was the last vestige of power left to the Stone Demon clan after losing their 10th-tier powerhouses. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ji cast the Mountain Treasure into the air. With a single thought, a towering mountain materialized, suspended in midair. Though its power had diminished due to the earlier cannon strike, it still possessed the might of an early 10th-tier artifact, enough to annihilate multiple peak 9th-tier beings with ease. Such an ownerless treasure could be wielded effortlessly by anyone who obtained it. Beyond its offensive capabilities, the Mountain Treasure also served as a formidable defensive tool, capable of both attack and protection. If the Stone Demon hadn't hesitated earlier, it might not have been felled by the warship's cannon so easily. Just as Jiang Ji was about to retrieve the Mountain Treasure, he sensed something unusual. The treasure seemed to react, drifting automatically toward the Stone Demon's corpse, radiating a brilliant light. In mere moments, a faint, ethereal glow emerged from the Stone Demon's remains and merged with the Mountain Treasure. With this final trace of spirit absorbed, the Stone Demon's body disintegrated into ash. Meanwhile, the cracks on the Mountain Treasure's surface began to heal, and its earthy yellow glow grew brighter. This time, Jiang Ji successfully retrieved the Mountain Treasure, sensing its power had significantly recovered and its strength noticeably enhanced. This treasure can restore itself? And it uses the Stone Demon's corpse as nourishment? Jiang Ji marveled, astonished by the unique properties of this extraordinary artifact. With the Mountain Treasure complementing the warship, Jiang Ji now possessed a second means of both offense and defense. This was not a creation that humanity could replicate but a wonder from the stars. Clearly, the universe held far more than just mechanics as its marvels. Whether it was the White Mist World, the Realm of the Dead, the Mountain Treasure, or the Black Mist Spear, they all showcased the boundless diversity of the cosmos, where countless civilizations flourished in their own brilliance. This realization only heightened Jiang Ji's anticipation for the journey into the universe that lay ahead. The Stone Demon clan is truly peculiar, rushing headlong to their deaths, Yin Chuan remarked with a faint chuckle, shaking his head. Lu Huai nodded in agreement. Indeed, though Daxia City is no longer what it once was, the fact that the 3 9th-tier powerhouses we defeated were all from the Stone Demon clan is quite a remarkable coincidence. Nearby, Qian Zhan and Elder Wang kept their gazes fixed on the warship. This encounter, which barely qualified as a battle, had finally allowed them to witness the true might of the warship firsthand. 9th-tier supreme powerhouses, who were once an insurmountable threat to Daxia City, now couldn't even make a ripple before the warship's overwhelming firepower. With such a weapon, even if more 9th-tier opponents came, they would only meet the same fate. At this point, Daxia City only needs to be cautious of genuine 10th-tier powerhouses on this planet, Elder Wang said with a sigh. The Stone Demon clan, reliant as they are on their ancestral relics, are no longer a concern. Of course, if the alien demon clans united for an all-out assault, or if the Federation's 10th-tier powerhouses were to strike in full force, we would still struggle to hold our ground unless Shao Ji advances to the 9th tier and constructs a true fleet of warships. So, Shao Ji, what's next? Yin Chuan asked, his excitement barely contained now that the crisis had passed. How about we head into the starry skies? But Jiang Ji shook his head in refusal. Not yet. Our earlier decision was a bit hasty. I need to construct another warship to guard Daxia City. That way, even if I'm away, the city will have a trump card against 10th-tier threats. You're as thoughtful as always, Shao Ji, Elder Wang agreed. The warship is our strongest foundation. If reinforcements can't arrive in time... Exactly, Yin Chuan as the city lord. You still have a lot to learn. Lu Huai seized the chance to tease. Yin Chuan sighed dramatically. Ever since Shao Ji arrived, shouldn't I, a mere 7th-tier weakling, just step down from my position? He gave Jiang Ji a pointed look. Jiang Ji quickly waved his hands, laughing. Uncle Yin, that's just shameless. How are you blaming me for this now? He had no interest in the role of city lord. It was a thankless job, and he was more than happy to leave it to Yin Chuan. That said, Jiang Ji continued, his tone shifting to a more serious one. While we may not head into the stars yet, there is somewhere else we need to go. Where? Yin Chuan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Jiang Ji's expression grew stern. The Stone Demon clan's territory. We've always been on the defensive, but we've never taken the initiative to wipe out a major clan. Originally, I planned to target the Endless Forest first, to avenge those we've lost over the years. But since the Stone Demon clan dared to provoke us, they'll be dealt with first. The Forest clan can wait, they'll be next. Qian Zhan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, his voice carrying a trace of disbelief. So, what you're saying is, our next move is to annihilate the Stone Demon clan? Jiang Ji's gaze was resolute, and his tone unwavering as he replied, exactly. The clan's sacred treasure is now in my possession, and there are no Tier 10 combatants left in their territory. Compared to the endless forest, wiping them out won't take much effort. But we don't yet know the exact location of the Stone Demon clan's territory, Wang Lao pointed out, raising a critical concern. A faint smile played at the corner of Jiang Ji's lips. I already learned the location of their territory from the mountain treasure. Not only that, but the treasure also contains detailed information about their top warriors. Currently, they've already lost 3 Tier 9 combatants, and the remaining Tier 9s won't exceed 15. As for their lower tier forces, they're hardly worth worrying about. Inwardly, Jiang Ji pondered the puzzling actions of the Stone Demon clan. It was baffling that they had left the aura signatures of all their Tier 9 warriors imprinted within the mountain treasure, linking those signatures directly to their territory's location. This allowed him to pinpoint their stronghold as soon as he obtained the treasure. In truth, the Stone Demon clan had their reasons for such a setup. The purpose of imprinting the auras was to monitor the life and death statuses of their top warriors in real time. Without a Tier 10 combatant, their Tier 9s represented their strongest fighting force, each one invaluable. If any of them were to die unexpectedly, the clan could immediately respond and adjust their strategy. On the other hand, the territories of the various alien demon clans were never really a secret to the Federation. There was no need for the Stone Demon clan to deliberately conceal their location. This, however, played into the hands of places like Daxia City, which had been cut off from the flow of information. The Stone Demon clan had a pact with the Federation, ensuring that as long as the Federation's Tier 10 powerhouses didn't intervene, the clan's sacred treasure would render its wielder nearly invincible. They never imagined that their treasure would end up lost in a place like Daxia City. Our Daxia City has been dormant for far too long. It's time we reassert ourselves on the global stage, Jiang Ji said, his voice low but filled with determination. The others nodded in agreement, affirming his vision. The Stone Demon clan would become the first stepping stone in Daxia City's rise to prominence once more. After finalizing the battle plan, Jiang Ji immediately summoned 100 robots from within the city as reinforcements. Although these robots could not directly engage in combat, they were instrumental in tracking down any stragglers, ensuring that no stone demon escaped. Meanwhile, the residents of Daxia City were tirelessly collecting high-grade materials and transporting them to the mechanical factory, awaiting further instructions from Jiang Ji. Once the warship ascended, Jiang Ji led his team straight toward the Stone Demon territory. The Stone Demon lands were merely 1,000 miles away from the southern continent. Although separated by an ocean, the warship rendered such barriers meaningless. With its unparalleled speed, it could ascend, locate, and traverse the distance in mere seconds. This extraordinary mobility gave Jiang Ji the confidence to both protect Daxia City and launch a decisive assault on the Stone Demon clan. When the warship hovered over the Stone Demon territory, the scene below took Jiang Ji by surprise. Contrary to his expectations of mountainous caves, the Stone Demons had chosen a vast, rocky shoreline as their habitat. Amid countless uniquely shaped boulders, numerous stone demons lay scattered. With their vertical eyes closed, they blended seamlessly into their surroundings, making them almost indistinguishable. The open, barren environment suited their natural aversion to concealment. Scans from the warship revealed that approximately 50,000 stone demons resided on the rocky shore. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, their collective strength was formidable. Most were at the 6th or 7th tier, with a significant number at the 8th, and no fewer than 13 at the 9th tier. Such a distribution of power explained why the Federation had formed an alliance with the alien demon clans. At this moment, the Stone Demon clan remained unaware that their sacred artifact had been stolen and their guardian had perished. They basked leisurely in the sunlight. Jiang Ji wasted no time on words and immediately activated the warship's attack systems. From high above the clouds, the warship's cannons locked onto all targets at the 8th tier and above. Dozens of cannon blasts rained down, unleashing devastating energy across the rocky shore. Although the 13 9th tier stone demons detected the impending danger through the unique amplifications of their territory and joined forces to erect a defense, their efforts were futile against the overwhelming firepower of the warship's cannons, which far surpassed the might of the Black Mist Spear. Who dares attack our stone clan? Ah, a 10th tier enemy. My end is near. Attacking us while our guardian is away, such cowardice. Our guardian has not returned. Our clan is in grave danger. Please, stop. We beg you, stop. The dying cries of the 9th tier stone demons echoed in the air, but they could not halt the onslaught. In less than a second, these formidable beings were reduced to dust amid their anguished screams. Witnessing the annihilation of their strongest warriors, the entire rocky shore descended into chaos. The remaining stone demons scattered like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. To lose so many without even glimpsing their enemy was a terrifying sight, even for a race as powerful as the stone demons. known as a species of the starry skies. In the face of mortal danger, all living beings tend to exhibit similar reactions. However, the chaos caused by the massive form of the stone demons was distinctly different from that of humans. Their bodies lacked moisture and facial features. Otherwise, they might have been weeping uncontrollably like humans in such a moment. Jang decisively threw out the mountain treasure, which emitted a brilliant glow as it began absorbing the spiritual essence from the 13 stone demon corpses. As the essence was continuously absorbed, the mountain treasure's radiance grew increasingly dazzling, and its aura became even more imposing. This sudden turn of events immediately caught the attention of the stone demon horde below. Their reactions varied. Some exclaimed in recognition of the treasure belonging to their clan. Others called out in confusion, imploring its return, while some began questioning why their clan treasure was in this place. When they saw it absorbing the spiritual essence of their fallen kin, their murmurs were filled with unease and fear. How could our clan treasure appear there? Why isn't it responding to our call? Where is the honored one? The treasure's appearance should signify their presence. The clan treasure is absorbing the essence of our predecessors. This is strictly forbidden. Could it be that the treasure has fallen into the hands of an outsider? Impossible. How could the honored one, who wields the treasure, have perished? Who could possess such power? Fear rippled through the stone demon horde like waves, and some of their massive forms even began to tremble, betraying the depth of their terror. Jiang Ji ignored their cries and focused intently on operating the ship's cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage. In this one-sided slaughter, countless stone demons were killed in their frantic attempts to flee. Even those who managed to escape the chaos of the rocky terrain couldn't evade the cannon's precise strikes. The stone demons that fell were all at least of the 8th tier in strength. The remaining ones were swiftly surrounded and attacked by a battalion of robots. As the stone demons were on the verge of complete annihilation, one 8th tier stone demon, who had narrowly survived, raised its voice to the sky and shouted, "Mighty ones, please stay your hand. Our clan surrenders, we surrender. We are willing to offer all our resources, so long as you accept our surrender." Witnessing the devastating power of the cannon, the stone demon mistakenly believed the attacking force included numerous 10th tier powerhouses. The actions of the last 8th tier stone golem were astonishing. Its massive body slowly knelt to the ground, and its towering 100-meter frame seemed especially overwhelming at this moment. With both hands raised high, it held a few objects and made a pleading gesture toward the empty sky. Jiang Ji had initially planned to strike it down immediately, but the items in the stone golem's hands caught his attention. Using the control room screen to zoom in, he saw them clearly 7 intact starstones. These were completely different from the broken starstones he had previously acquired in Dahan City. 7 starstones meant the potential creation of 7 9th tier awakened, which made Jiang Ji momentarily hold back his attack. However, he had no intention of sparing this alien creature. In his view, once the stone golem race was wiped out, these starstones would naturally fall into his hands, eliminating any need to accept their surrender and risk leaving a threat behind. Just as he was about to give the order, Wang Lao suddenly intervened. "Wait a moment, Xiao Ji," Wang Lao said, stopping him. "Haven't you been troubled by the lack of star coordinates? These stone golems, who clearly come from beyond Blue Planet, might possess valuable information. If we can obtain the correct coordinates and locate more starstones, Daxia City could cultivate a large number of strong fighters in a short time." Wang Lao continued his analysis. "By accepting their surrender, we could also gather intelligence about other alien species, such as the unknown creatures we encountered in the Arctic snow mountains. This information could be of great value to Daxia City." Jiang Ji hesitated. The aliens in Daxia City shared a deep-seated hatred, forged in blood. Over the years, every alien discovered had organized beast tides to attack Daxia City. The stone golem race was undoubtedly complicit in spilling the blood of Daxia's people. Sensing Jiang Ji's concerns, Wang Lao sneered, "I'm not suggesting we truly accept their surrender. We can feign agreement and extract every ounce of value from them before wiping them out completely to avenge the blood debt of the past. That's the only way to deal with these alien beasts." Jiang Ji suddenly understood and immediately agreed to the plan. He ordered the robots to subdue the remaining stone golems, forcing them to shrink their massive forms and escorting them onto the warship's deck. The 8th tier stone golem, believing it had been granted a chance at survival, even cooperated willingly. In just 5 minutes of battle, the stone golem race was decimated, with less than 10% of their numbers surviving. Their homeland was reduced to rubble by the warship's cannons. Hundreds of survivors were rounded up and placed under strict guard on the deck by the robots. Jiang Ji accepted the surrender resources offered by the 8th tier stone golem, the most valuable of which were the 7 starstones. He handed the starstones to Yin Chuan for distribution. This decision caught Yin Chuan off guard. These treasures, capable of determining who could ascend to the 9th tier, were entrusted to him so casually. By all logic, either Qian Zhan or Wang Lao would have been far more suitable to make such a decision. Yin Chuan felt the weight of the starstones in his hands, as if they were 1,000 pounds. Struggling to suppress his own desire for them, he cautiously suggested, Xiao Ji, perhaps you should handle the distribution? Or maybe entrust it to Senior Qian or Wang Lao. As the city lord, how can you lack even this much courage? Mr. Wang chuckled and shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Jiang Ji picked up the conversation and turned his gaze to Yin Chuan. Uncle Yin, let's distribute according to the contributions made over the past 12 years. Those with the greatest contributions take priority. Don't feel pressured once we truly step into the starry skies. Resources like these will only become more abundant, enough for everyone. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow and said, if we're talking about contributions, who could compare to you? Why don't you take it all for yourself? Jiang Ji waved his hand, his expression serious. These starstones are just a drop in the ocean for me. Instead of wasting them on me, it's better to use them to cultivate a few more strong fighters in Daxia City. After all, we can't always rely on robots to handle everything. For now, we only have Senior Qian as a 9th-tier combatant, and we shouldn't trouble him too often. Compared to awakened ones, the path to advancement for martial artists is indeed much harder. Hearing his name mentioned, Qianjin smiled. I don't mind helping out, but if I get some free time, I'd like to head to the Arctic snow mountains for some intense training and see if I can further hone my ice blade technique. Why not give one piece each to Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, those two kids? Yin Chuan suggested. Jiang Ji pondered for a moment before replying, Zhou Ming's contributions have already reached their limit. Let him take his time progressing from the 8th to the 9th tier. Once the White Mist world is fully explored, he'll naturally advance. As for Zhou Ling, she can have one piece. A 9th-tier necromancer will be crucial for Daxia City, and this allocation won't seem overly biased. The remaining 6 pieces will be left to you, Uncle Yen, to distribute. All right then, I'll allocate them based on contributions. Yin Chuan agreed with a nod. Zhang Ji added, by the way, I'll also leave it to you to extract any remaining value from these stone demons. You treat me like a workhorse. Yin Chuan joked, feigning annoyance. Zhang Ji coughed lightly in mock seriousness. Didn't you claim to have unique interrogation methods, Uncle Yin? No one else can do this, so I'm just making the best use of resources. Fine, fine. Looks like I won't be getting much sleep for the next few days. Yin Chuan sighed, resigned. Zhang Ji's tone turned cold. Once we've drained them of their value, their time will be up. If you can't do it, let the robots handle it. Yin Chuan widened his eyes. Zhang Ji, are you underestimating me? This is all valuable experience. Leave it to me. But, he chuckled, rubbing his chin, doesn't this approach feel a bit like the villains in old movies? From their perspective, we're more than just villains. We the masterminds pulling the strings, Lu Hui quipped, joining in the banter. Mr. Wang smiled calmly and said, I think we're more like protagonists who've successfully avenged ourselves. At these words, everyone burst into laughter. No one had expected Mr. Wang, at his age, to come up with such a witty remark. Amid this laughter, on Blue Star, no one noticed that a powerful starry sky race had quietly met its end. The Stone Demon clan was now erased from existence. Among the treasures offered by the 8th-tier Stone Demon, the Star Stones were just one of its highlights. The other items, while still valuable to Daxia City, seemed rather unimpressive. A petrification technique capable of tripling one's defense, applicable up to the 7th tier. A strengthening stone elixir that could permanently enhance one's physique but gradually petrify the user, as well as various forging materials and pre-crafted stone weapons. These things are of little use to me. They might be more useful for others in the city, Jiang Ji remarked, surveying the spoils before him. It seems the Stone Demon clan wasn't as rich as I'd hoped. What a disappointment. The Federation signed an alliance treaty for just this? Yin Chuan shook his head with a sigh. I really overestimated them. Qian Zhan, however, chuckled. We shouldn't dismiss it so quickly. Those few star stones alone exceeded expectations. Who would have thought wiping out a demonic race could yield such treasures? I wonder if the Regeneration clan has a stash of their own. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he mentioned the Regeneration clan. The stone demons are gone. Next, it's the Endless Forest's turn. This hatred ran deep. Qian Zhan's apprentice had been killed by the Regeneration clan, and over the years, the beast tides they orchestrated had brought endless suffering. For Daxia City, their enmity with the Regeneration clan was as vast as the ocean. Jiang Ji, sensing Qian Zhan's burning desire for vengeance, solemnly pledged, once the second battleship is completed, we'll flatten the Endless Forest. After looting the Stone Demon's territory, the group returned to Daxia City. Stepping off the battleship, everyone still felt a sense of disbelief. In just half a day, they had traveled to the Arctic snow mountains, effortlessly slain the guardian of the Stone Demon's treasure, and wiped out the entire Stone Demon clan. The events of this single day were equivalent to an entire month's worth of major accomplishments in the past. The annihilation of the Stone Demon clan was bound to send shockwaves across the world. In the 12 years since the Great Catastrophe, while conflicts among various races had been frequent, never before had such a powerful clan been completely eradicated. Though the Stone Demons lacked a 10th-tier powerhouse, their clan treasure alone placed them among the elite of the demonic races. Once news spread, other similarly ranked demonic clans would undoubtedly be gripped with fear if the Stone Demons could be wiped out so quietly. How could they ensure their own survival? Only clans with 10th-tier powerhouses might remain calm. As long as no being beyond the 10th tier emerged on Blue Star, they had little to fear. At worst, they could uproot their entire clan and take to the perilous expanse of the starry void. Of course, no clan would choose such a path unless absolutely necessary. The perils of the cosmos far exceeded those of the planet. Desya City quickly returned to its usual rhythm. The mechanical factories worked tirelessly around the clock, producing parts for the battleships, while the citizens shifted their focus from resource collection expeditions to the development of the White Mist world. Despite the constant influx of people into the White Mist world, the collection of high-tier resources still lagged behind the factory's consumption. This was an unavoidable reality. High-tier materials were not only difficult to mine, but also incredibly complex to process. Without the combined efforts of over 200,000 individuals, the construction of the first battleship would have taken even longer. The second battleship was estimated to require at least 5 days to complete. However, with experience gained, subsequent builds would become faster, provided the resources of the White Mist world weren't entirely depleted. Thanks to the power of the Star Stones, Desya City witnessed the birth of 7 9th-tier awakeners in a single day. The first to break through was a 10-year-old necromancer named Zhouling. The moment she stepped into the 9th tier, the entire city was shrouded in an aura of death. Residents felt as though they were staring into the gates of the underworld, with waves of deathly energy surging forth, leaving them with an eerie sensation of impending doom. The sheer intensity of this phenomenon was a testament to the immense power of a necromancer upon reaching the 9th tier. Zhouling's breakthrough sent waves of excitement throughout Desya City. Crowds gathered to catch a glimpse of the first 9th-tier powerhouse in 12 years. Once, people believed that having a single 9th-tier individual would be enough to reclaim their old lands and rid themselves of the demonic threat. But now, their ambitions had grown. They no longer aimed solely to return to their former home. The arrival of the warship filled everyone with ecstatic joy, but the emergence of a 9th-tier powerhouse sent the entire Desya City into a frenzy. Before this moment, speculation ran rampant about who would become the first 9th-tier warrior. Some placed their bets on the highly respected former city lord, Elder Wang. Others favored Zhan Tian, the city lord and a formidable mechanic. Still, there were those who pinned their hopes on the likes of Qian Jun, Yin Chuan, and Zhang Yuan, all known for their exceptional strength. Even Jiang Ji's name was included in the predictions. However, fate often has a flair for the dramatic. The first to break through to the 9th tier was none other than Zhou Ling, a 10-year-old girl who, just half a month ago, was an ordinary individual. In merely 15 days, she ascended from the 1st tier to the 9th, a feat that would have been considered pure fantasy before the discovery of the Starstone's mystical powers. Yet, the wonders of the celestial treasure shattered all preconceived notions. Zhou Ling did not disappoint. With a gentle lift of her delicate hand, a shadow surged forth, and she summoned a skeletal dragon from the realm of the undead, a creature coveted by even the most powerful necromancers. This colossal being, entirely black and exuding an aura of death far more intense than that of its still-living master, spread its night-like wings. Instantly, an oppressive, deathly energy enveloped Desya City, dimming the sunlight and plunging the city into an eerie twilight. This skeletal dragon was unlike any ordinary skeleton species. It was not just bare bones. It was enshrouded in an eternal black mist that obscured its true form. Only its dark crimson eyes pierced through the shadows, glowing menacingly with no trace of life, as if gazing directly from the abyss of death. When the skeletal dragon let out a deafening roar, it seemed as if it sought to devour all light in the world and transform the city into a second realm of the undead. Its overwhelming presence was so immense that it even appeared to surpass Qianzhan, the current strongest in Desya City. "Xiao Long, come down," Zhou Ling called softly to the skeletal dragon. Her voice, though gentle, carried an irresistible command. The once imposing dragon instantly ceased its roar and obediently descended to her side, shrinking its massive form to just a few meters tall and retracting its oppressive aura. It nuzzled its head against Zhou Ling tenderly, resembling a docile pet rather than the fearsome beast it appeared moments ago. Leaning against the skeletal dragon's wing, Zhou Ling surveyed the crowd around her. Despite the tremendous power she had just displayed, the little girl suddenly clutched the edge of her clothing, her cheeks flushing visibly with shyness. After all, no matter how strong she had become, she was still just a 10-year-old girl at heart. Everyone was stunned at the sight before them. A formidable 9th-tier warrior, standing with a majestic skeletal dragon behind her, was actually blushing under their gaze? The contrast was simply unbelievable. The overwhelming aura from the skeletal dragon still lingered in their minds, momentarily making them forget Zhou Ling's age. It was hard to reconcile the shy little girl before them with the commanding owner of such a fearsome creature. Jiang Ji stepped forward at the right moment, signaling everyone to disperse and return to their duties. As he turned to Zhou Ling, the skeletal dragon suddenly let out a low growl, spreading its wings to shield her, exuding an air of intense vigilance. Little dragon, Brother Jiang is a good person. Don't be afraid. Zhou Ling reassured gently, tiptoeing to pat the dragon's head. Under its master's soothing touch, the skeletal dragon folded its wings and relaxed its guard slightly. Jiang Ji studied the skeletal dragon in amazement. Clad only in a powered exosuit, there was no reason for it to react so defensively. Could it possibly perceive the warship hidden within the mechanical space? The thought was baffling. In truth, while the skeletal dragon couldn't see through the mechanical space, as a being of the undead, it was highly attuned to the aura of death. From Jiang Ji, it sensed an overwhelming, lethal death energy, which had put it on high alert. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old, Qianjun remarked as he approached, marveling at the skeletal dragon. Despite his current strength, he felt uncertain about subduing this undead creature. The natural talent of self-awakened individuals was indeed extraordinary, enabling them to summon beings of such immense power. He realized he needed to focus on improving his own abilities. With the growing number of 9th-tier warriors in Daxia City, his position as an 8th-tier martial artist would soon become obsolete. However, before heading to the Arctic snow mountains to seek enlightenment, he had to complete his mission of eradicating the endless forest and personally avenging his late apprentice by confronting Imo Tsang. Xiaoling, can you summon more skeletal dragons? Jiang Ji asked curiously. He had long dreamed of assembling a high-tier army of undead. While the robot legion was formidable, bolstering the city's foundation with undead forces would only strengthen Daxia City further. Zhou Ling initially nodded, but then shook her head, leaving Jiang Ji puzzled. She explained, now that I've reached the 9th tier, I can summon all undead species from the undead realm. However, Little Dragon is already the strongest among Themits, the king of the undead realm. While there are other 9th tier skeletal dragons and undead beings under its command, none are as powerful as it is. Jiang Ji couldn't hide his disappointment. He had hoped the undead realm would have countless skeletal dragons of comparable strength. If that were the case, Daxia City's core forces would be fully reinforced, and many of his burdens would be alleviated. Still, for a necromancer to possess such a formidable summon right after reaching the 9th tier was already remarkable. While the other 9th tier undead couldn't rival this skeletal dragon, they would still be valuable assets. After learning about Zhou Ling's abilities, Jiang Ji bid her farewell, advising her to familiarize herself with her new 9th tier powers in her own time. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 star stones were distributed, and 7 9th tier warriors emerged in Daxia City in a single day. The next to ascend was Elder Wang, a veteran of the Knights Order who had dedicated his life to their cause. His sacrifices and contributions over the years were well known to all, making him a deserving recipient of a Starstone. As a Storm Knight, his advancement to the 9th tier summoned a powerful tempest in the skies. Known for its exceptional offensive capabilities, this profession allowed him to unleash devastating power with his lance, rivaling even Qian Zhan's blade techniques. Though not as effective in group battles as a necromancer, achieving the 9th tier was more than enough to satisfy Elder Wang. Without the Starstone, he might never have reached this level in his lifetime. Lastly, it was Yin Chuan, the city lord. Initially reluctant to claim a Starstone for himself, he was met with unanimous opposition. Everyone insisted, as the city lord, you represent Daxia City. Appearing as a 7th tier warrior would only invite ridicule. Reluctantly, Yin Chuan accepted their reasoning. His profession as a flame swordsman saw a significant boost in offensive power after reaching the 9th tier. While he still fell short of Qian Zhan, his strength now rivaled the likes of Tu Yulong, the guardian of Dahai City. This suggested that Tu Yulong, too, had likely relied on a Starstone to ascend to the 9th tier. Lu Huai, as a battlefield analyst, may not excel in combat, but his sharp perceptive abilities prove invaluable in any situation. Following him is the seasoned veteran Qin Dai, who had been left with lingering injuries from his time on the battlefield. Thanks to breakthroughs in regenerative force analysis and the advancement of numerous healers, his long-standing condition was finally cured. After absorbing Starstones, his Seer class was rejuvenated. Though this support-oriented class lacks direct combat prowess, it grants him glimpses into the future. However, each time he foresees an event, the predetermined course of destiny may shift, leading to unexpected twists in the future. For Daxia City, such an ability is indeed priceless. Next in line are 2 Legion commanders Shadow Archer Lin Wu and Phantom Assassin Xiao Jun, both of whom are formidable individuals with exceptional single combat capabilities. In just a single day, Daxia City saw the rise of 7 9th tier powerhouses, an achievement that would have been deemed impossible in the past. All of this is credited to the Mechanist Jang. Without his creation of the powerful warship, the annihilation of the stone demon race and the acquisition of such rare starstones would have been unthinkable. As he watched others achieve breakthroughs one after another, Jiang Ji's thoughts began to wander. If the stone demon race had such a stockpile of starstones, then other alien demon races likely wouldn't be an exception. Even if they had conducted significant trades with the Federation, their internal reserves should still rival those of the stone demons. Particularly cunning races like the Regeneration clan would undoubtedly ensure they preserved ample resources for themselves. This realization strengthened Jiang Ji's resolve to eradicate the alien demons. A few starstones might offer him limited growth, but what if he could acquire dozens, or even hundreds? A single starstone provides 10 million experience points. For an awakened individual, 10 starstones would mean 100 million. With his experience bar already more than halfway filled, obtaining 30 or 40 starstones would make his advancement inevitable in the near future. The southern continent would no longer see beast tides, and even with his warship, it would be nearly impossible to locate areas where millions of beasts gathered. While he could theoretically unleash indiscriminate bombardments across the globe, such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of all 10th-tier powerhouses on Blue Star, a risk not worth taking. Therefore, if he wanted to ascend quickly, his focus had to shift toward these rare treasures from the stars. While the city of Defy was thriving in prosperity, a group of formidable beings had already gathered on the desolate rubble of the former Stone Demon clan's territory. Despite their differing forms, both humans and otherworldly demons alike emanated the oppressive aura of 9th-tier power. How could the Stone Demon clan suddenly be annihilated? Who did this? And how did we not sense anything? An enraged 9th-tier flame demon, closely allied with the Stone Demons, roared in fury. 2 days had passed, and when the scene of devastation was discovered, everyone was stunned. Tens of thousands of stone demon corpses lay strewn across the ground, and 13 lifeless 9th-tier bodies of the Stone Demon clan were scattered among them. The sight left all present shaken to their core. The Stone Demon clan was far from weak. Their clan possessed a stellar relic capable of unleashing 10th-tier power. Under normal circumstances, even if the mighty Federation launched an attack, the Stone Demon clan could have held their ground until reinforcements from other demon clans arrived. However, after an investigation by those skilled in detection, a chilling conclusion emerged. The Stone Demon clan had been obliterated in less than 10 minutes. They hadn't even had time to activate their 10th-tier clan relic. Humans, was this your doing? One of the otherworldly demons demanded, glaring at the present 9th-tier human powerhouses. Given that the Federation was the most powerful force on Blue Star, the demons couldn't help but suspect that this was part of a covert plot orchestrated by them. A 9th-tier human powerhouse frowned and retorted, "You may eat recklessly, but you cannot speak recklessly. The Federation has a treaty with you all. Why would we do something so foolish as to sever our own alliances?" He went on to point out that the traces at the scene clearly indicated a powerful bombardment, even bearing remnants of 10th-tier energy. However, the Federation's technological weaponry had not yet reached such a level. At this moment, a demon resembling a goat but walking upright, a member of the Wise Goat Demon clan, spoke up and inquired about who had first discovered the site. Known for their intelligence, this clan even had a true 10th-tier powerhouse, the Sage, who possessed the ability to foresee the future. Infiltration stepped forward and stated that he was the first to discover the site. The 9th-tier Wise Goat questioned, "Your clan resides on the southern continent, thousands of miles away across the ocean. What brought you here?" Emotsong stepped in to shield Infiltration and explained in detail the situation between the southern continent and Disya City. He admitted that he had sent Infiltration to inform the Stone Demon clan while also hoping to seize an opportunity to acquire their treasures, as the Black Fog Spear of the Regeneration clan was nearing depletion. "Disya City?" The Flame Demon sneered. "Your Regeneration clan truly is pathetic, unable to even control mere livestock, only to be bitten back in return." Though enraged, Emotsong had no choice but to concede this point. He explained that based on the traces left at the scene, it was undoubtedly Disya City that had annihilated the Stone Demon clan. To prevent the Regeneration clan from becoming the next target, he had spread the news and summoned various clans, hoping to unite and eliminate Disya City to safeguard the Endless Forest. The 9th-tier evil goat snorted coldly, its tone full of skepticism. A weak human city that, just months ago, had a strongest warrior at merely the 7th tier, now claims to possess the strength to annihilate the Stone Demon clan? Despite listening to Emotsong's detailed account, none of the surrounding foreign demons believed him. The Flame Demon roared angrily, "We've long known that your Rebirth clan is adept at scheming. The Stone Demon clan must have been your sacrificial pawn. And now you want to use this incident to plot against us." Other demons chimed in agreement. A mere breeding ground for blood food under the watch of the Rebirth clan. How could such a place possibly develop this kind of power right under your noses? Are you Rebirth clan so incompetent? They mocked. Advancing from the 7th tier to the 10th tier in just a few months? That's pure fantasy. Even moving from the 9th tier to the 10th is an arduous task, let alone leaping directly from the 7th tier. If your Rebirth clan truly possessed such capabilities, why haven't you already cultivated a 10th tier powerhouse of your own in the southern continent? At this moment, a 9th tier human warrior spoke up. Everyone, let me remind you the Federation is still present here. Referring to us as blood food at every turn is going too far. Desya City has always been a bastion of humanity. The Flame Demon sneered at his words. Ha, what a performance. Back when you traded these humans with the Rebirth clan in exchange for Starstones, where was this righteous indignation then? Your Federation's hypocrisy is something we've seen through long ago. Another 9th tier human scoffed coldly. And what exactly do you mean by this, Flame Demon? Are you looking to declare war on the Federation? Finally showing your true colors, are you? The Flame Demon sneered in return. It's clear that your Federation has been harboring ill intentions toward us Starborn races all along. Threatening war at every turn. Do you think we Starborn races fear you? Sensing the situation escalating, the first 9th tier human gestured to his companion to stay calm. Why don't we first hear the Rebirth clan's explanation? He suggested. Emotsong hadn't expected that his rare moment of truth-telling would fall on deaf ears. Left with no choice, he began recounting the events from the Beast Tide several months prior. He detailed the anomalies in Desya City, the slaying of the 9th tier Eagle Beast, the death of the 8th tier Stone Demon that triggered a battle amongst 9th tiers, and Desya City's successful defense against the Black Mist Spear. He omitted the part about plotting against the Federation's trial geniuses, but disclosed everything else. After hearing his account, even the 9th tier humans were perplexed. You're saying all of this was caused by a single mechanic? A mere mechanic? What kind of power could they possibly wield? We've seen plenty of mechanics in the Federation theory, just weak awakened individuals. And now you expect us to believe that Desya City has produced a mechanic who surpasses all others? Who would believe such a thing? Emotsong nodded, admitting, the changes in Desya City were indeed brought about by this newly emerged mechanic. Regret flickered across his face. I should have wiped out Desya City right after the trial instead of trying to incite conflict between it and the Federation. Now, after all this delay, their power has grown beyond control. If I had destroyed that mechanic back then, just as I crushed Desya City's hope, none of this would be happening today. The 9th tier evil goat remained unmoved. This is nothing more than your conjecture. How can it be taken as evidence? Emotsong replied, if you don't believe me, you can accompany me to the southern continent to investigate. While my claim is speculative, I'm confident it's close to the truth. The destruction of the Stone Demon clan must have been orchestrated by Desya City. For the sake of his clan's safety, he had to push for an alliance among the foreign demons. The Flame Demon interjected again. A mere mechanic wielding such power? Ridiculous. Emotsong, you claim to have solid evidence. But if we go to investigate and find that the facts don't align with your claims, what will your Rebirth clan offer as compensation? I've heard your clan has a large stockpile of starstones. How about this? If your guess is wrong, you'll hand over your starstones. After all, if we 9th tier warriors are to annihilate Desya City, we'll need to bring clan treasures with us. It would only be fair for your clan to show some sincerity. Emotsong hesitated. Truthfully, despite his confident front, he wasn't entirely certain. After all, Desya City had nearly been destroyed by the Black Mist Spear just half a month ago. The idea that a 10th tier powerhouse could emerge in such a short span seemed almost absurd even to him. His true intention was simply to use the collective strength of the foreign demons to eliminate the humans who had spiraled out of his control and posed a threat to the endless forest. Emotsong gazed at the dwindling reserves of starstones within his tribe, his brows deeply furrowed. These starstones were not only critical for the birth of a 9th tier powerhouse in the Regeneration tribe, but if his assumptions were wrong, these precious resources would be squandered in vain. The surrounding alien demons noticed Emotsong's hesitant expression, and a knowing smirk appeared on their faces. Clearly, even the Regeneration tribe harbored doubts about the matter. Why, then, would the others trust it so easily? At that moment, a strong figure from the Human Federation stepped forward, his voice steady as he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, after all, Desya City is human territory. If you don't mind, the Federation is willing to take on the task of uncovering the truth. We also have powerful forces stationed in the southern continent. The 9th tier fiendish ram lifted its head, a strange gleam flashing in its eyes. From its understanding of the Federation, these people never did anything that wasn't in their own interest. This matter involved many starry sky races, and should have nothing to do with the Federation. The Federation is no saint, the fiendish ram said bluntly. What scheme are you plotting this time? Otherwise, why would you volunteer to assist us? The human powerhouse chuckled lightly. The Federation never does anything for free. 3 starstones in exchange for intelligence on Desya City. That price isn't too high, is it? The Federation truly has no shame. The Flame Demon sneered coldly. Hearing the proposed terms, the fiendish ram felt more at ease. This was exactly in line with its impression of the Federation: cunning, deceitful, and inherently greedy. Since this matter originated with the Regeneration tribe, the fiendish ram said, turning its gaze to Emote Song, those 3 starstones should come from your tribe. Emote Song, you wouldn't object, would you? Though Emote Song was seething with anger inside, he had no choice but to comply. While the Federation's strength was no match for the collective power of the alien demons, it often proved unexpectedly effective in certain situations. My tribe will provide the 3 starstones, Emote Song said in a low voice. However, if my assumptions are correct, I hope you all will join forces with my tribe to eliminate Dashya City. The flame demon immediately responded, you don't need to say it. If Dashya City is indeed the hand behind the destruction of the stone demons, my flame demon tribe will be the first to act and wipe it out completely. Seeing that the matter was finally settled, the various demonic beings dispersed. Although the stone demon case had come to an end, a faint sense of unease still lingered in the air. Some factions had only tenuous ties with the stone demon, and their earlier support was merely out of self-preservation, fearing that the mysterious mastermind might target them next. With no leads to follow, the demonic beings shifted their focus to the city of Dashya. While no one truly believed that Dashya possessed such power, they couldn't afford to take any chances. Before leaving, the 9th-tier evil ram cast a meaningful glance at Emote Song and the human experts, saying, "I'll leave the matter of the mastermind in your capable hands." The human experts nodded in agreement. Moments later, only they and the Regeneration clan members Emote Song and Fachin remained at the scene. One of the human experts addressed Emote Song, "Brother Emote Song, you may return and await my news. I'll arrange for people from Dahan City to investigate Dashya. If your suspicions prove correct, we'll notify the Endless Forest immediately. However, the 3 starstones must be prepared as soon as possible." Emote Song cast him a cold glance. This scheme had failed, and now they had to rely on the Federation while paying the price of 3 starstones, a result far from what he had hoped for. Without another word, he sped back to the Endless Forest with Fachin to prepare their defenses. Once, Dashya had been nothing more than a plaything in their eyes. Now, they had to guard against its potential threat. How unpredictable fate could be. After the demonic beings had completely vanished, the human experts began to converse among themselves. Could Dashya really have produced a 10th tier? One of them asked skeptically. Highly unlikely. Everyone knows how difficult it is to reach the 10th tier. Even with so many 9th tiers in the Eastern District, only a handful have emerged over the years, another analyzed. Emote Song is probably exaggerating. And that's fortunate. If the demonic beings had united to destroy Dashya, our Eastern District's plans would have been ruined. Exactly. The Taiping army hasn't been drawn out yet. Dashya cannot fall, another remarked with a grin. Well, just have Dahan City put on a show. Gaining 3 starstones for free means we'll soon have 3 more 9th tiers in the Eastern District. It turned out that these individuals were operatives from the Eastern District of the Federation. Acting on orders from their superiors, they had intervened to prevent the demonic beings from joining forces. Until the remnants of the ancient nation revealed themselves, Dashya could not be allowed to perish prematurely. Meanwhile, within Daxia's City Lord's mansion, the core members were gathered. With the second warship nearing completion, Jiangji had convened a meeting to discuss their next moves. Coincidentally, Yin Chuan had just extracted some crucial information from the 100-strong squad they had captured days earlier. The Taiping army? Yin Chuan revealed the news, leaving everyone stunned. Old Qin furrowed his brow. From what we learned in Dahan City, the Taiping army is a chaotic force formed by remnants of various nations. While it includes some from the ancient nation, what does it have to do with Dashya? Yin Chuan explained, Old Qin, you've been misled by Tu Yulong. The Taiping army has consisted solely of people from the ancient nation since its inception. There are no remnants from other nations. In other words, they share the same roots as Daxiathi are the last bloodline of the ancient nation? Old Wang pressed. Yin Chuan nodded. According to the prisoners, the Taiping army has been active in the Eastern District of the Federation, specifically targeting traitors who betrayed the ancient nation. Their goal is restoration, but under the Federation's suppression, they've been forced into hiding and are constantly hunted. Old Qin's face darkened with anger. Tu Yulong truly deceived us. Both the Eastern District and the Taiping army are made up of people from the ancient nation. Yet these traitors not only refuse to help their fellow survivors of the 10th tier massacre, but also seek to annihilate them. Old Wang's tone turned icy. These backstabbers prioritize their own interests and are harsher on their own people than outsiders. If I encounter Tu Yulong again, I'll settle the score myself. Jiangji asked, Uncle Yin, does this mean the Taiping army might really try to contact us? Yin Chuan explained that the prisoners had already relayed information before their return. According to Tu Yulong's plan, news about Dashya would have spread throughout the Eastern District by now. If the Taiping army saw a glimmer of hope for restoration, they might indeed reach out. Old Qin sneered. No wonder Tu Yulong was so cooperative. He had this in mind all along. If the Taiping army contacts us, they'll have the perfect opportunity to wipe out the last bloodline of the ancient nation. If the Taiping army does come, how should we respond? Jiang Ji asked. The room fell silent as everyone pondered. The realization that there were still true compatriots from the ancient nation was heartening, but Daxia had now become an independent entity. The Taiping army largely consisted of remnants of the ancient nation's old regime. If they met, who would lead and who would follow? Should they invite the Taiping army to join Daxia? With their strength, the Taiping army was unlikely to disband willingly. Should Daxia merge into the Taiping army? That was even more unthinkable. After all the battles they had endured, Daxia would never submit to anyone. Even if the Taiping army bore the banner of the ancient nation, Daxia would not merge with them. The ancient nation was no more. Daxia and the Taiping army were now two distinct forces. With warships and other powerful resources at its disposal, Daxia was no weaker than any other faction and had no reason to rely on others. Daxia was Daxia forever an independent force, never a subordinate to anyone. Let's wait and see. Perhaps the other party won't even show up? Wang Lao's voice carried a trace of hesitation. The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on everyone. It was clear that each of them harbored a deep, unshakable attachment to the ancient kingdom, which only made the issue of the Taiping army all the more troubling. Sensing the tension, Jiang Ji deftly shifted the conversation. Now that we know the Federation schemes, it's clear that Daxia City has been under the watch of their Tier 10 powerhouses. They could act at any moment. We need to adapt our strategy moving forward. Wang Lao straightened, his expression growing serious. Jiang Ji is right. At present, Daxia City only has one warship. Even if we were to construct another, the combined strength would barely match 2 Tier 10 combatants. That's far from enough to fend off a large-scale assault by Tier 10 forces. If we rashly strike to destroy the endless forest, word will inevitably spread. When that happens, any attempts to eliminate other demon species will undoubtedly face interference from the Federation or other demon factions. After a moment of contemplation, Qianzhan offered a suggestion. There might be a way to handle this. While the warship's power is equivalent to just 2 Tier 10 fighters, its defensive capabilities are strong enough to withstand a siege. What we truly need to worry about is the safety of Daxia City's residents. However, now that we have the White Mist World, we might just have a solution to this problem. He elaborated further, his tone steady and confident. During our operations, we can evacuate all the residents into the White Mist World for safety. Outside, we only need to leave behind the Tier 9 powerhouses, along with Zhou Ming and me, as Tier 8 combatants. Even if we face a siege, the warship can either break through the encirclement or hold its ground. This is a scorched earth tactic, Qin Dai remarked grimly. If it comes to that, the consequences are clear. We might save the people, but if we can't neutralize this threat, Daxia City, the place we've called home for 12 years, will be torn apart by those Tier 10 forces. Let me know if you'd like me to continue rewriting the rest. Each section can be refined to maintain the narrative flow and enhance the emotional weight of the story. 90-year? The crowd froze for a moment upon hearing this. In the current Great Xia City, was there truly a 90-year powerhouse bold enough to provoke them? That would be nothing short of courting death. Leaving aside the deterrence of the battleships, the strength of figures like Elder Wang alone was more than enough to handle an onslaught of multiple 90-year combatants. It was precisely because the city's full strength had yet to be revealed that even the alien demons of the Rebirth tribe could only speculate about Great Xia City's true power, unable to make an accurate assessment. After the discussion concluded, the group stepped out of the city lord's mansion and cast their gaze toward the sky. A 90-year powerhouse could easily traverse the air, rendering the city walls ineffective as a line of defense. Thus, they didn't bother stationing themselves there. Since the approaching party clearly harbored ill intentions, they decided it was better to wait here for their adversaries to reveal themselves. It didn't take long before all but Lu Huai and Old Qin sensed the incoming presence. A wave of scorching heat swept over them, and Qianzhan immediately felt a twinge of familiarity. Tu Yulong, Jiang Ji declared, confirming the identity. With his current detection abilities, there were only 2 flame-type awakened in the region, Yin Chuan and Tu Yulong of Dahai City. That beast? Yin Chuan spat angrily. We haven't even gone to Dahai City to settle the score, and now he comes knocking on our door? Perfect. Let's see whose flames burn brighter. As a fellow flame-type awakened who had recently ascended to the 9th tier, Yin Chuan was eager for this confrontation. Before his voice had fully faded, 6 figures descended from the heavens, each radiating the overwhelming aura of a 9th tier powerhouse. They were the same federal champions who had fought against the beast horde at Wanzhong Mountain just days ago. There had been 7 of them, but 1 had fallen in that battle. Leading the group was Tu Yulong, the guardian of Dahai City, flanked by Vice Guardian Zhua Fengmao and another 9th tier combatant. The remaining 3 were federal reinforcements. In the days since the battle, they had successfully repelled the ferocious beasts, quelled the beast tide, and begun the initial reconstruction of Dahai City. This visit served 2 purposes. to investigate Great Xia City's strength under orders from higher-ups and to seek retribution for the schemes that had cost them dearly during the Beast Tide. Knowing that Great Xia City had demonstrated the presence of 3 ninth-tier powerhouses, Tu Yulong had rallied all the ninth-tier fighters he could muster, determined to apply pressure. Well, how have you all been? Tu Yulong stepped forward, his greeting laced with thinly veiled hostility despite its polite facade. Guardian 2, coming here with such a grand entourage and an air of menace, may I ask what brings you to our gates? Elder Wang and the others remained calm, making no move, intent on discerning the true intentions behind this visit. Would you like me to continue refining and enhancing the story? How dare you capture the people of our great Haisher city? You're courting death. Zhuo Fengmao's furious voice echoed through the room. Elder Wang merely cast him a sidelong glance, full of disdain. Turning his attention to Tu Yulong, his voice grew icy. Guardian 2, these men were sent by you, weren't they? Using starstones as bait to plot against our great Daxia city, and now you dare to shift the blame? Do you truly think Daxia city is so easy to trifle with? So, you already know about the Taiping army? Tu Yulong probed cautiously. Not much, Elder Wang said with a meaningful tone. But after today, perhaps we'll know everything. What do you mean? Tu Yulong's brows furrowed slightly. Elder Wang let out a cold laugh. The ones you sent are too low-level to get close to the core. But you, Guardian 2, along with these ninth-tier fighters here, should know quite a bit, no? You dare think of imprisoning us? Zhuo Fengmao roared once more. Ha! Don't bite off more than you can chew. Elder Wang's patience finally wore thin. In a calm yet chilling tone, he ordered, Xiao Jun, kill him. Understood, came a low reply from the shadows. A dark figure moved silently toward Zhuo Fengmao, who remained oblivious. Suddenly, a hand holding a dagger emerged from the darkness, pressing the cold blade against his neck. Zhuo Fengmao's expression instantly turned to one of terror. Before he could react, the sharp blade slashed across his throat. Blood gushed through his fingers as he let out a muffled gurgle. Within moments, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. You're asking for it. The remaining individuals roared, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. Only Tu Yulong, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure, remained composed but deeply shaken. A ninth-tier assassin-type awakened being? He hadn't anticipated that such a skilled individual was lurking in the shadows during their conversation. A deeper realization struck Tu Yulong. The higher-ups had used 3 starstones to secure the Federation's assistance in investigating Daxia City. He and his group were likely nothing more than pawns, sent to test Daxia's strength. If they were to lose contact, it would confirm that Daxia's power exceeded expectations. For the higher-ups, this was a win-win gamble. When Elder Wang and the others unleashed the overwhelming aura of 6 ninth-tier fighters, the tide of the situation shifted instantly. Tu Yulong finally understood that he had walked into a trap. His tone softened as he spoke. Let me leave, and well consider the grievances between Haisher City and Daxia City settled. What do you say? The 4 remaining individuals by his side, feeling the immense pressure, couldn't help but let their own energy falter slightly. They had thought taking down the city of Daxia would be a sure thing, but events quickly spiraled beyond their expectations. The situation before them left them flustered. After all, this was their opponent's home turf. Tua Zhenxiu, aren't you being a bit naive? Didn't you say you wanted to explain yourself? Well, here's your chance, Wang Lao said in a detached tone, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wang Lao, may I take him on? Yin Xuan stepped forward, his fighting spirit surging. As a fellow fire element awakener and a powerful user of starstones, he was eager to test Tuo's true strength. Yin Xuan's eyes burned with determination. In the previous battles, his role as the city's lord had bound him to strategic planning from behind the scenes. After all, if the city lord were to fall into danger, the entire operation could be jeopardized. Yet deep down, he was a warrior, yearning for the thrill of an all-out battle. Now, with Jiangji overseeing the situation, he could finally cast aside his title and fight without reservation. Go ahead, Wang Lao nodded slightly. Although he just declared his intent to personally deal with Tua Yulong, seeing Yin Xuan's eagerness and understanding his long-suppressed battle spirit, he relented. If Yin Xuan were to fall short, Wang Lao could always step in later. Thank you, Wang Lao. Yin Xuan exclaimed with excitement, his sharp gaze locking onto Tua Yulong. Tua Yulong, face me. Before the words had fully left his lips, a flaming greatsword appeared in his hand. His entire figure transformed into a streak of fire, shooting into the sky. Tua Yulong hesitated, a trace of retreat flickering in his heart. But faced with a challenge from someone of equal rank, he had no choice but to respond. Watching this opponent, who until recently was merely a lowly 7th-rank fighter, now standing at the 9th rank, he felt a weight settle in his chest. This could only mean Daxia City had obtained a complete starstone. His thoughts raced as he summoned his flames, bracing himself to meet the charging Yin Xuan. High above, the 2 figures vanished from sight. Only two blazing trails of fire remained, colliding with relentless intensity, like meteors clashing fiercely in the night sky. Elder Wang keenly observed the battlefield. As Yin Chuan's duel with his opponent reached a temporary stalemate, Wang shifted his focus to the other ninth-tier powerhouses. Capture them all, he commanded, charging forward with his weapon toward the last ninth-tier combatant from Dahai City. The battlefield instantly split into several skirmishes. Lin Wu and Xiao Jun, utilizing their combat professions, held their ground evenly against their opponents. Meanwhile, the support Awakeners, Grandpa Qin and Lu Huai, had to team up to fend off their enemy, though they were visibly struggling. On the ground below, Jiang Ji directed his robots to provide support while shielding Daxia City from collateral damage. This was the first battle for Elder Wang and his group since advancing to the ninth tier. Jiang Ji intentionally refrained from deploying the robots in formation or mobilizing warships, aiming to thoroughly assess everyone's capabilities. He and Qianjin stood observing from the ground, occasionally exchanging remarks with calm expressions. With the robots offering support, even if someone faltered, their lives were not in immediate danger. By comparison, while Elder Wang and his team had stepped into the ninth tier, their combat strength still fell short of Qianzhan's. They were, after all, ordinary awakeners with moderate abilities, far from reaching the pinnacle of the ninth tier. If Qianzhan had taken action, or if Zhou Ling's skeletal dragon had joined the fray, the battle would have concluded long ago. The fight dragged into a deadlock. Elder Wang alone managed to gain the upper hand with his relentless offense. Xiao Jun, having lost the element of surprise, and Lin Wu, unable to break through with his archery, remained evenly matched against their foes. Yin Chuan, however, began to fall behind in his duel with Tu Yulong, an experienced ninth-tier veteran whose skill and expertise far surpassed his own. On the other hand, Grandpa Qin's foresight ability, combined with Lu Huai's support, gradually allowed them to suppress their opponent. At that moment, Zhou Ling arrived on the battlefield atop her skeletal dragon. "Brother Jiang, does my little dragon need to help?" she asked as she leapt off the dragon's back. Jiang Ji considered briefly before nodding. "That would be good, Xiaoling. Have the skeletal dragon assist Uncle Yen." "Got it." Zhou Ling replied cheerfully, then turned to the skeletal dragon. "Little dragon, go help Uncle Yen fight that bad guy." She then asked innocently, "Brother Jiang, should we kill him?" Her childlike words sent a chill down Tu Yulong's spine high above. Jiang Ji chuckled. "If we can avoid killing him, let's do that. I still have some questions for him." Following the instructions, the skeletal dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. As it reverted to its true form, its massive body dwarfed Tu Yulong, making him appear insignificant. Sensing the aura of death, Tu Yulong's face turned pale. He attempted to break free and flee, but Yin Chuan tenaciously held him back. Recognizing the situation, Yin Chuan shifted to a supportive role, while Tu Yulong, realizing escape was impossible, ignited his entire body in flames, preparing for a desperate final stand. However, the skeletal dragon let out a thunderous roar, and the chilling aura emanating from its body clashed instantly with Tu Yulong's flames. The fire was extinguished the moment it made contact, as if it had never existed. The skeletal dragon followed up with an icy, bone-piercing breath that froze Tu Yulong's entire body in an instant. Just as Tu Yulong regained a sliver of mobility, the skeletal dragon's claws struck with lightning speed. 3 steel-hard talons pierced through his body effortlessly. Though it avoided fatal areas under its master's command, the attack was enough to leave Tu Yulong gravely injured and completely powerless. This scene left Yin Chuan, who had been preparing to step in, frozen in shock. Tu Yulong, who had been evenly matched with him moments ago, was subdued by the skeletal dragon in a single move. The king of the undead realm and leader of the skeletal dragon clan had displayed a level of power that was truly terrifying. The skeletal dragon, holding the barely conscious Tu Yulong, spread its massive wings and descended before Zhou Ling. It casually tossed Tu Yulong onto the ground and then shrank its size, nudging Zhou Ling gently with its head as if seeking praise. "Good job, little dragon," Zhou Ling said with a satisfied smile, patting it gently in encouragement. Qianzhan glanced at the unconscious Tu Yulong, his expression grave as he turned his gaze to the skeletal dragon. He reflected silently, realizing that its power far exceeded expectations. If it were him facing the dragon, he doubted he could last long unless he truly advanced to the ninth tier, which might give him a fighting chance. After soothing her summoned beast, Zhou Ling turned and asked, "Brother Jiang, what do you think we should do with this man? Should we let little dragon go help the other uncles and grandfathers?" Jiang Ji looked up at the battles raging above. By now, the Federation forces had witnessed Tu Yulong's devastating defeat, and their fear had visibly weakened their assault. Their complete collapse was only a matter of time. "No need. Let's just wait here for the battle to end," Jiang Ji replied, signaling his subordinate robots to securely bind and monitor Tu Yulong. Once the others were captured, they would all be thrown into prison together. With robots on guard, even 9th-tier powerhouses wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Once they became prisoners, Jiang Ji had his own ways to ensure they remained at the strength level of ordinary people. The smoke of battle had cleared, and Tu Yulong lay defeated under the onslaught of the skeletal dragon. Yin Chuan wasted no time, immediately turning to engage in another battlefield. The tide of battle was shifting apart from the 9th-tier fighter accidentally slain by Lin Wu's misfire. All the other 9th-tier combatants had been captured alive. This once formidable squad of 6 had been nearly obliterated before they could even discern the true strength of Dashia City. 2 dead, 4 captured. Jiang Ji ordered the prisoners to be taken to the dungeon by robots, where they would await interrogation by Yin Chuan. These 9th-tier fighters had likely come into contact with some of the Federation's secrets, and questioning them would undoubtedly yield valuable intelligence. Of course, once they had outlived their usefulness, the only path left for them would be death. Jiang Ji, however, did not dwell on these details for long. The second warship was in its final assembly phase, and after dealing with the enemies, he quickly returned to the mechanical factory to oversee the completion of the ship. On the surface, Dashia City appeared to return to calm after Tu Yulong and his team were subdued. But beneath the surface, an even greater storm was brewing. The disappearance of Tu Yulong and his group confirmed the Federation's Eastern District's suspicions. Dashia City's strength had far surpassed their control. This information soon reached the Endless Forest. Upon hearing the news, Song and the other alien demons felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Unwilling to sit idly by, Song proposed offering 10 starstones to the Federation's Eastern District in exchange for the assistance of a 10th-tier fighter to annihilate Dashia City. However, the Eastern District demanded an exorbitant price, 30 starstones. This price was far beyond Song's expectations. Although the Rebirth clan could barely scrape together the required starstones, doing so would completely deplete their reserves, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. Left with no choice, Song turned to other alien demon clans for help. This time, with just 15 starstones, he secured the aid of the Flame Demons, Tree Demons, and Phantom Demons. Now, within the Endless Forest, a coalition of 4 clans was ready for war. The treasures of each clan had been assembled: the Black Mist Spear of the Rebirth clan, the Flaming Blade of the Flame Demons, the Earth Stone of the Tree Demons, and the Thousand-Form Dagger of the Phantom Demons. Each clan had dispatched 10 9th-tier fighters, and with the Rebirth clan's own 9th-tier warriors, the total force approached 50 in all-out mobilization. Such a large-scale gathering of top-tier fighters was rare even in Federation history, capable of demolishing a Federation city with ease. After all, while the Federation had many strong fighters, they were spread across vast territories, leaving individual cities with limited defensive forces. Take Defy City, for instance, where only 3 9th-tier fighters were stationed year-round. Song, are you certain these humans are the ones behind the destruction of the Stone Demon clan? The Flame Demon leader inquired. While the 5 starstones promised as payment were enticing, their motive also stemmed from their alliance with the Stone Demons. Almost certain. This information comes from the Federation itself, Song replied confidently. In truth, he only knew that several Federation 9th-tier fighters had gone missing in Dashia City. The rest was speculation. But to persuade the other alien clans, he had to exude confidence. Ironically, his guess turned out to be accurate. Dashia City was indeed responsible for the Stone Demon clan's demise. If it's Federation intelligence, it shouldn't be wrong. The Flame Demon leader nodded in agreement. Despite the Federation's growing greed in recent times, its information remained reliable. What they didn't know was that Song had deliberately altered key details to suit his narrative. How ironic, the Tree Demon leader remarked. The humans, once treated as mere commodities, have now grown strong enough to stand atop the ruins of the Stone Demon clan. The Phantom Demon leader suggested, in my opinion, your Rebirth clan should seek more allies. While our current forces are enough to destroy Dashia City, considering their ability to wipe out the Stone Demon clan, their strength must be formidable. Even if we win, the cost could be significant. Song responded with a bitter smile. Our clan's starstone reserves are limited. 15 is already the maximum we can offer. We simply don't have the resources to bring in more allies. The Phantom Demon sneered disdainfully. You Rebirth clan, always pretending to be so secretive. 15 tokens? Who are you trying to fool? Faced with the Phantom Demon's mockery, Song could only force out an awkward laugh, remaining silent. At this moment, the 4 major alien demon clans had already gathered, and the atmosphere was thick with a chilling sense of impending violence. Enough! The Flame Demon interrupted the conversation, his expression grave. Now that everyone is here, it's time for us to move out. Let's eliminate them quickly and avenge our fallen brothers from the Stone Demon clan. Song nodded in agreement and immediately led the members of the Rebirth clan, heading straight toward Dashia City. The Endless Forest was not far from the city, and with the speed of the alien demons, they could reach it within an hour. As the alien demon army set off, a brand new warship was slowly ascending into the skies over Dashia City. Jiang Ji stood on the deck, surveying the second warship he had painstakingly worked to construct. Satisfied, he nodded. Before the warship took off, he had already relocated the machinery factory onto the vessel, and the city's residents had been moved into the White Mist world for safety. This had been their prearranged plan. Once the second warship was completed, they would immediately head to the Endless Forest to destroy the Rebirth clan. The warship now carried only 9th-tier experts, as well as Qianjun, Zhouling, and Zhou. Everyone else had taken refuge in the White Mist world to prevent any potential attacks on Xia City while they were away. During the time Jiang Ji spent assembling the warship, Yin Chuan had extracted all the relevant information from Tu Yulong and uncovered the Federation's sinister motives for sending them to Xia City. When news spread that Tu Yulong and his team had not returned, Jiang Ji and his companions realized that Xia City's strength had already been exposed to the Federation. They even speculated that the Federation might have deduced their role in the destruction of the Stone Demons. The Rebirth clan, colluding with the Federation, must have also learned of this. This urgency was precisely why Jiang Ji acted so decisively. If they delayed any longer, the Rebirth clan might flee out of fear, leaving them with no chance for revenge and derailing their subsequent plans. Unexpectedly, the Rebirth clan had not fled. Instead, they had allied with the other 3 clans and were now marching aggressively toward Xia City. 2 opposing forces were silently moving toward an inevitable and earth-shattering confrontation. As the battleship ascended into the sky, a sudden exclamation from Elder Qin in the control room drew everyone's attention. The crew knew all too well that with Elder Qin's ability to foresee the future, his reaction must signify an important glimpse of what was to come. Elder Qin, what's wrong? Yin Chuan was the first to voice his concern. Hold on, let me confirm something, Elder Qin replied, closing his eyes to focus. He concentrated deeply, using his foresight once more. Moments later, he muttered in a tone of clear astonishment, "The allied demon army?" Under the urging of the crew, Elder Qin began to describe the vision he had witnessed. A coalition led by the Regenerators, joined by the Tree Demons, Flame Demons, and Illusion Demons, was preparing to march from the Endless Forest to launch an assault on Xia City. This formidable army boasted nearly 59th-tier powerhouses, each faction bringing their own clan treasures of immense power. Due to the battleship's high speed, after Jiang Ji had set the coordinates for the Regenerators' territory, they had unknowingly flown over the hidden demon coalition in the Endless Forest. In the foresight, an empty Xia City was shown to be utterly destroyed by the enraged allied demon army. This is the original trajectory of Xia City's fate, Elder Qin said gravely. As for what happens afterward, my current abilities cannot see any further. Elder Wang let out a cold snort. Those demon scum dare to form an alliance? It seems the profiteers in the Federation have sold our information to the demons, Qianjun deduced. But this lineup is indeed unexpected. Over 49th-tier warriors, plus 4 clan treasures comparable to 10th-tier artifacts. Looks like the Regenerators aren't underestimating us. Hearing this, Jiang Ji gave a confident smile. Don't worry, seniors. As long as they're not true 10th-tier beings, these demons are no match for our battleship cannons. Them gathering together actually saves us the trouble of hunting them down one by one. The battleship soon arrived above the Endless Forest, and the detection system immediately located the advancing allied demon army. Jiang Ji carefully observed the clan treasures radiating immense power in their hands, already calculating how to claim these treasures for himself. To ensure absolute success, Jiang Ji summoned a second battleship, assigning its command to Robot 1 alongside numerous 8th-tier robots. The 2 battleships hovered side by side amidst the clouds, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting demon coalition below. Jiang Ji handed the mountain treasure to Qianjun to enhance his combat strength and devised a meticulous battle plan. Bombard the demons with overwhelming cannon fire first, then deploy the robot formations to eliminate any survivors. Once Robot 1 was in position, Jiang Ji decisively gave the order to attack. In an instant, nearly 100 destructive cannon blasts erupted from the 2 battleships, raining down on the allied demon army like a storm. It wasn't until the cannon fire descended to within 100 meters of the ground that the 9th-tier demons finally sensed the looming threat of death. The ominous threat of death loomed tangibly over the coalition of alien demons, an overwhelming fear gripping their hearts in an instant. Just moments ago, the 4 allied demon clans had been brimming with confidence, ready to annihilate the city of Xia. Now, they were plunged into unprecedented panic. Nearly 100 blasts of firepower, each comparable to the might of a Tier 10 warship cannon, rained down upon them without warning. Though armed with 4 treasured clan artifacts, the demons quickly realized that this attack far exceeded their defensive capabilities. Chaos erupted among the demons of Tier 9 and above, their terrified voices overlapping. We're under attack. It's an ambush. Clan leader, save us. Quick, use the artifacts to defend. The leaders of the 4 clans, though trying to maintain a facade of composure, were forced to hastily activate their clan treasures to counter the onslaught. Yet, aside from the Earth Stone of the Tree Demon clan, The other 3 offensive artifacts, the Spear of Dark Mist, the Flame Blade, and the Thousand-Form hidden weapon, could barely fend off a fraction of the incoming firepower. Those demons who weren't shielded by the artifacts were instantly obliterated by the devastating force. In just one volley, the losses were catastrophic. 1/3 of the lower-tier demons perished, and over 10 Tier 9 elites were obliterated on the spot before they could even cry out. Only the Tree Demon clan, leveraging the Earthstone's defensive properties to draw upon the Earth's power and erect a protective shield, managed to safeguard most of their members. Though they had narrowly survived the first wave of attacks, the glow of the 4 clan artifacts dimmed noticeably, their power severely depleted. Watching their clansmen fall in droves, the alien demons were filled with dread. Meanwhile, from a distance, Jang observed the battle with a heavy heart that couldn't help but lament the damage being done to the treasures that were soon to be his. As Jang and Unit 1 recharged the warship, the demon coalition no longer dared to remain clustered together. The leader of the Regeneration clan shouted an urgent command. Scatter! Leave the endless forest immediately! Under the cover of trees and clouds, they had yet to discern the enemy's location and could only retreat for now, hoping to regroup and counterattack later. However, they underestimated the warship's capabilities. Its cannons had already locked onto their positions, and scattering was a futile effort. Just as Jiang prepared to unleash a second round of fire, Qianzhan, Elder Wang, and several others approached him with a request. Jiang, Elder Wang said, leave the Regeneration clan to us. Focus your efforts on the other 3 clans. The 7 individuals, their eyes burning with 12 years of accumulated hatred, were determined to personally settle their old scores. After a brief moment of consideration, Jiang agreed to their request. With the mountain treasure protecting them and Qianzhan's formidable strength, they were more than capable of holding their own against the Regeneration clan. Jiang then instructed a few of the robots to hand over the power mechs to Elder Wang and his group. As everyone advanced to the 9th tier, they finally possessed the strength to pilot mechas. Jiang made a decisive call, reallocating the mechas originally assigned to the robots to his team. This decision couldn't have come at a better time, as the robots' combat effectiveness was waning, while the true potential of the mechas could only be unleashed in the hands of 9th-tier powerhouses. Clad in their mechas, Wang Lao and the others experienced a significant boost in power. While they still fell short of Qianzhan's level, their strength was now comparable to that of Tu Yulong. Such combat prowess was more than sufficient to deal with the remnants of the regenerative clan. To ensure absolute success, Jiang also summoned Zhou Ling, instructing her to deploy the formidable skeletal dragon to accompany them as reinforcements. Once the arrangements were complete, Jiang provided the team with the exact location of the regenerative clan from the control room. The group immediately launched into the air from the warship, racing toward their target. Qianzhan gripped the demon-slaying blade tightly, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of avenging his disciple. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The leader of the regenerative clan and Emotsong are mine, Qianzhan declared firmly. Wang Lao and the others understood his resolve and nodded in agreement. The skeletal dragon let out a deep growl, signaling its readiness to cooperate under Zhou Ling's command. The 6 individuals and the dragon quickly disappeared into the distance, forming a formidable pursuit team. As he watched them depart, Jiang wasted no time and promptly contacted Unit 1, redirecting his focus to chasing down the scattered remnants of the illusory demon tribe. According to his strategic plan, the illusory demons, being the weakest among the tribes compared to the flame demons and tree demons, would serve as the first breakthrough point. However, Jiang's objective was not merely to annihilate the enemy but to capture the sacred treasures of the 4 tribes before delivering a final, decisive blow. If not for this goal, Jiang would have already ordered the warship to unleash indiscriminate bombardments. The sacred treasures, bound by restrictions, would stand no chance against the warship's concentrated firepower. Should he choose to act seriously, those so-called treasures would be reduced to scrap in an instant, leaving the alien demons defenseless and facing total destruction. The demons owed their fleeting survival to the fact that their sacred treasures had piqued Jiang's interest. The leader of the Phantom Demon clan, Huan Liao, a female demon wielding the clan's treasured artifact, the Thousand Transform hidden weapon, was leading her people in a swift escape from the endless forest. Using their innate abilities, the Phantom Demons transformed into insects, reptiles, and various birds and beasts, scattering in all directions. However, their disguises were useless against the warship's advanced detection systems. Their intrinsic structures remained unchanged and easily identifiable. Jiang quickly devised a battle plan. The warship piloted by Unit 1 suddenly emerged from the clouds, deliberately deactivating its cloaking system. As the leader, Huan Liao immediately sensed the presence of the warship, her expression shifting subtly. It was the terrifying force that had previously obliterated a large contingent of the 4 clans' coalition forces with a single strike. Huan Liao had assumed that dispersing her clan's escape would force the enemy to divert their attention to other clans. What she hadn't anticipated was that their true target was the Phantom Demon clan itself. Hoping to buy time for her people to flee, she called out, "To the 10th tier powerhouse aboard. Our clan means no offense. If you are willing to spare us, I will immediately lead my people out of the four clans alliance." Little did she know, she had misjudged the situation. The warship itself was the 10th tier entity she feared, not an individual aboard it. While she spoke, Jang, piloting the warship, had already maneuvered it to her blind spot, just outside her maximum sensory range. At this distance, even a 9th tier phantom demon would barely detect the warship's cannon fire at the last moment, leaving no time to respond effectively. Following the plan, Unit 1 mimicked Jiang Ji's tone and replied, "Agreed." Relieved by the promise, Huan Liao immediately relayed the retreat order to her clan. She began calculating her next move once they exited the endless forest and regrouped with the other three clans. The combined power of their four clan treasures would make even a 10th tier powerhouse a dead man walking. She had no idea that the warship originated from Daxia City, nor that Jiang Ji had no intention of letting the Phantom Demon clan escape. At the very moment Huan Liao let her guard down, 30 warship cannons simultaneously unleashed their firepower. This time, it wasn't a wide-area bombardment but a precise, targeted strike. Her head, torso, left arm, and legs were each locked onto by multiple cannons, leaving only her right arm, which held the 1,000 transform hidden weapon, untouched. This amounted to 30 10th tier attacks in assault even the defense-specialized stone demons couldn't withstand, let alone the phantom demons, who were ill-suited for combat. Just as the cannon fire closed in, Huan Liao finally realized she had been deceived. She attempted to activate the 10th tier power of the 1,000 transform hidden weapon to counterattack, but it was too late. The cannons, set to maximum velocity, struck before she could unleash the artifact's power. The immense force obliterated her body instantly, leaving only her right arm clutching the artifact, which was flung away by the residual energy. Jiang Ji piloted the warship forward, and the 1,000 transform hidden weapon conveniently landed on the deck. A robot appeared to retrieve the artifact and delivered it to the control room. Upon inspecting it, Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The residual shockwaves from the cannon fire had diminished the artifact's power, reducing it to the threshold of 10th tier strength, with only 10 uses remaining. Even so, for a 9th tier being, this 10th tier treasure still possessed devastating power. Having achieved his primary objective, Jiang Ji immediately ordered a full-scale assault. 2 warships ascended, launching an all-out slaughter against the remaining phantom demons. Without the protection of their clan treasure, the 9th tier phantom demons were no match. Each could be killed with a single cannon shot. Lower tier phantom demons didn't even warrant the use of the cannons. The onboard weapons, such as the meteor demon cannons, sufficed to wipe them out effortlessly. In less than 10 minutes, the once elusive and ever-changing phantom demon clan was completely annihilated, their corpses scattered throughout the forest. The warship's comprehensive scanning system ensured that not a single phantom demon escaped. Thus, the phantom demon clan was wiped from existence. Unfortunately, Jiang Ji found no starstones or other valuable resources. However, this was to be expected. These clans were merely assisting the regenerative clan, and some demons were surely guarding their home territories. Precious resources were unlikely to be carried into battle. Bringing a clan treasure was already their limit. Jiang Ji could only accept this outcome with resignation. It seemed that after the war, he would need to visit each clan's homeland. After all, it wouldn't do to walk away from such a conflict empty-handed. After obliterating the phantom demon's forces, Jiang Ji immediately commanded the warship to head toward the territory of the flame demons. He initially planned to replicate his previous strategy, but was caught off guard by the flame demons' unexpected reaction. As Warship 1 entered the airspace of the flame demons, their leader, Yin Pu, showed no trace of fear. Instead, he roared in fury, raising the clan's treasured flame blade high, and launched a ferocious attack. "Your life is mine. I'll avenge the stone demons." Yin Pu's voice carried a murderous intent. The flame blade radiated an oppressive, searing heat, its power as a 10th tier weapon truly extraordinary. By comparison, the fire wielded by Yin Chuan, a 9th tier practitioner, couldn't even reach 1% of its might. However, the moment the flame blade struck the warship, Yin Pu's expression froze. A powerful recoil surged through the weapon, almost causing him to lose his grip. If not for his quick reaction, this ancestral treasure might have been flung from his hands. What shocked him even more was that the warship's surface remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. What kind of defense is this? Yin Pu stared at the warship in disbelief. A 10th tier clan treasure failed to leave a mark? Could this truly be the level of defense attainable by a 10th tier weapon? In reality, Jiang Ji was utterly indifferent to Yin Pu's assault. The warship's defense system had long been activated, enveloping the entire vessel in an almost imperceptible energy shield. As long as the shield's energy wasn't depleted or surpassed by an attack beyond its defensive capacity, the warship within would remain unscathed. Yin Pu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Panic set in he was no match for a power beyond the 10th tier. Forget the 5-star stones or the vow to avenge the stone demons. Survival was now his sole concern. Sheathing the flame blade, Yen Pu fled hastily toward the direction of his clan's territory. 4-clan alliance? At this moment, such considerations were irrelevant. Against such a formidable opponent, even the combined strength of the 4 clans would be futile. It was every man for himself now. He didn't even spare a thought for the clanspeople he had brought along. His only focus was escaping as fast as possible. Yet just as he was about to exit the endless forest, another warship suddenly blocked his path. What? There's another one? Terror was etched across Yen Pu's face. Surrender the clan's treasure, and your life will be spared, Jiang Ji said, though he wasn't holding out much hope. Surprisingly, Yen Pu immediately hurled the flame blade in the opposite direction with all his might. In a life-or-death situation, even a treasured artifact was expendable. Yen Pu's plan seemed clever, but he underestimated the warship's speed. Though he had thrown the flame blade 10 miles away with all his strength, the warship caught up with it in less than a blink of an eye. A robot swiftly retrieved the treasure, completing the process in less than 3 breaths, time most of which was spent delivering the artifact to the control room. The warship's round-trip speed? Less than a single breath. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths passed, and Yen Pu had already fled miles away. Yet, for a well-equipped warship, such a distance was meaningless. It was as if he were still within arm's reach. Watching Yen Pu retreat so decisively, Jiang Ji felt a fleeting moment of pity. However, this shred of human compassion found no resonance in the cold, mechanical mind of Unit 1. Unit 1 calmly operated the warship, locking precisely onto the fleeing Yen Pu. Without hesitation, it pressed the button to activate the ship's cannons. Tasks requiring ruthless execution were perfectly suited for it to carry out on its master's behalf. As Yen Pu sensed the incoming energy waves from the cannons, he was overcome with terror and roared in fury, "You promised me! You promised!" His outrage at Jiang Ji's broken promise was palpable. Without the protection of his clan's treasured artifact, Yen Pu was left with only his 9th-tier strength, which proved pitifully inadequate against the warship's cannon fire. Several blasts tore through his body in an instant, extinguishing his life force. All that remained was a faint wisp of regret drifting through the air. If I had known this would happen, I should have held onto the clan treasure. At least it might have bought me a little more time. Hearing Yen Pu's anguished cries, Jiang Ji smirked faintly. He had indeed promised that surrendering the clan treasure would spare Yen Pu's life, but that was only his personal promise. I said I'd let you live, but I never said Unit 1 would. This was Unit 1's action. How can it be claimed that I, Jiang Ji, broke my word? With their leader and treasured artifact lost, the fate of the flame demons mirrored that of the illusion demons. Just moments ago, their forces had surged with overwhelming morale, but now they scattered like panicked dogs, fleeing in all directions. Under the warship's blanket bombardment, not a single flame demon survived. Unlike the illusion demons, who could at least use their shapeshifting to evade pursuit, these brute force flame demons flailed helplessly with their fire, to no avail. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang Ji couldn't help but recall the earlier battles when he had led expeditions to eliminate feral beast clans outside the city. The parallels were striking. Those so-called strange and powerful alien demons were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter before the might of advanced machinery. Beneath the relentless firepower, all life was rendered equal. This was the essence of mechanical warfare. There was no need for the commander to personally intervene. The warships and robots flawlessly executed every command. If Yin Chuan were here, Jiang Ji would undoubtedly have sighed and said, "Uncle Yin, the times have changed." After the destruction of the Phantom Demon and the Flame Demon, Jiang Ji turned his attention to his final target, the Tree Demon clan. From high above, he observed the clan's sacred treasure, the Earth Stone, hovering over their ranks, emitting protective light that enveloped the entire group. This sight made Jiang Ji realize that acquiring the treasure as easily as before was no longer a feasible option. Just as he was about to activate the warship's attack system, an unexpected discovery caught his attention, prompting a gasp of surprise. Through the protective glow of the Earth Stone, he noticed several green vortex-like portals appearing on the ground. Even more astonishing was that once the tree demons stepped into these portals, their presence vanished entirely, evading even the warship's detection systems. Jiang Ji quickly analyzed the phenomenon. These vortex portals either led to an isolated world or were some form of long-distance teleportation array. Based on his understanding of the world and the intelligence Yin Chuan had gathered from stone demon captives, he soon ruled out the first possibility. This had to be the legendary Starry Sky teleportation array, a specialized formation capable of enabling instant long-distance travel. This discovery sparked an idea in Jiang Ji's mind. Before he could master warp technology, teleportation arrays might serve as a perfect alternative. With the correct coordinates and sufficient energy input, precise teleportation could be achieved. Gaining access to starry sky coordinates would make this method far more efficient than aimlessly piloting a warship in exploration. As Jiang Ji pondered, the majority of the tree demons had already retreated through the vortex portals. Unlike the hesitant phantom and flame demons, the tree demons demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. However, Jiang Ji did not attempt to stop their retreat. In his view, it was better to wait until they returned to their clan's homeland to take action. After all, each of the alien demon species was confined to its respective habitat. Without reaching the 10th tier, they could not survive in space. As long as they remained within the boundaries of Blue Star, they were bound to be found sooner or later. When the last tree demon stepped into the teleportation array, the vortex portals disappeared. The entire event showcased the tree demon clan's profound heritage, further solidifying Jiang Ji's belief that they could be a crucial breakthrough in uncovering the secrets of the starry sky. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Daxia City, another fierce confrontation was unfolding. The leader of the regeneration clan, Imoli, wielded his black mist spear, locking horns with the city's sacred treasure, the mountain relic, in midair. Imoli had initially hoped to use the power of the black mist spear to eliminate Qianzhan and his companions, but to his surprise, the opponents also possessed a 10th tier treasure. This unexpected encounter not only thwarted Imoli's plans, but also confirmed Emotsong's suspicions that Daxia City was the mastermind behind the Stone Demon clan's downfall. Emotsong and Imoli initially thought that the Daxia City had uncovered their plans and was launching a full-scale assault to eliminate them. As they prepared to retreat, they were surprised to find that only 7 individuals had arrived, with not even a trace of the feared robotic forces. This unexpected discovery instantly calmed the alien demons, their eyes glinting with disdain. Just 7 9th-tier fighters dare to stand in our way, they sneered. Although the earlier bombardment from the warship had cost them some of their kin, they still had 10 9th-tier warriors on their side. The overwhelming numerical advantage restored the alien demons' confidence. Since their opponents also possessed a 10th-tier artifact, there was no need to waste their precious black mist spear. Their own strength would suffice to annihilate these humans. However, as the battle commenced, their arrogance was shattered immediately. Though outnumbered, the 7 humans displayed combat prowess far beyond the alien demons' expectations. A man named Qianzhan wielded a demon-slaying blade and fought fiercely against Emotsong and Imoli, managing to gain the upper hand. If not for Emotsong's mastery of a unique regeneration technique, he might have already fallen to Qianzhan's blade. Without their clan treasure to bolster them, the alien demon's strength was mediocre at best. In terms of sheer offensive power, they were even inferior to the stone demons. Their only noteworthy trait was their racial ability, the power of regeneration. No matter how severe the damage, they could recover swiftly. Of course, this ability had its limits. Once their mental energy was depleted, they would lose their regenerative powers and inevitably face death. For now, though, the battle had only just begun, and their mental energy reserves were still ample. Meanwhile, Wang Lao and the others each found their own opponents and engaged in combat. Though they were only newly advanced 9th-tier fighters, the enhancement from their powered mechs granted them formidable defensive strength. Against their armor, the alien demons' attacks were ineffective unless they resorted to using the Black Mist Spear. Unfortunately, Wang Lao and his group's offensive capabilities were similarly limited. Against these battle-hardened 9th-tier foes, they could only maintain a stalemate. Ultimately, the outcome of this battle would hinge on Qianzhan and the Skeletal Dragon. The Skeletal Dragon soared through the skies, displaying overwhelming dominance. Facing 3 9th-tier demons alone, it remained calm and unyielding. Each time it unleashed its death breath, the demons were forced to combine their powers to deflect the attack, lest they be devastated by the deadly aura. On the surface, it seemed like the 3 demons had the upper hand, but in truth, fear had already gripped their hearts. Without their mastery of coordinated combat, any one of them would have been instantly slain by the dragon. Its strength surpassed even that of Qianzhan, the most formidable warrior of Daxia City. As the battle reached a stalemate, 2 warships broke through the clouds, their imposing presence sending a chill down the spines of the demons, including Imoli. These were the fearsome weapons that had previously forced the allied armies of 4 tribes to scatter and had even annihilated the Stone Demon clan. When had Daxia City acquired such devastating weaponry? And was it all the work of that young engineer? Emotsong felt a wave of regret. If only they had eliminated the fledgling mechanic at all costs back then, the Rebirth clan wouldn't now be teetering on the brink of extinction. The arrival of the warships plunged the demons of the Rebirth clan into despair, a cold fear gripping the hearts of their leaders, Imoli and Emotsong. Meanwhile, Qianzhan, in the midst of wielding his blade, noticed Jiang Ji's arrival. He was stunned. Had Shaoji already dealt with the other 3 tribes so swiftly? Jiang Ji's presence emboldened Qianzhan, and his strikes grew even fiercer, his warrior's energy surging to its peak. Though Wang Lao and the others were momentarily surprised, they quickly refocused, unwilling to appear weak in front of the younger generation. After all, They had their own pride as veterans to uphold. Jiang Ji had single-handedly obliterated 3 tribes, while they were still struggling against the Rebirth clan. The gap in capability was undeniable. Even with the aid of power mechs and the skeletal dragon, they found it difficult to claim a swift victory. Though no one said it out loud, the shame was palpable. As Jiang Ji prepared to deploy his robot army to assist, Qianjun suddenly shouted, "Xiao Ji, stand down and watch us fight. These demons must be slain by our hands." He stopped Jiang Ji from intervening. The others, already feeling disgraced, couldn't bear the thought of relying on Jiang Ji again. How could they face the future if machines replaced their efforts? Were they to resign themselves to irrelevance? No, this battle was theirs to win. A fight to prove they were not yet relics of the past. More than just a skirmish, it was a clash for their dignity. After 12 years of resentment and loss, they longed to exact vengeance with their own hands. Every strike from Qian Zhan's blade sought justice for his fallen apprentice, and every shot from Wang Lao's gun was in memory of their comrades. In the chaos of close combat, the raw satisfaction of retribution burned brighter. Though they were few, it felt as if the entire weight of Daxia City rested on their shoulders. Jiang Ji, moved by the determination of his elders, signaled his robots to stand down and continued to observe the battle. Of course, he remained ready to intervene if anyone faced mortal danger. As Jiang Ji withdrew, the others breathed a sigh of relief and pushed themselves to their limits. Qian Zhan was the first to break through, sheathing his blade to prepare for another devastating draw strike. By now, Imoli remained unscathed, but Emote Song was at his breaking point. Already outmatched by the Phaeton mech, Emote Song had borne the brunt of Qian Zhan's onslaught. Without Imoli's support, he would have fallen long ago. Even with the assistance, his demise was imminent. When Qian Zhan assumed the stance of his blade-slash technique, an icy killing intent instantly locked onto Emote Song. The palpable threat of death was so overwhelming that the green triangular head of this powerful member of the Regeneration clan turned pale with fright. "Patriarch, save me!" Emote Song cried out in panic. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qian Zhan's demon-slaying blade, he was acutely aware that, in his current state, he stood no chance of surviving the deadly strike. Imoli's expression darkened. He knew all too well that if Emote Song fell, he would undoubtedly be the next target. Without hesitation, he launched a desperate attack on Qian Zhan, attempting to disrupt his concentration. However, Qian Zhan had already resolved to trade injury for victory, ignoring Imoli's assault entirely. His cold, unwavering gaze remained fixed on Emote Song. Slash! With a sharp shout, the demon-slaying blade, brimming with accumulated power, was unsheathed in an instant. Its overwhelming momentum, like divine retribution, descended directly toward Emote Song's triangular head. Under the crushing pressure of the blade's might, Emote Song, whose mental strength was already depleted, froze in place, incapable of even the most basic attempt to dodge. Seeing this, Imoli became even more frantic, unleashing a palm strike at his maximum speed. Just as he thought his attack was about to succeed, a suit of steel armor suddenly materialized around Qian Zhen. This was the defensive mode of his powered exosuit, automatically activating in response to imminent danger. Imoli's full-force strike as a 9th-tier warrior collided with the specially designed exosuit. Though the armor was not of the highest defensive grade and was instantly destroyed, it managed to neutralize the power of Imoli's attack, leaving Qian Zhen unharmed. By the time Imoli attempted to follow up with a finishing blow, it was already too late. Shing! The blade's radiance fell mercilessly, slicing Emote Song's body into countless fragments. Only his green triangular head remained intact, frozen in an expression of abject terror. He tried to summon his innate ability one last time, but the faint black mist he conjured was instantly dispersed by the blade's aura. In the next moment, the residual force reduced his head to ashes. And so, the greatest nemesis of Daxia City, the mastermind behind countless beast tides that had plunged the city into bloodshed and cost countless lives, Emote Song, a 9th-tier powerhouse of the Regeneration clan, was finally annihilated by this single strike. His life force was utterly extinguished. "My disciple, I have avenged you." Qian Zhen gazed at Emote Song's lifeless body, a look of relief finally spreading across his face. The memory of that fateful day years ago resurfaced. His beloved disciple Zhan Tian had been ambushed and killed by Emote Song. At the time, Qian Zhen, with only a 7th-tier cultivation level, had been powerless to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy fled, the pain and guilt tormenting him every single day since. Even after advancing to the 8th tier and mastering a formidable blade technique, he had still been unable to match Emote Song's strength. It wasn't until Jiang Ji appeared that Qian Zhen saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. These past days, he had poured his heart into training Jiang Ji, all for this very momento personally take Emote Song's head and avenge Zhan Tian. As Qian Zhen lingered in the days of his hard-won vengeance, Imoli sensed the disappearance of his ninth-tier aura and seized the opportunity to strike. A powerful ninth-tier palm strike roared toward Qianzhan, aiming to crush his skull. Without the protection of his mech, Qianzhan's combat strength had dropped back to the 8th tier, leaving him utterly defenseless against the attack of a 9th-tier opponent. But Imoli, distraught over Song's death, had recklessly overlooked the presence of 2 warships lying in wait. Just as the attack was about to land, a sudden wave of mortal danger enveloped Imoli. In haste, he attempted to retract his strike, but such a concentrated attack was not easily withdrawn, causing a brief but fatal hesitation. In that fleeting moment, a warship cannon fired, tearing through the air and obliterating Imoli's hand. Out of caution for Qianzhan's proximity, the cannon didn't detonate immediately. Instead, it pierced through Imoli's arm before exploding in the distance, near the area where the skeletal dragon was battling. Prepared for such an event, the skeletal dragon shielded itself with its massive wings and emerged unscathed. Its opponent, however, a trio of nearly exhausted aberrant demons, was obliterated in the resulting shockwave. In a single strike, not only was Imoli severely injured, but 3 9th-tier aberrant demons were also killed, shattering the morale of the remaining enemies. "Senior, come back for now," Jang called out to Qianzhan. Without the mech's protection, Qianzhan was vulnerable. A single hit from a 9th-tier aberrant demon could be fatal. To regain his previous combat strength, Jang would need time to craft a new mech for him. Although Qianzhan wished to pursue Imoli further, he was fully aware of his current limitations. Without the mech's augmentation, he was merely an 8th-tier warrior, unqualified to face a 9th-tier opponent. To avoid worrying his allies, he chose to retreat from the battlefield and return to the warship to recover. Having personally slain Song, his greatest desire was fulfilled, and he no longer felt the need to push himself in the ongoing battle. Qianzhan's withdrawal did not impact the tide of the fight. With Song gone, Imoli found himself facing an even more formidable adversary, the skeletal dragon. If Imoli had already been struggling against Qianzhan, he now found himself utterly overwhelmed by the skeletal dragon's relentless assault. The consecutive deaths of 4 9th-tier aberrant demons dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the remaining enemies. Paralyzed by fear, their movements slowed, and their combat effectiveness plummeted. Wang Lao and the others seized the opportunity to strike down their foes one by one. Wang Lao's spear pierced through his opponent, while Yin Xuan's flaming blade cleaved another in half. As a seasoned warrior who had once battled Tu Yulong, Yin Xuan's extensive combat experience shone through in this critical moment. The two then moved to assist Lu Huai and Qin Di, swiftly turning the battle in their favor. In the blink of an eye, all the 9th-tier aberrant demons on the ground were eliminated, leaving only Imoli struggling in midair. As the leader of the Regeneration clan, Imoli indeed demonstrated extraordinary resilience, managing to hold his ground against both Qianzhan and the skeletal dragon for so long. The skeletal dragon's assault was as relentless as a raging tide. The warriors of the Imoli clan retreated step by step under the dragon's claws, their life forces gradually waning. As the clan leader, Imoli could feel the death of each of his people with piercing clarity. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped his very soul. He had intended to recall the clan's treasured artifact, the Spear of Black Mist, but to his dismay, Jiang had already anticipated his move. Using the mountain treasure, Jiang had firmly entangled the formidable 10th-tier weapon. "Since you've brought it out, there's no way I'll let you take it back," Jiang said coldly, his eyes fixed on the Spear of Black Mist, the weapon that had once nearly obliterated Xia City with a single strike. The warship descended slowly from the sky as Wang Lao, accompanied by 5 other 9th-tier warriors, approached and surrounded the struggling Imoli. Their icy gazes locked onto the beleaguered clan leader. By this point, the battlefield was all but silent. Under Jiang command, the robotic army had completed the extermination of the lower-tier Rebirth clan demons, leaving no survivors. Every one of Imoli's subordinates had turned to dust, and within the vast, endless forest, he was the last demon standing, barely clinging to life. Faced with this harsh reality, a shadow of despair crossed Imoli's face, and his heart sank into an abyss of sorrow. He finally understood that a single misstep had led to utter ruin. If only he had allowed Song to completely destroy Xia City back then, perhaps today's catastrophe could have been avoided. He knew all too well that if he fell and the Spear of Black Mist fell into enemy hands, the weak and defenseless members of his clan would face annihilation. Given the blood feud between the Rebirth clan and Xia City, begging for mercy was utterly futile. "Did you ever consider this day when you treated Xia City as a farm for your blood harvest?" Wang Lao's voice was filled with icy hatred. As the first city lord of Xia City, he remembered the atrocities committed by the Rebirth clan vividly. Of the millions who had perished in Xia City, 90% had fallen victim to the Rebirth clan schemes. Time and time again, they orchestrated beast tides, harvesting the bloodthirsty energy born from the chaos of war. Every demon of the Rebirth clan had profited from the sacrifices of Xia City's people. Though they rarely acted directly, the citizens of Disya City saw their hands as stained with the blood of countless innocents. Now, the time for vengeance had finally arrived. With Imo Lee's death, this demon race that fed on humanity would be erased from history forever. Old Sheen, known for his fiery temperament, couldn't hold back his impatience. Ignoring Old Wong's inclination to reflect, he barked, "What's the point of wasting words? Let's finish it off together before anything unexpected happens." To him, whether facing an otherworldly demon or the Federation, any chance to completely obliterate a threat had to be seized without hesitation. Old Wong chuckled softly at Sheen's urgency and chose not to argue further. Instead, he joined the others in the fierce battle. Already struggling to hold its ground, the demon Molly found itself utterly overwhelmed under the onslaught of 6 ninth-tier warriors. Amid the flashing blades and piercing weapons, gruesome wounds tore across its body. Swords slashed, spears thrust, daggers carved, and arrows streaked through the air. The array of weapons wreaked havoc, leaving it no time to recover. Each time the black mist of regeneration began to heal its injuries, new wounds immediately replaced the old. The once proud regenerative abilities of the Rebirth clan now seemed powerless against the relentless storm of attacks. Just as victory appeared within reach, a sudden, haunting sigh echoed through the battlefield, resonating deep within everyone's soul. Following the sigh, an impenetrable black mist surged forth, blotting out the sky and devouring the sunlight, plunging the endless forest into a suffocating darkness. Aboard the warship, Jang Jing's expression shifted as he detected the anomaly. "A true 10th-tier powerhouse?" he murmured, his voice tinged with unease. The ship's detection systems confirmed it. The energy emanating from the black mist matched the level of a 10th-tier being, perhaps even surpassing the power of the ship's cannons. The revelation gave rise to a troubling question: if the Rebirth clan truly had a 10th-tier being among them, why hadn't it intervened earlier? Why had it remained silent during the slaughter of lower-tier demons, or even when 9th-tier beings like Emotsong were killed? But there was no time to dwell on the mystery. With the warship's formidable defenses, Jiang Ji felt confident as he swiftly issued combat commands to Unit 1. Piloting the warship closer to Old Wong and the others, he signaled for them to board and take refuge. Against a 10th-tier opponent, the warship was their only hope for survival. Although reluctant to abandon their effort to slay Molly, Old Wong and his comrades understood the gravity of the situation. One by one, they boarded the warship. Meanwhile, Molly, though relieved by the sudden turn of events, couldn't help but feel a pang of confusion. Even as the clan leader, it had been unaware of the existence of such a powerful ally within its ranks. As Molly momentarily let its guard down, a barrage of warship cannons roared to life, their fiery projectiles streaking toward their target. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a swirl of black mist enveloped Molly, whisking it away to safety. For the first time since its deployment, the warship's attack had missed its mark. Jiang Ji, however, remained composed. If the enemy had chosen to gather in one place, then so be it would unleash the full wrath of the warship and annihilate them all in one decisive strike. Just as Jiang Ji was about to strike again, a deep, steady voice emerged from the black mist. "Human, stop. Most of my kin have already been destroyed by you. This blood debt should suffice as repayment. If you let Amoli leave, I will immediately lead the remaining members of my tribe away from Blue Star. The enmity between the Dasha City and the Rebirth tribe ends here. The southern continent will be yours from now on." Hearing this voice, Imo Lee's eyes widened in shock. "Ancestor? You're alive?" Its voice was filled with disbelief. "Didn't you perish during the Great Star Chaos?" It turned out that before the Rebirth tribe arrived on Blue Star, they had encountered grave dangers in the starry skies, leading to the deaths of all their 10th-tier powerhouses. As a result, Imoli, a 9th-tier warrior, had been forced to take over as the tribe leader. Yet now, this ancestor, supposedly long deceased, stood before it, alive and well, and had even saved its life. The Rebirth tribe's ancestor spoke in a calm tone. "Back then, I was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. I had no choice but to hide my presence. Had I not done so, I would have been discovered and killed by the natives of this planet or the powerhouses of other tribes. Then now you," Imoli began, but the ancestor cut it off. "Humph." The 10th-tier ancestor's voice carried a surge of anger. "If I hadn't revealed myself now, this branch of the Rebirth tribe would have been completely wiped out. You useless fools. I thought you had some capability to strengthen our tribe, but instead, you let the humans turn the tables on you, driving us to the brink of extinction." Imoli initially showed a look of guilt, but soon a glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. "Ancestor, since you've stepped in, why not simply annihilate the enemy and turn the tide? With you here, why should our tribe retreat into the dangerous starry skies to seek refuge? Calling you fools is an understatement. Even now, you fail to grasp the situation?" The ancestor's voice turned cold. Those two warships though, you really think they're that simple? Have you even considered why, throughout this battle, the other three tribes have yet to appear? Without waiting for Imoli's response, the ancestor revealed the truth. At this very moment, aside from you and me, there are no other living alien beings left in the endless forest. Except for the tree demons who escaped via their teleportation array, the rest of the so-called allied forces have all been obliterated by those two warships. That the tree demons managed to escape was likely allowed by the enemy. Otherwise, this battle would have seen the complete annihilation of the Fort Tribe Alliance, with not a single survivor. Even the treasured artifacts of the tribes were powerless against those warships. This is something you should have already experienced firsthand. Under such circumstances, do you really think my presence alone can easily defeat them? Even now, clinging to outdated ways of thinking, the tribe's downfall lies heavily on your shoulders. Moli stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could Desya City possibly produce a 10th tier combatant in such a short time? His thoughts were still stuck in his previous battle experiences. Those opponents were only at the 9th tier at best. Even when his arm had been blown off by a ship's cannon, he had attributed it to the peak power of a 9th tier combatant. I'm talking about those two warships, not those humans. The 10th tier elder interrupted Moli's thoughts with a furious voice. Even someone like him, a 10th tier powerhouse, found it difficult to deal with the warships. Yet this clan member still dared to act arrogantly. If not for the fact that Moli was the last remaining 9th tier fighter of this unit, the elder wouldn't have bothered paying him any attention. On the warship, Jang listened to the enemy's proposal for compensation and letting bygones be bygones, and he couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious the other side didn't understand the temperament of the people of Desya City. Such an act of compromise was no different from the despised Federation. 10th tier? So what? If they had the ability to eradicate their enemies, they would never show mercy. Today, not only would Moli meet his end, but the entire Rebirth clan would face annihilation. Even this 10th tier elder would not leave alive. The next moment, Jiang Ji and Unit 1 worked in perfect coordination, pushing the warship's attack systems to their limits. Dozens of cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage toward the black mist that had already been locked in their sights. The blasts rained down from all directions, tearing through the shroud of darkness. In an instant, the black mist was dissipated, and sunlight poured through, banishing the shadows. This concentrated assault forced the 10th tier powerhouse of the Rebirth clan to reveal his true form. Two figures, no longer concealed by the black mist, hovered midair. The 10th tier elder, named Imo bore a similar triangular head to Moli, but his aura was leagues apart, overwhelmingly powerful and commanding. Humans, why must you be so aggressive? Imo spoke coldly. I conceded and sought compromise only to protect the remaining members of my clan, not because I feared you. Your warships may possess 10th tier power, but these cannons are far too slow for me. If I choose to leave, there's nothing you can do to stop me. Jiang Ji's gaze remained indifferent, his tone resolute. If you're not afraid, then try me. I've been waiting for the chance to face a true 10th tier. He launched another attack, with the warship's cannons aimed directly at Imo true form. However, Imo merely transformed into a wisp of black mist, effortlessly evading the assault. Even though the warship's tracking systems allowed the cannons to adjust their trajectory, Imo simply waved his hand, gathering the black mist to envelop the incoming shots before flinging them far away. The compressed mist forced the cannons to detonate prematurely. While the explosions dissipated the mist, Imo himself remained completely unharmed. So this is the strength of a true 10th tier powerhouse? Jiang Ji was inwardly astonished. Compared to this, the clan relics felt utterly inadequate. It made him question whether those cumbersome relics could truly stand against an authentic 10th tier opponent. Although the warship cannons possessed 10th tier power, they were proving ineffective against a genuine 10th tier combatant. The limitations of the 8th tier small warships were becoming apparent. The attack systems were sufficient against relics, but fell short against a true 10th tier. Jiang Ji and Unit 1 continued experimenting with various strategies, but each time, Imo easily evaded the cannons. Imo spoke again, his tone laced with disdain. Do you see now? Your warships, while strong, are still lacking against a true 10th tier. I've only been defending so far, without launching an attack. If you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Qianzhan and Elder Wang exchanged grave looks, but refrained from interfering with Jiang Ji's decisions. Jiang Ji, however, ignored Imo words entirely, continuing his coordinated efforts with Unit 1 to analyze and probe for weaknesses. Through careful observation, he noticed a flaw in Imo approach. Imo consistently avoided letting the cannons get too close. This indicated that the cannon's power could indeed pose a threat to him. The key now was finding a way to ensure the cannons hit their target. As Jiang Ji formulated a plan, Imo finally lost his patience and launched an attack on the warship. The immense power of a 10th tier combatant erupted, momentarily overwhelming the warship's presence. Jiang Ji initially considered using the warship's speed to evade, but then decided against it. Instead, he remained stationary, determined to test whether a true 10th tier fighter could harm the warship itself. Mo Jun's attack struck the warship, causing a massive surge of energy to ripple outward. The transparent shield enveloping the warship trembled violently, and the 100-meter-long vessel quivered under the impact. Inside the control room, the crew felt the reverberations. Yet, just as Mo Jun believed his strike had succeeded, the warship suddenly stabilized. The shield absorbed the full brunt of the attack, and though it dimmed briefly, the defense system quickly replenished its energy, restoring the shield to its original state. A 10th tier combatant's attack had failed to damage the warship in the slightest. Mo Jun stared in disbelief at the scene, realizing he faced the same frustrating stalemate as with the cannons. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji's expression shifted into a faint smile. The warship's defense system had not let him down, successfully withstanding a 10th tier assault. This only reinforced his earlier conviction. Compared to its offensive and defensive systems, the warship's greatest advantage lay in its unmatched speed. No 10th tier being could rival it in velocity. If the cannons couldn't hit Mo Jun, why not use the warship itself? With its exceptional defenses, the warship could act as a weapon in its own right. If he piloted the warship to ram directly into Mo Jun, the latter would find it nearly impossible to evade. Could this strategy replace the cannons and finally inflict damage on Mo Jun? Jiang Ji's tactical inspiration struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, he relayed his plan to the nearby robot number 1. This mission was not suitable for the warship carrying Wang Lao and others. Instead, the robots were the perfect candidates. They were unaffected by the disorienting effects of high-speed motion and could swiftly recover from even the most violent impacts to resume combat. Just as Ma Juan was about to intervene and persuade both sides to cease fighting, a sudden sense of impending danger surged through its being. Warily scanning the skies above, it failed to pinpoint the source of the threat. Despite knowing that the fleet's cannons posed no real danger to it, an intense unease gripped its core. When one of the warships began to rise slowly into the air, Ma Juan's expression abruptly changed as realization dawned. But it was already too late. Robot number 1 was piloting the massive warship, which was now hurtling toward Ma Juan at an astonishing velocity. The speed was near light-like, crossing vast distances in mere moments, unmatched anywhere on Blue Planet. The warship transformed into a colossal iron hammer, with its sharp, spear-like prow acting as an unstoppable lance. At such extreme speeds, even a single leaf could unleash devastating power, let alone such an enormous construct. Ma Juan had no time to react before the warship struck, shattering it into countless fragments. Standing nearby, Moly was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere dust without leaving a trace. Moments earlier, Moly had been dreaming of annihilating Daxia City, but in the blink of an eye, it met its end. Unable even to contaminate the warship, its remains were entirely blocked by the ship's protective shield. Jiang Ji's gaze remained fixed on Ma Juan, a 10th tier powerhouse, as he sought to confirm whether this tactic could succeed in eliminating such a formidable opponent. He piloted his warship closely behind, continuously scanning Ma Juan's presence. However, a low, guttural voice uttered the word regenerate, and black mist swiftly enveloped Ma Juan's shattered form. As a member of the Regeneration clan and a 10th tier entity, its recovery abilities were extraordinary, with its body rapidly reassembling before Jiang Ji's eyes. Realizing the situation, Jiang Ji immediately activated the warship's cannons. At that moment, Ma Juan was in the midst of reconstructing its body and unable to evade. Sensing the mortal danger, its spiritual form made a split-second decision to abandon the incomplete body and flee in desperation. Without the protection of its 10th tier physical form, the black mist-shrouded body was instantly annihilated under the bombardment of the warship's cannons. Ma Juan's fragmented spiritual form floated aimlessly in the air, consumed by deep regret. It had never anticipated that its opponent would weaponize the warship itself. Had it known earlier, it would have used its 10th tier strength to escape into the depths of space. Its momentary carelessness had costed its physical body, leaving it in a state of ruin. Mo Jun's spiritual form watched helplessly as his physical body was obliterated into dust under the relentless bombardment from the warship's artillery. This was the greatest setback he had faced since ascending to the 10th tier. Not only had he failed to save Imoli, but even his own existence had been reduced to this final trump card, his spiritual form. As the last resort of a 10th tier powerhouse, the spiritual form could ensure the survival of the soul even if the body perished. However, without promptly finding a new host to inhabit, a spiritual form exposed to the blazing sun would eventually dissipate into nothingness. This desperate method of survival, akin to severing a limb to save the body, was something no 10th tier being would attempt unless absolutely necessary. Mo Jun's gaze pierced through the hull of the warship, locking onto Jiang Ji inside with unyielding resolve. A sinister glint flickered within his spiritual form. If he could seize this body, He could once again walk under the sun and reclaim his status as a powerful 10th tier existence. With this thought driving him, Imo Jun sped toward the warship without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji was using the warship's detection systems to confirm the outcome of the battle. The display showed that Imo Jun's aura had vanished, and there was no visible trace of him remaining. Yet, this seemingly effortless victory left Jiang Ji uneasy. Could a 10th tier powerhouse truly meet their end so easily? Bound by his limited knowledge, Jiang Ji and his companions were unaware that 10th tier beings possessed the spiritual form as a final safeguard. Even Tu Yulong, the 9th tier captive they had previously interrogated, was completely ignorant of this fact. This blind spot in their understanding led Jiang Ji to misjudge the current situation. As he wrestled with his doubts, the warship's alarm system suddenly blared to life. Alert! Alert! Unknown energy detected infiltrating the warship. Activate emergency protocols. Warning! Emergency protocols have failed to intercept. Unknown energy is approaching the control room. Immediate action required, Captain. The string of urgent warnings echoed throughout the cabin, signaling that an even greater crisis was imminent. The warship suddenly echoed with a deafening cascade of warning alerts. Jiang Ji's expression turned grave in an instant. The vague sense of unease he had felt earlier was finally confirmed. Imo Jun was not dead. Instead, it had infiltrated the warship in some unknown form. The control room's monitors flashed red with frantic warnings, but the warship's vaunted defense systems were utterly ineffective against the eerie energy. The reason was simple. Imo Jun, as a spiritual entity, could effortlessly bypass any physical barrier, even the toughest steel plating. Only the continuous release of scorching destructive force could repel the intrusion of a spiritual entity, as this pure yang energy was the greatest weakness of such fragile beings. But now, knowing this was too little, too late. Imo Jun's spiritual form had already slipped silently aboard the warship and was now approaching the control room. Its eyes gleamed with greed if it could seize Jiang Ji's body. This immensely powerful warship, far exceeding the value of any clan treasure, would become its own. The spiritual entity passed through the control room doors with ease, instantly locking onto its target. To Imo Jun, Jiang Ji's young and vigorous body was the perfect vessel. At this point, it no longer bothered to conceal its presence, revealing its form outright. It believed victory was already within its grasp. When Imo Jun's figure appeared out of thin air, everyone in the control room was stunned. Only then did Jiang Ji realize he had made a fatal mistake. He had overestimated the capabilities of this 8th tier warship and underestimated the methods of a 10th tier being. If he had known about the existence of a spiritual entity earlier, he would have bombarded the ground without hesitation rather than pausing to observe. Imo Jun's lips curved into a faint smile as it began chanting the incantations of the Regeneration clan. It needed to first subdue Wang Lao and the others to prevent them from interfering at the critical moment when it would seize Jiang Ji's body. Even as a mere spiritual entity, its 10th tier power was more than enough to turn these 9th tier warriors into puppets. Jiang Ji's face darkened. He had witnessed this strange ability before in Emotsong. While his own spiritual strength was unparalleled, Wang Lao and the others stood no chance against the mental control of a 10th tier being. In this moment of peril, a hearty laugh rang out from outside. Ha ha ha, I thought you could handle this demon on your own, but it seems you still need my help. Comrades of Dasha City, I've come to assist you. As the voice echoed, another spiritual entity appeared, a white-haired elder clad in a yellow robe. Though he looked aged, the aura he exuded far surpassed that of Imo Jun. This sudden turn of events left Imo Jun stricken with panic. It had never anticipated that another 10th tier powerhouse was present, let alone one who appeared to side with Dasha City. Human, my clan has a pact with your federation. Are you truly going to attack me? Imo Jun asked in a trembling voice. It understood all too well that while both were 10th tier beings, the gap in their actual combat power was immense. The sudden appearance of the elderly man in the yellow robe instantly heightened the tension on the battlefield. With a single glance, he saw through Ma Juan's true strength, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. It seems the opponent has already reached the peak of the 10th tier. An alliance? The elderly man let out a mocking laugh. Huh, who told you I'm from the Federation? Mojin's expression darkened as he solemnly asked, then who are you? You, a mere demon whelp, are unworthy of knowing who I am. The elderly man said coldly, dismissing Mojuna 10th tier powerhouse as nothing more than a demon brat. It was clear he didn't regard Majuan as a threat at all. All alien demons invading Blue Star deserve to die. In an attempt to buy time, Majuan hurriedly explained, invasion? My race was forced into Blue Star to seek refuge due to the great turmoil in the starry skies. How can you call that an invasion? Majuan had already begun to suspect the man's origins. If only he could stall until reinforcements from the Federation arrived, he might have a chance to escape amidst the chaos. Without a physical body, Majuan was left with only his spiritual form, putting him at a significant disadvantage against someone of the same tier, let alone an opponent who was clearly far stronger. If this man returned to his physical body, Majuan would be as vulnerable as a 9th-tier warrior facing him. Refuge? That excuse might fool some idiots in the Federation, the elderly man sneered, exposing the lie. Do you really think I don't know your true intentions, you alien demons? Before Majuan could react, the elderly man instantly closed the distance between them, grabbing Mojin's triangular head and mercilessly dragging him out of the warship. Majuan tried to resist, but the overwhelming force emanating from the man's body completely suppressed him, rendering him immobile. This scene made the vast disparity between their strengths unmistakably clear. Comrades of Dasha City, let me slay this demon with my physical strength, and then I shall return to catch up with all of you. The elderly man called out to Jiang Ji and the others as he dragged Majuan away, still finding time to bid them farewell. Unless one mastered the secrets of spiritual attacks, a spiritual form's offensive power was nearly negligible. Even though the elderly man's strength far surpassed Mojin's, killing him in his spiritual state would still pose a challenge. However, once he returned to his physical body, he would easily crush Majuan with his overwhelming yang energy. Only the Rebirth clan happened to possess spiritual attack techniques. If it were any other alien demon, they would have fled long ago after losing their physical body, never daring to think of counterattacking. The crowd, who had been bracing themselves for the worst, now stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief as the situation took an unexpected and dramatic turn. Moments ago, Wang Lao and the others had been ready to sacrifice themselves to buy Jiang Ji time to escape. Yet, against all expectations, the tide had shifted so drastically. Dasha City has always been isolated and without allies. Where did these reinforcements come from? And their power, it's astonishing. Reaching the strength of the 10th tier, someone murmured, voicing the collective bewilderment of the group. Jiang Ji exhaled a shaky breath, though his back was already drenched with cold sweat. He knew all too well that even if Mo Jun succeeded in his attempt to possess a body, the only survivor in the end would be himself. But before that, Wang Lao and the other elders would undoubtedly perish. Even if they managed to eke out a victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one its cost as devastating as all the losses Dasha City had endured over the years combined. What was even more terrifying was the possibility of Zhou Ming being turned into a puppet. If that happened, the 20,000 people trapped in the White Mist world would be lost forever, with no hope of returning to reality. This was, without question, the gravest crisis Jiang Ji had faced since his awakening and the most perilous moment Dasha City had ever encountered. A deep sense of urgency surged within him. He had once believed that the warship would be enough to shield Dasha City from external threats. But the emergence of the spiritual entity was like a rude awakening, reigniting his burning desire to grow stronger. Who is this person? And why are they helping us? Qianjin muttered to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. He sensed something familiar in the stranger's presentia resonance unique to warriors. This confirmed that the individual wasn't a 10th tier awakened, but a bona fide 10th tier warrior. The realization left Qianjin deeply shaken. Wang Lao, after a moment of contemplation, said, reinforcements for Dasha City, do you remember? There's another remnant force of an ancient nation in this world, besides us. After 12 years of isolation, both the Federation and the demonic entities were enemies to Dasha City. Considering all possibilities, the only plausible identity for such a powerful ally was the Taiping army. After all, both sides had once belonged to the same ancient nation and shared a historical connection. The Taiping army? Jiang Ji frowned. If it really is the Taiping army, doesn't that mean the Federation's baiting strategy has worked? The weight of his words sent a chill through the group. They had barely survived against Mo Jun. If the Federation's 10th tier powerhouses arrived next, their situation would become even more dire. Despite the yellow-robed elder's ability to easily suppress Mo Jun, he still had to evade the Federation's relentless pursuit. This alone was a testament to the Federation's overwhelming strength. Jiang Ji immediately adjusted the warship's defense systems to their highest level, preparing for a swift retreat should the need arise. Though he felt immense gratitude toward the yellow-robed elder who had saved them, he was also acutely aware of the looming danger. If Federation forces truly descended upon them, he would invite the elder aboard the warship and flee together. After issuing orders for Unit 1 to ready the warship for departure, Jiang Ji and the others anxiously monitored the external situation through the ship screens. Not far from the warship, a figure hovered in midair, eyes tightly shut. This figure was the spitting image of the yellow-robed elder's spiritual entity. As the spiritual entity approached and merged with the figure, the individual's eyes snapped open, unleashing a burst of formidable vitality, a raw and imposing energy unique to warriors. Megan was just about to seize the moment when the elder in the yellow robe's spiritual form returned to his body to make his escape. Yet, with a swift motion, the elder reached out and firmly captured Megan's intangible spirit form using his physical body. A surge of pure young energy emanated from the elder, erupting like the blazing sun and corroding Maegun's spiritual essence. Wisps of black mist continuously seeped out from Maegun's form. Maegun let out a blood-curdling scream as his aura, once at the formidable 10th tier, rapidly declined. In mere moments, it plummeted to the 9th tier, and the descent continued visibly 8th tier, 7th tier, 6th tier. Spare me. Maegun trembled violently, his voice quivering with desperation as he begged for mercy, using the last remnants of his strength to plead. However, the elder's expression remained cold and unyielding. He uttered 4 chilling words: "All demons must die." Within seconds, Maegun was reduced to ashes amidst his agonized cries. The martial arts chi and blood, embodying the essence of pure young energy, held a natural supremacy over spiritual entities like creatures of darkness. It was akin to obliterating an ant with a battleship's cannon. The only reason Maegun had been able to act so brazenly before was that Qianshan's strength had been limited to the 8th tier. Had Qinjin possessed 9th tier martial chi and blood at the time, he could have challenged Maegun and potentially overcome him. With the demise of this 10th tier powerhouse, the Rebirth clan, a species of demonic beings, had effectively met its end. While there might still be a few scattered remnants, they posed no significant threat. Nevertheless, Jiang Ji had no intention of allowing any survivors to slip through the cracks. Although the Rebirth clan's main forces had been annihilated in the Endless Forest, their homeland undoubtedly still harbored some clan members who hadn't participated in the battle. This was precisely why Jiang Ji had earlier sent a message to Unit 1. By now, Unit 1 was likely already at the Rebirth clan's base, carrying out the final extermination. Beyond eliminating the clan, another crucial objective was to collect Starstone's valuable spoils of war. With the Starstones, Jiang Ji could swiftly ascend to the 9th tier. It was imperative for him to complete this cleanup operation before the Federation's elite forces arrived. Once the Rebirth clan was dealt with, Jiang Ji planned to assign Unit 1 to target other weakened clans that had lost their 10th tier powerhouses, such as the Illusion Demons, Flame Demons, and Tree Demons. These groups would be the next targets on his list. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.